Summer of 2020, I decided to leave my 9 to 5 and go all in on this idea of starting an advertising agency. My hypothesis was that making $30K per year at 22 years old was keeping me from being able to earn $30,000 a month. And the reason why I thought that was because I had gone through all the business models. I had gone through Amazon FBA, I had gone through dropshipping, ran my ads, my Facebook ads, learned about Airbnb, learned about agency models, learned about consulting, and I was still unsuccessful making $2,000 a month at my 9 to 5. So the only option was I had to leave this path to go all in on this opportunity and commit all my time to figuring this out. But once I left my job, reality hit me in the face. Primarily because the expectations that were set in these courses was that I could do 25 outreaches per day, 40 outreaches per day to acquire my first client. And because of that advice, it took me over 4 months to get my first client. And even after getting my first client, I realized that I didn't have service market fit. I was being told to sell advertising when the client that I closed didn't have the budget to actually run ads. So it ended up leading me down this path of becoming an expert at outbound prospecting and appointment setting. And after finding service market fit, I was able to hit my first six-figure run rate. I started making $10,000 a month. 3 months later, I made my first $30,000 a month. So I was able to achieve my goal of doing my yearly income in a single month, okay? But when I achieved that goal, that's when I realized I had been sold a lie. Primarily because, yes, I was making more money than I had ever made before, but I was a slave to my business, running this done-for-you appointment setting agency with 13 VAs, with another someone managing them, but I was the single decision maker in that business. And I didn't like my business. I didn't feel proud of my success because numbers-wise, it looked like I was successful. But freedom-wise, I was far from being successful. So I felt like I could achieve more. I didn't start this business so I could make just $30K per month. So I went down this path, this rabbit hole of looking at different business model and understanding constraints in businesses and understanding what it takes to create enterprise value and to make a business more scalable. And I realized that in order for me to scale past 6 figures per month, multiple 6 figures a month, even 7 figures per month, which is $1 million a month, I had to jump into a model that allowed me to sell things that were almost like a productized version of a service. So essentially turn the solution that I was delivering through selling my own time, and be able to build and release the same solution into other businesses. This idea of turning my done-for-you appointment setting service into a growth infrastructure allowed me to go from $30,000 a month, overwhelmed, getting new clients every month and having them churn because they had other problems in their businesses. It took me from that state to being able to earn $600,000 in a single month with over $400,000 in profit. And I spent over 5 days and over 10 hours with over 500 agencies showing them the protocol that I had to follow to go from being a commoditized appointment setting growth service provider to being able to beat competition and build a $7 million a year business in a single year. And today I'm bringing you those episodes, over 10 hours worth of content, walking you through every single step that I had to take to go from being a commoditized agency owner / consultant to essentially being someone that couldn't be copied, because what I was doing was sophisticated and was my unique mechanism. If today you're in the agency space and you want to become a growth creator, someone who builds and releases growth infrastructures, then watching this whole thing is going to take you from where you are currently to potentially becoming a legend in your own field. I promise you that if you implement every single thing that I covered in these 5 episodes, you might forever change your life for the better and be able to be in a position financially where you can take care of everyone you love, but most importantly, become the person that you owe it to yourself to be. And that is, you owe it to yourself to be great. So check out this training. If you end up liking it, share it with the people you love, share it with other peers, people who are growing companies, because I believe we're in one of the most competitive business landscape that has ever been. So this is my gift to you. Hopefully I will help you change your life, and one day you'll get to become a partner and we'll get to change the world together. Appreciate you. Take care. So I launched this challenge
I started thinking about the challenge when I was in Spain a few, I think 2 months ago now, because there is a new trend happening in the marketplace. I'm sure maybe you guys have noticed it. Maybe put a comment in the chat where it's a lot harder to scale companies, especially marketing offers, than it was in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Okay. Now, why is that? Well, one is because there is insane levels of competition compared to before. The second thing is the market has become insanely educated, meaning the brands that you're pitching, the SaaS companies that you're pitching, the agencies that you're pitching, the coaches that you're pitching, the consultants that you're pitching, the local businesses, the solar people, the home remodeling businesses, they're consuming the same content that you're consuming. So when you go to pitch them a service like, hey, we'll get you with leads, we'll get you more appointments, they're like, hey, I've already read $100 million leads by Hormozy, so I actually know more than you do, right? So it's getting harder and harder. And the more competition there is in an industry, then there starts this thing, which is called the race to the bottom. Everybody starts being like, oh, I'll book you 100 calls or you don't pay. Guys, if you're on this call today, that's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to go the other way around. We're going to go charge the most amount of money, deliver the most amount of value, and be the businesses that the niche would rather go to spend insane amounts of money with when they're being pitched in their cold emails on the ads to work to get the outcome that they want for free. Okay. Now, the whole thesis around what I'm about to share with you guys today. Today, we're going to start with going over the offer, right? Because I believe that for me, nothing changed for me until I started selling something completely different from what everyone else was selling. And I thought that would be the most important thing for me to start the 5 days with. So for everyone who's here, my goal is that by the end of today's presentation, you guys have the offer that you guys can take and scale to 100 grand a month. And if you become really good at operations and maybe acquire the best talent, you can get to a point where you're making multiple 6 figures per month. Okay. But I promise you that this offer that I'm about, or it's not an offer. I'm not going to give you guys an offer. I'm just going to show you guys how to position your services and what you give, the value you give to people, so that you never have to compete on pricing. You never have to worry about people saying no to what you're selling them. Okay. This is going to be a 5-day process. Today, we're going to talk about offer. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about audience. Before I even talk about how to get leads, how to get appointments, how to get deals, I'm going to talk about audience creation. In case you guys have not noticed, the person who's making more money than you guys is not making more money because they're better at ads, right? If ads was the key thing, then everybody would just have no need to create content. Everybody would just be spending money on ads and everybody would be making millions. But most people are not. Okay. So tomorrow is going to talk about audience. Day 3, we're going to talk about the client acquisition infrastructure. I'm going to show you guys how we go about getting leads, how we go about structuring our appointment setting process, how we go about the sales process, the sales. I'm not going to go too much into the sales script because I think that's a detail. You guys can just hire closers. And then day 4, we're going to talk about operations and fulfillment. So let's get started. Yeah, so today we have a lot to go over. So let's get started. So this is the Growth Creator Challenge. A growth creator to me means someone who's leveraged and someone who delivers the most amount of value to the marketplace while still being leveraged. I realize that you don't scale unless you acquire leverage, right? I'm sure someone on this call knows how to run better Facebook ads than me, but you're not going to make more money than me. Why? Because I have access to more leverage than you. Okay. And I'm going to be sharing the story of how I went from being a commoditized and overworked growth agency owner, making $30,000 per month, to scaling past 600 grand in a single month in 20 months by leveraging this model, which essentially is the path to being leveraged AF. Okay. For those who don't know me, my name is Serge Gatari. I founded Client Acquisition at IO, I believe in summer of 2021. So we're 2 years in with CA. And this was my P&L from December 2022. This was our biggest month back then. 600 grand revenue, 465K collected, 267 profit on cash collected, and 424 grand on revenue, the profit. Okay. So the 4 levers that helped me go from 30K a month to 250K profit per month. The purpose of this 5-day challenge is to provide you with the clarity you need to jump from where you need to, where you are currently to where you need to be. Okay. Leopold, can you just stop writing stuff on the screen? So right now, some of you guys, this training is not going to be like, okay, how do you go from 0 to 10K a month? Although if you model the offer I'm going to share today, you could literally go out there and just make 10K a month with 2 clients from just having the right offer. But today I'm going to be talking to the people who have experience, but who are stuck in the same position. In order for you to go from this situation to where you're making 100 grand profit a month or more, you need to introduce these 4 components and you need to dial them out. Okay. If you take action on everything I'll show in the next 5 days, growth will be inevitable. Most of you guys are probably stuck in this flywheel, which I'll be covering later on. And the goal is, how can we take you guys from here, where you guys are in a slavery flywheel, where you're just making enough money just to afford staying in the game, but you're not actually accessing freedom. Okay. And my goal is to introduce this growth creator flywheel, which has allowed me to scale client acquisition at IO. Okay. Briefly, who am I? My name is Serge. I was born in Rwanda. So for those who don't know, I'm right now, I live currently in Canada, Montreal, but I actually moved to Canada when I was 13. I was not born here. So these are my 3 brothers. So I have 3 brothers, older brothers. We're all boys. So that's we have it's not a big issue, but I think we did fine. I'm the youngest one here. As you guys can see, I knew I would be doing challenges, so I was ready for the camera. So that's that. Now, so fast forward, went to school, moved to Canada with my brothers, and went to high school, then went to college. But then in college, I didn't drop out of school. I know a lot of people say, oh, drop out of school, but I didn't necessarily intend on dropping out of school. Just one semester ended and I got an opportunity to go door knocking. And the guy who was door knocking was driving a Porsche at like 23 years old. And he was making at least 6 figures a month. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I want to do that. Okay. So I dropped everything. I didn't drop everything. We were in the holidays. So I went door knocking and I started selling door to door during winter. Right. But the issue with selling door to door in Canada is that it's super hard. And I was selling like high ticket products like HVAC. And it's super, super complex to sell. And you would go knock on 100, 200 doors a day. And you would expect that one person would let you in their home and you could introduce the benefits of having solar. Okay. Oh, no, not solar, but change their heating system and everything like that. Right. I didn't last in that industry because I didn't enjoy the fact that you would go to people and sell them a $10,000 product and charge them 10% interest every year, which ends up over 7 years or 10 years being double the cost. So I was like, I don't want to scam people. So I just dropped out of that opportunity. Then I went into insurance. This is something that I haven't really shared, but I actually got my license to sell insurance. But then I realized that they were just trying to hire me to go and sell my family and people like that. I was like, man, my friends are like 20, 22. Who needs insurance? Nobody needs insurance. So my network, my audience didn't need what I had to sell. So I also dropped out of here. Then what I ended up doing after is I went and got a job at this e-commerce called Good Food, right? They ended up scaling in like 3 years, 4 years, maybe to like $500 million in revenue every year. So they were making like 400, 500 million, especially during COVID. And then as you guys can see, I'm the guy here on the right, and this was a team. I was part of like I was part of the customer service department, and I was probably part of the first like 25, 30 people in this department, and they ended up scaling it. Gilles, do you know how big they got eventually, the different departments or how many employees they got after that?
Yeah, we got up to around 4,000 to 5,000 employees across everybody, like all of
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah. So seeing the growth of this organization really like because it wasn't like a traditional, like a corporate type of vibe. It was really like, it was chill. You guys could, had your own laptops and you guys would just work on it. And the vibes were really cool. But what I really did learn from them was what's possible if you jump into the right opportunities. So yeah, it was a great time for me. I worked there for 2 years, but while working there, I was using every paycheck to buy online courses. We all saw Iman Gadzi's ads. We all saw Sam Ovens ads. We saw all these ads around how to start on businesses online. And Amazon FBA bought it, didn't have capital to buy inventory, so didn't go with that. Drop shipping, I did it. I launched some ads, got like 2 sales. The first sale I ever got was like $19. I was at the gym and I was like, it's over for all these people. It's over for all the brokies in the gym. I just made $19 while squatting. And I was like, oh my God, this is what life feels like. But I couldn't replicate that same success after spending like $400. I was like, you know what? Never mind. This is not it. And then I started the agency. I went through Iman Consult Agency Navigator. But even with that, although he was great at, showing you great cameras and like great setting, he was wearing a really nice shirt. I just didn't know how to get appointments. So I was like, okay, cool. I know how to set up an ads manager, but how do I actually sell this thing? So I couldn't. So, and then the next thing is I went into a consulting accelerator by Sam Ovens. But even that, Sam was like, send 40 outreaches per day on Facebook. I was like, come on, man, what are you talking about? And I failed miserably at seeing any real success. So I decided to quit. So I started buying courses maybe in like 2019, right? And then up to June 2020, I hadn't seen any real success. So I was like, I had promised myself that, you know what, in April, I'm going to quit. Then April came around. Then May came around. Then June came around. Then I was like, okay, come on, man, you're a joke at this point, right? So, but one of the things that the CEO of Good Food told me, one of the founders, he said, be naive enough to believe your dreams can become a reality. Okay. And when someone who's built a multiple 9-figure business tells you to be naive, you go naive. Okay. You go all the way. So I ended up realizing that even though I had 0 clients, my thought process was that trying to earn 2K a month and 30K a year on my 9 to 5 was keeping me from earning 30K per month. So I had the courage to quit. For everyone who's here, who's wondering why you're not making 30 grand a month, why you're not making 300 grand a month, is because the way you're allocating your time dictates the outcome of your life, especially in business. If you're making 5K a month, if you're struggling to make 2K a month, trust me, it's because most of your time you're spending it doing things that have no value. Okay. So I was like, you know what? I'm spending the same 24 hours. I know this guy is spending the same 24 hours, but making 300 grand a month. So I decided to quit and I went all in. I had 0 clients. I know a lot of people tell you, oh, you should quit only when you have clients. But I was like, I was done with it. Okay. And I knew I was smart enough to be able to bet on myself. And this was, I think, back in 2019. I used to read a lot of books, Napoleon Hill, all that good stuff. And, every morning I would write, hey, I own an online business by the time I'm 20 or before I'm 21, right? I will have an online business before I'm 21. I promise it to myself. That's a big fact. I'll lose and invest everything to achieve this goal. So this was, I think, around 2019. Okay. And I ended up quitting when I was 22. So technically I had no business up until I was 22. And this was before I was 21, guys. Okay. So it doesn't mean that just because you're desiring the goal is going to happen on your own timeline. But the goal is you should keep desiring the goal and keep chipping at it until you get it. Okay. September of 2020 is when I signed my first client. So I think a few months after quitting my job. And no amount of money has ever made me feel as happy and accomplished as this $4,000. Like making $500,000 in a month is nothing compared to the feeling of this. Do you know how good it feels to go from writing down before you go to bed that you're going to own a business to getting a stranger on a call, showing them how you can help their business and getting them to wire you their hard-earned money and they don't even know you? That thing felt like it was magic. It's been a minute since I've read the Alchemy book, but like I literally felt like I was converting nothing into money, right? I was like, what the hell did I just do? And if you've ever done this, please don't ever forget that being able to get strangers to pay you is an amazing skill, right? So don't ever like disregard just because you're not making $1 million, think that you're not good. You're super talented if you've been able to accomplish it. Okay. That year, even though I got my first client, I didn't really make much money. I made 12 grand that year in business, which was better than nothing, but it wasn't nothing to really go crazy about, right? So like if I do 12 grand in like 4 or 5 months, doesn't really mean that much. Okay. And then January of 2021, I made almost the same amount of money that I did in the last 4 or 5 months of running my agency in the first month. And I sent this to my aunt. I was like, hey, I just did this in 40 days. Do you still want me to go to school? She was like, yes, of course. I was like, okay, never mind. Okay. And this was when I launched an appointment setting offer. Okay. And I'm going to tell you guys about this later on because this is super, super important. 4 months later, I did 30K a month. This is where the chaos started. And this is what the topic of today is going to be. Okay. I love to talk about this and making 10K a month, but we're going to talk about this here. Okay. 2021 ended up making almost over 400 grand for sure, because some money was on Stripe, some other ones on PayPal. But 17 months later, we went from a 400 grand, 450 grand a year to $500,000 in a month. And I want to share with you guys how to accomplish this transformation, because this transformation is not doable if you're just doing the work, if you're just running ads for people, if you're just setting appointments for people. You actually got to become a different type of leader. Okay. And the impact of scale. So taking my business from nothing to multiple 7 figures has allowed me to create some of the best memories for myself, my family, and my team. This is where I work from now. So I went from the basement here at my uncle's to a $2.7 million penthouse. Now, the reason why I moved into this penthouse, just to give you some background, is because the guy who owns it actually bought it for his son to go to school. Okay. And I've said this before, but for me, that was disrespectful. Okay. I'm out here grinding, hustling, and this guy's buying a $2.7 million penthouse for his son to go to school. I was like, come on, man, I got to step my game up. So I just got it. Pretty expensive, could probably be doing more, but I work hard. I sacrifice my life, for this business. So if you ever work hard as most entrepreneurs do, make sure you're working out of a place that you would love, because your time on this planet, you can't experience it more. So never be like, oh, I want to get a 10K a month penthouse when I'm making $1 million a month. Okay, so what? Like, your life is more important than the money. Okay. So I highly suggest you guys experience the life that you want, but don't go overboard. Like, this is a business expense, or have some of it. Okay. So I don't necessarily, be smart as long as it gets you away from taxes. Okay. And then, so this summer we went to Spain. We've been going to Spain every summer with the team and clients. I bought my dad this Rolex. I don't have a Rolex personally, but he did a lot for me. He brought me to Canada. So I think it would be normal for me to make sure that he's rocking a $20,000 something watch. We've been going to Spain every year. This was the year before. This was this year. I brought some clients over. We had an amazing time. Jet skis are fun. And then, so this villa, by the way, if you guys want to go next year, I highly suggest you guys join me. This is the team: Bell, Reg, Isa, Sharks, aka Superstars. And now, experiencing the difference in living between 10K a month. Let's say right now you're making 10K, 20K, 30K per month. Okay. The difference in living between here and here made me realize that there's no point in running a business if your goal is not to scale past $1 million a year profit. Okay. The pain and time required to run a small company is not worth it. You end up sacrificing the most important gift you have, which is presence. And this is why, and I'm going to explain why presence is so important, but I've committed the new company's mission to be, to give as many entrepreneurs a purpose, then provide them with the insights, the infrastructure they need to fulfill their potential, as fast as humanly possible so they can get to experience and enjoy life's greatest gift, time. Okay? Because I know a lot of maybe people you guys may look up to. It's like the game is business and life is business. But my goal is like, no, get to business, become good, own the infrastructure, and start living. Like we're not meant to be just people running after money every day. That's not what we're put on this earth for, right? So your goal is not to be like, oh, I'm going to take 10 years to build $1 million a year business. Are you crazy? You're going to spend a decade trying to chase a goal that can be achieved in like 2 years, right? Do not waste your time, right? And this is one of our core value. And I think this could be a good thing for you guys. So speed is time and time is life. Create the mechanisms that allow the fastest transformations for our clients. The most important resource, the only resource we can't get more of is time. And client acquisition.io's North Star is figuring out how to give people more of it through our insights and infrastructures, which allows them to experience their dreams sooner, allowing them to be more present sooner. We can't give someone more time, but we can help them be more present sooner. And presence is the ultimate gift. Okay? Everyone on this call is wanting to make money. Everybody, before they go to bed, they're like, oh, I want to make 10K a month. I want to make 100 grand a month. Oh, I can't buy that Porsche. Oh, I can't buy my mom this home. I want to, oh, I have to pay this bill. I have to do this. Oh, a car breaks down. You're worried about money. That's just stealing from your presence, from your present. You can't be present because you're always worried about tomorrow. For me, that's the thing that I hate the most. If I'm with someone that I love, I want to be able to be present. I don't want to think about payroll. I don't want to think about closing deals. I don't want to care about how much rent is. I just want to be present. Okay. And if you guys ever follow me, this is what I care about. I don't really, if we ever meet in person, this is something you'll notice about me. I don't want to talk about business because business is just a vehicle. I don't really care. It's like it's like child's play to me. It's a great game. It's a great thing to keep you busy and to give you a mission. But the goal is, are you present when you're with someone that you care about? Or even when you're alone? Are you always worried about the future? If you are, then let's get rich, okay? And let's afford to be present. So today's training will be the most valuable for people who are tired of being a slave to your business. So that means every single thing. Clients get onboarded, you have to worry about it. Clients need a refund, you have to worry about it. You need to get calls, you have to worry about it. You need to close deals, you have to worry about it. Clients need strategy, you have to worry about it. If that's you, then I'm sorry, but you're a slave to your business. You just have a job, okay? This is going to be also good for you if you're starting if you want to start delivering better and faster results and become the leading expert in your industry. If you're tired of being a commodity, if you're tired of getting on a sales call and someone being like, oh, but I just spoke to this guy from Pakistan and he's charging me $200 for a website or for Facebook ad or to book appointments. Why are you charging me $5,000? Right? If that's you, then let's stop that. Okay. And if you're tired of feeling like you need 100 clients to make 100K per month, then this is going to be super good for you. It's going to be good for you if you're sick of seeing people just like you earning 10x to 100x more money than you every month in the same industry as you. If you're finally ready to be a superstar, entrepreneur, leader, and founder you were born to be. I want to show you guys this quick win with Oliver, who we have today. I'm actually going to be introducing him today. But this is a guy who's also from Montreal. He joined GCP, which is our main flagship kind of like partner / support program. He joined July 14th, and that month he did 30K a month in revenue. And last month, so 2 months later, he did 77 grand in revenue. Okay. Now, the goal of today's call is this thing that he said here. The craziest part is that it was 100 times more work to achieve 30K in July than it was to hit 75K. During that month, we onboarded 16 new clients. It was an absolute nightmare to manage. This month, we only signed 6. So he went from 60 clients at 30K a month. So he was offering like some consulting for $500. And then we helped him create a new offer, which is a higher ticket. And he got 6 clients and made 77 grand in revenue, it means that he doubled his revenue from 10% of the clients. So imagine doing 10% less work, but making twice as much money. And here is, one of our clients, Alex, asked, hey, what's the biggest reason that helped you the most get better results compared to July? Would you say it's the offer, the niche, or something else? 100% because of the new offer. We used to charge $500 for coaching services aimed at beginners. It was pretty much impossible to scale 40 to 50K unless we built a huge team, which would have been horrible. Also, working with more sophisticated, established clients has made it easier to deliver results because they can actually afford to invest in hiring and systems. Okay. And yeah, so this is what I'm going to be going over today. And then I'm also going to be interviewing Oliver. So you guys are going to get a good chat out of it. Okay. So before we get started, turn off all electronics, use airplane mode, close all tabs when joining the next 5 days. Don't be distracted. I believe the next 5 days have the potential to change lives, but I need help creating more awareness. So I'm going to ask you guys for one thing. We have over 282 people attending today. Just take a pic of this challenge, tag me on Instagram, tag me on clientacquisition.io, tag my page on the company, and then I'll reshare you guys at the end of today, and then I'll be sending you guys an amazing gift if you guys do it. Okay. So just put more awareness to this because I got some amazing things to share today. Okay. And also take notes, and most importantly, block time on your calendar for execution, because today is not going to be just learning. I actually want you guys that as you learn, one exercise that I like to do is I like to block out time on my calendar the next day. Okay. So I would block out from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., implement on everything learned from day one of the challenge as an example. The faster the growth comes from your rate of learning, but also rate of change. So if you're not changing as fast as you're learning, you're going to be stuck in the same position, asking yourself why you're still where you're at. Okay. For those who want to have the recording and the assets that are going to be shared, this Google Doc and everything like that, you can get the VIP ticket on Friday. We're going to also be spending some time together, and I can do Q&A. Okay. And for those who have bought the VIP already, we're going to send you guys an email with the link to the form for you guys to fill out your questions. Okay. So please check the email. We're going to be sending it in the next few days or few hours, and then you guys can fill out your questions there. Okay. Now, what will the next 5 days look like? 100K a month to 200K, 3 mil a month offers. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. How to create offers that make it unreasonable for your market not to experience success. And day 2 is going to be 500K a month audience creation framework. How to stop selling and start being desired. Day 3 is going to be 500K a month leverage client acquisition infrastructure. I'm going to break down our funnel. And then 1 mil in 90 days fulfillment infrastructure. I'm going to show you guys how to be leveraged in your fulfillment. And then day 5, we're going to talk, we're going to have a $5 million Q&A. And then for VIP ticket holders, you guys are going to be joining me. And then we're also going to be breaking down a lot of things. Okay. Okay. Now, this part is going to be, so I had created this training without this part, but then last night after coming, I went to see this movie. I went to see The Creator, which is a good movie about AI. I think if you guys haven't checked that out, go check it out. And I needed a simple way that I could explain what we're about to cover today and over the next few days. And I know everyone here talks about leverage, right? But I don't think people have explained it as well as I'm about to. Okay. And you guys can rate me on how I'm about to explain this, but I think this is about to be the best explanation around leverage that you guys have ever gotten. Okay. Who's ready for me to explain leverage? Just put it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Drop it in the chat because I'm about to break down some leverage and then it's going to be sick. Okay, cool. So before I explain leverage, so the word leverage is derived from the noun lever. Levers have been used for a long time. The term lever in science is used to describe an arrangement where input effort is magnified by certain times so as to produce higher output force to lift the load. Okay, so essentially, leverage or a lever and fulcrum are meant to magnify the inputs. Okay, you put in the same effort, you get more out of it. And I'm sure you guys have heard of Warren Buffett say, it doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters which boat you get in. Okay, but it's not about the boat, it's about how much leverage you have in that boat. Okay, and the reason why I want to talk about leverage is because there's 2 ways of running a business. You're someone who's been doing the same thing. Okay, you're working hard every day, you're pushing, you're at the end of the week, Saturday, Friday, you're like, I'm so dead, I work so hard. Okay, but when you look at the revenue of your company, you're like, well, it stays the same. or it's medium growth. Maybe you're growing 10, 20% a month, and you're like, what the hell is going on? When you're seeing others go from literally making 30K a month to 300K a month in like 6 to 12 months. That's what I want to talk about. And in order for me to explain it, I need you guys to understand leverage. Because until you understand leverage, nothing else matters. So let's go over the explanation. Okay. Second, I'm trying to find it. Trying to find this bad boy. Okay, and then also some of you guys will be able to access this because there's going to be some good stuff here. All right, cool. So I've built a lot of like different models that you guys can access at some point when you guys check this out. Owning attention, content roadmap. I'm going to be sharing this later during the next few days. Okay, so check this out. We all know leverage, right? So you have a ton here. You put in effort, you can lift a ton, right? But in order for you to lift, let's say $1 million or to produce $1 million alone, you cannot do it alone, okay? You need leverage. And leverage is made up of a lever and fulcrum, okay? Now, here is what most people do in their business. They're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna put in effort. Now, what is effort? What can effort be made out of? Effort can be made out of your time being put into the thing. It can be outreach, like how much outreach are you doing? Or it can be how much money are you putting in? Now, most people don't understand. They're like, it doesn't matter if you're even a millionaire. You only have so much money you have to invest in the actual system, right? Outreach, you can only do so much outreach. Hours of work, you only have so much hours in a day, right? So if you have no lever or fulcrum, no leverage, then the amount of load, the amount of revenue you're going to be able to get out of your effort is going to be capped. Why? Because this times 1 equals 1. If I put in a certain amount of effort, a certain amount of money that it is just going to be, let's say it's 1 input, I get 1 output back, then I'm going to make 10K per month. So if you're stuck at 10K per month, don't worry. It's not your fault. It's just that you have no leverage. Okay. Now, in order for you guys to go to this, okay, because this is where we're trying to go. We're all trying to make millions every year. If you're not trying to make millions every year, then you're going to be, there's no point in running a business because it's just too painful. Now, most people think that even when you're trying to make this type of money, that you don't have that the efforts is infinitely higher. That's not really it. It's just that the same efforts are being pushed into a lever and a fulcrum that magnify the efforts. Okay. And over the next 5 days, this is all I'm going to focus on. My goal is to show you, how do you get the most leverage out of your offer? How do you get an audience, which is the next lever you should pull? And how do you get the most leverage from your acquisition? And how do you get the most leverage from your fulfillment? Because if you times, even if it's just your same 8 hours of work per day, times the right offer, gives you infinitely more from the same effort. So as an example, let's say someone is doing 200 outreach per day, right? Or spending $200 per day on ads. It doesn't matter. Not everyone is going to be able to do 200 outreach per day. Not everyone is going to be able to spend $200 per day. But if you take one person who's doing it and they don't have a great build and release offer on the front end, then they're going to end up booking, let's say 10 calls per day, or not 10 calls per day, but let's say they're going to book 10 calls per week, right? And from these 10 calls per week, the person who has the most leverage on their offer is going to close what? 3 and 4 clients out of the same calls. And the person who has a shitty offer, who has no leverage in their offer, is going to be like, oh, I just booked 10 calls. I didn't close anyone, right? You need to get your offer leveraged AF, okay? And this is the thing I want you guys to do. Don't worry too much about the inputs. Worry about the lever that you pull or that your efforts that magnify your efforts. Okay. I did not get here from working harder. I just asked myself, okay, how can I build the best offer, get the audience, get the acquisition, get the fulfillment, so that when I work 8 hours a day, 5 hours a day, 4 hours a day, I mean, to be honest, I was working like 20 hours a week when I was doing these numbers, right? So I had the most amount of leverage. So I want everyone here to understand that this is the thing you need to work on. You need to work on getting your lever and fulcrum dialed in, okay? And over the next 5 days, we're going to be talking about this. So let's go back to here. All right, cool. Now, how do you get your offer to be leveraged? It's simple. Make it unreasonable for your prospects not to experience success, and you'll be rewarded infinitely. I'm about to walk you guys through how one offer accidentally made me my first 100K a month, the build and release offer structure, and how Jim Launch leveraged this same offer structure to generate $46 million in profit in 3 years. By the way, props to Hormozi. Like, doing $46 million in profit take home in 3 years is insane, right? And how you guys can apply this offer to e-com, SaaS, sales, appointment setting, coaching, consulting, whichever niche you guys are in. At the end of this today, you'll know how to create the offer that will get you to your first 100K a month. If done right, you only need 3 to 4 months to pull it off. Okay. And so let's go through it. Now, before I go over the offer structure, I want to show you guys the current issue with most businesses. And it doesn't matter. I'm talking about agencies or consultancies, but this also works for coaches, by the way. Okay. And here is the issue. The current flywheel that most people go through, or most people who've started a business because they went through courses, they were told, oh, sell Facebook ad, sell appointment setting, sell funnel building, sell Facebook ad, sell short form content, all these commoditized services. Okay. And what ends up happening is when you bring an offer to the market that is commoditized, you get a low closing rate. You only solve one obstacle for that prospect, and you're just doing it like everyone else. So then, therefore, you get to only charge low ticket prices. When you charge low ticket prices, you have no leverage because you can only afford to pay yourself and your contractor. So you can't afford superstar talent. Now, if you don't have superstar talent, guess what? Then you get average results for your clients, or you just don't get them results whatsoever. Well, what happens then is you have an insane churn rate. Now, since you can't retain your clients, your lifetime value per client is pretty shit. Now you can't afford to acquire clients, and you can't afford to retain anybody. So now every single thing you do, you're just working hard only to stay in the same position. Who here is currently feeling like all they're doing is just running around chasing clients only to get a little bit of money? You get excited, but then after that, you're just back in the same position a month later. Who here has experienced this flywheel where it's like you're just working hard, getting the clients, but nothing is really happening, right? In the beginning, it's all sunshine and rainbow, right? Because you have one contractor and profiting 50% of your 3K a month retainer or your whatever 5K program sale. Then you start investing in acquisition, lead gen, appointment setting, sales, and that takes 50% of your monthly retainer, sometimes even 100%. But you're hopeful to be profitable on month 2 and month 3. But then you realize that you can't deliver consistently to your clients because of other problems in their businesses. Maybe your client's business model is messed up. Their pricing model is shit. They can't sell. They can't get people to show up. They can't fulfill. So now you have the following options to solve these. Option 1, hire other experts and contractors. Well, if you do that, then you will have no more profit left because you're only making 3K per client. Option 2 is the client leaves. Well, you spent a lot on acquisition, on acquiring the client now, right? So that means that you weren't profitable on month 1. So now if the client churns, then you also are left in the same position where you have what? No profit from that client. So both options actually lead you to not making any money. So most people will just double down on marketing and acquiring more clients to replace the old one that they just lost. And over time, your niche becomes more and more resistant to your offer. It gets super hard or expensive to get prospects on sales calls. And when you do, they start comparing you to others, which leads you to charging way little money, okay? If you've experienced this today, then today's your lucky day. I'll make sure you never experience this pain. Now, let me go over how one offer accidentally made my first 100K a month. Lesson number 1. Okay, This will come to those who are kind of like stuck, who haven't figured out the right thing to sell, or haven't made their first 6-figure plus month. No, not month, but like a year. Only sell and position your offer as a cure to a problem that is unavoidable. What do I mean by this? I see a lot of people who are doing things like, oh, I'm going to sell AI. I'm going to sell websites. I'm going to sell some weird shit, right? Just like a convenience offer. You guys will not be able to scale as fast unless you change your offer or you change the solution, the problem you're solving. The reason why I went from making 12K a month, no, 12K in a year, to making 10K the following month is because I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop selling Facebook ad to coaches and consultants because they're just annoying. They don't even have the budget for ads. I'm going to sell appointment setting and I'm going to do it organically. I'm going to do it through outbound. Back then, not many people were pushing outbound. So it was a novel thing. Well, novel, it's not, that's in context, but not many people were doing outreach. Okay. So I spent 1 year struggling to go through courses and courses to try to get a single client to buy my Facebook ad without really knowing the reason why someone would want to run ads. So the reason why I was struggling to sell Facebook ad is not necessarily because Facebook ad don't work, is because I didn't understand how to go about pitching and positioning the offer. So I knew service level reasons like, oh, ads will make you more money, right? And this is what kept me from experiencing my first 10K a month. In 2020, I made the decision to stop selling ads and sold appointment setting, not because it was trendy, but because I experienced the pain and the doubts that came from having an empty calendar. I had felt the pain. I knew the real pain. So when I was selling it, I was like, hey, bro, I know you're struggling. You can't get calls. So it's like, you're either going to pay or you're going to stay in the same position, just complaining and dying and doubting that you can even scale your own business, right? So I offered an affordable solution to the market. 45 days later, I hit my first 10K per month, right? So this is the first thing. Sell the thing. And for everyone here, I think appointments is still a good thing to sell. Everybody wants more appointments. So if you guys are, if you're anyone who's growth agency, growth consultant, you better figure out a way to build infrastructures to help people book calls. Okay. Because that's the thing that really scaled the hell out of my business. Okay. Now, the next thing that I also had was churn. I was losing every client, right? So I would acquire clients, but they would churn after a month or two. Now, inputs multiplied by 0 is 0. It doesn't matter how hard you work and how many clients you acquire. If they're all churning, you don't have a business, right? While running my appointment setting agency in 2021, doing around 30K per month, I had a big problem. My clients, most clients would churn after 30 to 60 days, not because I couldn't deliver results, but because of other problems like they had really shitty offers. Their sales process was not good. The scripts was not good. So it led me to every week, I had to go run after new clients, book calls, take calls, close deals, onboard clients, create strategy, and launch campaigns. And I would experience low margins because I wasn't charging high enough anyway. And I would also not be able to hire better talent who could take care of client success and also helping me close, also head up systems, run operations. So I started feeling like I had given up one treadmill, right? Which was the 30K a year job, for a more glorified treadmill. So I was in a rat race, but this rat race is just more glorified. Who here feels like they're just running a glorified rat race? Yes, you are running your own business, but you're actually even in a crazier, even worse rat race because now you have to do everything to stay in the same position, right? And for me, it didn't sit with me right, especially as I started seeing people left and right generating 100K a month to 500K a month. I was like, come on, are you kidding me? I'm working every day. I'm getting the clients, I'm closing the deals. But how is someone else making 300 grand a month in the same industry as me? I couldn't understand how. And I was working as hard as I could to make 30K a month and couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I had no ideas as to how I would scale to 100K per month, right? Comment in the chat. Who here is currently in this position? I'd love to see who here is in this position where they figure out that offer, something that the market wants. You're getting calls, you're closing deals, but you're still at the end of the month, no matter how creative you get, no matter how many pieces of content you get, no matter how many ad spend you put out, you're just running twice as fast to stay in the same position. I think in Alice Wonderland, there is this quote that says, in this world, you have to run twice as fast to stay in the same position. Most businesses exactly like that, right? Cool. Perfect. So today, that's really my goal. It's like, how can we stop being crazy hard work? Because I'm sure Warren Buffett makes like $19 billion profit from Berkshire Hathaway. And they have like a team of like, I think they're like less than 50 people. Can you please guys explain to me that? How are we, the service providers, grinding every day, helping people get the attention, helping people get the content, helping people book the calls, helping people close the deals, and we can't even scale past 50K per month? And some guy is making $19 billion in 90 days. Doesn't that like trigger something that's a little like, for me, when I hear that, it pisses me off, right? And that's where you need to actually question your beliefs. What are you doing running around trying to just get appointments? What are you doing trying to just close a deal on a retainer basis, right? Why? So for me, I had to question what I was doing, right? And I figured it out by mistake, okay? And this is something that I want you guys to understand. The presentation I'm giving you to you guys, like in hindsight, I did a good move, but I didn't necessarily know why I was doing it. For me, the thing that triggered me to change, what led me to going from an appointment setting agency to client acquisition.io, was one thing and one thing only. It was client results. I couldn't handle generating calls and have them not closed or not being able to generate calls for my clients because of the following. They were selling bad offers and bad services, and they were pitching niches that were super competitive, right? The market, like I had clients who were selling Facebook ad. I was like, oh my God, what's going on with this offer? People had become numb to that messaging, especially in e-com, right? So that was the first problem I had with my clients. It wasn't appointment setting. It was people do not want your offer. And sorry, is it cool if I curse in this live? Do you guys not mind if I curse?
Please.
Okay, cool. I was fucking tired of fucking Facebook ads. Okay. And then the next thing is the agency clients I had, they had no sales assets online to warm up and educate the prospects before sales calls. They were just out there be like, oh, I'm going to do cold email. I'm going to do Instagram outreach. I'm going to do cold calls. I'm like, listen, brother. Listen, sister. They don't know you. They don't trust you. Why would they give you money? Okay. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, if you can't close cold audiences, yeah, right. Like, shut the fuck up. You think you can go to the street and just try to close someone for 5K a month, for 10, 15 grand a month, or for 15 grand up front, and they don't have any education prior? You're crazy. Everybody out there is like, oh yeah, you need to close cold audiences. Guys, you cannot close a cold audience, because in order for someone to transact with you, they need to believe in what you believe. How can you get a cold person to believe without even talking to them? You don't. So let's not try to cheat code the game. Let's just follow the rules, right? So my clients, I was like, guys, if we don't create assets online, we're messed up. We're going to be broke, okay? And then the last thing is they couldn't close deals, okay? So instead of complaining about these problems, I was like, oh my God, I just figured out how to become a millionaire. I decided to solve the problems, okay? And I created client acquisition.io. Client acquisition.io was created from the perspective of, you know what? Instead of me just trying to just be an appointment setter, I'm going to stop being just a regular commoditized. Imagine if I was an appointment setting agency today. Oh my God. Oh my God. I would probably just go back to working a 9 to 5, right? Because now it's even worse than it was before. The competition is insane. So what I did is I literally said, hey, I'm going to go from 30K a month. I'm going to go back down to $14,000 a month, right? Why did I do that? Because I was like, I'm going to spend the time researching, becoming smarter, building infrastructures, building SOPs, documenting the best offers, the best niches, the best sales process, the best outreach channel, the best sales scripts, and then I built the $500,000 program, right? A lot of people think the $500,000 program was a course. It was not a fucking course. Yes, the way we transferred knowledge was through pre-recorded material, but that was not the goal. For me, was I needed to solve every single thing that my clients were struggling with. And I ended up coming up with like $50 million a month TikTok agency offers. I ended up starting with short form content offers, right? And the issue though is I didn't want to be a coaching company due to the high competition. I didn't just want to be like, oh, come to me to make your first 10K a month, or come to me to make your first 50K a month, and I'm gonna just give you a coaching program with like 3 Google Docs. No, that was not me. So what I wanted to do is, okay, how can I be different from everybody else? So I merged done for you and consulting and created a build and release model, right? And the reason why I got this insight is because I'm sure you guys know this guy called Dr. Connor Robertson. Robertson. Who knows him on Facebook? Put it in the chat if you know the Connor Robertson. So back then, I was making 30K a month, okay? And they were making 150K a month, selling a build and release acquisition system with cold email, right? I was like, wait a minute. So you guys are selling something for 5K and you guys are just building it once and then releasing it into a company and you guys are making 150K. And then most of the delivery is done by like a team that is like not necessarily that expensive. I was like, interesting. Now, I didn't just do the cold email system. Instead, I would do even more. I would analyze the company's offer, and based on data that we have, based on the trends that we were seeing, we would either improve their current offer or we would build a new offer. And then one of the best case study that we got was Amar, who went from running a Facebook ad agency. The most he had ever made was 20K a month with his I think Facebook. Then he did Snapchat ads. We said, hey man, stop any of that. Just start this TikTok agency. We're seeing a lot of trend in UGC. And in 7 weeks, he built a 60K a month agency. 7 weeks, guys, right? And then the next thing we did is we'd build their outbound campaign and we would place a trained setter in their company instead of managing the setter internally, okay? And then the next thing we do is we'd implement our sales process, scripts, systems in their company. And we went from just being a regular one service, one solution, one trick pony, I think that's what they say, one service company, to being specialized, building a specialized build and release offer. You would come to us, you would literally come to us and be like, hey, I want to be like baptized with success. And we would give you the offer, we would give you the outreach, we would give you the setter, and then we will build your systems. And then you would just go on and just implement. That means that the only thing you would really need us, you would do, is just let us do our thing, let us guide you. And this led to every prospect who saw our offer to literally feel bad not buying our service. Okay? I started selling it at I think 4K, 5K. But due to the high demand, I started increasing the price. I needed to optimize for the right price and the right volume. This is the big mistake a lot of you guys make. You guys think that just because you can charge high ticket, that you should keep charging like 15 grand. It doesn't make sense. You need to find the right middle ground. Because if you're charging 15K, but you're only closing 5 clients a month, which ends up being 75K, I think. But you could put it at 10K and maybe sell 20 clients. Now you just made 200 grand. Okay? You need to find the right price for the right volume. You also don't want to be super expensive because Serge said, go fucking expensive. No, find the right middle ground where the volume is also good with the price. Okay? And the same people, and this is the funniest thing, the same people who are complaining about my $1,250, $1,500 done for your appointment setting and done for your agency pricing, were comfortable doing what? Paying $5,000, $8,000, $10,000 up front, even up to 15 grand. I had people from India, and this is where I knew like this build and release offer is insane. I had kids from India, guys. Like, and the reason why I say India is I'm not saying it's not like in India. I love India. I need to go there. I need to book. I'll tell my assistant to book a flight to India after this call if I can. But Guys, do you know what it means to spend 10 grand and you're from India? It's ridiculous. Even when I quit my job, I was living in Canada, you couldn't have sold me a 2 grand offer, 4 grand offer, right? I was cheap. I was scared, right? But this build and release offer was the positioning was so great that they were like, you know what, Serge? I'm gonna sell my dad's car. Let's work. Or I'm gonna get my family to give me the loan. Okay. And that's how we ended up collecting like ridiculous amounts of money, right? So from 1.5K to 10K offer. Now, it's good to have the offer, but like why? What is the inherent reason why people are willing to pay 10 grand when they were complaining about 1.5? Here is the thing, and I want you guys to pay attention. People buy results, not the process. And people want results when? Now. Selling your offer with the defined end allows you to 2 to 5x your price because your prospect is the most excited and willing to spend to experience the outcome. Let me make this clear. If right now you're selling a service and you're like, oh, this is a 12-month service, this is a 6-month service, blah, 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 cut the bullshit. Be like, hey, you're going to pay me in 90 days. Our goal is to get you this outcome. If you set a specific end for your offer and you do it fast enough, what it does is when the person is in their mind, they're like, oh, okay, so I could pay an agency 2.5K a month. And then they're going to take 3 weeks to set up their ads manager. They're going to start spending money in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But you're telling me that if I paid you 10 grand up front, 15 grand up front, 25 grand up front, that I could get the thing that will create the success in my business in the first 2 weeks, what do you think that does to someone? It changes their perspective entirely around pricing because they're like, okay, I could spend 6 months to try to get to 50K a month, or I could just pay you 10 grand and I could get the thing that creates the outcome in 4 weeks. People buy right there and then. Okay. So it's super important for you guys to understand that. Okay. So that changed everything. So, and here's the process. The build and release offer for our clients was people would pay an invoice. In 48 hours, they would have a proven offer. In 7 to 10 days, a team of trained appointment setters taking care of generating attention, leads, and appointments would be placed in their company. In 15 to 30 days, we would have them close their first deals. All they had to do is pay the invoice, allow me and my team to build a 50K a month infrastructure, and they just focused on closing deals. Even though this was a 4-month process, the infrastructure, the value, and the results had to be delivered in 2 to 4 weeks. If you ever work with us, this is something you'll notice. Our program right now is like 4 to 6 months, but we're not going to take 6 months to get you to money. Like we want the money by day 10. By day 5, we want leads and appointments to start flowing in. So what you're paying for, you're not paying for 6 months. You're actually just paying for faster results. The 6 months is just for us to be there because once you start making a lot more money, you'll have bigger problems than just making money. Okay. And I believe that no one till this day has built the infrastructure like we have at clientacquisition.io, making it easy for agencies and consultancies to scale. It takes operational excellence, in my opinion, to pull off what we've been able to do effortlessly. Okay. Day 4, I'm actually going to go over fulfillment, right? Now, what is the impact of the build and release offer for our business? So here's the thing. I'm going to show you guys real quick. The first thing was no one could easily replicate our offer, which meant we stopped being a commodity, which meant we started pricing way more than what most people would charge for the same, I guess, outcome. 45 days after launching the offer, we went from 15K a month to 70K a month. The same transformation that I showed you guys where. If you guys look at this, Oliver went from 30K a month to 70K a month in 60 days from 6 clients instead of 60 people, right? And the same thing happened. When I launched it, I went from like 30K a month, the most I had ever made, to $108,000 a month. But look at the profit, $76,000 in profit, guys. Right? That's like 70% plus, right? I went from 15K to 70K a month in two months. because I was delivering the most amount of value that people could ever see on the marketplace. And I didn't have that big of a brand back then. 70% profits, people could afford to remove, and I could afford to remove myself from the most important areas of my business. I stopped selling, so I stopped closing deals myself. I stopped onboarding people, clients. I stopped consulting mainly. I stopped building systems, and the profitability continued up to like 500K, right? If you look at this, 622 grand and 424K. If we did the math, 400. I don't know the math, right? But let's try to do 420K divided by 622,000. It's still 60% margins at 600 grand a month. Do you know who makes this type of profit even in the coaching space? Most people, to make 400 grand a profit, they actually need to be making like $1.5 million a month, right? And this is something that I want you guys to understand. This was back then, I was not spending a lot of money on ads. The prior 90 days of this month, I had spent $9,000 in ads in total, which means we had spent maybe 3 grand. But this is where I told you guys about leverage, okay? Let me go back to the exact importance of leverage. So, and this is the reason why I'm doing this call, guys, because it's so important. So the reason why we did 600 grand and 68% in margins is the following. The offer was so good that even though we were maybe booking a few calls, maybe like 100 calls a month, we would close like 25 clients, 30 clients out of this. Why? Because the offer was a no-brainer, right? It was like the offer was giving us so much leverage that if I believe that if I would have spent like 30 grand a month on ads, we could have made over $1 million that month, right? But I didn't. But it's a dumb thing I didn't do. It's okay. I learned my lesson. We're not perfect. But what I want you guys to do is to understand is the offer was the leverage. It was a lever. It allowed me to put the same amount of effort I had. And here's the thing. I had 2 closers, 3 setters, 4 setters. And I had maybe like 2 growth consultants, right? And then I had like a team of like 4 or 5 ops specialists, just to kind of like put everything together, the recruitment department, all that good stuff, right? So it was super leveraged. But the reason why we're doing this type of volume at this type of small scale is because of the offer, the build and release offer, right? I would give them everything they wanted. So exchanging 10 grand with me, it wasn't that bad for them, because at the end of the day, if they would have tried buying that from everyone else, they would have had to pay a growth consultant to refine their offer, or some coach out there. They would have had to pay an agency like 3K per month to run their ads or to run their outbound prospecting. They would have had to pay someone to help them with their sales. So at the end of the day, paying us was a steal, because they would get like 50, 100 grand worth of value from just 10 grand. Okay. Now, also the beautiful thing is, by me getting access to a lot more capital, it allowed me to do what? I would go out there just paying people, being like, hey, do you want to go join my team? Do you want to build this product? Do you want to get this insight out there? And then we would get clients better results. So it wasn't up to me to be the smartest person on the team. I had now money to be able to afford better talent who knew more than I did, which means client got better results, more case studies, and a higher closing rate. We eventually, that month, I think we achieved like a 40% closing rate on a 10K offer, which is ridiculous, right? And then I was working like 20 hours a week, okay? Now, the flywheel, here is how it works. You have a build and release offer on the front end. You give someone, you showed them how you do what? You solve the whole gap. So I'll try to show you guys right here. You solve the whole gap, guys. Solve the whole gap. Don't try to be a Facebook ad specialist. Don't talk about funnels. Don't talk about nothing, okay? You're not even an appointment setting agency anymore. What you do is you come into a company and you change the hell out of everything that needs to be changed in order to get the customer, the client, the desired outcome. And you charge as much fucking money as you can, okay? No more, just an agency, I'm just a lead gen person. Stop being a lead gen agency. Like, guys, there's no money in lead gen. It's like AI is going to do lead gen better than you guys in 2 months. Maybe by next year. I mean, to be honest, Facebook ad can probably decide better than you. So I don't even know why you guys click buttons anymore, right? Stop, become leveraged. Stop being reliant on a commoditized scale that is like clicking buttons. Like, that's great, but eventually an AI will have a model where that's like, hey, I want to find this cost per lead, find me the best audience, here's the money, get me the thing I want. And AI is going to do better decision making than you can. I mean, it's already doing it. You guys are not doing the lead gen. The platform is doing it. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is solve the whole gap with a build and release offer. Do it in the first 2 to 4 weeks. Once you've done that, then you want to say, hey, we won't charge you for every month. We just are going to charge you one time and maybe percentage after that during management, but it's going to be 10 to 15 grand. Are you ready to roll? Yes. Okay, cool. Perfect. And then you take this money, then you go afford the best people. The best people at what? At offer building, at paid acquisition, at appointment setting infrastructure, okay? And maybe even some systems. Then you don't have to do anything. The people who are smarter than you go and deliver the results. And when they deliver the results in the first 2 to 4 weeks, what happens? Then your clients are like, oh my God, thank you so much for changing my life. Now you have a high retention rate because the person who's gotten better results will want what? They will want even more value from you as long as you keep outgrowing your client faster. You don't want to just be someone who just knows how to book appointments. You eventually want to become a better business developer, because eventually your clients may outgrow you. But if you stay ahead of them, you will always have something to sell them better insights. Okay. So this is the flywheel, and this is how you get to 100K to 300K a month effortlessly. You decommoditize yourself with a build and release offer. You charge a lot of money. You hire the best people. The people get better results, your clients, and then you just retain them. I'm going to show you guys retention after. And this is what has worked in SaaS. Clients closing $10K, $52,000 offers, $14,000 upfront, and then lowest is what, like 21? Stupid young, right? Dan was in SaaS industry, was selling, I think he started out with short form content too at some point. He was struggling to sell like a 2K a month retainer. And then once he started doing build and release offers in the SaaS industry, 11K deal closed, 12K deal closed plus 15%. And now I think they're almost trying to charge 25K upfront, which is super, super insane, right? They started ads in less than 24 hours, had 5 leads, 4 are qualified. So, and then also I'm going to show you guys that when you're collecting this much money up front, your ad spend is not you who's paying it. The clients are paying you to acquire them. And then taking care of what? Your next acquisition cost. So that means that if you're getting $10 a lead, and then it takes you $100 to book an appointment, and you spend $1,000 to book 10 appointments, and you close 2 deals at 5K upfront or 10K upfront, let's say 10 to 20K, you just acquired 10 grand, 20 grand to do what? To take care of the liquidate the cost of 1 grand in spend. You have 9 grand to 19 grand left to go and fucking spend for more clients. So technically, you're just cycling through clients' money to make more money. You get paid to get paid. Does that make sense? Now, if you're selling a retainer service, how the fuck are you going to do that? Oh, I made 2 grand from this client. Oh my God, yeah, I'm excited. I have a contractor to pay. I have ads to pay. I have rent to pay. I have kids' school to pay. I have my cars. I'm trying to sell my cars. They're super expensive. Nobody wants to buy them. So now I have to liquidate the cost on a retainer service. I have to sell like 5 new clients, 5 new deals every month to try to even cover the cost of my cars or my rent. It doesn't make sense. You don't get rich off of selling retainers. On the front end is what I mean. We're going to talk about on the back end, of course. Okay. So let's keep going. And then same thing. Oliver serving lead gen agencies went from $500 to selling 5K up front. That's 10x efficiency. The same work, the client who would pay him $500 is now paying him 5 grand. And then if you look at here, this works also in ecom, 9.5K done plus 10%, right? So coaches and consultants, Alex Pivinsky, 15K offer, She was not able to do 15K because the bank was rejecting the payment. You guys need to be charging so much amount of money that the bank cancels your offer. You're trying to charge your clients. If the bank has never canceled your clients trying to pay you, you're not charging enough money. Okay. Oliver, is Oliver still here? Is this good, guys? Are you guys enjoying the presentation so far?
You got to unmute Oliver. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm good. I just did it.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
There
hello.
go.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so I want to kind of like yeah, please drop comments, drop your feedback around today's chat. So I want to get Oliver in and just talk a little bit about Oliver. What I would want you to describe is essentially the transformation, or kind of like what you realized, because really when you joined the program, what we really did for you is, first thing that we did, which was change your offer and build a better offer. I mean, that changed everything in your business. So I'd love to kind of like share before what you were doing and now how your business, how it has essentially impacted every single thing, not just, okay, you're making more money, but like how has your current backend changed, and the way you run, how much you work from just changing and to a build and release offer on the front end.
Yeah, 100%. So I started maybe like 3-4 months ago. So I am relatively new to this space. I wasn't like super confident in myself. I'm like, I would see these big boys, these big players like Serge charging 10 grand up front. I'm like, what the hell? How can they justify that amount of money? So I started off charging 500 for my services, and it was basically like coaching for agency owners, like people wanting to start online businesses. And it was a good offer. Like people were buying it. It was dirt cheap for what I was offering, which is why like I was able to scale it to about 10, 20, and then 30K per month. But I reached a point in my business where it was like I was at this point where I was like, okay, I'm taking 8 calls per day, taking coaching calls every single day, fully, like my calendar was fully packed every single day of the week, not taking any days off. And because because I was charging 500, I had zero leverage whatsoever to actually hire a closer, because what closer is going to work on a $100 commission basis, and then I didn't have enough money to hire coaches to help me with fulfillment, so I had to do it. So I was basically paying everything with my own time instead of hiring other people and sort of doing it that way. So at 30K, that's where I sort of reached that bottleneck where it's like, fuck, okay, I'm making 30K per month, I'm balling, like if someone asks me like, oh, how much money you're making, I say 30 and they think I'm the man. But once you actually see what it's like to run a 30K per month business on a low leverage offer, you're like Serge explained, you're basically like a prisoner to your business. Where like if something happens to you, God forbid, your business goes upside down, and there's no one that can basically take over for you. So
yeah. And when you joined, did you know that it was your offer the issue? Did you have a little bit of awareness, like, okay, I want to work with client acquisition area because I think I need to switch my offer? Or were you thinking like, oh, I just need more calls, more clients? Like, what was the thought process before you joined? Did you know?
yeah, so like I was following you for a while, so I understood there was kind of 2 paths that I could take. Either I just do more of what I'm doing and just find a way to make it work, or I explore the other route of maybe offering something different and charging more money, because I could see clearly in my head like, hey, if I offer this to my clients, I know I can get them better results. But with the 500 price point, there is no way I could actually do it, because it's like I'd be working for like I can't be doing too much for 500 bucks. I gotta hold back a bit. And I knew if I transitioned towards something where it's like, hey, if I offered all of these things and I had like a good price point to it, I could not only get better results for my clients, but also remove myself from the process and make more money and sort of the entire thing. So yeah, when I joined, it was the offer.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Love it. Love it. And then right now, because before, how were you doing acquisition? Were you involved a lot in your own acquisition? How were you, or has anything changed around how you acquire clients now that you have access to more capital? Now you have access to more leverage?
So acquisition, I still use VAs, like appointment setters. That has been like our main source
Yeah.
of acquisition. That hasn't changed too much. Like, yes, we've hired more people, we grew the team. I'd say the biggest difference is the closing. Before, I really was not able to outsource the closing, and that was what was taking like the bulk of my time. And
Yeah.
now, ever since I outsourced that part and the fulfillment, I'm literally not needed in the business. Like, I can sit here for 3 hours and listen to you talk and not have to worry about running the company because I have people. So
Yeah.
I'd say it's the closing, being able to just hire good talent and get better results from hiring better talent, and it's just
Yeah.
made my life easier.
Love it. Love it. And so right now, what's your goal in the next 90 days?
It was 100K per month, but Abyssus, someone in a program, challenged me to 150. So now we're gonna do 150 next month. That's the goal. That's the goal.
Jesus. Okay.
We'll see.
Cool.
We'll see.
Cool. Cool. So guys, what I want you guys to wait 1 second. Okay, cool. One thing that I want you guys to understand here is the following. Changing his offer allowed him to not have to sell anymore and not have to fulfill anymore. Okay? That's the thing that I want you guys to understand. Do not think that it's about client acquisition. It is not about client acquisition. And I keep saying this so many times, and I'm tired of you guys being sold to this idea that the way you're going to scale is booking more calls. No, it does not make any sense. Do not book more calls if you're like in Oliver solution where you're like, okay, I'm gonna spend 8 hours a day to try to sell. Okay, once you've collected the money, then what? Then what? Right? You need to get rich and afford talent. Get yourself out of the business as fast as humanly possible. What did I say at the beginning of this call? Presence is the fucking goal. I don't care if you're a hard worker. Who gives a fuck? Okay, good job, bro. You worked 12 hours a day yesterday. Wow, you're a superstar. You're a dummy. Only dummies spend 12 hours a day working, especially when there is technology, especially when there is Facebook ad, especially when you have access to YouTube, especially when you have access to all these offers. What are you doing working 12 hours a day? You think you're going to make $1 billion a year because you worked hard? No, it's about leverage. And leverage comes from really having money to leverage yourself out of work. Okay? That's the point of today's call. And, Steve, you're on this call, so maybe you also could share a little bit of your experience on changing, on just introducing more leverage to your offer and with a higher pricing.
Hey, what's up, Serge?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. So when I first started working with Serge at the beginning of the year, I was selling a $3,000 offer, which in hindsight was ridiculous and stupid. And then I did a price increase to 5,000, and that gave me a little bit more leverage. And then when I started working with Serge a lot more, we were able to increase the price to 10K. So I have a 10K offer. And with each step, I got better clients, because the better clients, you get more sophisticated, better quality clients when you charge more money. And maybe some of you are like, all right, so how could I go ahead and actually charge a higher ticket? And it's because, like Serge said, you have to really solve all of the problems that your customer is having. And if you can anticipate the problems that your customer is having from every angle, then they're going to say yes. And even if they say no, they're going to be dreaming about how to say yes to you, because you are solving every part of their business problem. And so, yeah, I have a higher ticket product right now. It's a 10K. It is, I think, the best solution on the market for my industry. And when you
You
have a
wanna-
higher tick, when you have
want-
a higher ticket, I feel really confident behind it. So
Yeah.
anyway.
Do you wanna share what your niche is? Because a lot of people may not know.
Yeah, so I work with woodworking, lumber, sawmill,
Yeah.
contractors.
Yeah, because a lot of people may just be confused and think that, okay, these higher ticket offers may just work in like people who are in the working online type of space. But no, guys, this works in whatever industry you go. You go after contractors, charge them shit ton of money, right? You're going
Yeah.
after dentists, charge them a shit ton of money on the front end. And because guys, you don't expect that a $1,500 a month subscription retainer as a dentist or as a contractor that is going to change your business around. No one who charges $1,500 is going to make you $100,000 a month. Like, you can put it a million different ways. Price dictates the perceived value. I'm sure you guys have seen that $600 bottle of wine. Is wine really worth $600? But do you know what? The billionaires, when they go to dinner, they're like, hey, what's the most expensive wine here? They're expecting it to be good. But just because they paid a lot of money, they're like, oh, it's actually better. No, it is not better, man. Buy that $11 at the 7-Eleven in your at the corner store, right? So by charging a lot more, it actually positions yourself. It kind of like, it changes the perspective of the process. They're like, what? Why would this person be charging this much of money? Right? So, and one thing that I want to share for Steve is that with a 10K offer now, if clients need short form content, do you guys know what he does? Steve goes and finds a short form content agency owner. He's like, hey, I need you to deliver for my clients. Here's 2.5K. Deliver on these shorts. So now Steve is leveraged because he knows nothing about shorts. But guess what? He can still deliver shorts for his clients because what? He can afford to pay anyone to do shorts on behalf of his clients. Steve doesn't know how to set up GHL. He pays someone to come in and done for you build for cheaper because building GHL is a commodity, right? Pays them a little $500, a little 1,000, launches. Steve wants his clients who paid him 10 grand to launch their ads, finds a contractor who can do media buying for $500, 2 grand a month to deliver and set up all the ads for all his clients. So now for 10 grand a month worth of salaries, he can deliver on what? 100 grand worth of new revenue. Do you guys see it now? You need money to remove yourself and give your clients better results. Okay. So, the next topic is going to be, I want to show you guys real quick. I want to show you guys how Hormozis did the thing with this offer, essentially. I want to show you guys real quick. Okay, so before I show you guys, I'm going to show you guys real quick. Okay, so now, how do you create your build and release? Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. So how do you create your build and release offer? It's really simple, guys. Okay. You need to do a pre-mortem exercise, right? If you guys know anything about my content, you guys have probably heard me say this, but you essentially make a list of all failure scenarios, everything that can potentially keep your clients from experiencing their desired outcome. And on the side, list mechanisms that would keep each failure outcome from ever happening. So the industry that they use this in is like the healthcare industry. So let's say someone goes through a surgery, and then they die, right? Doctors will do something called a postmortem. Well, they'll be like, hey, what went wrong? Right? Now, in this case, we can't afford to do it because we can't just get clients and fail them and then be like, oh, what went wrong? No, you actually need to do it before. So that's where the pre-mortem exercise comes in. It's a thought exercise where you're asking yourself, hey, what are all the scenarios that would keep my clients from seeing results in 2023? whether that be a contractor, an agency owner, a coach, a consultant, a SaaS, it doesn't matter. Okay. Now let's try to do it for gyms. Okay. And you guys will notice that like the offer we'll come up with is exactly what they were selling in 2020. And that's why they're still selling today. So now let's try to ask ourselves, what would keep a small gym owner from scaling and living a great life? Well, if they can't generate enough profits to make sense of being a gym owner, they would go out of business. Now, what would keep someone from seeing good results, good profits? Well, it's their offer. Most gyms, and this is a good lesson for you guys who work with maybe are in the gym space, most gyms model can't be profitable. Okay. What I mean by this is they have maybe 100 to 120 membership capacity. So that's their capacity. So they can only tolerate or accept, handle 100 to 120 members. And this is like micro gyms. This is not like the Lifetime Fitness or whatever they call those gyms. So now if they're charging $100 per client or 125 a month, this is what ends up happening. The most they'll ever make is what? Like 12 grand to 15 grand a month, right? But the thing most people don't understand is they still have payroll to pay. So let's say 2.5K on salaries. They still have to pay rent, 3K on their gym facility. They still have to pay what? 1K on ads. They still have to pay what? 1K on miscellaneous stuff. They still have to pay, I don't know. So 3K, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. And then they still have, what's maybe equipment, right? Let's say another 1.5K a month, right? Or whatever, right? They still need to pay other things, right? So now the gym profitability ends up being like 2K a month. And that's not including any admin assistant, any whatever. Like this is like traditional business model. Why would you go to a gym owner and be like, hey, I'm gonna get you more leads? It doesn't matter if you get them more appointments, more clients, their business breaks, because who would like to run a business only to make 2 grand a month, 20 grand a year, or 30 grand a year running a business? That's not a business. That's worse than even doing a job. So that's what, that's the first thing that the Hormozi were looking at. Like, hey, it doesn't matter if we can get leads and deals for these people. They just will never make enough money to sustain, to constantly be acquiring clients. So that's the first issue with most gyms. And that's the main issue with what? Most agencies, they're just selling retainers left and right, not understanding that eventually when you get enough client and you hire enough contractors, enough employees, you won't be making enough money. And that's where most people just go out of business. So that's the first issue. Now, if they can generate enough lead flow, that would also be a problem. If they can get leads to show up, that would be a big problem. If they can get leads to close on the phone, that's a big problem. If they can deliver quality experience service to new members, that's a big problem. Can't get members to stay after a few months, that would be a thing that would keep them from seeing success, okay? Now, who wants to see the offer by Hormozi going over exactly what I just covered? Put it in the chat. Just drop a chat. I'm going to show you guys right now. So I'm going to show you guys the offer. And funny enough, this is going to be exactly what I'm trying to show you guys, okay? So check this out. This is an ad from 2020. This is not new. And I want to show you guys exactly how they were positioning it, okay? So let's look at the first one. I'm going to change the audio so it's computer so you guys can hear it. You guys put in the chat if you guys can hear it, okay?
Gym owners and experienced fitness professionals, we've got tons of questions about our new performance partnership model for taking people online. All right. It's very simple. We do just about everything. You do one thing and we split how much you make on the first month. It's very easy. So we'll run the creative, the ad, the copy, the images. We'll build the pages to collect the opt-in. We'll get them scheduled, and then we'll continue to work the leads to get them to show up for a phone appointment with you. This is the only piece that you do, which is sell them a free trial. After you do that, we split this first month. From this point going forward, you get every single one of the billings after that. Sound fair? Now, on top of that, you might be like, how do I actually fulfill these people? How do I know they're going to stay? How does it work? We built an automated fulfillment system where 80% of all of this is automated. So the workouts, the nutrition, the accountability, the messages, all of that is self-contained.
Okay, cool. Who wants me to replay it one last time? You want me to replay it? Okay, cool. Let's replay it one last time.
Gym owners and experienced fitness professionals, we've gotten tons of questions about our new performance partnership model for taking people online. All right. It's very simple. We do just about everything. You do one thing, and we split how much you make on the first month. It's very easy. So we'll run the creative, the ad, the copy, the images. We'll build the pages to collect the opt-in. We'll get them scheduled, and then we'll continue to work the leads to get them to show up for a phone appointment with you. This is the only piece that you do, which is sell them a free trial. After you do that, we split this first month. From this point going forward, you get every single one of the billings after that. Sound fair? Now, on top of that, you might be like, how do I actually fulfill these people? How do I know they're going to stay? How does it work? We built an automated fulfillment system where 80% of all of this is automated. So the workouts, the nutrition, the accountability, the messages, all of that is self-contained.
All right, cool. Now let's go back to it. So as you guys,
Your mic, Serge, you cut out.
all right, cool. So as most of you guys just saw, he essentially does what? He solves for every single issue in the acquisition channel, okay? Or acquiring clients. These are the main obstacles that I just showed you guys. And here is $16,000 in 16 weeks of gym launch offer. So they were selling a $16,000 offer, and here were the deliverables. The main thing they did is what? First thing they did is we'll build out your offer. He didn't put it in the actual ad, but this is exactly what he did. He would build a $600 upfront offer. He would position it as a 6-week challenge. $600 you pay. If you lose the weight, you can get a refund. Most people will never achieve that. So what ended up happening is the gyms would end up collecting what? Let me show you guys the issue, okay? I just showed you guys this math. Most gyms have 100 to 120 members capacity, right? So the most they'll ever make is 15 grand. Now, if you know that you're trying to get them to become really rich, what would you do? You would build a high front end build and release offer. So Hormozi would literally build a build and release offer for gyms. Now, the 6-week challenge was what? You get the training, you get the nutrition, you get the support, you get the accountability, you get the food, you get the meal prep. If you're going out to dinner, we'll tell you what food to order. They literally created a build and release offer for gyms, allowing them to charge 6 times as much money on the front end than they would normally charge to regular members. Now, what ends up happening is the same people who are struggling to make 15K per month do what? They sell 600 and they sell 30 of these. What ends up happening when you're selling a 600 times 30? You end up making what? 18 grand on the front end. More money than these gym owners have ever made in their entire lives. And this would be what? In like 2 to 4 weeks. Right? So Hormozi would increase the profit of these businesses because it doesn't matter how Hormozi was good at getting leads and appointments. And this is the thing that I want to push down everybody's mind. It doesn't matter if you're good at client acquisition. If you're not good at building good models, a business that is actually scalable, it doesn't matter how many leads you get me. If I'm capped here, I can't scale it. I'm just going to say, stop the ads. I can't support any more clients. So the thing that made Hormozi a superstar in the gym industry is that he would come in and help the gyms charge more money up front. And then the next thing he would do is he would build what? The ad creative, the ad, the funnel, the sequences to nurture, and then get the leads to show up on appointments, right? Solve the lead appointment setting. He would solve the show up rate issue. He would solve the sales process. He would give them a sales script that works. And then guess what? If people couldn't fulfill on these new clients because they don't know how to fulfill and build and release offers, then he would do what? He would build an automated fulfillment system. The check-ins were already pre-built. The nutrition, the meals were already pre-built. What to do after, what to eat at the restaurant, what was already pre-built for the gyms that he was selling in his program. And then an automated system built for them. And then also for retention, he would build a retention and ascension model where 60% of everyone who paid the $600 to join the challenge would actually stick on what? On not $120 thing. He would build offers where the retention offer was like $199, $399, and some of it was like $600 to $700 a month. So the beautiful thing, which I'll show you guys later, is when you sell someone a $600 membership, the retention offer, the retainer, can also be increased because that person was anchored at a higher price. Okay? They already like, hey, I've already spent $600 with you. I'm not going to charge you $100. If I charge you $199 for the same value or even more, you're going to be like, yeah, please, let's do it, right? And guys, this is how Gym Launch scaled the hell out of the industry, right? Because they could make the gym more money. They could run the same ads, better ads, and it would just do everything for them, right? So if you guys want to go in the gym space and kill it, take this offer and go to gyms. I promise you, you guys are going to make more money. I mean, to be honest, this is a $50K a month business in and of itself. This is a $50K a month offer because the gym industry is pretty big, right? And one thing that I want you guys to know is all of this is stuff that can be automated or pre-built. So it's done for you, but is it really? And that's where you get what? Leverage in fulfillment. To make $1 million a month selling to gyms. Well, to be honest, Gym Launch is a coaching business. It's not actually, they don't claim that they're a done for you business. They don't actually do any of that. They're just a coaching. But how have you guys ever seen a coaching business that pitches the same way that Hormozi just pitched in that ad? No. He's not selling, oh, I'm going to help you start a $100K a month business. He's saying, I'm going to build you the ad. I'm going to build you the funnel. I'm going to build you the offer. I'm going to give you the script. I'm going to give you the fulfillment, because even though they're a coaching business, they understand that I can't sell someone coaching. I got to sell them something that is perceived as with the highest likelihood of achievement. And that is done for you. So how is a coaching business selling done for you? Because that's the only way you make a shit ton of money in this space, at least. Okay. So please pay attention to that. All right, cool. So who would, some of you guys may be in SaaS. So let's go over a little SaaS example. Okay, so this is the exact same offer or same deliverables we're selling for like 15K, 12K, 20K in the SaaS industry. So we make a list of all the failure scenarios that would keep a SaaS company from scaling, not generating enough attention, weak offer deliverables leading to high churn, relying on their website to do the entire conversion rate of the traffic, no funnel, focusing on top of funnel acquisition without having a nurturing and sales sequence, lack of action plan leading to the test, different to shiny ways of acquiring clients, founders wearing different hats in the business, weak and unclear onboarding process, lack of marketing and sales assets, lack of testimonials and proof, social proof, adding more friction to the sales process, burning their small audience, pitching every time and time again, no feedback loop for product optimization, no tracking system for the client journey and product usage, marketing all features, no core outcome, no clarity on what the market segment they have to target, lack of high converting VSL, lack of support and group support, weak or non-existing sales process after getting a free trial, relying on non-personalized mass organic acquisition systems. And guess what? You build and release every single mechanism that gets them to avoid what? Every single failure scenario. This is done for you, but these are things that you build once and then you release 1 billion times. Does that make sense? Done for your ads launch. If you have proven ads, if you have proven copy, if you have proven this, you build it once, you plug and play every time. Weak offer deliverables, top of funnel acquisition, onboarding process, everything can be built once and released. Coaches and consultants. Who's here selling to coaches and consultants? Put it in the chat. So most coaches and consultants, in my opinion, their offer is shit. If I was okay, so first of all, most coaches and consultants, or most coaches really, they sell things they want to sell. If you're a coach on this call, let me give you an advice, okay? Nobody cares, okay? We just don't care. Unless you're a superstar. Guys, if you're not a superstar, do not go sell some things you like, okay? The Rock could sell a coaching program around how to wake up in the morning and he'll make $1 billion, right? He could literally sell a 10K routine program. But for someone without status, without an audience, do not sell bullshit things like, oh, I'm gonna get you your mindset right. Oh my fucking God. Mindset, bro? Are you serious? If Iman Gadzhi sells mindset, yes. Why? Because he has 15 models who follow him around. He's buying every car every week. He's buying a Richard Mille every week. He has he's flying to Cape Town and he's flying to Dubai, then he's going to an island, he's on a yacht for the summer. I want his mindset. If you don't have that positioning, you do not sell things that have no direct like it doesn't have a direct ROI. Okay? If you want to do that, achieve amazing level of success, then sell some whatever you want to sell. Okay? That's why most coaches are broke and only 1% make billions and billions of dollars every year. It's not about the thing you sell, it's your positioning. But for us, for me, I'm selling problems. I'm like, hey, you don't have calls? I'm gonna get you the calls. I'm like, hey, you work with me, I'm gonna add 50 grand a month in the next 90 days. Hey, maybe I have some status a little bit here and there, but I'm not yet at the point where I want to sell mindset. I'm not there yet. Okay. I don't know if enough people like me. Okay. So that's super. I think, guys, sell like tangible, like you want to sell something that is undeniably valuable. Okay. And I think growth is undeniable. Okay. So now, most coaches and consultants, if I was to start working, if I got into a business, I'll be like, hey, let's change your offer. Let's do something, a build and release. Even if you're coaching, the same way that Hormozi was coaching gyms on how to scale, I would position it as a build and release. So the first thing here I would put, which we haven't put here, is change their offer to a build and release. And guys, I'm giving you guys the build and release framework, so you guys just copy and paste, go make your money. And then the next thing is lack of attention. They need to at least be getting to 300 to 1,000 people a day. Right now, we're recommending content and ads, right? Which is a little, something that's leveraged. I don't suggest you guys go the route of building outbound teams because it's super complex. Okay. I wouldn't get you unless you have a really good team. You're not going to be able to build, because for us, we got to a point where we're placing 100 setters a month, and that requires, again, like I said, operational excellence. So do not place setters. Lack of attention. So content and ads, super easy. Owning attention, lead magnet, email list, Facebook group. So I'm actually tomorrow, I'm going to be showing you guys how you can build a funnel to own all the attention, all the data from Facebook. Not having a nurturing sequence, build email sequences, case studies, content, CTAs, call to actions in a sequence. We have a quasi-periodic email sequence that we build for our clients. Low quality leads coming through. Improved targeting, messaging, qualification questions, qualifying through DMs. Never waste time with an unqualified prospect. Struggling to convert and handle all the attention. Place one growth specialist, do some retargeting ads, and do some SMS. Inconsistencies in lead flow, paid ads, and outbound setting. Struggling to deliver and retain clients, consulting their offer and their delivery process. Help them build and release offer. Charging too low ticket, consult them on pivoting their offer and turning it into 10K upfront offer. Not having enough time to create marketing assets, take the lead on this. Create ideas, create the lead magnets, create the 2 steps, the attention generating sales assets. Okay. Not being able to sell, place a closer, right? Guys, for us right now, every client in GCP, we're actually removing them from selling. I genuinely believe that although sales is amazing, You should stop burning all the leads you're acquiring. Stop selling if you know you're shitty at closing. Stop that. Give someone the ability to collect the money for you and just charge enough money where every close that happens, that guy makes $1,000. And I promise you, that person, that girl, that guy is going to be so much greater at cash collecting on that call. Okay. So for us, if you ever work with us, we're actually going to help you remove yourself from selling. No more. I don't care. I don't really care. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to build a business. So why would you care about becoming a great salesperson? Right? So let's just become leveraged. Too many paths. Build a game plan for that prospect, for that client. Okay. Local and solar. So this is an example of a solar build and release offer. So the solar industry, maybe they're not getting enough leads, not struggling to get leads into qualified appointments. So you would build a done-for-you qualification process, lead opt-in, call, qualify, appointment. You would build like an infrastructure, maybe one GS, one setter can take care of getting all the leads that come in to qualify them, right? Not following up with the leads, done for your follow-up. So this could be automated. You can also have one setter, that same setter solve that issue. Leads not showing up to appointments, done for you, 90, 60, 30-minute call reminders. Long sales cycles from lead to close, it takes a lot of time. Scheduling in the highest quality leads for your clients and removing window shoppers. No organic presence, done for your profile optimization, template, Google reviews. No organic presence. No, website not converting organic leads, done for you, plug and play, landing pages via GHL. Again, these are things we build once and you just plug and play for every client. No CRM in place. Right now, we're building snapshots for clients that they can use, not utilizing their old list, that done for you reactivation campaign and add bonuses to increase value. Unable to sell, done for you salesperson hiring. You can also help them hire or get candidates to close deals. It's also super easy. We can show you guys how to build talent acquisition funnels. Not charging enough for service, consultant creating better offer to create better bundles and packages. No systems in place for scale, done for your systems, consulting on systems. Not attractive referral system, done for your referral system is going to be super good for local businesses. Okay. And this is something you build once and then you deliver for our clients. E-com niche build and release. We had a client who's doing like $1 million a month, who was looking to start a kind of like a growth consulting offer in e-com and not necessarily just rely on selling products. So we were like, hey, what about targeting brands that are doing 30K per month and we're trying to get them to 100K per month and above? And then we asked ourselves, what would keep someone from experiencing this outcome? Well, the first thing that would keep someone from scaling is their margins are so small they can't reinvest in growth. So the next thing you do is you change what? The pricing model and frameworks. Okay. The next thing is no content creation and distribution machine. So you would do what? Systems for them to acquire creators and SOPs on sending products, shooting and delivering content. And maybe the niche that they're in is super competitive, right? You're going after the wrong market segment. So then he would build a framework around how to build brands and sell products that customers keep on buying month after month. You want a high frequency of purchase if you're an e-com. If you're just selling a $30 product and the person only does business with you once, then you're crazy. So this client was in the skincare and hair care industry. Why? Because consumers buy this every single month or every other month, every other week. So the best thing you could do to an e-commerce founder is tell them, hey, stop being dumb and selling things that only people buy once and go in an industry where there is recurring, right? And then the next issue that would keep an e-commerce brand from scaling is that they're doing everything themselves, shipping products, no talent, no team, no automations. So this guy had already like a team and a fulfillment center. So we were like, hey, we can help you source talent to remove you from operations, fulfillment and customer support. Imagine how valuable this would be for a brand. And look at how I'm going over this offer. Compare this to an agency that's like, hey, we help brands go to 7 figures with Facebook ad. I'm like, are you crazy? Like, you think you're going to get 10 grand from a brand because you run Facebook ad? That's insane. Nobody does that anymore. But look at how complex this offer I'm walking you guys through. 90% of people on this call can't fulfill on this. I even wouldn't be able to. But that's what it takes to make a shit ton of money. You actually do complex shit. If you're wondering, oh, I'm a beginner, how do I do this? Well, you don't. You don't. Why would you expect for someone to pay $10,000 for you to do something you don't know how to do? 10 grand is a lot of money. 15 grand, especially if you're going to get also rev share, you got to be doing things that are undeniably valuable, right? Anyway, so this is I think some people confuse like, oh, you get rich easy. No, you don't. You don't. You actually got to be a superstar in your industry, in your niche. So pricing, help them with creating higher average order values, creating bundles, frameworks and bundling frameworks, upsells, nurturing sequence. They're not able to nurture their existing list and audience, email flows, SMS flow, retargeting ads, not acquiring enough new customers and eyeballs, as shadow influencer marketing. Conversion rates are shit on the website, audit their website and just improve the thing. Okay. I had someone who was who bought the VIP ticket, who wanted to kind of like share the closer pivoting to closing agency. Anybody are you here? Yeah, Basil just said, Bazel just said, screw growth creating. I want to know how to collect 30 mil from a course like Iman Gadzhi. We're going to be talking about audience building, because you don't make 30 mil off a course unless you have leverage. And the reason why Iman is leveraged is because he eventually started by actually being good at something. He didn't just become a YouTuber and just, no, he actually built a business, right? So you don't go from, and also this is the thing, the same way that you're not going to deserve 10 grand for doing nothing is the same way that you're not going to build $1 million subs or even 10,000 subs on YouTube being worthless. So there's no skipping being good. The price of having a following, the reason why we had 300 people on this call is not because I'm out here YouTube just reading books and then like putting a camera in the webcam on the Google Docs and getting people here. There's 271 people on this call, guys. You guys had other things to do. But the reason why you guys value being here is because you guys believe that the time invested in being here is going to be worth it. There's no cheat code to that. You actually got to be fucking good to get 271 people listening on a call for 2-3 hours. So Basil, you're like, you want to make 30 mil? Are you worth the attention? I don't know. You tell me. Are you worth 30 mil? Sorry. So you actually got to be worth it. There's no cheat code. So this, I'm probably going to be talking about it maybe on a VIP day, right? Cool. So now, how do you sell this? I'm going to go quickly on this so that we don't spend a lot of time. I'm going to go over the how to sell it and then how to price it. Pricing is going to be really good for you guys. So the perfect delivery. Clarify that you're not a commodity. Showcase how you solve every obstacle. So the beautiful thing with the build and release is when you build like a process selling VSL, you demonstrate how you go about solving everything. So as an example, you just show them like, hey, if you're a SaaS business, this is everything you need. Who wouldn't want to buy or get on a call with you for this, right? No one. At least if they can see that they can just buy from one person and solve every problem that they've ever and will ever experience, then that's how you get a lot of money and you get people buying. So this will keep you from being a commodity, and you can actually start criticizing other agencies or other consultants. You're like, hey, why would you go buy from a coach when he's just going to teach you a few things? Or why would you go work for an agency that's just going to media buy, right? Why would you just want leads when your pricing model is broken? Why would you just want leads if you don't have no follow-up sequence? Why would you want leads if you don't have a team of setters reaching out to those leads in 5 minutes, right? So you have a lot of angles to sell. People want results in an end date. So you'll be able to charge 2 to 3 times more if you sell your service with a defined end date, okay? Which is why we call it a program. A lot of people think that, let's say like the Growth Creator program, that it's a coaching program because we call it a program. When I say program, I'm not saying that it's a program. Like you don't actually need to tell your clients, you don't need to give your clients any, I'm gonna show you guys real quick, okay? And this is something that I want you guys to understand. A growth program or a program does not need to be, how can I say it? It doesn't have to be like a coaching business, okay? So I'll show you guys what it looks like. On GCP, what we like to do is every single client has a channel, right? So what this means is you're not working with, it's not like a group coaching, right? Even though we're leveraging information, like Oliver still has content to go learn, right? Everybody has to go learn stuff. But what's beautiful is we're also working one-on-one with each client, with each brand, so that we can scale them, right? So have access to growth consultants. So it's not a coaching program. And this is where I want you guys to understand, just because I'm getting you guys to do a build and release offer, I'm not saying become coaches, okay? I'm generally saying the program is just a defined end program, right? And launch date September 22, leads generated 271, total calls booked 65 calls since in the last 10 days. This is what you guys want to see, okay? Anyway, I'm not trying to sell you guys yet. I'm gonna sell you guys at some point though. All right, cool, perfect. So check this out. Bonus stack. Most prospects will come in for one thing. So as an example, when we're selling calls, we're not selling this whole thing. Like we're not saying, oh, we're going to get you all this. No, because people would get overwhelmed, right? But when they get on a sales call, what you want to do is you want to like unbundle and showcase each deliverable as a separate mechanism. This will increase the perceived value of your offer. So what do I mean by that? Okay. Well, you can go to a SaaS company and be like, hey, done free ads and launch and management would cost you $3,000 a month with an agency, right? Done for you landing page build would cost you another 2.5 or 3K. Done for you sales process and funnel building would cost you what? Another 10K or 5K. Done for you acquisition, done for you social optimization, VSL structuring, free trial, member community building, appointment setter placement. If the SaaS founder tried to hire and buy these services separately, they would end up spending $50,000. Okay, so that's where when you anchor them on the real cost of trying to buy every single mechanism outside, it would actually end up being super expensive. So you stack the bonuses, and that's why when I say when you go pitch the 15K offer, it is actually a steal for them. Okay. And then you also want to add scarcity, clarify that there is limited supply, because you generally cannot help everyone. You can't just, it's not a course. It's not like you can just sell 50 people in a month and make 500 grand and be like, oh yeah, I'm dialed in. No, you're not going to be able to fulfill. So you can just say, hey, we can only onboard one new client per week, because it takes, let's say the build and release takes like 2 to 4 weeks. Okay. Urgency. When you make the offer, you want to say, hey, we just got off a call today. Instead of you being 20K, you can get started at 10K, and we can just get started on percentage performance for the following 2 months, right? So let's say you sell it as a 90-day thing, and then upfront is like 15K, and everything else is on performance. Or you can also sell a retainer if you want. But you can just say like, hey, if you don't want this offer today, when you come back, it's going to be 15, 20 grand. So it's up to you, right? And when they do come back after the offer has been made, you generally charge the 15, 20K offer. You do not, it's not like fake scarcity or fake urgency. You generally increase the price on them, okay? Guarantee. Provide a conditional guarantee if after 90 days we have made, if after 90 days we haven't made you your initial investment and we've implemented every mechanism, we'll happily refund you. The importance with conditional guarantee is the following. You don't want to be like, oh, we're just going to do a build and release, and every time you buy it, you're going to be successful. No, you want to be like, hey, this is everything we're going to build. These actions need to happen in order to make it inevitable for these outcomes not to happen. If any of these conditions are not met, the condition doesn't apply. The guarantee does not apply. That way, it protects you, the agency, the consultant, the growth, whatever. And it also keeps the client accountable. Be like, hey, we need to create a VSL. If the VSL has not been created after 90 days, you don't refund them because they did not deliver on the thing you said that was required. If they don't get a setter reaching out to every lead in 5 minutes, the setter that you place in their company, that is not your problem. Okay? So that makes it so that you're giving them a no-brainer offer on the front end, but you're also protecting yourself on things that are not being done. Okay. And that's how you kind of like protect yourself. Cool. Does it make sense? Leave a chat if it makes sense on how how to kind of like sell it. Cool. Pricing structure. Here's the following. Pricing, media buyer. So essentially, this is how you could kind of like position it is like if you need a media buyer, if you need VAs, if you need marketing, a branding consultant or agency, 8K if you need someone to dial in your operations, if you need someone to build your 7-figure systems. So you're really delivering a lot of value for just 15K, right? Now, due to how much value is in the build and release offer, you can ask for a lot more, right? A lot more money. Now, how do we justify charging someone 10, 15 grand upfront plus a percentage or a retainer on the back end? The answer is potential. We charge 10% of the potential of the infrastructure and the probability of experiencing the outcome. What does that look like? And guys, please pay attention to this, because if you want to start charging a lot of money, you're going to need to understand this. You want to do the following math. So let's say you guys come in and like you guys join GCP, okay? And I know that if we give you guys a build and release offer and we launch your ads, we place the setter in your businesses, we help you guys set up your systems, okay? I know that I can easily add you guys an extra 25K per month in the next 30, 60 days, okay? What I will do is I will times that by 12 months. And then I'll go to you guys and be like, hey, easily, like the lowest bar, I can add an extra 300K a year for you if we implement everything. But I know that not every client is going to be able to add 300K. So I come up with the probability of like, hey, maybe, but we know that at least half of everyone can achieve it if we implement everything. So now what ends up happening is we come up with this formula. Yearly revenue potential times probability of outcome, okay? Then we charge 10% of that upfront fee for your build and release. So that means that 300K times 50% of it happening, and we just want 10% of the probability and the potential, which means we charge 15K upfront, and the performance fee is 10 to 25% of revenue or profit, depending on how your clients wants to do it, okay? Now, with the right offer, okay, which is the lever in the fulcrum, which creates the leverage in your company, you get to charge more than anyone else in your industry. No more, oh, it's $3 grand a month. No more, no. If I know I can make you, let's say as an example, like the hundreds, if you ever become a partner, like I know that I can easily add you, like we've had clients who have gone from like 30K a month to 180K in 30 days, 60 days. So if I know that I can easily add you at 1.2 mil a year, I'm not going to charge you less than 100 grand, right? Now, it doesn't have to be 100 grand up front, but it has to be, it's based on the potential that I can add you, right? And the probability. Now, the beautiful thing is this offer also, you know, you give them the biggest dream outcome. It looks like it's the highest perceived likelihood of achievement. Why? Because you're not just selling Facebook ad. You're not just selling appointment setting. You're selling a solution to every single risk they have in their business, okay? Now, the perceived likelihood is super, super high. And then time and delay and effort, sacrifice. Guys, every single thing I just showed you guys on the build and release, at least for us, how we do it, in 2 to 4 weeks, you have everything. So time delay is the fastest way to experience things, because I'm not getting you to build everything for you. I'm not asking you to go through a course and become a superstar from learning yourself. I'm not asking you to go and set up your GHL sales snapshot. No, we've already built everything. Just integrate your calendar. And if you have an issue, just ask your systems integrator in your channel to help you troubleshoot whatever. So the effort and sacrifice on behalf of our clients is close to zero. That's when you charge as much money as you want, because you're also delivering more value than anybody else in your industry, okay? And this is how you guys get leverage on your offer. And this is step number one. This is step number one to getting where? To $500,000 a month, okay? Now, the one last thing before we end this, I want to show you guys how Gym Launch was able to take this from the 16K to building $1.6 million in recurring revenue. Who wants, guys, do you understand? So Gym Launch had 500 gyms paying them 3.2K per month. That's 1.6 mil with 1% churn. A coaching business with 1.6 mil in recurring revenue. How do you explain that? How the fuck do you explain that to me? Like, please, I'm like, when I read that, I was actually on a plane. I was going to Rwanda, I think, after a Spain trip. And I was just going through 2018 Hormozy material. I was like, he's saying that, oh, so we have 1% churn and each client is paying around 3.2K. And we have like 500 clients paying us that. I did the math. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've never heard Hormozy talk about this. He's never talked about MRR. He's never talked, I mean, he's good at building offers, but I'm like, come on, man, you could have at least shared this. A lot of people are broke because we're just focusing on acquisition. So here is the thing. Because you're selling a 16K package up front and you're delivering a tremendous amount of value on the front end fast enough, people get results faster. When people get results faster, they incur new problems. Who's going to solve those problems for them? The same business that created the success in the first place. So he who gets the clients the results the fastest gets to keep that client on a consistent basis. And I want to show you guys this flywheel because this changed everything for me when I learned it. So this is called downsell the upsell. So you charge, let's say 15K and 15% upfront. And then when the 90-day program or the 4-month program or the 6-month program ends, you end up being like, hey, you just got done with this 15K. You added an extra 30K, 50K, 100 grand a month in your business, but you're going to need help with managing your team. You're going to need to recruit more people. You're going to need to build new funnels. You're going to need to add more, a better way to ascend your clients, right? What if we can build you all of the next things that you need and show you everything that you need? Maybe we'll give you the best performing ads every week, every month. You will never need anything that you can't acquire, only for 3K per month. Guys, what do you guys think happens when you give someone who's paid you 16 grand the opportunity to pay 3K a month? Is that a hard sell? Not really. Especially if you've added what? 50 grand, 100 grand a month for them. How easy is it to be like, hey, I have this new value, a bunch of more value. I'll give it to you. All you just need to do is just sign up for our recurring retainer. That's how they did it. Okay. They stacked 500 people on retainer and started making $1 million in MRR. Right. And so this was their model. Right. So check this out. Front end offer 16K. Build and release, most attractive offer in the marketplace due to speed of results. High ticket 16K. That means that they had insane levels of profits. They could hire talent. They were spending 100 grand a month on ads. For what? Just to find the best proven ads in every single market for gyms. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's what I mean by like, you need to get rich so you can afford to acquire insights that your clients will never be able to afford to acquire. Okay? When you spend 100 grand on ads, you find the best performing ads. So now the client who's working with you gets the best ads that work, and then they just get to scaling, right? Gym Launch was so good at getting people results that they would literally, eventually they got stopped just getting people to pay 16 grand upfront, and they just started getting people in at 1K a month or 1K upfront. Why? Because they had so much retention going on that they didn't actually care how much profit they were making on the front end, right? They lowered their barrier of entry. Now, I don't want to confuse you guys with all this stuff, but for now, just know you need a build and release offer, get people a shit ton of results, and then you want to offer them retention and continuity, which they built a second layer of their offer, which called Gym Lords. And Gym Lords essentially accessed all the insights that Gym Launch was getting from spending on ads. So every single time, these gym owners were spending 3.2K a month, but they were getting access to $100,000 worth of research every month. And that's why they had 1% churn, because every week, every month, they get access to new value. Okay. And then this is how they were able to stack. But the mistake that I want you guys to understand, this is the mistake with most businesses. They try to get people under retention right away. You try to get people under retention right away. but your retention offer is not even that fucking valuable. So what ends up happening is people churn after 30 days, 60 days. What you need to do is deliver, make people rich on the front end, and then offer them continuous value in a leveraged way. It can literally just be information. It could just be systems, okay? And that's how you retain people, okay? Would you like to be able to get clients paying you 15K upfront and performance and qualifying them to start paying you 3K a month afterwards? So for everyone here who's worried about, oh, I don't want to sell one-off fee because I don't have retention. You do have retention, but you do not want to retain someone who hasn't seen results. Who here has signed clients and you're holding on to them? You're like, oh, please don't leave. We're going to try another month. We're going to try to get you results. And then they're just a pain in the ass. You just wake up stressed. You're like, fuck, I know I'm not getting them results. Deep down, you go to bed, you're like, oh, he's going to leave. He's going to leave. Guys, why are you guys still working with those people? They're taking away bandwidth in your mind. You can't think. You can't build a great company because your mind is worried about trying to keep $2,000 a month. Are you serious? Stop focusing on that. That's the wrong thing to worry. Solve $200,000 a month problems, not $2,000 a month, right? So you start with a high ticket and expensive program. You take the profits you got it from it. You build an amazing team. Maybe you access clientacquisition.io. I'm just saying. And then that team delivers great results fast. You make your clients rich, then you retain them, not the other way around. Not, oh, come in, it's 3K per month, and then we're going to make money. No. We don't do none of that because it's the wrong way to do things. Okay? Cool. Perfect. All right. So here is why in 2023, you need a build and release offer. The biggest threat today, right now, in my opinion, for everyone, for the 250 people staying, by the way, thank you guys so much for staying for 2 hours. It was supposed to be 90 minutes, but we're still going to go because getting rich is not easy, right? And nobody got rich for 90 minutes worth of work. Okay, so here's the thing. The more agencies, the more Iman goes crazy. He has 3 million subs now. Guys, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. We are in trouble. Okay? Joel Kaplan, 500,000 subs on Instagram. Guys, these people are getting more famous and more famous on TikTok, right? So if you think you're going to make money, $100,000 a month because you're a lead gen agency, because you can only get people leads, because you can only get people appointments, because you can only build go high level funnels, oh my God, I would be worried. Okay? I would probably suggest you go get a job. But anyway, so check this out. The more competition, the harder it will be to get above the noise. Okay? The build and release offer allows you to acquire clients faster and serve them even faster if your operations are what? Dialed. Okay? And then from that pool of clients, you get to retain the best of the best, right? I have clients who pay me $5,000 a month. And every week, I'm just like, hey, man, let's just try this strategy. And just me telling them, hey, let's just try this strategy. They try it, they go out an extra 50K per month. But the only reason why me just telling them to do this one thing and they implement it would work is if the foundation has already been built from the build and release offer in GCP. Okay, that from us building everything, their offer, their acquisition, and helping them with their fulfillment allows me to retain clients because I've already solved the get rich problem. Now it's about let's now build sustainability. Okay, cool. And then the old model of selling retainers isn't sustainable because the cost to acquire a client is going up faster than the market's financial capabilities. Guys, we are in a recession. I don't know if someone hasn't told you guys, but it's getting harder to collect a lot of money from people. So if you're just thinking that you're just going to charge $3,000 a month and you're going to take 1K of that and spend on ads and acquire the next client, it doesn't work like that. Eventually, the cost to acquire a client will literally be thousands of dollars, right? So if you're just selling retainers, you make no profit on the front end. You end up with an average team that delivers average results. You lose your clients. You end up running after new clients as a temporary solution. And this is where you become. And this is where I was in 30K a month. If you're at 30K a month, I promise you, until you change your model and get profits on the front end, forget it. Just stop your business and just do something else. Just just become a TikToker. You know, who are those TikTokers who keep talking and just get paid for making weird noise on TikTok? That's you have more probability of becoming rich off of that than selling retainers. So go dance. If you're a woman and maybe you're beautiful, just go on TikTok or do something like that. Okay. So check this out. What I want you guys to do is, so step one is stop the slavery flywheel, get off of it. Okay. You're not going anywhere. Good job. Just like I was in 2020, in 2021, I was proud that I had finally made 30K a month. Okay. I was like, wow, I just did it. But within me, I was like, oh my God, I have a bigger problem. I have such a big problem that I don't even know if this 30K a month business is worth it. Okay. So you stop that, go build and release. Okay. And then have a build and release, charge high ticket, afford talent. And then we're going to talk about ascension models eventually. Okay. So the homework is going to be do the pre-mortem exercise, find all the failure scenarios, and then hypothesize on the potential mechanism that can help your niche avoid failure scenarios. Okay. If you do this, make a video about it, and then go literally send it as a prospecting tool, right? And then tomorrow we're going to talk about how I accidentally made $1 million in 90 days with 6,000 subs. Okay. If you guys found this helpful, please let me know in the chat. How much would you charge for the whole e-com offer? Time invested must be worth it, especially at 3 a.m. Love it. I hope it was worth it, Alan. I need to figure out all things my prospects want and all the problems. Yep, that's the exercise. The guarantee is conditional to protect us, correct? If anyone needs a recording, bro, Vinay is trying to see Vinay. Why are you trying to make Vinay? Are you crazy? You're trying to make $2. See, you're focused around the wrong problem. You're trying to sell recordings. Come on, man. Sell, build, and release offers. Stop selling recordings of something that's gonna be probably almost free, right? See, you're focusing on the wrong thing, but maybe you're trying to be nice. Okay. Hey, Serge. So if I'm an absolute beginner, if you're an absolute beginner, join the Natural Born Leader community. I'm going to be dropping some programs to acquire skills because you're not going to be able to pull this off unless you understand some skills. How much does client acquisition cost? If you guys want to work with us, you know, you guys can just message me on Instagram and then we can talk about this. And I'm not going to sell you guys. This is just generally, I just wanted to give you value today. Okay. See you in GCP. Yeah, hopefully one day you guys will come and work with us. Okay. By the way, GCP this month is actually we're starting a partnership. So that means that for GCP clients, if you guys ever want to join GCP, it's not a program. It's more like a partnership. So you get started. We build your offer. We build your acquisition, and we actually want to be involved in the upside. If we get you guys to 30K, 50K, 100 grand a month, we actually want a percentage of that growth. So we're not going to go with high volume of program people because I care more about finding really superstar talented entrepreneurs over selling a program, right? Like I don't want to churn through you guys. I actually would like for you guys, for us to build just the same way I build client acquisition that I do to $500,000 a month. Come work with us. Whoever is in the coaching space, whoever is in solar, whoever is in the SaaS, come work with us. We build out the offer, right? We give you the infrastructure and you just scale it to $500,000 a month. That's really where I want to go. So when you guys think of GCP, do not think this is a coaching program trying to be sold to you guys. It's not the case. I'm trying to get you guys rich so I can get rich and make sure I can take care of my team, right? But that's not the goal of today's call. Today's call was really about building release offers. And yeah, who's excited for tomorrow? The homework is just do the pre-mortem exercise, okay? If you want the recording of this, buy the VIP ticket, okay? Just can someone put the link to the VIP ticket here? Just you guys can just go buy the VIP ticket and you guys will get access to the recording. It will be available. We'll try to get this recording up probably in the next 24 hours. And then for everyone who bought the VIP ticket, you guys will for sure get access to the recording. Okay. And we'll also give you guys access to what? The Google Doc of everything that I'm kind of like building on. Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining today. I hope I delivered. I'm glad this didn't last more than like 2 hours and a half. And see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same schedule. Let's roll. Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye. Okay, so yesterday we talked about offer. Today we're not going to be talking about offer creation. And yesterday I introduced something that I haven't I've been talking about, but I never really broke down how to actually go about implementing it, which was the build and release offer, right? So for those who missed it yesterday, I'm just going to give you guys a quick rundown. When I started my appointment setting agency, right? So I was running an appointment setting agency where I was helping people generate appointments, right? But I had a few issues. The biggest issue was, first, I was a commodity. So when I would go to people, I would only be able to charge $1,100, $1,500. And even those who are paying me those $1,200, $1,500 a month, they would churn after a month, right? And since I wasn't making enough money profit, I couldn't really get I couldn't really hire the best talent. And since I couldn't hire the best talent, I was still the only like smart person like who could like run the operations, get the clients results, acquire the clients, book the calls, close the deals. And the most I ever scaled that agency to was 30K per month. So a lot of people who are making 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand a month are stuck here, not necessarily because what they're doing is not valuable, but because one, what they're doing is a commodity, meaning it's such an easy thing to do. So I'll give you guys an example. And I just had a person ask me a question. He just went from a guy just asked me like, hey, I want to go from door to door to starting either a door-to-door company or starting like a door-to-door consulting business. And I was like, well, path one is you start a door-to-door company, you build a team of door knockers, right? And then you run the ads, and then you find the offer to sell, the product to sell door to door, right? And that's a bit hard to do, right? The second path is starting a consulting company around door-to-door skills. So helping people acquire skills or scale their door-to-door company, right? The first one of starting an actual door-to-door company and just owning everything is a lot harder than to start a consulting business and just be like, oh, I was a door-to-door person. I used to earn 150 grand a year. Buy my program, 5K, 10K, and then I'll teach you how to do it. When you go the route of consulting or something that is easy to just get started in, you end up being commoditized. When you end up being commoditized, you end up having a race to the bottom because everyone else can start that same thing. Everybody can learn Facebook ad. Everybody can learn appointment setting. Everybody can learn cold email. Everyone can learn how to use AI to add captions on short form, right? So the thing I covered yesterday was, how do you stop being an average entrepreneur who has a skill that is okay, it's so-and-so. Like the only thing someone needs to do to compete with you is to go buy a course or to watch someone's free content, to check out Hormozy's free book, and they can literally run the same business as you. You want to stop being that. You want to instead become so sophisticated with your offer that you get to solve every single pain for your clients. And what I mean by that is when you own, I mean, I don't want to go too deep in that, but I just need to cover this a little bit because it's super important. You need to solve the whole gap. You need to solve the offer. You need to solve the attention. You need to solve getting the data. You need to solve follow-ups. You need to solve closing for clients with a build and release offer, right? And me changing to a build and release offer took me from charging $1,250 to $1,500 to people paying, $5,000, $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 up front. And what this allowed me to do, well, it allowed me to deliver all the solutions that my clients needed. So I had a build and release offer. I could charge high ticket. I hired better talent. the better talent helped me get my clients better results faster. And since I got results faster for clients, they were willing to buy more stuff from me, right? If you have a client who you don't get results for, you're never going to get more money from that person. And that means that you have no compounding effect in your organization. So all you're doing is you're just running twice as hard, as fast every month, only to stay in the same position, because last month's effort don't lead to more effort today, right? So one of the rules that I set for myself is I never want to do one thing. I never want to do anything that isn't going to feed me, my team, my family for the next 100 years, right? So if you're only just churning through people, clients, you don't get it. Okay, so rule number one, let's build something where the retention is there so that we can compound every effort. Cool. Today I want to talk about this. I think is going to be super exciting, and I'll explain why I want to go over it before I go over client acquisition. Okay, so how I accidentally made $1 million in 90 days with 6,000 subs. This was from October 1st to December 31st. We cash collected I was about to say 100 million, but one day for sure. But I'll quit before we try to collect 100 million. To be honest, I'm not running around that money like that. Okay, cool. So $1 million in 90 days. The previous quarter we had done $500,000. So we did the same amount and added. So we doubled revenue essentially quarter to quarter, right? Today's session will be the most important one, the one that will act as a multiplier for anything you do moving forward. Why? Well, let me share you guys something interesting. Let me tell you what was weird about making $1 million in 90 days, 20 months after making my first 10K month, right? So for those who don't know, my first 10K month was actually in January of 2021. So October to December of the following year, I collected $1 million. So I didn't take, like most people will run around being like, oh, I just spent the last 10 years building a $5 million a year company. I'm like, you could have done that in 1 year if you just focused on the right levers. Okay. So what was interesting is that for that period of time, for that 90 days, we only spent $7,000, 400 on ads. I think the month before we maybe spent, in September, we probably spent like another 1,000, 1,400, 1,500. And when I saw this, something just didn't add up. I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me I just spent $7,000 on ads. I had a team of 3 setters and I just cash collected $1 million. How is that even possible? Right? Well, the truth is, it is not. It's not. I mean, it's not. Unless you're selling like jets, you're not going to spend $7,000 on a service-based business and make $1 million. It does not make any sense, right? And this is the topic of today's call. Because I can try to go and talk to you guys about, oh, this is how you get lead costs down. This is how you get appointments. But it's like all that is just bullshit. It's like if you can stack levers, that's like, okay, that's leveraged, but there's a different level of leverage. And this is the type of leverage that I want to talk to you guys about, right? And today I'm going to also invite Mario Gonzalez, who essentially, Mario, can we get Mario to unmute himself real quick? I want to know, Mario, when did you quit your job? Your manager job? Okay, now you can unmute
There we
yourself.
go. There we go. Now I can unmute myself. Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, so I quit my job total. It was last June when I officially just left the role.
And so before that, you were just like everybody else, going through courses, trying to start agencies, things like that, right? But guys, let me show you guys this one thing. So Mario quit his job last year, 2022, June. You were doing well. I think your job, you were earning almost 6 figures, right?
Exactly.
So it's not like you were dying, but Mario, like everybody else, just felt like he deserved more. And this is the thing. So he went from a 100K a year job. He quit that job, right? Courageous as fuck. Quitting a 6-figure job is fucking insane, in my opinion. And then look at what happened this year. So he quit June. In December of that same year, he joined $500,000 program, and whatever that's, but the goal is not for me to talk about the program. For me, I just want to talk about the leverage. Okay. So he quit his job, 6 figures a year. And then that same year, he did 10K a month. So he was able to hit his first 10K a month. He started first with his short form content agency back when we were kind of like pushing the content offer. And by the way, I have a new content model build and release offer that I'm going to be pushing in the next few months. This is going to be crazy. But anyway, check this out. And then a few months ago, he made this post in the community and in the group that he just had at 18K week. And I was like, come on, what the fuck? How is this possible? Right? And then he ended up joining Growth Creator Program. And I asked him, hey, what is your current bottleneck and where are you at revenue? And he said that he's at $60,000 in revenue a month. Okay. Quit a 6-figure job last year, June, summer. By the following summer, he's making 60K a month. Are you guys kidding me? It doesn't make sense. Okay. No matter how you position it, you could try to say, oh, it's better lead gen, it's better this, it's better that, it's better offer. No, it's none of that. It's what we're about to talk about today, right? And it's about acquiring users. It's about audience creation. Okay. Everything else, nothing else matters until we cover this. Okay. And then Mario, I'm gonna kind of like get you in after I present the following thing. Okay. So let's get into it. The main mechanism that led to this type of outcome is leverage, and a lot of fucking leverage, right? This mechanism I'm about to share with you is the one lever that if you can pull, you'll transcend the world of business and of utility. What do I mean by utility? Everybody who does the following: cuts grass, runs ads, cuts hairs, built this light ahead of my on top of my head, who made this mic, who made me this coffee, right? Are all selling utility. It's something convenient. It's something that I need. They're just selling, give me the thing that I want, right? Like it's not, I can't go to the coffee shop and they say, oh, it's a $10,000 coffee. I'll be like, what? Hell no, I'm not buying that shit. Because utility, you can only charge so much when you're just a utility service provider, right? You need to transcend being a utility. How do you transcend being a utility? I'll show you guys. You need to technically become like a superstar of a specific industry, okay? And I'm about to walk you guys this before and after Lucy chart. By the way, for those who got the VIP ticket, you guys will be getting access to the doc. We're just working on the actual thing, so don't worry about not having it right now. Okay, so let me show you guys this one, and this one is going to be super sick. I hope so. All right, so let me present to you guys these people, right? I'm gonna zoom in even more. So we have Hormozy. Went from sleeping on the gym floor. He acquired great marketing skills. He acquired ways to build a team. He acquired a little small audience, right? He was creating content in his Facebook group, and he was able to build a 100K a month, even to up to a $4 million a month business. From what? Generally from just being a great advertiser, a great business builder. He understood business models. He understood business leverage. He understood a lot of things, right? But all he was really focusing on was he took the limited amount of time he had to become smart and to work on the business. Maybe he did ads here, right? Instead of doing outreach. He did do some outreach, combination of, ads and outreach. But this is just a symbol of effort, okay? And he put some money, and he used a little bit of skills around creating offers, being good at client acquisition, being good at fulfillment. And he was able to essentially leverage himself out. I'll show you guys. I'll take this drawing. He was able to take the skills of creating offers, the skills of being good at client acquisition, the skills of being good at what? At fulfillment, to lift and build $1 million a week portfolio of companies. Because I don't think he built Gym Launch to $4 million a month. He had Gym Launch, he had Prestige Labs, he had the SaaS for agencies, right? But those companies were earning him $1 million. So these are the levers that he pulled. He was able to put in a little bit of effort, okay, to get to 100K a month, then to $4 million a month when he changed the business model, okay? Let's look at Iman. Broke kid in London, single mom, went from, you know, being like, hey, man, I can't let my mom just, you know, be treated like shit, to having, you know, that chip on your shoulder. If you're a superstar, to be honest, if you ever get to build something successful, like I think all of us who eventually end up becoming like super successful, we always have the trigger, right? And for Iman is probably, you know, the fact that he was with a single mom. And you know, Hormozi probably had also something, right? He had some little lack within that he needed to fulfill. But anyway, for Iman, he took his you know, being a broke kid, learned marketing, bought from Sam Ovens, went to his masterminds, learned about acquisition, learned about ads, and he was able to build what? 100K a month agency. That's one. So takes limited amount of effort, puts into leverage, he creates a good offer, builds an acquisition thing, builds an agency team, and gets to 100K a month. The Rock went from, you know, he's a actor, aka also a fighter in the WWE, right? So a wrestler, not a fighter. So he went from being a good actor to wrestler to, and he, you know, he built a great career as a movie actor, right? So, and he was making like tens of millions of dollars a year with a net worth of 300 million, okay, after 20 years of work. So 2 decades of work, and he was able to build like a, you know, multiple 9-figure wealth thing. Conor McGregor goes from, you know, same thing, chip on his shoulder. I don't know the story. I know he was definitely struggling. I know his wife was taking care of him. He becomes a great fighter, earns around 25 mil in his whole career in UFC before the transition that I'm about to show you guys, okay? So 25 mil after like a bunch of fights. Kim Kardashian, you know, she was funny enough, Kim K was actually pretty, you know, a lot of people just think she's not smart, but she was actually pretty smart. She actually started building e-commerce stores on eBay, and she was selling expensive products. So she would take luxury items, put them on eBay, and resell them. The money she was making are unimportant. Like, we don't even need to talk about that, okay? And then you have this guy in his basement. You know, this guy was just, you know, he had a Porsche in his background. His, you know, that little MacBook was dialed. He was writing some goals in the back. He had set up a camera. I think this was his phone. And then he just took this picture. I don't know what he was thinking, but maybe he knew he would one day present this on a training. Okay. And then, you know, he mastered appointment setting, you know, became a pretty good marketer, became a pretty good growth consultant. He understood how to get leads, how to get appointments, how to set up a VSL funnel. He understood blah, 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 blah. Okay. Wow. He hit 30K a month. Wow. What an amazing transformation. But that's not what we're talking about today. What we want to talk about today is the following. How the fuck does Hormozi go from, okay, great, he made $46 million in 3 years in profit. Amazing. But how the fuck do you explain that he just built a $200 million portfolio of companies in 2 fucking years? I don't fucking get it. Let's go on Iman. How the fuck does Iman go from a broke kid building an agency to 100K a month to owning more watches than the watch god? Like, how do you explain a 23-year-old kid, okay, buying a Rolls Royce, like I don't know if he bought a Phantom, and then he buys a Ferrari for his girlfriend, and then he buys a $4 million home for his mom, and then he buys a new GT3 Porsche, my twin. I have to now Iman, I think I like him now. I like him. I mean, I've always liked him, but now I like him even more. But how do you guys explain that this guy is now making like multiple 7 figures every month in 3 years. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. Like, okay, cool. Great job. Like, okay, maybe he knew how to build an e-commerce agency, but that does not relate to the fact that he's now making multiple, like 30 million, 40 million. I mean, I don't know how much money he makes, but I know like whenever they release like their programs, they literally like make like $1 million a day. Right? Now let's go at The Rock. How does The Rock go from, okay, great, he's worth 300 mil, but how the fuck does he go from 300 mil to being worth $1 billion in 2 years? How? It does not add up. Okay? He owns 30% of Terramana, right? Which is the tequila brand, which has a valuation of 3.2 bill, right? How? It does not make any sense. And that's the thing I want to talk about today. I don't want to talk about fucking leads. I don't want to talk about appointment setting. Fuck that shit. Leave that shit to for the people who want to just work hard all their life, okay? How does Conor McGregor go from fighting for his life, getting punched in his face every day, only to make 25 mil in his career, to in 3 years going from 25 mil to building a brand, Proper Whiskey, worth 600 mil, and making $100 million a year in 2021 and getting paid 30 mil for one single fight with Floyd Mayweather? How? It does not make any sense, right? How does Kim K? Okay, this one is even insane. How does she go from being assistant to Paris Hilton to selling products on eBay, making, okay, maybe at most she made a few 6 figures a year. Okay, great job. How does she go from being here to being worth $1.7 billion? It does not add up. Okay? It does not add up, right? She just built Skims, which is her most recent brand. She's founded in 2019, guys. Today it's worth $4 billion. Just to give you guys context, Lululemon generated its first $700 million in revenue in 2011, and the brand was founded in 1998. Let me repeat this. It took Lululemon 13 years to do what Skims did in 3 years. Okay? Does not add up. How do I go from being in the basement, making 30K a month, being, oh, wow, yay, I'm killing it, la, 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 okay, whatever, to making 30 grand by 9 a.m.? Again, it does not fucking add up. And that's the thing I want to show you guys today. I don't want to, guys, this is the thing. I don't want you guys working so hard and thinking, because I'm sure everyone here has felt it. You felt the feeling of like, how are these guys, how are these women making this much money? It does not add up, okay? And these are the anomalies we need to study. We don't want to study how you got 10% decrease on ads, okay? That's great, but there is bigger games to play. And today, I want to talk about how do you go from being a smart person who has a great offer. Maybe you have build and release offer. Maybe you're going to implement the client acquisition stuff I'm going to talk about tomorrow. And maybe you're going to implement the fulfillment structure I'm going to talk about on Thursday, right? How do you go from this to making maybe 100K a month, 100K a month, to tens of millions a year, to 25 mil, to not important, from 30K a month? How do you go from this to implementing 2 things that are going to change your life, which is audience and products with zero marginal cost of replication, or as near as possible to zero marginal cost of replication? Because this is how you make $500,000 a month. You do not make $500,000 a month from 7K, from 2-3 grand on ad spend, by not understanding the most important thing, which is you need another lever to pull to skyrocket your growth. Okay? Everybody's ready for this talk today? Cool. Okay, 1 second. I have cool. So one of my friend Justin is going to be joining. So I'm going to also get him to kind of like introduce himself and talk about the transformation that he got. But while we wait, let's just go over the actual thing. Okay, so let's go. So the before and after state breaks down a few of the most popular figures, like I just showed you guys, right? But my goal is to show you what type of impact this new form of leverage can have in your business without you needing to work any harder. And that's why I wanted to add today's topic before I go over into the technicalities of building client acquisition stuff and fulfillment, because you can do those things, but until you get this, you pull this lever, you're not going to be able to experience the type of scale that all these people have achieved. Okay, so let me try to make it clear. They are smart. Okay, I'm not taking away from Hormozi. I'm not taking away from Iman. I'm not taking away from The Rock. But what I'm saying is, there are probably people smarter at business than Hormozi. There are people who are smarter than Iman at marketing and building a course around how to build an agency. Okay, just guys, Iman only scale it to 100K a month. Okay, so he's not necessarily going to teach you like how to make $1 billion. Okay, The Rock, there's probably people in better shape physically. There are probably better actors. Conor McGregor, there are probably better fighters. Kim K, there's probably a woman out there with a better butt. Okay, but one thing that they do not have, these other people who are smarter than Hormozi, who are smarter at scaling a business online like an agency from Iman, people who are more fit than The Rock, people who are better fighters than Conor, people who are better looking than Kim K, what they do not have is they don't have an audience. And no matter how smart you get, no matter how good looking you get, if you can't acquire users, if you can't build an audience, you're never going to get this type of scale. I bet that Hormozi is going to hit $1 billion a year. No, $1 billion a year worth portfolio in the next 5 years. Forget 10. Why? Because he's focused on the biggest lever that he can pull. No more this smarty work. We're going to be leveraged work. We're going to be a TikTok famous. Okay, so check this out. The moment they level up to a completely different league is when they focus on audience and leveraged products and services. And by the way, leveraged products does not mean you need to sell a course. As an example, Skims, she probably sells things for like $100 that only cost maybe $5 to produce, right? So you also, from her brand, you can turn something that has some marginal cost to recreate it. You can add so much brand to it that the profits are so great that the product cost and the fulfillment almost is nothing compared to how much margins you make. Okay, so you don't need to become Iman and just sell a course, right? So that's something I want you guys to focus on. We'll discuss how to create leverage in your fulfillment on day 4, but for today we'll focus on audience creation. In order to make it easy for you to understand the potential of owning attention, I'll share these 2 theses from 2 great minds. Naval Ravikant, co-founder, CEO and co-founder of AngelList. He's invested in more than 100 companies, including Uber, Twitter, Yammer, and many others. And I think he's also building some new platforms himself. Chamath Palihapitiya, Sri Lankan-born Canadian and American VC, engineer, SPAC, sponsor, founder, CEO, Social Capital. He was one of the earliest senior executive at Facebook, working at the company from 2007 and 2011. Net worth $1 billion. All right. I want to talk about what I heard early 2020. Okay. So I was listening to this podcast by Naval. It's called How to Get Rich. You guys can find it on YouTube. And he said that the new fortunes, the path of wealth creation is accessing permissionless leverage and specific insight, right? And that if you combine permissionless leverage and specific insights, you create a money-making machine, okay? Or you become a money-making machine. Permissionless leverage are content, media, and code, okay? And unique skill set and unique insights are things like, maybe you've seen me break down the growth thesis. Now you know how to implement it. Maybe you know how to do appointment setting and team and sales team building. Maybe you know how to build sales letters. Maybe you know how to build ads. Maybe you know how to do funnel creation. Maybe you know how to run operations. Maybe you know how to design client journeys. Okay. Maybe you know how to acquire talent, etc. And of course, when you add your story to these skills, it even adds a uniqueness to your unique insights into your unique skill, right? And he tweeted this. He said that code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. You can create a software and media that works for you while you sleep. Leverage is a force multiplier, right? I see that it disappeared, so I'm going to put it here. So leverage, oops. Okay, so anyway, so leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment. Judgment requires experience, but can be built faster by learning foundational skills. Foundational skills are like offer building, appointment setting, sales letter, funnel creation, right? And once you have leverage, especially this code and media type of leverage, you experience these type of growth, right? So I showed you guys yesterday that, I was born in Rwanda, right? Just a little good old me in Rwanda. I was not a billionaire back then. My family was not making 100 million. And I came to Canada, and every night I would write down my goals. I think you guys should start writing down your goals. Business owner by 21, best shape of my life, 10K in cash, right? I have the possibility to work 7/24 or 24/7. Great wifey. I still haven't found a wife. It's a bit hard, but we can talk about that on another day. Healthy, appreciative of my family, big think, big risk, big rewards, right? And I went from writing my goals down in 2019 to January 2021, making my first 10K a month, right? And also making my first client in 2020. And to essentially end of 2022, having $1 million in cash, making 100 grand a week, right? 327 grand in deposit from revenue, right? Like imagine on Monday you get 95 grand in your bank account, and the following Monday you get over 300 grand in the bank account, and then the following Monday you get another 100 grand, right? Most neurosurgeons will literally go to school for 9 years to be able to make this every year. Most doctors, right? And today we're talking about how can you skip being a doctor and make a doctor salary on a Monday, right? Or lawyers or whoever it is you want to talk about, right? And guys, I made my first 10K the year before, January, okay? So how do I go from here, making my first 10K a month, I'm not the smartest entrepreneur, to the following year, I'm making like 300 grand on a Monday, right? Because I understood the importance of not just being just a marketer. I understood the importance of accessing leverage. The old fortunes were made with permissioned leverage, which is capital. So if you have a lot of money, you have access to leverage, right? So this is what big hedge fund people do. So they'll take your money, they'll invest it, they'll manage your money. And this is technically how Warren Buffett got rich. He just leveraged capital, right? He took some capital, invested in companies that were undervalued, and just when they became valuable, or when their perceived value were equal to the real value of this organization, he got rich. Okay, but that's hard to acquire capital, right? It's not as easy if you're not smart. Labor, same thing. Imagine you have a real estate construction company. Well, you're going to need 100 people to build that building, right? Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication. Okay, and you guys need this, right? And I want to know if Justin is Justin here already? Justin, if you're here, you can just anyway, if Justin gets here on the team, someone on the team, please unmute yourself and just let me know, okay? Perfect. All right, cool. Now let's go a layer deeper and share undeniable proof of the potential of acquiring attention. I'm going to talk about tech companies. Okay. So first wave is I'm going to go through these waves. So on Chamath, who's worth $1 billion, by the way, was asked on Lex Friedman's podcast what he would do if he was to start another social media app, as an example, right? He said, I wouldn't focus on he said, no, it's not I wouldn't. He said, I would focus on the content creator side of things because I believe that's where the puck is going. Why? And he was asked why. And he broke down the 3 waves of how trillions in enterprise value has been created over the last 20 years. Okay? So I'm going to show you guys the following waves. The first wave was Google. Okay? How did Google create $1 trillion worth of value? By the way, Google is worth 1.6 trillion. Apple is worth 2.6 trillion. That's more money than you can spend even if you were how can I say it? Okay, so there's no point in me trying to put in context to what $1 trillion is. So let's just forget it. It's almost like it's so much money that it becomes fake money. Okay, so check this out. The way that they did it is they created a platform and they scaled them. Okay, how did they scale it? They gave away the platform away for free. So as an example, Google took all the knowledge of the world and put it on Google search. So any person who had internet could literally just go on Google. Hey, what does scale a business mean in Spanish? And you could have this translation there. How did Google create value? You could have the answer. Like you could literally have the answer to every question on Google, and that's super valuable. But they gave it away for free. And then from giving it away for free, they ended up creating $1 trillion worth of value. How did Apple do it? Same thing. They created platforms. What you can really think of, platform does not necessarily mean like a SaaS or an app. It can also be an iPhone, an actual product. Okay. And then, so everything, if you really think about it, how they all did it is they all attracted billions of monthly users. Okay. So all they did is I'm going to create something valuable. I'm going to try to give it away as close to free as possible. And I'm going to attract the users. Right. And then, of course, they monetized it on the back end, selling ads, selling other things, but it doesn't matter. But the first thing is they attracted a lot of attention. The second wave is essentially an atomized version of these first companies, who are Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Twitter, or X today. If you really think about it, the same thing they did here is the same thing these guys did. They created a social network. They created apps, right? The same value was created, trillions in enterprise value. Meta at some point was worth $1 trillion. Today, they're a bit under that. But how did they do it? They gave away the platform for free, and then they acquired billions of monthly users. Same thing, okay? Now, if everyone who gives away something for free and acquires attention ends up creating trillions of dollars worth of value, and the apps also do it, well, what do you guys think about happens when content creators do the same thing? Exactly the same fucking thing happens. You curate newsfeed. You curate YouTube videos. You curate insights on YouTube. You curate news insights in your Facebook group. You create insights on your Instagram. You curate whatever. You entertain people, right? And you give it away for free. What ends up happening is you get, if you're like Mr. Beast, hundreds and hundreds of millions of subscribers and hundreds of millions of views every month. And what will eventually happen if Mr. Beast ends up being an actual great, if he can build great monetization funnels, well, he could potentially create $1 trillion company. Maybe not $1 trillion, but easily $1 billion. Okay. Why? Because he's just an atomized version of Google when it comes to attention to entertainment. He's just an atomized version of Facebook or TikTok, right? So the underlying here thing is you need, or really what everyone here is becoming, which I did end up sharing in the growth thesis, is that everyone here that I just showed you guys, let's go back to here. All they did was acquire what? The thing that here is maybe he's, you know, he has a few thousand subs. Now he has 3 million subs. Boom, multiple 8 figures. This guy goes from being a great marketer with probably not big of an audience, a few thousand people who know him. Now he gets to what? 1 mil plus audience. And now he builds a $200 million portfolio. These guys have hundreds of millions of followers or less, more or less. Kim K, some of the most followed people on the planet, right? And what they're doing is essentially the same thing that the Google and the Apples did. They acquired a bunch of attention, users, okay? So, and that's what I ended up sharing. If you guys did see in the growth thesis, if you guys did not see the growth thesis, I ended up just breaking down the importance of going and not just focusing on being someone who just gets a lot of attention to try to close people on a sales call, but just focusing on getting the attention, owning the attention, educating people, and then converting the people afterwards, okay? You need to be collecting data, okay? Cool. Is Justin here?
Not that I'm aware of.
No,
No?
not yet. I messaged
Not
him.
yet.
Okay, cool. If he's here, just it's cool. Just let me know. All right, perfect. So this is what ends up led me to creating the growth thesis, because I realized that the goal isn't to just try to convert people right away, to actually own their attention and to get a lot more attention and to own that attention. And another thing that makes this case even more important is data darkness. Okay. Last insight, making becoming a growth creator more important than ever today is a few years ago, Facebook would normally track everything about everyone. If you had, let's say, a widget to sell, you could easily find the best audience to advertise your product to. Today, it's a completely different story because of the new privacy and cookie policies, okay? You can't track much unless people opt in. I'm sure everyone here has seen, if you have an iPhone, that every time you're about to download an app, it will ask you, hey, do you want to allow Facebook to, track your activity across other companies, apps, and websites? A lot of people will probably do, not allow. Okay. So this makes someone who owns an ideal audience even more valuable than before, because to target that same audience, let's say you're trying to sell tequila, right? And you're trying to find the people who drink tequila. Well, you'd have to spend insane amounts of money to try to target the same audience that The Rock has, as an example, right? But when you own eyeballs, you get in the realm of infinite returns, like tech companies. Okay. And I want to show you guys what I mean by the realm of infinite returns, because this is an interesting, I don't necessarily think it's necessarily a realm of infinite returns, but it's almost becomes infinite returns. Okay. And I'm trying to explain that. So I'll try to explain it with this process. So check this out. Cool. Now, let's look at how these people actually get infinite returns on their money and on their effort. They build an incredibly valuable and attractive asset. They build it once, right? They pay for it once. So you can think of it as Google. You can think of it as Meta. Or if you're a YouTuber, you can think of it as one video, okay? And then they give it away for free. Once you give away something for free, it removes the friction of it removes the friction of jumping on the thing that you just gave away for free. A lot of people who sell, as an example, the reason why I'm not selling today's information, the reason why I didn't ask you guys to pay me is because I don't actually care about you guys paying, right? Because if I had put this like $150 for you to join, I would have probably had like 1/10 of the people show up, right? So when something is free, the easier it is to acquire users. Okay, so you guys can think of a Google search. It's free, everyone use it, so it removes the friction of usage. Facebook, it's free, gives ease of jumping on the platform. Now, what ends up happening is the following. And this is something that I want you guys to understand. When a user takes the assets and turns the asset as something that's part of his daily life, and you create a habit of consumption, this is what happens. Then a flywheel happens, which is the flywheel of network effects. The more people who are using it, right? More people start sharing it. And then more people start doing what? They start acquiring even more users. And the more users who start joining, then you start doing what? You solve future problems of these users. Okay? So build the most amazing thing you can. Give it away for free. Acquire users. Why are people going to come eventually? Because if the thing is really good, people are going to find it and consume it. And if you can do it consistently, or if you can engineer and create habit loops, then you're going to start getting people to start sharing it. And the more people start sharing it and start consuming it, the more users you get. So that means that you don't even need to do marketing. Because if the thing is really good, people are actually going to talk about it. And if and all you have to do is the monetization model becomes what? Solving this user's problems, the future problems. As an example, quick question. Who here yesterday, after day one, talked about what you guys went through that day with someone else? Like, did anyone share it with someone else? And I'm not talking about the stories that you guys tagged me in, but did anyone here send a message like, hey, I just checked out this growth creator thing, build a release offer by Serge. It's fucking insane. In the chat, can you guys give me some feedback? Who shared it with someone else? With your team? No? Yes. Yes, my dad. Okay, cool. Does my mom come? Yeah, 100%, for sure. Yes. My brother, my dad as well. My team partner, friends. I did, yeah. Friend who's I did with a friend. Fuck yes. Business partner, dad. Okay, friend, dog. Okay, cool. So you guys see, it's like if something is good enough, I don't have to market it. You guys will market it for me. Okay? But what I want to show you guys is the following. When Google did it, right? They gave away search for free. But I'm going to show you their monetization funnel. So the way that Google monetized their users is the following. They gave away things for free, and people started doing a lot of searches. Searches like how to get leads for my cleaning business. So imagine someone goes on Google and looks up how to get my leads for my cleaning business. Well, Google is not going to monetize people who are doing the searches. Instead, they're going to sell the intent to someone who solves that problem. As an example, in this case, it would be lead gen agencies pay Google to share their solution to each seeker. So if I was to go, hey, how to get leads for my cleaning business, Google, I don't know why Google is advertising themselves. That's crazy. So check this out. Lead generator pays Google. Local IQ pays Google. Bark pays Google, right? And I think at the bottom too, you'll get other advertisers. TikTok is paying Google too, right? So this is how Google makes, let's look at revenue for Google. In the most recent $279 billion. So doing this exact thing, Google made what? $279 billion in 1 year, right? Try to make $279 billion by being a lead gen agency. You will never do it. You will never, right? So the thing is at some point, if you can leverage yourself to just focus on acquiring users, you don't even need to serve these users. You just need to find someone who's willing to pay to serve the users, okay? How did Meta do it? Meta just gave away to community, and then the community recommends specific interest automatically to increase value, meaning the platform, the AI. And then the more communities get created, well, then someone who is selling baby product, right? An e-commerce brand of baby products will need to be like, hey, I have this baby product thing. I need people who are, who are just like new mothers, right? I need an audience of mothers who just had new babies. And then Meta will do that. What? They'll sell the users. And then the more all Facebook has to worry about, all Meta has to focus on is how can we make the platform so good that more communities jump on here, right? And then another good case study about this is this guy, Derek, more plates, more dates. Just a YouTuber, regular, good old, he does fitness. He has good shoulders. He built a YouTube channel to 1.9 million subs. And then he has his way of acquiring data, right, from his list. And then, but what's even more intriguing is the fact that he makes $6 to $8 million a month in revenue from all the brands that he owns or is partnered up in, right? Guys, who here thinks they can get better leads faster than Derek? Who can get people to buy on an e-commerce store and increase the average order value better than the Derek? Probably everyone here could probably learn it faster than Derek and know the how to better than Derek. But what Derek has focused on is not how can I drive traffic to an e-commerce funnel. He figured out, hey, how can I get the attention? Maybe through entertainment, maybe through education, and acquire 1.9 million subs, and then make 6 to 8 mil a month from just making a YouTube video, right? That's what I mean by leverage. You do not need to work harder. You just need to solve for the right thing, okay? One second. Is Justin here? He just texted me.
No, not yet.
Okay, cool. Just send him the link, right? Now, let's go back to here. I think Justin is going to join shortly. Perfect. So, wait, no, this is not what I wanted to share. Where is it? Cool. Okay, cool. So Justin is going to join after, right? So essentially, what I wanted to show you guys is that once you've gotten the user, right, what happens is you don't need to market anymore. And what happens is you can still monetize infinitely the same user. So as an example, for Facebook, they have like almost 3 billion active users, I think over that. They've already acquired the 3 billion users. So they don't need to keep paying to acquire us. They've already acquired us. They've got us hooked to Instagram, to Shorts, to whatever platform that is, right? But they keep making money on our eyeballs day after day. So what ends up happening is even if Facebook spent 100 billions building Facebook, right? They're still making like 30 bill a quarter, 30 billions a quarter forever. Well, not forever, right? But this is what I mean by like the cost to build an audience versus a monetization model of that audience, of that user, is infinite. And that's why the issue with most marketers is they'll be like, oh, I'm about to do cold email. For me, when I see a lot of marketers, especially outbound people who sell growth services, they're like, hey, I can get you 15 DM ads or 15 leads, 15 calls from DM ads. I can get you 15 calls from cold outreach on email. I can get you setters to do this. I'm like, okay, so what? Okay, so what? You want me to keep spending money? You want me to keep sending cold emails every day? You want me to make this and that? No. Why don't you just help me get the people that you're sending thousands and thousands of cold emails to pay attention to me? So we never have to send cold emails ever again. Because if I'm just trying to pitch someone right away, they're not going to be interested in my thing. But what if we did cold email to acquire users instead of trying to convert? Why are we not trying to convert? Because I don't want 3% of people to buy. I don't want 3% of you guys to buy. I want the 297 people on this call to buy something. But before you buy, I want you guys to be bought into me and my brand and my thesis. And the only way I can do that is by giving you guys value up front. So the old thought process of direct response, I'm not saying you stop direct response. I'm just saying direct response is not $1 billion play. There are bigger games that are being played here in front of your eyes. So when you guys see these little posts of like, hey, I just got 100 new leads a day from DM ads or from IG shoutouts, be excited. Be like, oh, wow, interesting concept. I can do it. Hey, here's money. Try it. But I want you guys to not be sold into thinking that IG shoutouts are going to make you 100 million. Okay? There's not much leverage in IG shoutouts. Okay? Or Facebook ad or whatever it is that you're doing. Okay. Now, how should you apply it? Before I start I go over applying it, I want to share Mario, are you still here? I'd love to get you a few questions with how has it been from going from starting a short form content agency and making your first 10K a month to building your YouTube channel? How many subs do you have now?
I just hit 800 this morning, and it's actually pretty funny. I turned on my other phone, and I found a screenshot of the beginning of this year, actually close to end of last year, December 20 something, and I only had 50 subscribers at that point, right?
Wow.
So it's been a very big journey, but I think I even mentioned it when we had like a bit of an interview on your channel, that I see a very big correlation whenever I pump out a lot of content one month, I reap the rewards of it the next month. You know, there's a very strong correlation between the audience and the trust that you get from the people that you speak on calls with, even the quality of the calls that you get on calls with.
Yeah. So so just kind of like talk for me, I have really a few questions. Before content, what was the biggest month that you had with your business?
Yeah, so before content, I was sitting around at 3,000-4,000 a month, give or take, right? And then after content, after I started ramping up, right, that's when I saw the 10K month, because even if I was at 70 subscribers per month, I started leveraging it not just within I started leveraging it within my outreach, right, to gain that trust. So if you go back, if anybody's here that finds my channel on YouTube, if you go scroll all the way down, you're going to find videos on short form content and why it helps, right? And yeah, that's what I used. And then after I used that, I had 5-10 videos on my channel, and it helped me scale to my first 10K month, right? And at the point where I was at like 500 subscribers, 300 to 500 subscribers, that's when everything really just blew up for me, right? Because I started to get organic reach. I started learning how to get in front of people with the content, with SEO, etc. There's different things on how to get that, right? But when I started doing that, that's when everything clicked, and I was able to get more out of the people that watched me.
Love it. Love it. So you're saying that the content even got you to your first 10K a month, and then what was your biggest month revenue with your business so far?
Yeah, so restructuring some stuff now in the past month or so, but my biggest month has still been the 60K, right? It was like 61 or so.
Sick. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's still good. I mean, you quit your job last year, man. Like that's from 0 to 60K a month in 12 months from nothing. That's super impressive. And how many calls do you book from your channel every month?
Yeah, so pretty interesting thing, and I guess really controversial stuff. 2 weeks ago, I actually stopped cold outreach on my account, right? Because of some stuff that was going on, personal stuff, etc. I stopped outreach. Weird thing is, right, I was still having 3-4 calls coming in per week, right? Just of content alone.
Yeah.
Right. And keep in mind that I want to stress that calls from content are very, very different than calls that you get from a cold DM. Like you were talking about, I was laughing here when you were mentioning, I'll get you 70 calls from cold email. Well, 70 calls from cold email might equal 1 call from organic, right? Yeah. It's stupid, the big difference that lies there, right? So at the moment, 3 to 6 calls per week all just organic. That's what I'm booking currently. This is
Yeah.
from speaking from someone that has done it, where add more setters, add more VAs, booking 100+ calls a month. So now 5-6 calls per week, but they're organic and they're pre-sold already.
Yeah. So this is the point that I want to emphasize. Well, first of all, so as you guys just heard, the most he's ever kind of like scaled things like 3-4K a month before, because one of the things we do with when it comes to outreach, and I think this is the thing that I've kind of like a little bit done a little differently within my program, is that it's well, even though we were still an outbound heavy company, we weren't doing outbound to try to close people. We were doing outbound to try to have the most educated people. So as an example, we would go on e-commerce stores, literally their Instagram page, send 100 DMs. We would never be like, oh, we can help you increase your revenue or your your conversion rates on your website. No, we'd be like, hey, would you like to see a piece of content going over how you could like double your current conversion rates, or how you can get introduced to TikTok ads, or how you can introduce. So we would educate first, right? We would do that in every single niche. And the thing, what happens is, and I can share you guys with our numbers, I was doing the numbers on our company, right? So I compared cold outbound with people who are coming from inbound. So people who had consumed content before working with us. And for the cold outbound lead, let's say they would spend 2.5K with us upfront. The inbound lead would spend 5 to 7.5 upfront. If it took 3 weeks to close the cold outbound lead, it would take 1 week to close the inbound lead, right? So one like literally the sales cycle is 1/3 outbound versus inbound, and cash collected is 2 to 3x. Now, we talked about leverage. Why would you spend time on something that only gives you 2.5K cash and that takes 3 weeks to close, or 3 months to close? You wouldn't. If you did that, you would be choosing to be what? A dummy, because you're choosing to be unleveraged. So what do? You focus on never closing anyone who hasn't been educated by what? By you. Guys, I know everyone here is kind of like, you either help other companies grow or you want to grow your own business. Here's what I'm going to say to you. I'm going to show you guys like the actual tactical stuff of how to do this, but never close someone who hasn't consumed your content. Say no to that short-term money. It actually is going to be painful. Who here has closed someone from cold leads, let's say from cold emails or from cold Facebook ad, and had the most annoying, shittiest experience with a client, and made it so that even the money they were paying you was not worth the headache? Who here who here has had that experience? Right? That's like, guys, for me, I would rather not make money than work with people who haven't been educated. It is literally that bad. Cold clients just come in, they don't respect you. They're like, no, I think you should do this. I'm like, shut the fuck up. What do you know about what I'm doing? You haven't done anything. You paid me, so respect me. But the thing is, they don't respect you because they just see you as just another service provider who's just they don't even believe in you, because they have not done what? They haven't been educated by you to try to see like, oh, wow. So as an example, imagine Hormozy pre the branding and Hormozy now. Imagine Hormozy reaches out to you and is like, hey, I can scale your gym. How are you going to perceive him? Even with all the knowledge he has. Because Hormozy is as smart as he was 3 years ago, right? But imagine if it does the cold pitch. Well, you're going to be like, oh, I don't know, whatever. You're actually going to ignore him. But if he messages you today, you're going to be like, hey, here's 30% of my company. Do you guys understand that level of leverage? The first Hormozy, you wouldn't even answer his cold DM. The second one, you'd be willing to give him equity in your organization. Forget being good at sales pitch. Forget being a good lead gen person. Forget being a great growth consultant. You want to know what makes real money? Stop selling. Start being desired. Right? That's the new game we're playing today. We're not playing this little old game. We're not competing. We go, guys. The thing is, I want you guys to understand is, let's not play the easy games where everyone can just put up an ad, everyone can just do cold outreach, spam everyone in the DMs. Let's do the thing that most people will not do, which is content. I just showed you guys that you get 3x more your money, 3 times shorter sales cycle. I'm sure that out of 300 people, out of 3,000 people who watch this video, maybe 1% will actually implement this exercise, this activity. And you know why? Because content is hard as fuck. It's not easy. So even though I'm giving it to hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people, not everyone, most people will not even implement. So this is still the biggest lever to pull over anything else that you can do, right? So who is Justin here? I think he's gonna join in a few minutes, right? Cool. But let's keep going. I want to go through implementation. Now, how can you apply it? Rule number 1, create a YouTube channel. I would even give you guys a break right now and we all create a YouTube channel together. Like, that's how bad I want you guys to create a YouTube channel. Let's literally flood the fuck out of YouTube. Like, let's all become YouTube. Like, guys, we're not gonna look up to Iman and be like, wow, he just bought a new car. We're gonna create a YouTube channel and we're gonna go buy a new car, okay? Because that's the only thing. The jet, he just went and looked at a jet. Guys, he sells information. He sells a course. And he's looking at $25-30 million jets. Grant Cardone has a $30-40 million jet. He's 63 years old. Iman is 23. That's 40 years worth of time saved. Why? Because he had a YouTube channel since maybe before he had I'm not gonna talk too much. I'm gonna try to give some stuff out of this thing, but I would love everyone if you guys could create a YouTube channel, okay? And how are you gonna do it? Here's the following steps. This is the only channel I'd focus on. Why? Because even though TikToks is great, I mean, guys, if you're good at TikToks, you're a TikToker, please go ahead. You're gonna get a great reach. But I would even do YouTube Shorts. But quick question: who here has used YouTube to look something up or to learn something in the past 24 hours? Who here has used YouTube in the last 24 hours? Just put it in the chat. I want to know how many people use YouTube in the last 24. I personally have used it. Right? Perfect. So everyone uses that thing. Cool. So the traffic is there. Now, it's hard to grow and it's hard to shoot long form content unless you know what you're talking about, which means that it's going to be less competitive. So even though I'm telling you guys to go ahead and become YouTubers, I just know that most people will not actually do it. And even those who do it, who don't have experience, who don't have knowledge, who don't join every day of the challenge, well, if you go on YouTube and you start talking about dumb stuff that have no, like, that isn't really good content, that has no value, well, people will just look at it and be like, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. So you better actually become smart before you go on YouTube, try to like talk and stuff about stuff that doesn't make any sense, okay? But when you do pull it off, when you have a few hundred subs on YouTube, when you have a few thousand subs on YouTube, it literally gives you type of status that people will just want to give you money for no reason. Okay. Now, more tactical stuff is make it niche specific, but topics can't be just specific to client acquisition. Okay. So what I mean by that is, let's say someone who's trying to do solar, who's targeting solar companies. What I would like you to do is brand yourself as all things solar, right? This will become an asset down the line, because if you become big enough, you could even start acquiring solar companies and just scale them by leveraging your brand and expertise. My team created this YouTube playbook for everyone who get the VIP access, or for whoever will be getting this product when we release it. You guys will get access to this YouTube playbook, just going over like things like the importance of thumbnails, the importance of titles, the importance of retention. So you guys can get access to this, okay? If you don't have the link to the to the thing, you can just buy it on the funnel like that you just did to opt in. My team can send the link in the chat. Okay. Now, content structure. How to find your topics. Most people. Okay, perfect. Before I go over the content structure, which is going to be good, Justin is here, and I want to just get him on to just share his experience. Justin, just for your camera. Okay, you're unmuted. Okay, perfect. Welcome. You want to kind of like introduce yourself?
Yeah, let's do it. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Justin. I'm the founder at paidadvertising.com. I run a marketing agency. I've essentially worked with Serge about 1.5 years ago at this point. We've been friends for quite a bit. And, I spent about $10 million on ads on behalf of my clients, generated about $25 million in client revenue. And a lot of that is attributed to content. That's where a lot of our clients are coming from. And I think that's what we want to talk about today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I be able to share a screen, by the way?
Yeah. Let me
see.
Yeah, you can now.
Yeah, I can. Perfect. Let's do it. Jerome, what's up? Josh, Victoria, Yenny, Ore, Irani. Nice to see all of you. Reg, what's up? Awesome. So basically, I wanted to talk about a little bit the importance of content, right? And what it did for me over the last couple of years. So I actually did a rundown this morning of our acquisition methods and what is working best right now for me. Since 2022, over 25 to 40% of our customers have actually came from content, and 25% was actually in 2022. This year, it's actually getting much closer to 50%. It's 1 out of 2 customers that is coming through our agency's doors is coming straight from content. And I want to talk about a little bit more about how I come up with content ideas, and also how you guys can do that too. And kind of the story also on when did I start making content and when does it make sense for you guys to start? Because overall, I think arguably speaking, when you first start an agency, the best way to get your first handful of customers will always be outbound. You don't have much money. You don't have necessarily that many videos nor any credibility. You need to start with outbound. But I view content as, I don't know if any of you like cooking, but imagine you're making it like a nice spaghetti, all right? You're starting to cook the pasta on the oven. But if you don't start cooking the sauce, and then you're done with the pasta and you're like, oh fuck, I've got this pasta now. I got to put it on the, the heater. Then I got to start the sauce, and then I have to add it together. And it just kind of fucking like, it just slows you down. Whereas if you start cooking and then you kind of start everything together, then at some point, you'll have a faster meal, I guess. This is the analogy I'm trying to make, which is the same thing with content. It's like, you could start with outbound. You could grow an amazing agency with outbound. Heck, if you have some cash laying down, you could potentially start an agency with paid ads. But content is this type of thing that is going to take a while. You got to start it soon. You got to start it like when you first begin your agency journey. But it will take, in my case, it took about 18 months before it really started paying off. But when it started paying off, it took off. So I want to show you that. Like, if I go into my stats and kind of show you a little bit about that, like, I really don't mind sharing the whole stats right here. So if I go, let me just go 365 days right now. Okay. If I look at the last year, I gained 3.6K subscribers. You can see I'm at 4.9. It's pretty much almost my entire channel I gained only in the last year. You can see the channel really picked up in that time. And more specifically, like by the day it starts picking up right now. We grew like 255% during that time period. Overall, of course, there's AdSense revenue, but nobody's probably going to make a living out here out of AdSense revenue. That's not why you're here for that. How do I come up with content ideas? If I go back to my channel specifically and say, like, how the heck did I start making my own videos? It's about 2 years ago. You can see I made 2 random videos at the start, which I really didn't know what to make those videos about. But from there, it was all how-tos back then, or like for the most part, it was how-tos. Basically, whenever a client was asking me a question, I was like, you know what? I have 2 choices here. I could answer them in a text, or I could make a video about it. And if I made a video, initially I was going to make a Loom, but then I started making YouTube videos. And I was like, fuck it. If one client has this question, probably a lot more people have this question out there. And you know what's funny? A few of my initial videos had like a dozen views, maybe for the first month. But in the next year, they amassed like 1.4K views. Like, that was one of my first ever videos. It got 1.4K. Here's, I think there's another one. It was quite, yeah, there you go. This other one, which was posted in my first few weeks, 3.4K. And back then, by the way, in the first 6 months, it probably got about like, again, 15, 16, 20 views, like nothing. It picked up afterwards. This is the type of thing where if I even go, and I'm going to show you right now, if I go to my YouTube studio and I show you some of these stats, let me just see right here. Look at that. One of my videos that is in my top 10 over the last like 28 days, right? It's last 28 days. Look at my top 10 performing videos. August 1st, 2022. That's a year and 2 months. July 26th, 2022. A year and 3 months. July 18th, 2022. Again, a year and roughly 3 months. What else? What else? Like there's basically 1 out of 2 videos out of my top 10 is over a year old, which just shows you these videos are still getting views, and I'm haven't done much with them since then. So when it comes to content, I think there are 3 styles of content you guys should make that will help your agency. There's going to be client success stories and results, which just helps build social proof and helps establish you as an authority. I have that personally under a playlist. So it's pretty easy. If I'm going to call or I got appointment setters as an example, I'll just link back to this playlist right here. I have like 25 videos about that. Then you would have the SEO videos, which SEO videos are usually the ones that will still get views a year or even 2 years from now, which is kind of what I just showed you, which are like how-tos, tutorials, usually very basic videos. And then you have those like value-packed videos, which I would kind of split further into 2 categories. You have your kind of day-to-day video style, which is about potentially news in the industry, about a reflection you had. I think Serge is great as making these styles of videos, which you can definitely check out his channel. And then you've got these kind of virality angles, which are about something that's trending right now. Like I did one not too long ago. There you go. Hormozi lied to you about running ads. A video from me, as you can see, when I first posted for the first week or so, it's like getting me maybe 200 views, like 300 views with the amount of subs that I have right now. Whereas these videos that really outperformed the bunch are getting me like 500, 600, 1,000 views in the first couple of days of posting. And those are more like trending videos, like this Hormozi one. So anyways, kind of going back to that, one of the questions that I always ask on calls is, where did you come from? If I book a sales call and I know for a fact it came from YouTube, the way I track it is through this little link in my description, which actually I don't do it anymore that way. But traditionally speaking, it was through a link that I had right here now. If somebody books in a call, it's like, where did you hear about us? They can check from there. There's a little checkbox, and I'll ask them if they said YouTube. I'll just ask them on the demo call itself, like, do you remember what video specifically you came from? 99% of them, in my case, came from a video about UGC, a video about ad creatives in general, or a video that is something that was like a tutorial related one, which they found usually through Google. And I'll kind of wrap up with that. When you do YouTube content, would it be under your own name or your company's name, you build very good SEO. Like that's the best thing about it. Now, if you start doing outbound or if you start doing ads or whatever it is, you create engagement. People will start searching you up. And last week I had a call. For those of you that don't know, I'm also a coach at Educate, Iman Ghazi's company. And I had there's a guy on there that was asking me about his own like company's ads, and he was trying to run ads to get clients. And he's like, dude, I'm not really getting good results like for my own agency's ads. And I was looking at his organic, 100 followers on IG. There's literally 5 likes on his Facebook page. Never posted a piece of content. If I search up his name online, nothing comes up. Guy's a ghost, right? Whereas if right now, if I still do the same outreach I was doing 2 years ago, if I still run the same paid ads I was running 2 years ago in order to acquire clients for my agency, now there's on YouTube alone 772 videos that I posted on YouTube over the last 2.5 years that are there to support any arguments that I make moving forward. So content's good for acquisition on the front end in the sense that it will get you clients that will browse YouTube, that will see you on there, but it's also good as like a collateral from other sources, which will people find you there, and you'll either be able to link them back to a video, or they'll be able to search you up and see like, oh shit, this guy's legit. He's actually got, 700 videos out there. Like this guy must know what he's talking about. And last point is 80% of it is looking the part. Like if you see a guy with a Lambo down the street, you automatically assume this guy has money. The guy could have fucking rented that with the last, limit that he had on his credit card. It could be maxed out. You don't know that. You just assume he has money. That's the same thing with online. If you look legit, if you have videos on there, if you have views, if you look professional, that's 80% of the job. People will already trust you just because you look the part. So yeah, Serge, anything specifically else that I kind of didn't get into you wanted me to touch on?
I just wanted to show you, for you to share just kind of like the, so last year, a year and a half ago, when you kind of
Yep.
like, when you joined, you know, the half a mil, one of the things that we did is generally kind of like leveraging the trend that was going on with UGCs.
Yep.
You know, kind of like share the, kind of like how your company grew in that timeline from, because I guess it was a mix of like content, but it was also just generally the messaging. It's
Oh,
it's
100%.
leveraging. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
Share the numbers.
Perfect. Well, Serge literally called me, I think, like 15 minutes before you guys started this call today. He's like, yo, hop on the call. And I was like, he's like, what are you doing right now? It's like, I'm actually looking at all my cold email stats and whatnot. And one of the things that came back as a pattern that I noticed both in my outbound and in my content was the angle and offer that I was running changed dramatically my results. So YouTube, you got to look at two things. Sometimes you get a lot of views. Sometimes you'll get a lot of calls, but low views. And for me, I've noticed that more specifically with UGC. So UGC is one of these topics which really doesn't get me that many views on a video, but I kid you not, those are the videos that got me the best qualified calls with potential prospects. So what I did is when I joined the half a mil, which I think was in June 2022, I changed my entire messaging through content, through cold emails, through pretty much everything to TikTok and UGC, which back then was like really trending. And that allowed me, which on average, I was closing one deal a month, 0 to 1 deal a month before that time period. And in July, then in August, I closed 4 deals in July, 4 deals in August, and I think it was like 2 or 3 in September. And that is really what made my agency take off, honestly, last year. That was really about an angle change. And when it came to UGC, it was a lot of things. It was showing my process, showing the results I was getting my clients through UGC, and purely also analyzing like other brands UGC out there. So if you're, let's say, don't even have clients yet and you want to do content, you can hack the authority from bigger brands in your space and just kind of like funnel hack them and detail that strategy. A bit like Serge, I think he posted a video not too long ago, which he was detailing Hermosi's strategy with Gym Launch. Serge didn't run the ads for Gym Launch, but he broke it down, which shows his understanding of the strategy, which you can do the same thing with bigger brands if you actually understand it. So that was that.
Yeah, love it, love it, love it. Thanks, man. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, awesome.
But yeah,
Thank you
no,
for having
Justin runs an ecom thing, agency, and is killing it. So yeah, let's please, you know, thank Justin for just coming through. Thanks for jumping in, man. All right, cool. So I'm just going to be going back straight to the tactical stuff. So I'm just going to show you guys real quick. So when it comes to finding your topics, most people overthink content creation in the B2B space, and most infopreneurs don't create any content, because if they did, they would run out of business, right? So we have an advantage. So as an example, if you're selling like an info product, or even most coaches, in my opinion, or most consultants, they can't really go crazy with content. So while everyone is focusing on selling information, we're going to take that same information and give it away for free. This will create a ridiculous amount of goodwill and reciprocity within our viewers. And for those who don't know what reciprocity is, so there's reciprocity. You know, us humans, we have a bunch of biases, right? A bias is like a shortcut to a behavior. It's like you wake up, there's like an automated thing that's going to be like, oh, well, you should go take a piss, or you should go get food, or you should, or you're maybe addicted to your phone. So first thing you wake up is like you check your phone. Well, we also have other types of biases, like automated behaviors. And these are created from a bunch of like old, like from thousands of years type of feedback loops. Okay, so check this out. But this definition is: reciprocity bias describes the impulse to reciprocate actions others have done towards us. The desire to return favors, pay back debts, and treat others well could have been a decisive evolutionary advantage for us humans, as it engenders cooperation. However, reciprocity bias can also work in reverse. In response to unfriendly actions, people will deliver back other unfriendly actions. And Robert Cialdini extensively researched reciprocity bias and considers it powerful since it allows one person to choose the nature of indebting first favor and steer the nature of debt canceling return favor. Because of that, people tend to avoid asking for a favor if they're not in a position to repay it. The psychological cost may simply outweigh the material loss. But what I want you guys to focus on is the following. If you give someone something for free, you get to choose the nature of how you will be how the indebting process will go, of what the debt canceling of that favor will go. Okay, so for me, this is how I personally do it. I personally give away the biggest insights away for free. The insights that makes me have literally butterflies in my stomach are the ones that I put out first, because the amount of goodwill it will create with the viewer will be huge enough that they may want to work with client acquisition.io afterwards. Okay, the reason why I'm spending 5 days with you guys is because I know that if I give you guys 4 or 5 days, 10 hours of my time, like, you can't fake that. You can't fake 10 hours of content. You can't fake 10 hours of material, right? But how do I come up with the actual content? Well, no-brainer content. Watching content has a cost. Therefore, just like you would have a framework to create an offer, you need a framework to create content that make it unreasonable for every person who sees it not to want to consume it. So the same way that I create offers, I also create my content the same way. So I want to walk you guys through this one, which is called solving the whole gap with content. As most of you guys know, the reason why we build and release offers is because we want to solve what? The whole gap. So the same way we're gonna do the same thing with content. And I'm about to walk you guys through this SaaS niche example. So let's say I'm trying to get into the SaaS niche, and my goal is to, let's say, build a 100K a month SaaS consulting business, or I'll try to see where I can find it. Okay, here it is. So my goal is, okay, I want to make 100K a month within the SaaS industry. But I want to start with content. How do I get content ideas? The way you get content ideas is the following. You will ask yourself, well, what is the gap that most SaaS companies need to go through, right? This is the gap. Let's say this is from a SaaS agency with no user, or a SaaS company with no users and zero money, to millions of users and millions in MRR. Well, how are you going to do it? The first thing they need to do is get product market fit. So what do? You, on their behalf and for free, you create content around the market desires and wants, market desires and wants, right? And you say, hey, for, let's say, cold email agencies. So let's say you're trying to talk to, you're trying to grow outbound SaaS. So like things like cold email, like instantly, Lemlist, right? Let's say you're trying to target Lemlist as a company that you want to serve. Well, what you would do is you would figure out the insight that, hey, most agencies want a lot of calls. So the main thing you need to sell with your SaaS is more appointments, okay? And then the next thing these SaaS companies will need is attention. So the next piece of content you need to do is a piece of content that breaks down how they get attention, the strategy, the ad structure, right? And the actual lead magnet that they're going to push. So what you could do is you could go and break down how Lemlist became valued at 150 million in just 3.5 years. And it's pretty easy to pull off. You just go break down Lemlist funnel. You go look at how he started on LinkedIn and what content he was posting. And then you realize that, oh, he was also creating a group to own the attention, right? And then you're like, well, if you were to go look at Lemlist content, or even Instantly content, or even HubSpot content, they're not saying automate your cold emails. What they're doing is they're selling cold email masterclasses. Okay? Let me repeat that. Cold email SaaS are not teaching you how to automate cold email to get attention. What they sell is the thing that you already are aware of and that you want done, which is I need to send a lot of cold emails. So they create an education asset around how to send cold email, and then they send you through their platform. Oh, here's how you do cold email. Here's the subject line. Here's the body. Here's the CTA. Here's a bunch of variations. They push that on YouTube. They push that on ads. They push that as lead magnets. You pay attention to it, and then you get aware of their solution. Okay? So if you're going after SaaS, you break down that strategy and you give it away for free. Why? Because SaaS companies, just like agencies are looking to do cold email, SaaS companies are looking for ways to do what? To get attention. But they don't necessarily know the best way to get attention. So you break that down for them the same way that these SaaS platforms are doing it. Okay? Now, the next thing is they need to own attention. So what do? You break down for free the strategy and the process around Facebook group creation, Facebook group management, Facebook group engagement. Okay? And you can just see here, every single HubSpot makes, I think it's worth a few billions for sure. So you would break down how they own the attention, how they acquire the user's information. And then the next part they're going to need is they're going to need to know how to convert. Then you would go into attention generating sales asset, which are like 2 steps, lead magnets, all that good stuff. Then you would go over the appointment setting process, the sales process, the talent acquisition, how to actually acquire talent, and how do they manage the talent that takes care of the sales process, the appointment setting process, the closing. Okay. And then the next thing you would also break down is onboarding flow for SaaS companies. You would help them pick the best platform for support. You would show them how to increase usage of the product. You would show them how to structure their team, and you show them how to get what? Accountability. Well, this is for their team and their clients. And then the next thing you'll probably talk about is retention. How do you create value? How do you increase the lifetime value? And then the next thing is like, hey, how do you increase the average order value of a SaaS? Right? Instead of selling instantly, if I was running instantly personally, I would sell a 15K program. And I would give instantly away for free. But what they're doing is the following. They're charging, I don't know, how much is instantly? $100, $200? How much is instantly? Anybody knows? So let's say right now they're selling $100, right? Why would you, I mean, for me, I'm not judging them. They're probably great value, right? But I personally would not sell it this way. Instead, I would do the ClickFunnels route. I sell a 2,000, 1K to 3K course or program. And then I give away ClickFunnels away for free for 6 months. This is how you increase lifetime value on a SaaS, okay? And this is exactly what you guys do. You show them with content. You solve their problem with content for free. What that allows you to acquire is insane amounts of attention, right? And then guess what? Who do you think these people, once they're learning, when they need appointment setting, when they need paid ads, when they need Facebook group creation, when they need to ascend and increase value, who do you think they'll go to? They'll go to the person who gave them the most amount of value. Why? Because reciprocity bias. Okay? Perfect. Now, HubSpot, the way they did it, they pulled off a crazy move, which is pretty sick. HubSpot literally went ahead and created an entire academy, right? They created an entire academy, guys. Like, you know how people are selling courses for like 2-3 grand or 1K? They have courses around almost like every single skill, like WhatsApp, social media marketing, the general protection GDPR course, critical thinking, inbound marketing, LinkedIn marketing, blah, 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 YouTube marketing course, right? Now, why would a SaaS do all this? Anybody knows why? Right? Anybody knows why? Because it does something insane it creates an insane flywheel. And I'm gonna show you guys why. What do you think happens when these certified marketers go into companies and they start helping, 7-figure e-commerce brands? They start helping 7-figure SaaS companies. They start helping 7-figure coaching companies. They will most likely do what? Recommend using what? HubSpot, since that's where they're a pro at leveraging. That's the thing where they got most of their information, right? And then it creates what I call the 9-figure flywheel, where HubSpot doesn't care about people needing a CRM or choosing them as a CRM. What they do is they create their own demand, okay? And this is how it works. The goal is to create the desire in your industry, right? You demonstrate the thing that people want. You create the desire. And then you create awareness on the obstacle, right? And then what you do is you actually create even the solution for them for free, okay? And then the more people with the same desire, the more people who will experience the obstacle, the more people who will look for a solution, guess what? The more people who will want the implementation, right? The goal is not to depend on the market's demand anymore. By leveraging content, you can create your own demand by simply shifting people's beliefs with value and showing them what's possible. Most people don't know what they want. You have to show them their end goal and help them get there with content and implementation, which is services, consulting, coaching, accountability. So the same way that HubSpot probably creates hundreds and hundreds of trained experts on their platform and these skills, this lady, I don't know why they're all ladies. What? Damn. Is HubSpot created by a woman or what? But anyway, so they'll turn all these experts into marketers for their own brand. And that's where whoever they train ends up going out there in the market and brings back the clients, okay? And then the next part you need to focus on is owning data. If we look at HubSpot, let's say if I try to create a course, look at what they do. They ask me to sign up. Why? Because if they have my email, they have me. They have me as a lead. Now imagine how easy it is to get leads if you give this much value. How easy is it, do you guys think, is easy for HubSpot to acquire leads? 45 pages of content, 45 pages of courses. It's insane. They probably get insane lead flow, right? So the reason why it's important to own data and not just have it stay on your YouTube channel or your YouTube, Facebook page is if you have no data around the prospect, you don't own the attention. Data allows you to reach them when you want. Your YouTube channel could get banned anytime. You'd lose years of work in a second. Think of Andrew Tate. If the platforms decide to ban all content from him, his businesses goes from $10 million a month to nothing. We want to avoid the worst situation from the beginning, right? So how are you guys going to do it? I recommend building up an email list and a Facebook group. Why both? Because one will guarantee forever access to our audience, and the other, Facebook, will facilitate prospecting and the conversion process, okay? So what do you need to set these up? For the email list, you'll need to create the most valuable training you can come up with. Value and belief shifting via cell structure. Unfortunately, this is just for GCP clients. But if you guys are part of the Natural Born Leader, you also get other types of structure for the VSL, something more simple. Put together a value educational funnel. You guys can access the template within the Natural Born Leader community. You actually get access to our snapshot on GHL, which is free. I'm not going to show you guys the NBL community right now because it's not yet available. Like if you ever join, it's probably because someone in the community sent you the link to join, but we're not yet wanting to get too many people in there. And for better deliverability on email, I want you to send all your leads automatically from GHL to ActiveCampaign. Okay, we don't want to send our newsletter from GHL because the deliverability is pretty shit on GHL. Okay, so that's where I send my emails from. So as an example, you guys can create this value funnel, right? Page requesting someone's email, phone number, name, and then you give them the asset on the second page, and then you send them back to your Facebook group after, right? On day 3, tomorrow, I'll be covering our client acquisition infrastructure and sales process a bit more in depth, right? And then what you want to do is you want to have the link to this asset everywhere that you have an audience. If you look at the way Hormozi does it, is on all his YouTube videos, they have only one call to action. They have this one link. If you go on his Instagram, only one link sending people where? To buy his book, right? And the next thing is Facebook group creation SOP. Although this may seem unimportant at first, it is a crucial thing to get right, as it will only be appealing to your target audience, but also be easily found organically, resulting in building a bigger audience and generating more inbound leads. There shouldn't be any friction on joining or not joining. As soon as someone sees your name, banner, and description, it should immediately make them join. All group names should start with your brand, company name, immediately followed by one thing that sets you apart and gives you a glimpse of your offer. Use keywords that describe your market's biggest and most painful problem, including their desired outcome. Each word should also begin with a capital letter. As an example, agency owners, daily client acquisition for online service businesses, 10 Figs audience creation, growth secrets by Hisam, high ticket closers tribe, sales strategies for coaches and consultants, SaaS retention community by Brendan, right? And then a banner, you should include a few of the main components, including a picture of you, the business owner, group name and tagline, your brand company colors, include when you'll be like hosting, let's say like a weekly live or the free gift that you want to give away. And then what you want to do is when someone joins a Facebook group, you want to be able to ask them a few questions. The first one is, what is your current bottleneck? Because you're trying to get information around what's their biggest bottleneck. And then the second question should be, hey, do you want access to this asset, which is the same thing as the same main training that you created, okay? And then you want to ask them for their email for this step. So you're also acquiring more data. And then the next step 3 is just let them know that, hey, we help businesses just like yourself solve this problem. Would you like, me to send you a private message? So you're asking permission to start a conversation. And then when you collect these people's email, you can't do it automatically on Facebook. So you actually will need a tool like GroupKit. And then you guys can just use this link to go and create an account. And then the frequency of creating content, just do it daily. Anything that is worth doing should be done every day. Therefore, I recommend creating something every day, even if it's just a tweet or an email that can be turned into a post. So today's session was a bit shorter, so we're just going to end it here. So today's homework is create a YouTube channel, create a Facebook group, make a list of all the obstacles and checkpoints your niche goes through before they achieve their desired outcome, and then start creating content around it. You can create like process selling VSLs. And bonus is the following. I want you guys to create this, okay? Leverage this here. So this is something that's actually pretty old, but I'm still using it till this day because it changed the way that it's like the one thing that you can create that's going to change the game for everyone who ever experiences your content, okay? It's called the Why You worksheet. And this worksheet essentially goes over a few things. Your story, because people need to be sold onto your story. You don't just want to be a marketer. You want to be something more than just someone who sells leads or helps people get appointments or close deals, okay? And then you want to do a why do people buy our service? So you want to describe who is your ideal client, describe who can benefit from your service or product. You can also add a list of 3 avatars with similar attributes. And then this is going to be super exciting. You want to describe the before state of most of your customers. Like, where are they at before they start working with you? If you don't have clients, it's okay. Just make a hypothesis, okay? The points that you add here should cover the state in which you were in before you found the solution, or that your prospects are in before they experience your service. If you take a lot of sales calls, simply ask the people, hey, where are you at right now? What's your revenue? What are you struggling with, okay? And the answers to those questions are what you come and put here. You say, hey, are you struggling with this? Are you making 5K a month, 10K a month? Are you struggling with having a higher ticket offer? Are you struggling with getting attention? Are you struggling to acquire users? Are you struggling to convert your YouTube audience into appointments? Okay. Add as many points as possible. This part is crucial. If you can't describe their current situation, you won't create a sales argument, a piece of content, or any asset that resonates with your audience. You need to know them better than they know themselves. Okay? Then you want to talk about the after state. Once the customers have gone through your product or service, what happens? Same thing. You're going to add as many possible outcomes once they've actually gotten the solution. This new state should appeal to the basic desires that guide all meaningful behavior of every human being. The desires are power, independence, curiosity, acceptance, order, saving, honor, idealism, social contact, family, status, vengeance, romance, eating, physical exercise, and tranquility. Meaning, I'm not going to talk about, oh, like Justin Lalonde went from 30K a month to 73K a month, and that's the outcome. No, that means nothing. When Justin Lalonde joined our program and went from 35K or 30K a month to 73K a month, 74K a month, what do you think that made him feel like? It made him feel like a superstar. It probably made him be able to take care of his lady, who's now his fiancée, better than he could before. It probably also made him remove himself from a lot of the areas in his business and be able to hire people. And what does that do? Well, it gives him some level of status, because now he goes from being just someone who's doing everything in his business to actually having leverage. So you need to talk to the real desires. Or as an example, if let's say Justin didn't have a girl before, I could say, hey, Justin went from being a gamer who's broke, who had no girl, to making 73K a month and having a girlfriend. Now they're married. They're about to get married, right? But of course, Justin had the girl before. But just to put it in context, you want to relate the desires, the growth, to something that people actually inherently desire. The next thing you want to do is you want to talk about your competitive edge. You want to talk about things like, hey, are you, let's say like if you're pushing a build and release offer, you want to showcase the fact that, hey, the difference between us and most agencies or most consultants is we don't just try to solve one issue, we solve the whole thing, which means that the probability of achieving the outcome is higher. The effort and sacrifice put in from your end is super low, and you can get it faster than anywhere else in the marketplace, right? And then the last thing you would want to do is you essentially want to describe, in order to solve the big problem and deliver the big claim, your product service normally solves many small problems. You want to take the time to list out all the problems that are solved before you get to deliver the final desired outcome. It is crucial to separate the description of the solution from the benefits. Be as detailed as possible, as it will help you when creating your sales assets. So as an example, you want to talk about the problem. Problem number one, you can't book calls. Describe the problem. Hey, you're empty. Your calendar is empty. Then you want to describe the effect, the impact it has on your ideal prospects. Okay? So I describe the problem, then I talk about the impact of that problem. If you have no calls on your calendar today, this week, guys, I promise you that right now you're on this call, even though I'm dropping some how to make $1 billion type of knowledge, you're worried like, oh my God, I have to pay rent. How am I going to put food on the table? How am I going to pay for my car? How am I going to take care of my family? How am I going to take care of my kids? How am I going to do this, right? So that's the impact of not having sales calls. The impact of not having sales calls is not making money. It's not just making money. It's not just not making money. It's like everything else that comes from not making money. So when you're creating sales assets, when you're creating content, you want to talk to the problem, the symptoms of the problem, and describe the impact of the systems on the prospect's life. Okay? I don't want to just talk about layer. Like a lot of people who are shitty at content, just be like, oh, here's the top 3 reasons why you're struggling with content. No, I don't really care if they're struggling with content or getting leads. I want to talk to the person of like, hey, you know that one feeling you get when you're doing outreach yourself? When you have no calls on your calendar? That little doubt before you go to bed, when you're sleeping, and before you sleep, your mind goes to like, how the fuck am I going to pull this off? Right? Or maybe you're trying to pull off this build and release offer, and you're like, wow, I see the potential, but I'm like, how the fuck am I going to build this build and release offer? Right? Or you're like, how the fuck am I going to make payroll? Okay. And then you want to talk about what is the solution. So you can just be like, hey, do a build and release offer, charge more money up front, do a lead gen, do a funnel, create an asset, build a value funnel, and then get the leads and reach out to each lead every time. But you want to talk about the benefits, and the same thing you did with the problem, you want to do with the benefits. You want to talk about, hey, now you have 100 calls a week. But I'm not talking about 100 calls a week. What I really want to describe is the impact of 100 calls per week. Now you go from being worried that you can't make payroll or you can't make 10K a month or 100K a month to now being like, hey, I can change the world. Like literally, like no calls to 100 calls a week is like, I'm scared that I'm not going to be able to be a human anymore, to like, oh, I think I'm better than anybody else who's ever lived on this earth. You literally feel like you're Alexander the Great. That's what. So you go from. Okay, I was about to write, but essentially having calls on your calendar with people wanting to give you money becomes feeling like Alexander Great. You're ready to conquer the whole planet, the whole continent in Europe, right? So that's the way you describe the impact of having calls. Don't just say, oh, I'm going to give you 100 calls. No, what you want to do is you want to give Alexander the Great the horses he can use to go conquer the world. Okay, the horses and the army. That's what really describing the impact of having the thing you sell. Okay, so cool. Guys, that was pretty much it. So just a little quick summary. I believe that pre-selling before people try to get on a call with you is the only way you are going to be effortlessly able to just get in the realm of really playing a game that most people most people don't know how to play yet. It is not going to be easy, but if you pull it off, you get to live an easier life. You get to play the game a lot easier. Money comes to you a lot easier, right? And now, of course, I can't go into like how to create content and everything like that. There's a lot of stuff that goes on to creating content. It's a compounding thing. It takes time. But if you start today, a year from now, I can promise you. I mean, I showed you guys the impact, right? 2021, I made my first 10K a month, right? From 10K a month to a mil in 90 days a year later. That's like, what the fuck? Doesn't add up. So that's the reason why I was like, why would I talk about how to get leads when everybody talks about how to get leads? Right? We're not going to try to play the same game. We're not going to try to compete on the level where it's like everybody can do it. Let's play harder games, because the harder we play, the less competition we get, and the higher the perceived likelihood of people working with us. It seems like we're just on a completely different game. And I want you guys to understand that the people that you guys look up to, because they have a brand online, they're not any smarter than you. They're not. They just have more leverage, and they're just playing a different game from what you are. So you can have two choices. You're learning things. Oh, now you know that content is important. Most of you guys knew content was good. But rule number 2 is, are you changing your behavior? If you don't create content, the 2 hours we just spent here was useless, right? And you're essentially saying no to millions of dollars every year. So tomorrow, we're going to talk about $500,000 client acquisition infrastructure. I'm going to break down appointment setting, lead gen, sales, and tomorrow we get into the money, more data stuff, more numbers. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's call. If you guys can just tag me on Instagram, blow up the channel, and you guys just share this with as many people, okay? My goal is eventually, if more people start these build and release offers, if more people get on content, if more people get on building brands, if more people get really good with client acquisition in different niches, right? I don't care about you helping like agencies or no, I want you guys to go in so many verticals. Then when you guys start killing it, come and work with client acquisition.io, right? Let's partner together. Let me put my team behind your infrastructure, and let's scale. Let's make a few mils every month together. Okay. So see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Share this with your loved ones. Bye-bye. Today's topic, funny enough, which is the thing that everyone is excited about always, like, okay, how do I get leads? How do I get appointments? How do I scale? How do I get more clients? Everything like that. Most of the time, this is not actually the thing that will necessarily get you to scale to, let's say, 100 grand, 500 grand, $1 million a month. If your business model and your offer and your content, everything before the actual acquisition is not dialed in, you will have a hard time scaling. And that's where you guys will see people who are like, oh yeah, I can get $3 leads. Okay, but why aren't you making $1 million a day if a lead actually costs you $3? Right? Or you will find people who are like, hey, I can do cold email. Okay, cool. Well, why aren't you making billions of dollars? Right? So that's why over the last 2 days, I spent my time focusing on, hey, make sure your offer is expensive enough. Make sure your content is dialed in. Because without those two things, without you working on those two things, even if I gave you the client acquisition infrastructure that's making someone like Cole Gordon $4 million a month, or the 7th level guys, $4 million a month, you're not going to get there, because it's client acquisition is just a way to get attention and to get people to take action. But the thing that happens beforehand is more important than the actual client acquisition, the lead gen and sales process. Okay. So that's why if you guys missed the first 2 days, like there's no point in watching this video. Like, it's useless. Okay. So make sure you go back, watch the first 2-4 hours of training, and then get back on this, and then let's roll. Okay. So let's get into it. 100 to 500K a month client acquisition infrastructure. The reason why I'm talking about 100K a month and 500K a month is because the same thing can get you to 10K a month. The same thing can get you to 50K a month, right? So I'd rather not talk about the mechanisms that get you to 10K a month, and I'd rather talk about the things that get you to 100K a month, because that makes it inevitable for you not to make 10K per month. So for everyone whose goal is not to make $500,000 a month, well, it doesn't matter. This is going to get you your 50K a month. Okay. So today's topics, we're going to talk about the biggest constraint, obstacle keeping you broke. In my opinion, 100K profit or less, you're broke. The old unleveraged way of acquiring clients versus the new leveraged way of the new leverage acquisition method, where you get 8 times more results from 8 times from less, like 8 times less inputs, right? So from working 8 times less, in other words, right? By becoming a capital allocator, from $2 in the bank to 20. I just learned that it's actually 24K or 25K in cash in 14 days. By Felix. So I'm going to invite Felix and Jolie to come on and actually share their experience, because their case study is super, super insightful. And I can't wait for you guys to hear their story, because it's going to be really sick. 100K a month in revenue funnel breakdown. So I'm actually going to break down the actual funnel, as well as the process of you guys going about assembling everything. All right. Now, first things first, obscurity is the enemy of most businesses. I loved how Grant Cardone goes about this, because he keeps it really raw. He says that the best product never beats the best known product, right? And if you guys were to check out Grant Cardone's Instagram, you guys would see probably like 100 stories and a bunch of content every day on his profile, right? And the guy is like 62, 63 years old. Why would he be doing that? Because he understands the importance of attention, okay? No matter how great your build and release offer is, you'll get beat by someone with more attention. And before, I used to get really mad with people making more money than me but offering a shittier service. And I realized that, like, well, what's the point of you being mad, right? Like, you can either be mad and stay broke, or you could just learn to get more attention and just play the game, that business, the game of business, right? And I think that that's why when Hormozi saw Kylie Jenner become a billionaire, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but he saw it like a 21-year-old becoming a billionaire, right? And it pissed him off, because of course it's going to piss you off, right? Why wouldn't you get pissed off when you've been hustling, sleeping on the gym floor, learning about sales, learning about the closing framework, learning about leads, learning about everything about fulfillment, and then you have this pretty girl with 100 million followers becoming a billionaire? You'd be like, guys, what's going on, right? Which is why yesterday I covered, that, some of the best entrepreneurs and superstars, they became idols and billionaires due to the level of attention they generate, not because of the quality of their products or services. Okay. Like the Hormozy today is going to make infinitely more money, not because he got better with lead gen or sales process or how to fulfill for clients, but because now he has ridiculous amounts of attention. Okay. The difference between someone making 20K a month and 200K a month or $2 million a month isn't necessarily how great their product is. Instead, is how much attention are they generating to their products and services. You want to make $1 million and 500K profit every 90 days? It's simple. Just figure out how much attention is required and spend everything you can. And when I say spend, I mean money, energy, time to achieve it. And for those who've seen some of my old training, I used to say that, hey, volume negates luck. If enough people hear of you and know of you, getting rich is inevitable, right? I'm sure everyone here, sometimes they wake up and they're like, okay, so here's the biggest feeling. And this is where I really hate when, so I've started getting every client, I've started getting our team to get every client to report their stats every single day, every single week. Right? Because I ended up realizing that we would have clients who would be like, hey, I haven't closed a deal I only closed, let's say, one deal this month, right? And I'd be like, oh, interesting. Wow, what a bad thing. Right? And a client would come to me and they'd be super emotional. They'd be like, oh my God, I only made this one closed deal. I'd be like, what's going on? I'd be like, okay, let's go look at the numbers. Oh, you booked 9 calls, you closed 1 deal. So that's like a little bit over 10% closing rate. And I'd be like, okay, how much outreach did you do every day? How many leads did you get every day? They'd be like, oh, I don't know. Well, I'd be like, well, the inputs you put in this month gave you 9 calls and 1 client. So why are you emotional? You did the work and you got rewarded for the work, or your team did the work. But so we have a tendency as entrepreneurs, when we're not tracking our numbers, to when we're failing, when you're not making enough money this month, when you're making enough but not really what you want to do, to go and become emotional about your success. But it's like, no, why the fuck are you being emotional? The world doesn't care. It's like gravity. If I jump out of this 29th floor, I'm gonna die. It's inevitable, right? So what you figure out, instead of being emotional about, oh my God, I'm not scaling my business, go back to the data and analyze what got you 9 calls and what got you 1 closed deals. And then literally 10x if you want 10 deals, right? So literally everything we do is about tracking data, because we don't want to be emotional. Okay? No emotions out here. Like if you're failing, it's cool. You deserve failure. If you're making a bunch of money, you deserve it because you put in the work. So if you want to generate, I would say 10K a month, you can get away with 1 or 2K, people hearing of you every month. To generate 50K a month, you probably can get away with 300 to 500 people every day. So that means that look at how the volume changes. So you go from, on average, 1 to 2K impressions or reach per month to, if you want to 5X your revenue, it actually 5X revenue requires you to do what? Let's do the math. Let's take 400 outreach per day times 30. It literally requires you to go from one, let's say 1.5K reach per month to 12K reach per month. To 5X your revenue requires you to 10X your volume of outreach, or your volume of reach, your volume of attention. This is where most people go wrong. They think that, oh, in order for me, I've made my first 10K a month without doing outreach, right? Who has had this feeling where it's like, oh, I just hit my first 10K a month and I never did outreach. I don't fucking do outreach. Why would I spend money on ads? Why would I do that? So I think I'm going to get to 50K a month in 6 months by doing the same thing. That's got to be the dumbest thing you could ever think. It does not work like that. The bigger you want to scale, the harder you need to work to even experience incremental gains. Okay. And this is where like it becomes hard for people to understand the cost of scaling. The cost of scaling is exponential in efforts. And this is why Hormozi always says that he has this thing around, like, just do volume. Just do a lot of it. If you think something is working, do a lot of it, because that's what it's going to take for you to scale. Okay. So to generate, just go 300 to 500 people every day. To generate 100K, in my opinion, you need 1,000 people every day. But when I say 1,000 reach, I don't necessarily mean pure outbound prospecting or pure reach from ads. I generally mean, like, even if you have content online and that gets you 30% of this reach and the rest is from outbound or from paid ads, then you're hitting the goal. But you need 30,000 impressions every month or reach. When we generated 500K a month, I think I had reached 170,000 people in 90 days on YouTube, and another 100,000 on Facebook or Instagram. So that means that to make 500,000 a month, you need to probably get 250,000 people to know about you, right? So now let's go over the old and the new leverage way of acquisition. Over the last 2 years, we've primarily relied on outbound prospecting to scale client acquisition at AO, as well as our clients' businesses. We've done pretty all right, better than most. When building outbound infrastructures, the reason why we got a little bit better success for our clients than most people is because we would add the condition that a minimum of 2 trained setters had to be onboarded, and we needed to hit 300 outreach per day, that it was a requirement, right? And that worked really well, because I think that when you just get one VA to do like 100 outreach a day, which most people don't even get to that volume, you're still going to have a hard time scaling fast enough. So we would just say, hey, we're going to train setters. We're going to get you 2 of them onboarded in the first 10 days of you being part of the program. Okay. And but now we've actually built a platform to hire trained talent on demand for growth for members of GCP and as well as the Natural Born Leader community. You guys can see it here. Like, you literally have hundreds and hundreds of trained setters. You can see where they're trained. Some of them are trained on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. You can look at their video to see them introduce themselves. You have others who are Instagram, Facebook. You can see if they're part-time. You can see if they're full-time. So this is a SaaS that we're working on for essentially acquiring talent. Just a quick little plug-in. How fast you scale your organization is more about talent acquisition than it is client acquisition. Okay. One of the biggest, I remember I made a video about this, but when Hormozi and Layla were running Gym Launch, they were stuck, I think, like 6 figures a month. And they talk with this person. I don't know if it was a business consultant or a coach or whoever they was, but they were like, okay, but why are you guys stuck? And then the thing that the person told them was, what does your talent acquisition funnel look like? And they were like, well, we don't have any. Okay. And they went on to build a new acquisition, like for talent, pure talent. Like, they would onboard setters, they would onboard other leaders, every role in their company. And they went from, I think they went from like 100K a month to they were at 400K a month. They went from 400K a month to $4 million a month in like 6 months. Nothing changed around how they acquire clients or around how they serve their clients. The only thing they changed is how many employees they onboarded. So if you don't have talent in your company, the reason why we would force our clients to onboard talent is because we understand that a company is about people. Your funnel, someone needs to look at it. Your setters, someone needs to look at them. Someone needs to be constantly working on optimization, right? So if you only have 2-3 people in your company, I promise you, it's totally fine. It's totally normal that you're not scaling, because no one actually cares about your success. Why would you scale? Nobody's actually waking up and making sure that things are dialed in. So a lesson I can give you guys, acquire talent. Okay. And over the next few months, you guys are going to see us working a lot more on this talent acquisition thing. But that's not the point of today. So 6 months ago, we stopped relying on setters to generate top of funnel attention or automations. What I mean by this is we just stopped getting like VAs or growth specialists to work on top of funnel attention generating efforts. Why? Because of leverage. Okay. And I want to kind of like introduce to you guys a quick important thing. And I have a lot of people who still do outbound, who still do a lot of like more traditional acquisition methods like outbound, cold email. And I even had Benjamin who asked me a question yesterday, like, hey, why did you guys go from why did you guys stop focusing on like setters, or why did we stop pushing cold email? Well, I'm about to show you guys why. So this is something that everyone needs to understand. There's something called asymmetrical relationships, right? So when you're starting your business, so when I made my first 10K a month, I think I had maybe one VA helping me out, but I was also doing a lot of my appointment setting myself. Okay. So that means that the effort that I was putting in was kind of like limited. And the amount of revenue I could generate was also limited, right? So that means that I was the only person pushing down, and I had maybe one VA. And so that means that in order for me to lift a ton or to lift $1 million, I would have had to put in $1 million worth of effort, right? Meaning if I want to lift a ton, I'm probably going to be required to have a ton in effort and forced pushing this thing. Okay. Now, this is what you call one input, you get one output. This is what kills most people. No matter how great you are at the thing you do, like a lot of people who do cold email or who do appointment setting, they're like, yeah, I can get you a lot of calls. But I'm like, well, for me, I don't really care about getting calls. I can get calls. For me, what I want is I want to put in the least amount of effort and get the most amount of outputs from my efforts. So when you're just focusing on scaling things like cold email, even if cold email is actually somewhat leveraged, because you find a list, you plug it in, you put some automated email, some subject lines and everything like that, and you get a little bit of leverage. You get minimal leverage, right? Because even for your cold email to get you 10x the results, you actually need to do 10x the optimization. You need to do 10x the volume, right? Or when you onboard like 1 or 2 new setters, what ends up happening is, even though you're adding more leverage to your acquisition, it's still one input, one output, because every setter you add on, it's just 100 more outreach per day. So it's still one in, one out, one output, one input, one output, right? So this is like a symmetrical relationship. You add more effort, you get the same amount back added. But what I ended up realizing is that with ads, it's infinitely more leveraged. And the reason why is because of the following. You still have the same amount of effort. You still have the same amount of hours in a day. You still have the same amount of whatever, right? But if you spend $20 on Facebook ad, you get 1,000 impressions for 20, let's say for $20. Some impressions, some CPMs are a lot higher, right? So cost per mil, so cost per 1,000 people to cost per 1,000 impressions. Now, what ends up happening is, since this doesn't require necessarily for you to spend 20 hours or as an example, if I wanted to get the same outreach done, the same impressions per day, I would probably need 10 VAs, right? But in order for my VAs to get me this outcome, they would need to do what? To spend probably each like 5 hours. So I would have to spend 50 hours of work to get the same inputs that technology and AI would get me. And this is something I want you guys to understand. Just because you're not the one doing the work does not mean that the cost of time is not that you're not incurring the cost of time. Does that make sense? Just because your VAs or your setters are doing the work and spending their time and you think that you're leveraged, you're not that leveraged. Because also for you to experience the results, This time needs to be spent. Whichever way you put it. So technically, outbound is still time spent, right? So I realized that like, oh, we need to stop doing this dumb work. Well, it's not dumb work, but it's like we need to be smarter. Where let's say instead of me having to work extremely hard or to get my team to work 50 hours to get me the value I need, what if we were able to leverage a technology that could get us to lift a ton with just putting a few kilograms worth of effort and force, right? And that's where you get here. Okay. You do not make $500,000 in 30 days. Okay. $500,000 in 30 days is averaging 30 is actually averaging $16,000 a day. Okay. And you do not pull this off unless you get leverage. Okay. So that's just a lesson around outbound. I hope it's pretty clear. Does it help? A little bit of lesson on outbound? And by the way, this is coming from someone who spent 2 years and made $5 million and generated more millions for my clients from outbound. It does not mean that it does not work. It just means that you will not do $1 billion a quarter by just doing outbound, by becoming an expert at outbound. Okay, so it's super important for us to be smart and to stop necessarily just playing the game just because we're doing better than what we were doing before does not mean that's our potential. We need to seek to achieve our potential. So old beliefs: ads are expensive and outbound is less expensive / more sustainable. Is this belief true? And was it serving me? Not really. Because I think that if we would have jumped on ads sooner, for ourselves and for our clients, I think I would probably be doing 8 figures a year. Okay. So now outbound is definitely more sustainable over time as the cost doesn't rise as fast as the cost of running ads, but in no way is it less expensive. Just from what I just explained, is that let's just go over a different way of explaining it, right? So what do we really value? Why are we in this game in the first place? For most of us, we want to be free to enjoy the amazing gifts of life that life has to offer. Some of us need to drive Porsches. By some of us, I mean me. Okay. We need some penthouses. We need to take care of our family. We need to be there for our loved ones. We need to probably make love on a private plane just because a little baby said it. He said he spent $70K to have SEX on a jet. So I'm like, what? Come on. What is he flexing on me? So I was like, come on. Okay. But anyway, I'm joking. But and most importantly, to be present as soon as possible. Right? So technically, the only expensive thing is the thing keeping us from experiencing the above sooner. Right? So money is not an expense. Like nothing. The only expense is you not living your dream life today. That's the only thing you should be worried about today. You should not be worried about, oh my God, Lemlist is going to cost me $15 a month. Oh, Loom is going to cost me $10 a month. Who cares? It's not about the cost. It's about the outcome, right? Money is not the goal. Therefore, wasting it shouldn't affect you whatsoever. Using money isn't an expense. It's leverage. It means becoming a capital allocator, trading money instead of trading your time. And for me, I want to kind of like give you guys a quick education about money. Money is a store of value. Money in and of itself doesn't mean shit. Okay? If we had no needs and wants, money would not exist. Okay? The definition of value is the things you need and want. Why would you need and want things? Because it increases your ability to survive and it increases your probability to reproduce. Survival of your genes. If you guys have not yet read about evolutionary psychology, I highly suggest you guys read evolutionary psychology. The definition is everything we do. The reason why everyone is on this call, whether you know it or don't know, is because you want to survive and you want to be able to reproduce. Now, the reason why you want to reproduce is not actually a conscious decision. Like no one actually just wakes up and be like, oh, I want to make babies. No. The thing is, we have this, it's not a bias. It's like we're literally engineered from thousands and thousands and millions of years to our genes within us, our system is literally just selfish as fuck. Meaning your genes don't actually care about your conscious. It just cares that they keep replicating themselves over and over and over and over again. That's why we have the urge to reproduce. The reason why you want to have sex is not because who here wants to have sex? Let's have this lesson. Have you ever made the conscious decision like, oh, I want to have sex on Tuesday? I want to have the desire to have sex? No. You just have that fucking urge. But why? Because your genes have a mission, and it's we need to be alive when you die. I don't care how you're gonna do it. I don't care who you do it with. Let's be there when you're gone. You know, so like our body is just like a vehicle to create to just transfer genes, right? So everything we do, we create these little business games. Like, oh, I need to make 10K a month. Really? You need to make 10K a month to survive? Since when? Since when? Oh, you need 10K a month to drive a Mercedes? Since when? There's the public transport. Go take a bus. Oh, you have legs too. You don't need a car. Why do you want to drive this 500 horsepower car? Because when you go on a date and you start drifting, then she may want to be the mother of your kids. I'm joking. But no, like all these games we play are all to just either help us survive because we acquire resources. The reason why we want to make $500,000 a month is because we want resources. Resources allow us to do what? To be able to survive. Because if you make $500,000 a month, you probably can withstand any type of bullshit that comes your way. So you can pretty effortlessly survive. The second thing is because you have a lot of resources, evolutionary psychology talking, back then when you were living like 1,000, 2,000 years ago, and the women had to choose who they're going to mate with. They're not going to choose with the guy who can't hunt. They're not going to choose you, because what are you going to offer to their kids? You're going to give them what? Nothing? You're going to let them die? So women evolved to literally only pick the best mate for the survival of what? Of their genes. So the reason why we want resources is survival and reproduction. Okay? So don't get it twisted. The goal is this business whole thing. The reason why I'm doing this webby is just generally because of these two reasons. Okay? So never get confused with that. Don't get too attached with business. Because once you understand evolution, you realize that like, oh, I'm actually just playing games that I don't even know why I'm playing these games. So we all get caught up on like, oh, I need views, I need attention. No. You just want to survive and reproduce. Like, don't make it that complex, okay? So it's good to understand this because then it allows you to play the game without being so involved and so attached to the outcome, okay? Now, the issue with being employed or selling time, aka monthly retainers, for those who sell monthly retainers, you still kind of like are selling your time, in case you haven't noticed, because because your mindset becomes, oh, for 1 month, if I charge 3K a month, then my month is worth 3K a month type of thing. It's just that you don't necessarily work a bunch of hours, but you're still associating that value to a specific timeline. Okay. Now, when you're doing this, you start associating money with time. Therefore, you start valuing it as much as we do time, which is the worst mistake ever. Okay. Especially as you transition into the world of business. The largest organizations are never or rarely built on cash flow. Like this whole thing of like people who brag about, oh, I never got debt. I'm like, are you like, it's the dumbest thing to brag about because you're essentially saying, oh, I'm actually a dummy. I'm going to spend my time to go sell and then take the money and then use that money to experience a little bit of growth and then go to sell more of my time to do some more selling of my time, right? But the people who are actually insanely smart, they never do that, right? Because no one has time to spend building and accessing value that is required to build a company when the value already exists in the world. And the value in this case becomes talent, and it also becomes technology, right? So any smart founder, the people who are not learning how to create businesses from courses, they go to investors, they go to venture capitalists, and they go to private equity firms and raise millions, sometimes billions, aka OpenAI, right? OpenAI, I think they're almost valued at like, I recently heard like a 60 billion valuation. Who here thinks they could build a $60 billion valuable company from doing outreach and getting the closed deals and then taking that 2K a month, that 1,500 profit, or that 5K profit, or that 100K profit a month, and then building a $60 billion company in the next decade? You're not going to do it. Just pointless. So you have two choices. You can either play the game of, oh, I'm gonna be like someone who's just dumb and just keep playing this one input, 1 foot forward, one type of bullshit games, or you can actually start thinking like people who are actually building insane. The people who are actually changing the world, right? You want to talk about the Matrix? These people are the Matrix. They control it. They literally create the worlds we live in. Okay, because they don't play by the rules of, oh, I want to save money, I want 80% margins. Fuck that. The fuck is margins for, right? So understanding that billion-dollar companies are built from leveraging debt, which is financial leverage, why would you spend all your time trying to build wealth, right? What does outbound heavily rely on? Time. You need to manage your team. You need to do lead sourcing. You need to do list building. You need to follow up. You need to do tracking. You need to avoid restrictions, right? With outbound, you're trading more time than money, which means that your main priority for most people who do this is because they're trying to save money to experience a desired outcome. But what's more valuable, money or time? Time is more valuable because if you were to allocate the same time to a more leveraged vehicle, a more leveraged offer, like a build and release offer that we talked about on Monday, a more leveraged acquisition method, you can actually go from being stuck at 30K per month to $3 million a month with the same 24 hours in your day. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Okay? Once I questioned the belief around outbound, I realized that the belief I have in outbound is the same exact belief keeping me from the next level in my career, which was exponential growth, right? So today we're launching paid ads campaigns for member of the Growth Creator Program, and we've never seen this many wins this fast ever, right? And I want to show you guys real quick some of the results we've been seeing. It's fucking insane. Just from these 9 clients that we've kind of like assembled for me to kind of like show you guys some of the results of this, of focusing on leverage. We've generated 2,000 leads in the last like 60 days or so, and 666 sales calls. 60 days, guys. Okay. And just to show you guys more data, I'm going to show you guys kind of like this. So Felix offer, they have an growth offer in the solar industry. They got 495 leads, 249 sales calls. Went from, $2, 25K in cash collected in the last 14 days, booked twice as many calls in the last 24 hours than in the last 2 months. This is what you guys need. This is what it means, leverage, okay? It's not about how hard you're working. Felix and Jolie did not work harder in 24 hours than they did in 2 months. They probably worked insanely harder and worked at least, they probably didn't even work these 24 hours. They just let the ads do their thing, okay? And this is what is called leverage. And, we're going to go more into this, right? But I just want to show you guys. Endo, 716 leads, 239 sales calls. Went from booking 0 meetings to having no success in his solar agency to closing 3 deals. And if you guys look at here, he woke up at 9 a.m., 3 leads, 2 meetings booked. Okay. And I believe these were being booked when we were in Spain. So that was sick. I think he messed up a lot of the calls because he was away, but he was away having a lot of fun. But Jude, 93 leads, 38 sales calls, 17-year-old, without a clear direction how to start and scale his agency, went from booking a few calls a month to booking 3, 4, 5 calls a day. Liel, they went from, I think they were kind of like pushing a growth offer in the online space to going after moving companies, 271 leads, 65 calls booked. In the, what was the timeline here? I think it was probably what, like
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Something short, like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. And here's the thing. The difficult thing is we're trying to maneuver having 6-5 calls a day while both of us work full remote jobs. Yeah, they were asking like if they could book in following the following month, right? Which is crazy. Farkad, 64 leads, 13 sales calls. What was the timeline here? I think
His is the same thing. His is like 2 weeks, right when he launched his.
Yeah, cool. Baz, this is he has a coaching program, but when he joined the Growth Career program, we helped him build a new offer, which is focused on helping closers transition into sales agencies, because that was a higher ticket offer. And we kind of like got him from B2C to more B2B / even though like closers are not necessarily business owners, right? But we're helping them become business owners. And then he launched ads and, you know, booked calls, 6 more leads. And I think he booked he's booked 8 calls so far. Then 64 leads in the SaaS space, meetings, 4 calls booked, 12K deals signed. In July, we had 16 book calls. A bunch were qualified and did 21K in revenue. Skipped the 10K month mark altogether. Now it's on to scaling. Martin, 50 leads, 21 calls booked. Invested in tons of courses before with no real value and were hesitant on joining as they had been burned so badly in the past with agencies who would never onboard them post purchasing. When they joined, we helped them offer new acquisition, VAs, outbound, and ads. In just 3 days, they were able to book 14 calls, meetings. Now 1 week later, they have been able to close 2 of the deals at 7.59K each. Okay, so we could go on and 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 on. Okay, but and as you guys can see, like we're in a bunch of different niches. We don't just necessarily focus on one niche. But this type of growth, like you'll not get these many leads and calls from outbound, no matter how you put it. You can flip it on its head. You can do split. You can try to do like walking lunges. You can do whatever you want to do. Okay, like you're gonna need technology to access this amount of leverage. Okay, so that's why, you know, just get on ads. You know, you can even stop this and just go run some ads right now. But now let's we started focusing on inbound and educational assets, right? When designing our ad funnels, we were primarily looking to solve the following: affordable and consistent lead flow. That's 1. The next thing was high show up rate. That's 2. The third thing was short sales cycle and collect cash faster. Why? Because there's no point if you're getting leads, if you're getting a bunch of appointments, if people are not closing. Okay, that's why it's super important for you guys. You guys will realize that one of the things we do for our clients is we don't expect you to necessarily be the person who's going to scale your company. What we want to focus on is, can we get you the lead flow? Can we get you the show up rate? Can we build the systems? Can we build the appointment setting teams for you? And then can we also just simply put in a closer who's more experienced than you? Because what you don't want to do is want to be so skilled, so selfish, that you end up costing yourself the success you need. So as an example, today, you know, let's say my team onboarded clients in the last 3 days while I was doing this training, right? But I could have also been the type of guy who's like, no, I'm the best closer in my company, so I need to take every sales call. So now, by me being stuck on taking sales calls, I would have not been able to deliver value to 300 people every single day, right? And I would have probably not been the best closer. Why? Because I'm emotionally invested in my offer. So anyone who tries to argue about my offer, I'm just going to tell them, hey, go fuck off. Go buy from someone else, right? So rule number 1, don't try to be the smartest person in your team. Like nobody does that. That's crazy, right? So many make the mistake of launching ads wanting to book calls, and they end up with the following: super expensive calls with prospects who don't buy, okay? And super cheap calls with prospects who don't show up. Who here has experienced both of these two, where let's say your funnel is just prioritizing lead and then straight to a call funnel. And then yes, you're booking calls and they're pretty cheap, but nobody buys. Or the calls are super expensive because you're sending them to a VSL funnel. And then let's say you're spending $300, $500 per call, and you just spend all that money, but no one actually ends up buying. Or you get the reverse, which is cheap cost per lead, cheap cost per call, and then nobody's showing up because they don't even remember booking the call, right? So we want to avoid that, right? It's not good. It's not super, super smart. So what you want to do instead, you want to kind of like leverage this value funnel, okay? Ouch. And what does the value funnel look like? As you guys can see here, it's an ad, an opt-in, a process selling VSL, an implementation call, and you redirect them to your group or YouTube page. Now, this is nothing new, right? As most of you guys have probably seen this funnel before, right? And if you've tried to rely on this funnel, you may run out of money before becoming profitable, okay? And this is why a lot of the people online stop running ads, because they're like, oh, I'm gonna just put up an ad, I'm gonna put up a funnel, and then I'm gonna put up a booking link, and then I'm gonna just spend money. Oh my God, are you gonna go broke? Oh my God, because especially if you're in a sophisticated market where people have been pitched and pitched times and time again, you will realize that people are numb to your message. Therefore, they may opt in. You may get insane amounts of opt-ins, amounts of leads, but no one will actually book a call. So you're just spending money expecting that technology is going to solve everything for you. For us, we've tried to stay away from it, okay? The difference that makes this funnel insanely more profitable is what happens after someone opts in, okay? And let me show you what happens. So I believe that even though we want to do leverage stuff, you don't want to forget about understanding that eventually when technology becomes like super used by everyone, you will you essentially end up experiencing diminishing returns, right? So the more people who start using something, the less the thing will perform, right? Let me try to find it. Okay, I think it's here. Okay, I need to find this bad boy. Okay, no, I think it's here. There you go. Okay, so here's the difference. So a lot of people will just focus on generating the attention, getting the leads, implementation, and hoping everyone will convert. But for us, we've kind of like restructured this in a different way. And by the way, this same funnel is being used by Cole Gordon to get to $4 million a month. It's being used by everyone who's making millions of dollars per month. This is what they're doing. They're using ads, but not really. Ads is not, the goal is not to get ads to get you booked call. The reason why they're using this funnel is to generally just focus on lead flow. Okay, why are they not focusing on VSL funnels and things like that, even though they're still going to have that VSL funnel there? Is because people are used to this. People have become numb. The same way that in 2020, if you try to sell Facebook ad, or in 2021, you try to sell Facebook ad, nobody would buy it because they just don't care enough. So instead, what you focus on is you generally just treat this like a lead gen funnel. Okay, and the purpose is you get leads coming in every day. Okay, I'll try to show you guys real quick. I'll show you guys our literally our Discord, so you guys can kind of like look at some of the systems. So let me show you. So what you want to do is you want to have organic funnels, you know, just have the asset going. Right now, you know, we're pushing the challenge, so we're getting a lot of opt-ins for the challenge, but we're also pushing a training. So what you want to do is you want to get leads coming in 2:53 a.m. You want to have someone reach out. Bernard opted in at 2:45. Someone opted in at I don't know, 2:39. Everyone gets reached out to by who? By a growth specialist, right? Now, what you want to focus on is having someone reach out to every lead in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. What you're going to see is, I'm going to give you guys our numbers. What we're averaging is a cost per lead that is like $7. So that means that if I spend $700, I'm going to get 100 opt-ins. Okay. And we're getting a 30 to 40% reply rate on all the opt-ins that we get. So that means that for 100 opt-ins, I'm going to get 30 to 40 people reply. And 1/3 of everyone who replied is going to book a call. So that means that out of 100 opt-ins, I end up with around 10 calls booked, and 10 qualified for a call. And then 80 to 100% will want to book a call, and then 6 to 8 will book a call. Okay. Now, compare this with a traditional path of spending $100 a day on ads, waiting for someone to hopefully convert into a call. We don't want to be hopeful. We want control. Control is what? Is humans. As much as I said that humans are not enough leverage, but humans are more effective, in my opinion, than ads at low scale. One-on-one combat, one-on-one appointment setting, humans are going to beat any level of technology. Okay? So you don't want to be so much sold onto leverage that you just think that what I'm selling you guys is, oh, you just need ads. Hell no. You're crazy if you think you just need ads. Okay? Right? So now I'm going to go over the how this thing can become insanely profitable, right? But this is how people are able to spend 10 grand a day on ads, right? And comfortably maintain 116 to 80 bucks, $88 per booked call. Okay? Now, this is just one conversion mechanism. The next conversion mechanism is emails. So you want to push people to your email list. You want to push people to what? To your 12 email sequence. So we have something called the quasi-periodic email sequence in our program. And we just get people to just send it. And then you also want to send people to your Facebook group. Why Facebook group? Because you're going to be putting out attention generating sales assets, some content. You're going to have a GS there. You're going to have some retargeting ads there. So every time you put up a piece of content, someone engages with it, then you start a conversation again. And then you try to do what? You try to book them on a call. So this conversion happens faster, but this also converts more leads over time. So even though I just showed you guys that 6 to 8% will book a call from all the opt-ins in the following like 2 to 3, 4, 5 days, we'll actually end up getting more conversions over time from other long form and other future like initiatives or from content. Does that make sense? Okay. You will get access to the Lucy chart. Yeah, you get access to the Lucy chart in the VIP. I've shared it on Circle. Okay. What about appointment setting with powered by training GPT? Oh my God. Guys, I know everybody's kind of like, it will eventually, will AI become super powerful where it can take over like the role of appointment setting? Yes, but we're not there yet. So don't worry about that. Okay. So now let me show you guys some of the numbers so I can just show you guys how crazy this thing works, okay? So let's compare cold outbound. And these are live metrics from my team, okay? Look at these numbers. And this is the same timeline, by the way, okay? So 1,000, this is like over like 20 days or so. 1,100 outreach people reached out to. 200 people responded, which is 17% reply rate. What was the qualification of everyone reached out to, or out of everyone who responded? 2%. And then booking requested, 2%, right? And then how many book calls booked? 11 calls, which is 1% of the total of outreach, right? So you do 1,000 outreach, you get 26 qualified leads, you send 20 of them a booking link, and then you book them on a call. Does that make sense? This is from cold outreach. Now, compare that to inbound. 114 people reached out to. 56 of them replied, which is a 49% reply rate. Okay? 9% qualification rate. So out of 56 people, we got 10%. 10 people to be qualified. 9 of them were sent a booking link because they were interested in learning more, and 5 of them booked a call. So 4% of everyone we reached out to booked a call, compared to 1% here. Okay, so here are the numbers. 10 times. So the person here, which is the same person, this is the same GS, reached out to 10 times more people. Okay, to get 4 times more replies. So 10 times more energy to only get 4x the responses, to only get 1.5 more qualified people. Okay? And only to get 2 times more calls. Who here would want to work 10 times harder only to get 2x on their desired outcome? Would anyone want to keep doing this if they can do this? Let me know in the chat. Yeah, this is not, we're not tracking cash collected or here. So don't focus on these metrics, right? those numbers are not being acquired, right? This is what I mean by leverage. The same person works 10 times less, but gets 50% the same outcomes, right? Another example, cold outreach. 1,400 people reached out to, okay? 10% reply rate, which is a lot worse than this one, which this one was actually pretty good in my opinion, okay? And then 1% were qualified, booking requested. See, this one shouldn't make sense because I think it was maybe like anyway, so 32 people, 17 calls booked. Same thing, 1% calls people booked. Here, the person reached out to 125 opt-ins, 43 people reply, which is a 34% reply rate. 8% were qualified, 10%, 10 people. 13 booking links sent, 8 calls booked. 6% booking rate from all opt-ins. Here we have a 1%. So this person did 11 times more effort here, more energy spent, more time here, only to experience. Here they booked 8 calls. Here they booked 17 calls. But here they had to reach out to 1,400 people, 1,400 people, when here they only had to reach out to 125. Which this can literally be done in a day. This cannot be done in a day. Okay? Would you rather one day worth of effort to get you 50% of the work? Or would you rather just keep doing some unleveraged work like this? Okay? So this is what I mean by the goal is efficiency, not scaling for the sake of scaling. Okay? The cost to experience the goal dictates the worthiness of the goal. Let me repeat this. The cost to experience the goal dictates the worthiness of the goal. If you told me, hey, Serge, to make $1 million a month, you're going to have to work 100 hours a week. You're going to have to wake up stressed. You're going to have to do this. I'd be like, hey, I'm actually pretty good with 20K a month. So you can keep your $1 million goal, right? No investor would invest money and time in an opportunity that doesn't provide an impressive ROI. That's why the best value investors will literally go years with doing nothing. No investments. Like Warren Buffett will literally spend like 5 years. I don't know exactly the timeline, but he will spend years not doing any investment because he don't want to confuse movement with progress. Okay? You don't want to confuse movement, a lot of movement, with actual progress. And this is what a lot of people do. Now, you will never get to know this if you don't even track your metrics in the first place. So if you have a shitty tracking systems, that's the thing you solve, because you don't want to be you want to be running around like a headless chicken, being like, oh my God, I'm grinding every day. Okay, so what? Good job, man. Great job. You're busy. Iman just bought a new GT3. Do you think he's busy? He's on a yacht. Do you think he's busy? Do you think Hormozy, when he's writing his book, do you think he's not making millions? He's making mills, more money than when he was flying around gyms. I can close all the deals. Give me 100K a month, right? It's a matter of like, what are you putting your time to? Are you investing your time in the thing that gives you the biggest ROI? Okay? Hard work means nothing. Okay? I don't care if you guys are working hard. So what? I woke up today. Guys, you guys want me to tell you what I did today? Let me show you guys what I did. I woke up, I left my phone on that couch back there, okay? And I, woke up. I went with my computer in my bedroom because I don't have a clock. So I need to check what time I wake up, okay? But I don't have a thing. And I just opened up my computer. I just finalized this presentation today, right? But by the time I actually checked like the platform, like the Discord, we had made how much in revenue. I'm not sure if you guys are going to see it, but if you guys can see it, we're at 16K for the day. Okay. So, and then the day before, I don't know if you guys can see it, 14K. The day before, 14K. So it's like, did you guys see me hustling hard yesterday? Right? No. It's not about hard work. It's about doing the one thing that changes everything. Okay? You got to be an investor with your time. Do not try to be like a hustler. Nobody cares. Nobody, anyway, I could go on and on about this, but if you want to get rich fast, you can't just focus on volume. You have to focus on asymmetrical returns, which means that you're getting one input. Let's say I worked hard, I hire people once, but then they keep building things forever to give us a bigger output. Okay. So we're chasing the most leverage on our decisions and money, and most importantly, time. Why? Because the goal is to be present, not to be a slave to success. And I swear to God, I see so many people who are slaves to success. They're like, it's a never-ending flywheel. It's a never-ending rat race where they're like, no, I need to work hard. I need bigger month after month. No, it's like, no, you can just set up infrastructure so you scale more effortlessly. Okay. So now a lot of the biggest bottleneck or the biggest question a lot of people say is like, oh, I'm not sure if I should spend the little money I have on ads. Who here would have this question where they're like, hey, I don't know if I should have, I don't know if I should spend money on ads. Okay. Well, let me show you guys the unit economics of the build and release offer. Okay. The most wonderful thing about the build and release offer, which I shared in here, I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. If you guys were not there on day one, you need a build and release offer because you want to be able to take your clients from where they're at to inevitably helping them get to their desired outcome. Okay. And how do you do it? You simply, you stack a bunch of mechanisms. I'm trying to see if I can find it. So you take care of everything. You build the media buy for them. You place setters for them. You do the branding. You do the marketing. You become the operator for them. You build the systems for them, right? But you do it in a leveraged way. Okay. So let's go back on here. You're paid to acquire clients, and this is something that actually got Hormozy calls it client acquisition fine, like client acquisition. What is it? What does it call it again? Client acquisition client acquisition, or whatever. Essentially just means the client actually pays for his own acquisition. Okay. And here's the thing. So let's look at someone who has $500 in ads budget. Okay. So on an average cost per lead, which is $6, you'll get 75 leads. Let's say 10 to 20% are booked on a call, which is 7 to 15 calls based on our value funnel metrics. But this can be higher than this in competitive markets. So I showed you guys people in the local businesses who are booking 50% of all the leads that come in. Okay. Now, let's say you have a 20% closing rate. That means that you'll close 1 to 3 clients. If your average ticket price is 10K, right, not including performance, you can take this funnel, these many leads, and this budget, and generate an extra 10K to 30K in revenue from ads, right? So that means that gives you the following outcomes. You liquidate the cost of ads. 5% goes to a setter, which, let's say on one deal, 5% of 10K becomes $500. 10% to 15% goes to a closer, which is 1K to 1.5K. And then 5% is the ad cost. So the total cost per acquisition becomes $2,000. Okay. And the deal is worth 10 grand. So that means that before cost to fulfill, you're profiting $8,000, which is 80%. Okay. The cost to fulfill will be, let's say, 2.5 to 3K, right? Per deal. That means that you're profiting $5,000 for every 10 grand, for every 10K deal that you acquire, right? Would you find $500 if it could generate you an extra 5 grand? An extra 15 grand? Because this $500 generated these many calls, right? If you close 1 to 3 out of these calls, then you don't just close one 10K deal. You can close up to 3 of them. And now you're spending $500 to close 15K, right? And even a better question is, how long would you keep finding the $500 to keep spending on ads to make this type of return? Where every time you invest money, you make 10x the money back, right? Well, The goal is you keep spending money as long as you're profitable on the front end. What do I mean by that? Is you keep acquiring clients, you keep acquiring customers until you're profitable on the front end, which will be for a long while at least. Eventually, this will not necessarily consistently stay this profitable over time, but this is a good thing for you to understand, right? So you guys need to understand that when you have a build and release offer, you're not paying for shit. All you need to do is find a credit card, put the credit card on Facebook, on Meta, or whichever platform you want to advertise on, get the leads, get the growth specialist to reach out in 5 minutes, okay? Set the calls, get on a call. No, don't get on a call. Get a closer to get on a call. Let them close the deal, and then just cash collect and get your fulfillment team to deliver, okay? Now, I want to talk about Felix's and case study and story, Felix's and Jolie's story. But before I kind of like do so, I kind of like want to show you guys a little bit of the before state, and then Jolie and Felix, I'm going to get you guys in and you guys can kind of like, we can have a chat. So, by the way, Felix and Jolie partnered up before they joined the program and wanted to kind of like build a, they were going after coaches and consultants, right? And Felix, I guess, you know, I'm not going to ask you this question, but I'm curious to know how many programs you've bought before. But I feel like Felix was the type of a founder who just constantly invests in himself to try to achieve success, right? But you know, before he joined, or by the time they said that's my bank balance going from 15K, from this to 15K cash collected. So he literally had $2.7 euros in his bank account, right? And then last month, like 10 days ago, he said, we just hit 20K in sales today. Main problem right now are time, not cash related, right? So imagine going from this to this, sending this message is pretty interesting. And, you know, the issue with the coaching and consulting space, for everyone who's listening to this, I highly suggest you guys pay attention to what I'm about to say, it's become super, super competitive, okay? Only the top 1% of growth agencies, growth consultants, and coaches get 90% of the market due to their brand. Let me repeat this. Most of the marketplace in the current, who's targeting coaches, agencies, and this is one thing I want you guys to understand, just because I'm helping agencies or I'm helping consultants does not mean you should go and do the same as me, okay? I have an edge. I have leverage. You do not. So do not try to go into spaces just because someone is making millions thinking that you're going to also make millions. No, it will not work, right? So, and then also the other thing is most coaches are actually broke, right? So what we did is we helped them after like a few weeks. We realized like, hey, this acquisition, this niche is not really working out. So we switched them to solar because anyone who's ever heard Peter Thiel say this, but he says that competition is for losers, right? If you're in a space where it's super competitive, then everybody just they have a race to the bottom, right? Meaning everybody's just undercutting themselves. They're just saying, oh, I'll refund you $5,000 if it doesn't work. I'm like, come on, guys, like, please respect yourselves, okay? So the easiest win for some of y'all who are listening to this right now or watching this is just switch and go after a niche that have a little bit more, less competition, right? Target less competitive industries that are heavily reliant on lead flow and sales, and just go build their client acquisition infrastructure. The same thing I just showed you guys today, and I'm going to show you guys over the next few days. You guys can go sell it for like thousands and thousands of dollars, 10, 15 grand, 25K. You just need to apply it to a better markets. Okay. And then if you're someone who sells a convenience offer, meaning you don't actually bring value to someone, like you don't necessarily grow their revenue directly, you shouldn't sell this unless you have status, aka brand, or you're selling status, meaning the person who sells Rolexes is not selling time. Like, he's not trying to sell you for you to be able to tell time. What he's selling you is status. And the people buying status don't care about money. They're just going to buy it regardless. So you don't sell a convenience offer unless you're selling status or you have status. Okay. So, Felix, before I go over and break down your funnel, and Jolie. I would love to kind of like you guys kind of like can I think you guys love to kind of like share your story. I think it's going to be super exciting for everyone here. First of all, how did you first meet? How did you guys meet?
Actually, like we've been, I would just go first. So we've been like in contact since like 2-3 years, because like long story short, we've both been in business for the past 5 years. And I've done a lot of business models myself. So I started out with drop shipping, e-commerce, FBA. Like I spent over 30 grand on courses, as you guess. I spent a lot on courses as well. And yeah, like 2 years ago, we worked on a project together. So there was like one online shop I built, and Jolie was kind of freelancing. I was one of her clients in that sense. And yeah, like since then we've been in contact. By the way, the project failed, so like I didn't really get to sell a lot. So but fast forward to like 4 months ago, we actually kind of met again and decided to do this together. So like we actually were both working in the agency space with coaches, and I was doing more of like a appointment setting thing, whereas Jolie was basically doing Facebook ads for coaches. And then we actually decided to go for your program. So been part of your earlier program before that, and then we decided to join GCP basically, which turned out to be really good decision, honestly, like best decision ever.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Jolie, so how long had you been helping the coaches with Facebook ad before?
So I've been I've been doing media buying for coaches and consultants for the past 2 years and a half. I started out as a freelancer when I met Felix, then switched to the agency model, and yeah, the biggest bottleneck has been to schedule call consistently and scale predictably, basically. So and I felt like enhancing the offer was kind of the thing that would make things change. And so when I 4 months ago, when I started working with Felix, we said, okay, let's come up with a better offer. And that's probably going to help us get more lead flow and more call schedule. But it wasn't really the case. So it was just been,
Which is an interesting thing, which did you just said, because if you are in a niche, and you guys can share your experience within the coaching and consulting space, even when the offer was good, how hard was it to still get even leads and appointments?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like we tried for 1.5 months. So like we literally like spend every day 2 hours with the appointment setters on calls and training them. Like we had, I think at the start we had 7 setters, and we let like 3 of them go. It was 4 setters, and we actually also started ads. And in total, in 1.5 months, we booked, I think, 5 calls. It was, Jolie, like something like that, and most of them were unqualified, like brokies.
And compare that to what's going on right now. Like what? So for me, what I really, because I want in your own words, or at least like, what has been the shift from going from an industry where it's like super, super competitive to, and like working hard, like grinding it out, to pivoting to what you guys are, to the businesses you guys are helping. Like, how did the perspective shift around what it actually takes to win? Like what was the shift of like, okay, let's switch offer, let's switch niches, and like seeing the amount of lead flow and the amount of appointments in the following 24 hours?
It was pretty wild. I mean, we launched the ad. We were running ads again for coaches, and we got some level of result, but nothing close to what we saw when we changed our offer and the markets. And just for me, I think the biggest breakthrough was realizing that I don't need to do everything the hard way, because I've always felt like I need to close the calls. I need to, work with a bunch of appointment setters to get those calls scheduled in the first place. And just going from having to, and that's what we also did when we started working together, and just going from having to do everything myself to drive some growth to actually having a team, or having automation in place, to, nurture the lead, the SMS reminders and the closer that's closing the call. Just like, it's just been a complete, completely mind blown by how effortless it was, to get those results. I mean, we had a lot of work that we put in, but we had the same level of work that we put in beforehand, but we didn't get as much results. So we worked the same, but we got like 100x results compared to what we had before,
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
Yeah. Felix, what was your experience? How did it feel to go from being about to die to to seeing that to seeing that type of lead flow and that type of volume of appointments and even cash collected?
Yeah, like incredible. Like honestly, like I remember we turned the ads on for the solo, and we were still like on the verge of, okay, should we go fully in on this or should we still remain with coaches? So we did both for a while actually, and like €5 spent, or no, not even like I think it was €2 spent, first appointment booked, and I wrote it to Casey. So and yeah, like it was just sick. And then like from there it was literally like 5 to 10 appointments per day. And now it's like just we're used to it. Like now it's just like we got to close them down, and we got to like
now we have just different challenges now. It's just it's no longer acquisition, it's more like fulfillment and delivery. So it's been amazing.
Yeah, I love it. And what are some of the learnings that maybe I can get, Joey can go first. Like what are some of the beliefs that have changed since you guys have kind of like seen the recent success, and what are some of the lessons that I may not necessarily know what to ask you guys? Like what are some of, if you guys were to kind of like give an advice to you before you made this switch, or to you before you implemented ads and everything like that, what would you guys say it was? Jolie, you can go first.
Yeah, I think the first belief definitely for me was just be in the right community and just get mentorship and guidance, because sometimes you feel like something is not working and you feel like you are doing something wrong, or that you are not skilled enough, or that you're not capable of making things work, and you feel like you have to work harder. But just having the right mentor that can get you into the right direction can make a biggest difference. So for me, that's, even though I've invested myself into different mentorship and coaching and programs over the past 4 years, it's just like the level of support that we've been getting. It's just, I mean, I'm overwhelmed. It's just, I mean, it's absolutely mind blowing. And so I think that has been the biggest thing, because just knowing that if you have a challenge, you can go and ask a question and get a clear answer in terms of what the next step should be, and tons of clarity in terms of what you actually should do.
Yeah,
it's been amazing. So that's what for me would be the first thing, like get like a high level mentorship, because that's just insanely valuable. And the second thing is definitely to I think you've said it once, but it's like people that are winning are not necessarily working harder than you are, or they're not more talented than you are, and it's just that they have better insight, they have better strategy. So sometimes when we do things and it hasn't worked for a while, we think, okay, I just need to keep on doing the same thing and just work a whole lot harder. But when you look at someone that's winning, or people that are winning, just ask yourself, are they actually working a whole lot harder than I am? Or are they using more leverage, more system, better marketing events, to succeed in their space? So probably because I've been doing this for the past 2 years and a half, the agency model for coaches, and even though I made money, I had client, it was growing, but it was really growing like very slowly, not at the space where I wanted it to be. And just seeing what happened last month, and where just kind of the traction that we're getting, is just like, wow, this could have been a whole lot easier if I had the better guidance, better mindset, better belief in terms of what's required to succeed. So I mean, those are the key things. Yeah.
Love it. Felix, what about you?
Yeah, I'll copy that. Like honestly, it would have not been the same by far, like without your guys' help, and like without the whole thing here, like, because it's like the support is just incredible. It's just another level. And I mentioned it, I spent a lot on coaching before, but this is just like next level stuff here, and it's incredible what you've built. So like honestly, having the support and having like a clear roadmap, step by step, from where you are to where you want to be, and all these systems are already kind of in place. What's not in place yet has to be built in a way, but like we get all the support, and it's just next level here. So and then also just taking things one step at a time. So because I've been talking about that with Casey for a bit, and like, huge shout out to him. So like, he really pushed us hard, and yeah, really supported us during the tough times. And yeah, but like, taking things one step at a time, because like, if you look at the whole picture at once, then damn, it can be really overwhelming. Like right now we're also going through a phase where it's kind of a lot, but if you just take one step in front of the next and keep on going, then like, there's nothing stopping you from getting there. So
Yeah. No.
basically.
I know I mean, you guys killed it. Like, good job. And it's not even about, I see a lot of people are like, oh, like, is it like giving me shiny object? Like, it shouldn't be about the niche. It's not really about the niche. It's also one thing you guys have to understand is how many people are actually in solar and who can't even get nothing from it, right? It's also about Jolie and Felix. It's not just about you. You're not just gonna go after solar and think you're gonna make money. No, trust me, it's gonna just be the same thing as coaches and consultants. So you need to genuinely be good and to offer a niche something valuable, and you need to be the person who deserves their business. Okay. So I don't want you guys to see this as it's a solar case study. It's not a solar case study. It's people who've been grinding for the last 2.5 years, 3 years, 4 years, trying to start a business. And all that time has compounded to, in one decision, in one pivot, it has compounded to everything just hit once, and all their experience, they took it, put it into a better vehicle, into a better offer, into a better industry, and they got what they deserved. So if you guys do not have anything that make you deserving, the niche is not going to make you successful. Just like there are people who are serving agencies and are still broke till this day. Some of them may be on this call. There are people serving people in the coaching and consulting space making what? $1 million a month. And there are others who can't even make $3,000 a month. It's not about the niche. It's not about the offer. It's about your offer. It's about what you deliver. It's like, how valuable are you? Right? So do not think that, like, I'm not trying to take away, I don't want to take away from the entrepreneurs running the businesses. Like, it's the people, it's not the niche. But I want to show you guys a funnel breakdown that I did for Felix's and Jolie's funnel, because on a call, I was just trying to break down their transformation. And essentially this was maybe like when they had collected like their first 15-20K. So after that they spent more money on ads, but they had spent essentially 2K on ads. The average cost per lead was $6.5 and euros or whatever. You can just switch the currency. Average cost per booked call was $12. They had booked 169 calls, and here is the thing. The first 80 plus calls, or in total, out of the 169, they had a pretty bad show rate. But 80 calls, so let's say around 50% of all the calls, they had taken them themselves, right? Or around, it was like a few weeks or maybe a month timeline, and they had no closed deal. So when we see that, we're like, hey, forget this. Let's get a closer in. The goal was not, oh, Felix or Jolie, hey, let's spend some time and teach you guys how to sell. No way. No way. That's not, nobody has time to do that, right? I don't have time to do that. I could get someone to help them build a sales script. We do have sales scripts. We do have everything. But to become a good closer, it takes like 500 sales calls. We ain't got time to waste that many sales calls. So what we do is get them to build a hiring scorecard, get them to get closers to apply, find the best closers who have already closed in the solar niche. And look at this. The following 25 calls were taken by a closer, which represents 14% of calls that were totally booked. No. Like 14% of the ones that actually showed up were taken by the closer. And out of 25 calls, 5 deals came out of it, which is a 20% closing rate. Okay. And then since out of 2K to get on an average call, so they got 25 calls and the average cost per book call was $12. That means that to get these 25 calls that ended up as 5 deals, it actually only costed them $375, right? To get the calls that were taken by the closer. So technically, if you really look at I mean, of course, the total acquisition cost is going to be the 2K ads and the compensation. But if you were to look at the money spent on the calls that were taken with someone who could close, it's only $375 invested. And they were able to cash collect $20,000 in 11 days and a percentage on performance. So they have a performance deal. That means that they got a 53x return on investment on this $375 investment invested, right? $375 invested, get the leads, get the appointments to make 20K cash. Overall ROI is like 10x. $2,000 on ads, 20K cash collected, right? And this is what I want you guys to see. It is not expensive. It is, I mean, is it not expensive? It is expensive if you try to just go close everything and you don't know how to close, and you just try to thinking that, okay, just booking calls is going to make you, is going to solve the problem for your business growth. No, it is not. You need to solve every single area of your business, which is what we focus on. Okay. Now, let's go and assemble everything together. Okay. I want to go over this funnel, and just quickly important before I go over the actual structure and everything. If you're in a niche that doesn't have much competition, you don't need all of this to get results. Some clients will just put up a no-brainer offer, right? Ad going up. We put up a lead form, a call funnel, and it's printing calls, which is the case for Liel at ScaleImpact.io. And they're literally fully booked out for the next week, which should be so they were still booked out, that they were trying to open up for the following month, right? And so it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have this whole thing set up. But the reason why I still suggest you guys set up this funnel, and by funnel, I'm not talking about an actual like landing page, I'm talking about the whole thing, is because you end up with a problem of show up rates. Okay. And this is what happens for Liel. We need to get feedback on how to improve show up rate, as most calls are a no-show. Even though they spent $300 and got 51 sales calls, if none of them show up, then it doesn't make any sense. So that's why I highly suggest you guys go and implement this funnel. Okay. So let's go over the funnel real quick together, and then we're going to solve the money. All right. So let's go over this. Okay, cool. So there is beauty in simplicity and keeping things simple. So for me, what I really like to call this value funnel really is really simple. You have one asset, you have one funnel. The goal is to change one belief or to convey one message, and you have one conversion workflow, right? So what is the one asset? The one asset, by what I mean by one asset is you need to have an asset that allows you to change your niche's beliefs. So as an example, let's say for you guys, the thing that I really want you guys to understand is you need a build and release offer. No matter how you want to put it, I'm going to put this guy, I'm going to hide this. So no matter how you want to put it, nothing is going to matter about client acquisition and everything like that until you guys change your offers, because you guys are not going to be able to afford the lead cost, the appointment setter cost, the closing cost, if you don't have enough money per deal. So for me, what I would do is I would build a sales asset of process selling a VSL or an educational VSL, right? That goes over a specific case study or a process. Okay. A process around how to get more appointments, a process how to get more appointments to show up, a process around how to charge more money. Okay. But it needs to be the thing that the market cares the most about. Okay. Or I can just use a case study. So if I wanted to get more clients in the solar industry, then I would probably push the Felix's and Jolie case study. And then I would put it on a funnel, and it would literally look something like this. So it would look something like this as an example, right? And I'm just going to create the best asset that I can create. I'm going to put it on a landing page. I'm going to drive traffic to it. Okay. The value VSL structure, which is something I'd love to give you guys the structure of the VSL, but unfortunately, a lot of people pay a lot of money for that. So I'm not necessarily going to go over that. But the thing you guys really want to focus on when you're building it out is the following. You need a headline, and that headline needs to be a how-to headline. Okay? How to achieve X without doing whatever. Why is that important? Because in the newspaper, they realized that the best performing headlines were how-to headlines. So do not try to craft it in certain ways, just do the how-to, okay? And then the first thing you need to do in the first 60 seconds of starting your asset, your value video, you want to show proof. If you don't have proof, I'm sorry, but it's not gonna work as well, okay? And then you also want to call out who this is for, right? And then you want to clarify the outcome of the asset that they're about to watch. And then there is something called the education phase. And then you have the CTA. So this is kind of like briefly, I'm going to show you guys on the actual asset because I have a few checklists on here. What you want to do on the asset is, you choose your insight. The insight can either be a case study or a process. You need to create your value VSL, which is headline, proof of claim, and then also add in some social proof client results, right? You want to call out who this is for. You want to clarify what they'll get out of the asset, the training, and then you have education phase. You will have, because each single, for a belief to be like installed in someone's mind, you can't just rely on one example, like, oh, you need to run ads. No, you need to have multiple angles for you to change their beliefs. So you probably may need to have analogies, right? But then you have different stories at each step, okay? And you do it 3 times. First, maybe you may need to explain the offer. Then you may need to explain the importance of having content up front. Then you may need to explain the importance of leverage with ads, right? The same process that I've walked you guys through over the last 3 days is the same thing that you guys need to do in one single video. It could be 20 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. And then the call to action. What I really like with the call to action of this value funnel is, or the VSL. Actually, I can actually show you guys this one real quick because it's going to be super, super helpful. I'm going to show you guys how I do call to action. So, because yeah, I think this one is super valuable. I think it would be a disservice for me not to show you guys. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna show you exactly the thing because this one is really good. So when I'm doing a call to action, I like to do the following. Okay. And I'm gonna do it right now. I'm actually going to add it on the actual thing right now. So for those who have actual access to the VIP ticket, you guys are going to be able to access this call to action structure, right? So look at this. What I like to do is the following. I like to present the growth formula, which I've talked about before in my content on Webbies, everywhere, okay? You don't want to sell people like, hey, book a call. No, that's too basic. Nobody's gonna fall for that. Okay. What you want to do is the following. You want to explain to people that the definition of intelligence, and which is equal to the definition of growth, comes from rate of learning plus the rate of change. Meaning, in order for someone to grow their business, they need to learn a lot and then they need to change even faster, right? The quality of the insights, the speed at which they acquire the insights, the volume of insights, and the quality of the actions, the speed at which they change, and the volume of repetition they put in is what leads to someone making 10K a month, 100K a month, 500K a month, okay? You can't just focus, because if you try to just focus on learning how to make 100K a month, 500K a month, like you guys are learning today, you guys are not going to make 100K, 500K a month. I can promise you that. The only reason you guys are going to make $500,000 a month is if you match the learnings with the behaviors. Okay. So I just told you that, right? So what I like to do is I like to offer the opportunity to people who want to change, not just learn, the ability to have a walkthrough or an implementation call where I actually walk them through how to. I like to solve the second layer of the formula of growth on a call, right? That's how I position it. So you guys are getting the knowledge. Now you need execution, right? And then I give also like the bonuses of what they get on a call. And then what I also like to do at the end is just, just put some limitations like, hey, 35% of calls get automatically canceled. 50% don't go past our discovery vetting process, which is not fake scarcity, by the way. Like, it's generally true because we cannot help everyone and not everyone is ready for the help. So that also kind of like limits it. And I like to put value. So like, that's how I would like you guys to start positioning your call to actions. Do not just try to say someone, hey, book a call so I can sell you something. No, here's why you should book a call, because this is the underlying truth, right? And for you guys, when it comes to the funnel, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to go to the next step. Is this helpful, by the way? Is that call to action helpful? Perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys a better call to action, which is less salesy. It's actually just based on facts, and it's just a lot more attractive. Okay. So when it comes to this funnel that you guys have here, it's really simple. Make sure you're getting people's name, email, phone number. Okay. It is super important to get the phone number because I'll show you guys that we don't actually do outreach on much social. We just actually move things to text. So you want to make sure that you're saying, hey, we need your phone number to give you the assets. Okay. So you need and then, by the way, if you guys get access to NBL, for those who are in Natural Born Leader subscription, where you're like paying the $49 a week, you guys get access to the snapshot. And if you're in GCP, you guys get actually the whole thing. Okay. So you guys don't need to rebuild everything. Main page, VSL page, and a thank you page. I'm not going to show you guys right now, but you guys could get access to that some other time. Promotion. So you need the funnel. Promotion, here is how you need to think about it. You're going to need to promote organically and with paid ads. It's not just a one or the other. You need to go on social media. You need to add the link in bio everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, I don't really care. And then every week, what you want to do is you want to promote on your stories and just literally be like, hey, I just created this new training. Click the link, go check it out. Okay. In your long form videos on YouTube, you want to embed the link to the asset on every video in every podcast. If you do podcasts on Spotify, make sure that the link under that podcast episode is the actual asset. Okay. And on your email list, you want to make sure that you're promoting it 1 to 3 times a week, right? Why are we doing this? Because we want to get as many opt-ins as possible every single day. Paid ads, ad creative, campaign structure is really simple. This is actually pretty simple, right? Paid ads, you need an ad creative, you need a campaign structure, which is just focused on traffic. And what you want to focus on is the following. You want to make sure that the lead cost is 10% or lower of your cost per booked call. So if $150 is spent on ads, gets you a booked call directly or with a GS, do you want to aim to have $15 or less cost per lead? Okay. Why is that super important? Because it allows us to have a funnel that is scalable. If your lead cost is $50, I'm sorry, but you're not going to scale this, right? If you're getting $50 per lead, yeah, it's not going to be scalable. Okay. Now, when it comes to conversion, you really want to really focus on 2 things. You want to have your nurturing automated emails, SMS, and you want to have the appointment flow, right? I'm going to show you guys on the actual doc, because this is what you guys will have access to. Okay, so funnel creation, direct people to the groups. You're going to need a headline. You're going to need a host and your CTA I want implemented. Promo, really simple. Add to your IG on YouTube, CTA push weekly emails. And then for ads examples, I'm going to show you guys real quick. We have this note ads. I'm sure you guys have seen it, which is performing really well, right? Well, I think I can, yeah, I could show you guys the cost per lead, but I'm gonna show you guys later. But this ad has really working pretty well, right? The ad structure, and then also for those who have access to the VIP ticket, you guys are going to be able to access this doc, which is like an example of a coaching ad. No, it's we've started doing documentation of ads in different industries: solar, real estate, home remodeling, SaaS, recruiting, chiropractor, med spa, agency owners, closers. And you know, whoever has access to the VIP ticket, you guys are going to be accessing the actual example of an ad copy framework. So just to give you guys a little bit of more help on it. Okay. But anyway, for the ad, you guys want to have a somewhat call out the ideal prospect. You want to have the how to. You want to make sure that you're promoting the download or receive asset. Okay. You do not want to pitch book a call, right? Because if you pitch book a call, the cost per lead is going to go what? Through the roof. We don't want to deal with that. We want a lot of lead flow. We don't care about booked call because the GS team, the systems are going to take care of converting them into a call, right? You want to increase the perceived value by sharing the cost in time or money that you have spent or invested in accessing and building that insight. So as an example, right now, this growth creator challenge that we're doing, you know, I don't know how many pages we're at, but we're what, 101 pages in. So it's like, you know, I created these things over the last 2 weeks. So it's like, no matter how you want to put it, I had to spend some time creating this asset. So when I do go and sell it, you can't say that it's not worth something, right? So you want to actually mention it like, hey, I spent 2 weeks and however money building this out, or this thing has made me millions of dollars to understand all these things. And then that will increase the perceived likelihood of someone clicking and giving you their information, right? This is the campaign structure. Okay, cool. So when it comes to conversion, nurturing flow, first email should be to invite people to the Facebook group, okay? The second email should be to sell an implementation call. So that you should add a call to action in your second email. And then the following email should generally be about case studies and more content to nurture your leads. When it comes to appointment setting, you need a few things. You need to set up a notification channel, okay, that I showed you earlier on Discord or Slack. You can do it wherever. And then you want to make sure that your team or you have someone who's reaching out in less than 5 minutes. If you reach out more, like if it takes you more than 10 minutes to reach out, don't use this funnel. Just generally give up. Like don't do anything. If you do not respect this rule of 5 to 10 minute reach out, speed to lead insight, this will not work. You will go broke not making money. The sooner you reach out to someone, the faster they're going to reply. Okay. And then you want to have your team leave an emoji when they've reached out, or leave an X when they haven't, when they can't find a lead. Okay. We primarily right now are relying on SMS, on WhatsApp and iMessage or Telegram. We're not necessarily calling people. A lot of people are doing outbound dial. We're not doing that. You need to be tracking your output like a hawk. Okay. If you're not tracking these metrics, I'm going to try to see if I can show you guys something. So this is like a KPI sheet, social tracker outreach sheet that we use for to track everything. We track cold outbound. Okay. I'm going to show you guys. We track cold outbound. We track organic opt-ins. We track paid ads leads. We track Facebook group members. We track 2 steps. We track everything. Everything has to be dependent on these metrics. If you're not tracking, you're not going to scale. I promise you that. Okay, so you need this system. Conversation workflow is what we do for these leads. The process, you know, I've have a lot of assets around conversation workflows. I think this is something you guys can get if you guys ever join Natural Born Leader or you ever work with us. We can help you guys craft your conversion scripts. But here is the thought process around the workflow, because this one is going to be super important too. You do not want to start the conversation by, hey, I just saw that you just opted in. Would you like to book a call? No way. Instead, what you want to do is you want to offer a gift. You know, be like, hey, I saw that you opted into the you opted into the Growth Creator Challenge. would you like for us to, would you like the doc that we use to create the training, right? Most people will do what? Will say yes. Why would someone say no to that? And then you want to find inefficiencies in their business. You'd be like, okay, cool. Where are you at in business? What are you struggling with? And then they're going to tell you what they're struggling with. Then you want to leverage those inefficiencies and tell them like, hey, you know, you could actually get better results if you had a build and release offer and you leveraged ads and you leveraged your growth specialist and a closer, right? Would you like to have a call and have the team walk you through that? People will be like, well, of course, right? So you guys are going to need a growth specialist. You guys are going to need a notification channel. You guys are going to need to keep your team accountable to reaching out fast enough. You guys are going to need to track your metrics. You guys, you know, are going to need something like the social outreach tracker. You guys are going to need the conversation workflow. You guys are going to need to have inefficiencies. As an example, it could be, hey, what are you relying on to acquiring leads? What the volume of the leads? What's the cost of the leads? Are you managing everything yourself? How long have you been using this method or strategy? Have you looked into more efficient and cost-effective methods? Okay. And then you want to offer a walkthrough, right? Using efficiencies against the prospect, offer a walkthrough implementation of new and better approach. Wait for the yes. Do not pitch the link before they say yes, and then give them the link. Follow up every 24 hours, right? All right, so let's go over the homework for today. You need to go through the launch checklist. You need to get your process selling VSL up. You need your landing page up. You need a growth specialist, and you need to track your systems, and you need to remove yourself from selling, and then you need to just sit back, relax, spend some money on ads, and let your team make you wealthy. And you don't need to wait 20 years to be wealthy, by the way. You just need like 3 years. Cool. Was today's helpful? Beautiful. Beautiful. Tomorrow we're going to talk about fulfillment because, again, if you make a lot of money, you're going to owe a lot of people a lot of value, right? So how are we going to deliver on this value? Tomorrow we're going to talk about fulfillment and how you can fulfill. Now, tomorrow what you guys can expect is, even though I've said, hey, deliver the most amount of value, tomorrow you guys will notice that you need leverage to fulfill. You do not sell your time. You do not sell a bunch of done for you. It's really like implement and release. And then you sell management on the back end. Okay. So management and consulting. All right, cool. And yeah, if you're watching this on a recording and not you guys, just someone else, and you guys want to become partners, please come in. Let's join GCP. I would love to get to work with you guys. But anyway, true. Guys, take care. Thank you guys for joining today. And then yeah, let's change the world. Okay, bye-bye.
Later, guys.
Okay, so today's day 4. We're going to be talking about fulfillment retention models. And what I was saying before I started the recording is the fact that in order for me to scale, I had to kind of like stop thinking like everybody else. If you kind of like look at what everybody's consuming and do exactly as they are doing, you end up with just average results, right? And the reason to that is because even if something is good, if enough people start doing it, it actually becomes less efficient, right? I'm sure you guys have seen people make a shit ton of money in different verticals and different offers. But once people start doing exactly the same thing, that same opportunity goes back down to 0. Okay. So the build and release model is kind of like something that I had to kind of like introduce in order for me to stop competing and just essentially just compete my profits away. All right. Yeah, for everyone who's in the community in Natural Born Leader who bought the VIP ticket, please remember that tomorrow we have a Q&A. So expecting you guys, we've had a lot of people buy it, more people than we expected. So that's going to be good. If you did not buy the VIP ticket, I'm not going to be able to answer all your questions, because if I try to answer the questions of 300 people, I'll be in trouble, right? So it wouldn't be doable. So that's why we released the VIP ticket. While we just are about to get started, please just show your face. Put on the camera. Stop. Unless you're on a sales call, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a camera on. Okay. So if you're here, just be here, be present. Don't try to multitask and try to do outreach or try to build systems and try to do anything that isn't here. If you're here, be here, right? Our natural born leader subscription are allowed on the Q&A. Well, not tomorrow, because it's more specific to the VIP. Just like the people who bought the VIP ticket are not accessing the Sunday call that for the natural born leader members, right? So yeah. All right, cool. Perfect. So let me just get this going and then we'll get to work. The biggest bottleneck when it comes to the build and release offer is going to be fulfillment, right? Not necessarily because it's hard, but because you're solving a lot more problems. Therefore, it's a lot more complex than just, let's say, finding a contractor who can do Facebook ad, right? So I'm about to get started on here. All right, cool. Perfect. So how in the world did I go from struggling to fulfill client acquisition services at 30K per month to effortlessly delivering 600K a month in client acquisition infrastructures, right? Because, I mean, this kind of like doesn't make any sense because 30K a month, I was in more pain than I was in at 600K a month, right? And the point of today's top training is to kind of like go over how exactly did that happen. And the insights in today's training, I believe, have the potential of turning you into a legend. Not necessarily because you're going to learn how to get more appointments or how to get more leads or like better, shorter sales cycle, but because I believe that operations and operational excellence is what differentiates people who are great marketers who can make a lot of money and just, you know, I guess, get rich to the ones who actually become wealthy. And the reason that is because for something to scale, it's less about acquisition and it's more about sustainability and allowing throughput in a system. Okay. So a lot of people just get started in business. They just purely just focus on, hey, let me get leads, let me close deals, let me make money. Okay, that's great. But you need to understand that in order for you to scale, it's not just being good at acquiring leads and acquisition skills. You also need to learn that there is a second layer of skills that you need to acquire, which is how do I scale that unit of activities? And instead of maybe making 10K per month, how can I make 100 grand a day? How can I make 100 grand an hour? How can I make 100 grand a second? Right? In case you guys have not noticed, I saw this chart. I've shared it in a training before, but I think Amazon makes $1 billion a day, like $1.2 billion a day, right? There is no single marketer who will make $1 billion a day. Because to make $1 billion a day, it's not about, oh, let's just put a discount code or let's do some scarcity or some fake urgency. No, you need to be able to fulfill on the $1 billion. So therefore, the more like a 9-figure scale at $1 billion scale, it's more about operational efficiency than it is about acquisition. Okay. So let's get into it. In my opinion, there are really 4 key levers of leveraged fulfillment. And if you guys understand these 4, it should be impossible for you guys not to scale. If you want to scale past 100K a month profit, you'll need these 4 things dialed. Before I share the process of acquiring them, let's discuss the main failure points of companies that can't deliver results to their clients. And let's talk about the level of talent, which is average. Most of the time, companies that cannot scale, it's not necessarily because they can't acquire clients, but it's because they can't generate the results that their clients paid for. So most people's thought process when starting and scaling a business is, hey, let me get a cheap contractor so I can have 60-80% margins so their team ends up with average people trying to deliver extraordinary outcomes to businesses, right? But we all know that inputs equal outputs. If you eat shit, you're going to look like shit. You're going to feel like shit. If you eat well, you're going to look good. You're going to feel great, right? So How exactly do most founders, the most agencies, the most consulting businesses think that average talent on their team is going to equal above average output, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's literally insanity, right? So this leads to a never-ending cycle of acquiring clients and not being able to retain them, right? And this is why, for me, the biggest thing that I had to solve, and the thing that I think made client acquisition that I am more, like a lot more, I guess, successful in a short time span, is not necessarily because our emphasis has never been client acquisition. Funny enough, our emphasis has always been, hey, let's help you create the thing that your market needs and wants, so that they can actually see results, and then the lead gen and the acquisition is going to be effortless, right? Now, what about agencies who have great talent but still can't scale? Because it also happens. There are people who have amazing people, like super talented people on the team, but they still cannot make 100 grand a month. Well, the problem here is, how leveraged are the people? Right now, as an example, I'm going to use a pretty like a live example. So we have a media buyer who's worked with a lot on different accounts, currently spending a lot of money on ads, spent up to $60,000 a day on ads. And I'm going to use him as an example to explain the importance of being leveraged. I'll share the following scenarios. Scenario number one: his job is to set up accounts, find audience, work on copy, add it to the ads manager, right? So as an example, just like the ads manager. If someone else is creating it, provide guidance on creative, run the ads, look at it every day, every week, and optimize continuously, right? Well, this scenario lead to the media buyer being able to handle 10 accounts if the work isn't too complex, right? And since media buying is a leveraged job, which means that you can deliver great outcomes pretty fast, that means that you can charge proportionately to the value you can deliver. So there are agencies who generally charge 10K a month for their services of media buying, okay? Now, what most people don't understand is that even though this is like a leveraged job, the actual input-output relationship is still symmetrical. What do I mean by that? That means that even though his skills are more leveraged and he's using technology compared to, let's say, doing outreach, his performance is still tied to time, which means that the scale of leverage is still pretty low. Well, not pretty low, but it's lower than infinite leverage, okay? Because guys, regardless of, even for me in my situation, the reason why I'm here on doing one call, and let's say I'm doing this challenge, right, instead of trying to talk to everyone one-on-one, is because even though I have knowledge that is pretty leveraged, if I try to give value to each one of you guys one-on-one, no matter how great of insights I'm giving you guys, I will never hit $100 million. I will never do $1 billion trying to give $1 billion worth of value one person at a time. So you guys need to understand this. Just because what you do is leveraged, the model of distribution of that value also needs to be leveraged. Does it make sense? Okay. Drop it in the chat if it does, please. Because this is a super important lesson. I don't want you guys thinking that leverage is about, oh, let me just use technology. No, it's also like, okay, well, how are you going to distribute the work? Okay. So for this case, if scenario number one, the team member, even though he's using ads, the way that he's doing the work is super traditional. It's super like the leverage is super low, right? Now let's look at scenario number two. The job of the media buyer changes from done for you to documentation and setting up accounts and consulting or auditing accounts. So 80% of the time is spent creating documentation of the setup of accounts, the best performing audiences, interest, copy, placement, creatives, best actions for optimizations or for troubleshooting. 10% of his time is spent only doing setups. And the remaining 10% of the time is just auditing and consulting. Okay. Now look at how Look at the time allocation. 80% is on documenting, and 20% is just on like actual done for you or consulting work. Okay. This is what you call building the fuck out of building, right? This is the work that changes the game. Okay. This here is just like, come on, like you're not going to do nothing here. This is where superstars live. This is where people who code, people who build platforms, this is where they reside, because this is infinitely leveraged. Okay. How much more impact and value can this person deliver? It's the same person, right? It's the same individual. This person can deliver a lot more value, not because he's doing more done for you stuff, but because he can deliver the best insights and processes to 100 times more people every single month. Okay. Now he goes from being just a leverage, let's say lever, like the level of the scale of leverage he has. He goes from maybe level 5 to almost being infinitely leveraged, because this is a productized, this is something that everyone can consume as soon as they become clients. Okay. Want to make 100K a month to 500K a month profit? More of your team members, more of your superstars will need to be leveraged. Okay. Forget about, oh, I'm just gonna hire my team and they're gonna do work. No. They need to go from this, where they're just, okay, cool, they're doing great work, you're making some profits on, you're essentially just kind of like looking at how much they cost you, and then you're looking at what your clients can, you're just doing like labor arbitrage, right? So that's not where you make billions of dollars. Okay. You need to get them to be more leveraged. You can still scale to 100K a month profit with a done for you team, but a traditional agency model, you'd have to be generating over $1 million per month to make 100K profit. And this is literally this is an actual fact. How many people here have a big team who are running traditional agencies? Like a team of, let's say, like 10 or more people. I'm curious. Anybody? Or how many people are actually maybe running smaller teams, but making, let's say, like, I don't know. And Mauricio, what are your margins? 30%? Cool. Smaller team, yet the margins are 50%. Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. Now, do you know why you guys are having lower margins? It's not necessarily because your team is big, but because the talent on your team is not good enough for you to make sense of charging ridiculous amounts of money. Your talent dictates how much you charge, right? Because as an example, I have team members that I pay like 14 grand a month, right? Just one person, 14 grand a month. Are you going to tell me that when I pitch you that our program is 15 grand plus rev share, are you going to come to me and complain? No. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't even hear your complaint. I would just be like, okay, what are you talking about? Because just one person on the team, 30 plus employees, you're complaining about you not wanting to pay 15 grand when one person's salary a month is not even what you're going to pay. That gives me the courage to go to the marketplace and be like, hey, you either are going to pay it or you're not going to pay it. It's up to you, right? So, but when you have a team that is not talented enough, let's say you're using a lot of VAs, a lot of cheap labor, what ends up happening is when you go to the marketplace, you know that your team is not superstars. So therefore, subconsciously, you start thinking, oh, let me charge 2 grand a month. Well, no wonder you'll never make any money, right? The talent on your team dictates the courage you go to the marketplace and charge the marketplace. Okay. So, anyway, let's get into it. Cool. So, yeah, the traditional agency is good, but it just takes a crazy ton of margins away. Okay. So now, how does your team become leveraged? first step is hire better talent and pay them well, right? Quarterly, if the company is super profitable, I'll give out like $10,000, $30,000 bonuses to my team members, right? Not necessarily because I have to, but because I want to, because the more I pay them, the more they're committed to the vision, and the more they can even want to become better. Because a lot of you guys, or for me, the thing I want to avoid in my company is to have people who are just here to do a job. I don't want you doing a job. If I want someone doing a job, I'm just going to find someone who's working a 9 to 5 and just hire them and just tell them, hey, do this, or just keep doing your daily activities. Okay, can find a like a robot and just can find AI to do repeatable stuff, right? What I want talent that can think. They can come to me knowing more than I can and be like, hey, Serge, I think we should redesign the whole system. Okay, and I'll just be like, yeah, for sure, yeah, please, let's do it. How are we going to do it? They give me the answers. Okay. So you need people who are better, and you need to pay them better. Okay. So I was about to show you guys, but I'm going to be showing you guys kind of like what our internal base. I think I can show you guys real quick what our internal base looks like of hiring. So for us, we're always hiring, right? Like we have a lot of different things where we're just constantly hiring, right? Where we're looking for, content specialists, customer support, head of product and success, quality assurance, creative directors, VSL creators. So we build all these bases to allow us to be able to essentially just have the best talent on hands at all times, right? And this is the thing that you guys need to be working on. It's super, super important for you guys to be building talent pools. Okay. And I'm going to kind of like explain to you guys what the value that will come from here. So just find the best people and just pay them well. The next thing is systems. Scale is impossible until you replace every recurring action and decision with the systems and processes. What do I mean by this? Okay. When you're starting a business, right? So you end up with things that happen constantly. Things like send 100 DMs a day, right? Things like follow up, things like check in with a client, things like I don't know, like funnels, right? Things like quality assurance, right? QA. Okay. And the bigger you get, the more happens. Okay. So now most people will never scale because they think that, oh, I just need to keep doing things myself. I'm going to do the follow-up myself. I'm going to do the outreach myself. I'm going to check in on a client myself. And then what they end up happening is, with their 8 hours to 10 hours of work per day, it ends up being consumed by unleveraged tasks. Okay? And if you're doing unleveraged tasks, guess what happens? No scale happens. Why? Because your 8 to 10 hours per day is spent doing things, yes, that are valuable for the company, but that don't necessarily need to be done in an unleveraged way. As an example, DMs, just use ads and just follow up with opt-ins. Follow up, build a sequence on Go High Level and just automate the follow-ups. You want to do check-ins? Automate the check-ins with Zapier, with a bot on Discord, on Slack, okay? Funnels, build a plug-and-play funnel for every single funnel that you'll need to build for your clients. Quality assurance, instead of you just being like, oh, the success team is going to do quality assurance whenever they feel like it. No, systematize it. It happens every Monday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And every 15 minutes, you're doing QA for each client, right? 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, okay? Or at the end of the week or at the end of the day, you're reviewing end of day reports, okay? If you don't spend time systematizing things like this, you will never scale, right? You need to buy back your time. What essentially systems do is that they're buying back the time that you would do to make the decisions of doing the work. Because for someone who's needing to check in with clients and who still need to look at building funnels, they have to make a decision on checking in. They have to make a decision on funnel building. But if you end up building systems, you never need to waste time making decisions, which is super, super helpful. Okay. Now, I want to show you guys what kind of systems you guys will technically need. Okay. And this can be used for your own clients too, by the way. So as an example, like email opt-ins. Okay. So for us, we have a way where when people opt into a training, I don't just want them to be on GHL. I also want them to be on ActiveCampaign, right? Now, it's possible the unleveraged way of doing this is download CSV and then upload to ActiveCampaign and do it once a week, right? But since I know that this is an activity that happens every time, that is recurring, I would not get my team to do this every day. I'm just going to be like, hey guys, okay, now it's time to build a system because this thing keeps happening. So we go and start building systems. Okay. So let me show you guys some of the systems we build. So as an example, this is like a workflow for email opt-ins. So they opt into a funnel. We add them in the leads pipeline on Go High Level, right? And then email sequence is sent. We also notify the team where on Discord. And then the team dials the prospect in 5 minutes or less, WhatsApp workflow, social outreach workflow, and we track converts in the social outreach tracker. Okay. So you need something like an organic leads pipeline because we have tracking, because we need to track paid ads as well as organic leads. And then you also need the actual workflow in the workflow on the back end of GHL. So you need things like, hey, add a tag when someone opts in. Why do you want to add a tag? Because you want to know where they came from. You want to also update the contact field. You want to update, create or update opportunity. And then add a webhook. I think the webhook sends them to ActiveCampaign, right, Elisa? I think, right? Yeah, I think, anyway. So as an example, this is for, yeah, cool, perfect. Or as an example, for people opting into the 5-day challenge, we're tracking the organic, we're tracking the paid ads, doing the same thing, creating the opportunity, then they're getting sent into the email flow, right? And then there's just a bunch of email happening. Okay. So you need to automate all this stuff, okay? And then the team just comes in here and everyone who's opting in, they just reach out and they track them on the system. Okay. And then let's say the next thing you need to track, a system you need to have is like the appointments and sales systems. Every person who books you're going to need booking links per source. What does that mean? Every setter, every person working in your company in sales or appointment setting needs to have their different links because you want to attribute their booked call to the GS. Okay. And then you also need to have qualifying questions. You need to have automatic disqualifications. Let me show you guys what happens within our business. Because we get a lot of people wanting to get on a call with us to try to work with us, but sometimes we can't help everyone, right? Now, traditionally, most people would just be like, oh, let me just get on a call with this person and try to see if they maybe be qualified or if they can buy our services. But that's not a scalable thing. Why? Because it's a recurring thing where you're getting people who aren't qualified to work with you, but you're having to jump on a call, waste time on your calendar, and then just be like, hey, even if it's 5 minutes wasted, because in 5 minutes you can just be like, hey, I'm sorry, you're not ready for our program because you don't necessarily have the foundational skills or you don't have the capital, right? Most people keep doing that, or they manually go on a calendar and based on questions, they cancel them. But for us on Discord, you get what? Automatically canceled, right? So Al, who booked a call today, was marked unqualified. Why? Because he doesn't have probably doesn't have the skill, probably doesn't have the money, right? So this allows the team to insanely just be more efficient, right? So this is like a system that would be good for you guys to build out, okay? For yourselves or for your clients. Now, the next thing is, create opportunity, attribute sales to setter or sales rep, notify the team, create record and tracking database, email sequences per sales stage, no-show sequence, follow-up rebookings, data tracking, organic paid, cost per acquisition, commission attribution, calls per booked source, okay? Sales call pipeline, calls booked workflow, right? So this is discovery call and strategy session because we try to qualify people on the front end. And if they're qualified and we think they're qualified to work with us, then we send them with our growth consultant, and you'll kind of like be walked through how we can help you, right? But these are things that you need to build out, because if you don't have these things, I promise you, you're not going to make millions and millions of dollars every year, okay? And then you also need to have sales trackers, okay? And then you also need to have kind of like and this sales tracker really just does the following. I'm going to show you guys. Sales calls, GHL automation track all the calls scheduled and canceled based on the changes of stages in GHL. Revenue, Stripe successful payments. So we actually link, if you guys ever kind of like work with us, we're going to link this with your Stripe. So everything will be coming in, or Stripe or PayPal, however you collect your money. And you get Stripe successful payments, Stripe refunds, Stripe disputes, upcoming payments, right? A lot of people, especially when you start scaling, future payments become a mess to track. So you can either have someone you're paying full time to go and follow up with every person, or you can just automate it so that we know that. I was about to show you guys upcoming payments, but I don't think it's necessarily worth it. I can show you guys some other time. Expenses, KPIs, right? Daily tracking, triagers end of day, setters end of day, closers end of day, okay? So for me, I get data every single day. I don't have to go look around left and right, okay? And then you also need things like onboarding workflow. So you need an onboarding workflow for your clients, because if you're signing 3 new clients a day, 2 new clients a day, even one client a day is insane amounts of work if you don't have everything systematized. So you need a go high level contact, go high level form filled out, client agreement sent, welcome email, signature, yes or no, okay? If the signature is done, then client email sequence is initiated, Discord channel created, welcome message tags, client materials created, circle logins newly granted, client record created in Airtable and client CRM, okay? Deal record created, guys, I don't even know, but let me show you guys real quick what it looks like when someone signs up with us. I'm going to try to use, I think today we had a client who signed up. So let's try to see Ryan. We had 2 people sign up today, which is crazy. I don't know how the amount of people are signing up right now while I'm doing the challenge is crazy. Even though I haven't pitched anyone, it's pretty insane. Okay, so check this out. I'm going to find, because I need to show you guys what it looks like scale, okay? Because systems is going to be super, super important. Gilles, could you tag me in one of the channels that are newly created?
Just did.
Okay, cool. Let me see. Where is it? So let me show you guys real quick. I'm going to show you guys just the backend. So as I told you guys, right now, the way we're running GCP is more like it's almost like a partner level type of thing, where we moved away from just having like a big group model, and we just realized that we could just focus on one client at a time and just help them scale. Gilles,
yeah, scroll down. It's in the GCP branding. It's right there. Go up with the notification. Yeah, right there.
Here? Wait.
Right there. No, you were on it, Ryan. Go down.
Right?
Ryan.
Oh, okay, perfect,
Right.
perfect. All right, cool. So, so Ryan pays an invoice, okay, and the following happens: a channel is created for him. This message is sent out, right? Hey, congratulations, taking the first step towards scaling your business, working closely together. We let him know that he'll have access to a growth consultant, a sales consultant. He'll have access to a recruiting team. He'll have access to client success, right? So now everybody just messages him out. Okay, so guys, I'm sorry for sharing these links, but hopefully no one is going to kind of like jump on them We may need to change these links after today.
Oh my God.
But it's okay. Let's just give everyone the sauce. Okay, cool. So in that case, so like he now has access to everything. Okay, so this needs to be happened, or it needs to be automatically happening. He can't just be oh, okay, someone is going to send him a link, and then we're going to schedule a call, and then we're going to do this. No. Everything needs to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And you need these all things systematized, right? And then you need to have client email sequences. You need to have onboarding date. Welcome to the Growth Creator. I mean, I'm not going to show you guys all this stuff, right? And then one of the most important thing that you guys need is the following. A client wins database, right? Why is this important? I'm going to show you guys why this will become super crucial for you guys, but you guys need to be tracking wins like a hawk. So every time someone gets a win, and whether that be a client, whether that be maybe you're pushing a coaching or consulting program, then you need to be tracking everything. So you need a screenshot, then you need a Airtable database with wins, automatically upload screenshots in the database and give context on the actual win, okay? And it will look something like this. So you'll have a form that someone needs to fill out, okay? You need to have someone in your company who fills these out. And then you're going to have something like this, where you have every win and every single insight around the win, okay? And I'm going to explain later why this is going to be super crucial. So for us, guys, we have every single win tracked on Airtable, right? And I'm going to show you guys what it will look like if you guys end up having it. Okay, before I share it, I'm going to show you real quick. Let me show you. So on Airtable, we have this space where we track every single thing. Okay, we track the program, we track the win, we track the win type, we track the deals, we track the source, we track the offer, we track the targeting, we track the revenue generated, we track the date, we track who's uploading this, your acquisition team, which outbound prospecting, like all these things, okay? And then we track all of this. Now imagine the amount of data we have around different wins, okay? Infinite amounts of wins. Everybody just tracks, oh, I have a bunch of screenshots of testimonials. Who gives a fuck? Nobody cares that you have a screenshot. Do you know how the wins were acquired, right? Do you know? Can you repeat the actions that created these wins? If you cannot, then I don't care if you have screenshots. Screenshots don't mean nothing. I see a lot of people who've, because I think we're the ones who kind of like led with the, have you guys ever seen client acquisition.io's Instagram on how we structured the wins? Like we'll just post a win and just put the context around it, right, on our page. And I've seen a lot of people start kind of like just copying our screenshots wins process, where they'll just now start like posting their client wins. But I'm like, guys, yes, it's good to show that you're getting wins on your Instagram. So I'm going to show it to you guys. But the value is not for our Instagram page to have a bunch of wins. I'm sure you guys have seen this, like this structure of wins. I don't know if you guys can see it. But anyway, if you guys just go on Instagram, client acquisition, you guys will see a bunch of wins. But the thing is, that's not the value. The value is us having data around these wins, right? Because that's what people pay for. Nobody pays for a screenshot, okay? So this is super simple, but super important, right? And then maybe like for finances, you guys need to be tracking, create a record in Growth Tracker, notify the team. So when someone, let's say like a payment goes through, you need successful payment, you need disputes, you need refund, you need failed transaction, and you need to have a revenue tracking system, okay? So or you can use a Google Doc, or you can use, this is part of the sales tracker, I think, or I don't know. Anyway, we can go over other stuff. And then here you can have upcoming payments. This is going to be super important because at scale, you need to be keeping track of your payments. If you're not tracking it, it's going to be bad. Okay. And then you can also have like everything here can be automated here. Okay, cool. So these are like some systems that you guys will need. And then You guys need to have these. Why do we need this? Because scale is impossible until everything that happens. We know that we need to track payments. We know that we need to track email opt-ins. We know that we need to track people wins. So you automate it with systems. Now, as a growth creator, or, why are we so focused on building systems? Because of data. As a growth creator, we're looking to get away from selling our time. Therefore, we need to find something even more valuable to sell. And that thing is data. Why is data so valuable? Because with the right data, you avoid failure and skip the testing phase. The reason why, okay, so here's an important lesson. And I think, Benjamin, you asked me, hey, why don't we do cold email? Cold email versus ads. Why is instantly not worth 700 billion? Anybody has an answer? Why is instantly not worth 700 billion compared to Meta? Who has the answer for that? Because they're only and access to them costs a bunch of users. There isn't clear input. Not leveraged because they a bitch. What? Come on. Because of data. When you buy instantly, guess what you need to do? You need to find your leads. You need to plug them into the system. You need to write your copy. You need to write some bullshit stuff. And then you need to send a bunch of emails. And then you need to test. And then you need to come back to it and be like, okay, what worked? But what happens with Meta? You just give money. You give the creative, the offer, and then Meta takes care of finding your people. You don't even need to find any leads yourself. Now, why is Meta so good at that? Because they focus on acquiring as many data points, as many data sets as possible. So he who has the most amount of data is the most leveraged, is the most valuable. So as an agency owner, and this is why I think, for me personally, being an agency owner is super stupid, because you're not really building up anything. Everybody just, because the mindset of agency is, you pay me $3,000 a month, and then I'm gonna just optimize your ads, and I'm just gonna do it every month, every day, every week, and forever, as long as you pay me, right? But they're not building any real enterprise value, because the only value they have is the team members who have all the data in their little brain. That's not valuable to me. How can I access the thing that's in your brain? So the reason why most agencies cannot charge that much is because they're just selling time and intelligence or knowledge, right? But that's not really a scalable thing. So that's why, for me, I wouldn't do cold email, because I'm like, why would I go in it more with a system that has the least amount of data? I'm going to go with the thing that has the most amount of data, which is Meta, right? And the valuation proves it. I swear to God, like, guys, when you guys ask, like, okay, what should I do? Well, go where the money is at. The reason why Meta, Google are worth almost $1 trillion and more is because they're valuable. Like, they have more value. Okay. So it's super important. And just to give you guys a quick insight on how we were using like acquiring data for our process with trained setters. When we still place setters, but right now we don't necessarily, we go straight to ads first, and then we use setters after. But I want to show you guys kind of like how we would track data for our team, for our VAs. So for clients who were using VAs, like every single day when the VAs would get meetings, they would track everything, right? We want to know the stub niche that you're targeting, how many wins, what is the date, right? So every single day we would have wins. And you would see, all these niches: solar, life coach, agency owners, business coach, real estate coach, coaches and consultant, leadership coach, agency owners, fitness apparel, e-commerce, artificial grass installers, all these niches. And what this allowed us to do is we could go back to the VA and be like, hey, where is the messaging? What time did you follow up? How many follow-ups? What is the loom that you sent for people to convert, right? We could analyze a lot of the thing. And when clients would come to us and be like, hey, I need setters to kind of like do outreach, we would be like, okay, cool. What's your niche? If they're going after podcasts, we would be like, okay, cool, perfect. We have data around how to book people on calls for podcast niche. So let's just get it done. We're going to train your VA on the thing. We're going to create the messaging for that niche. We're going to pick the right acquisition channel, right? But and this just allows us to have such an easier closing rate, because they just know that as soon as they pay the invoice, they're just going to get what works. There's no guessing game. There's no nothing. Okay. Now, would you pay $2K per month for us to give you an update on the best performing acquisition channel, messaging, offer, or volume? Would anybody pay that $2K a month for the data on what works in their niche? Put it in the comments. Cool, perfect. Now, to prove that most people would hear, let me show you guys a quick example on Gym Launch. So, as I showed you guys the other day, Gym Launch actually scaled to over $1.5 million in MRR, and every client would pay 3.2K a month, right? And then I'm going to show you guys what they did, what value they delivered. So this is the retention offer. I shared previously what their front end offer was. If you haven't seen it, you're going to need to go through the past few days of material. So they would spend 50K to 100K a month to test the best ads, the best interest, the best funnels in all the markets in the different states. And then they would collect data around the best performing ones and then share them monthly with their community, right? Want to know how much people were willing to pay? I just shared it before, 3.2K a month. How many people were paying? Back in 2018, I was listening to a podcast back in 2018, and he said that they had 500 people paying them 3.2K a month, which is $1.6 million in MRR with 1% churn. Okay. And the reason why they had and then recently I heard him say that they had 1,000 people. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what's going on here? Like, I'm in the wrong business. Okay. So, and then the reason why they had a 1% churn though, is because of two things. These people would actually sign a 12 to 36 months agreements. Okay. And they would get constant value every month. 90% of everyone on this call can charge a gym 3.2K per month for lead gen. But Gym Launch was charging 3.2K per month for 0 done for you services. Anybody has an answer about that? How was Gym Launch able to charge 3.2K a month for 0 done for you? And most people who are going after gyms or fitness people or whatever services can't even make 2K a month with them. Giorgio answered. Great question. Great answer, Giorgio. Oh, Giorgio's answer is made them tons of money first to build trust and objective data. 1,000%. Right? And then Magnus said most MF can't even get them on a call, which is true. So, and this is the lesson that I know, like Hormozi's released $100 million leads, $100 million offer. But for me, what I fucking care about is like, how the fuck do you sell 3.2K a month for just coaching? How the fuck do you do that? Teach me about that. Because I'm good on leads, bro. I'm good on that. Okay. Let me show you guys. Let me teach you a lesson. And this is going to be $1 billion lesson. Okay. Let's go over retention. Quick lesson about retention. The quality of your prospect dictates the quality of your service and product. Right? Let me repeat this. The people you serve dictate the quality of the service. As an example, the reason why, if you're broke and just watch Iman's first course and you come to me and you're like, hey, Serge, can you get to me to 50K a month? Can I get you to 50K a month? Yes, I can. But am I going to want to work with you? Hell no. Because you're gonna be shitty. You're just gonna create more pain, and then the quality of my service is gonna be tied to your level of execution and to your level of knowledge. So that means that for people who try to sell to broke agency owners, your service will never be that great, because you're selling to people who aren't great prospects. Okay? That's lesson number one. Never sell to people who will be a pain in the butt getting results for. We've had clients who joined the hundreds, which is our partnership, after the growth creator, when we want to kind of like get even up to like equity, which we haven't necessarily started doing equity stuff, but more rev share and then more access to our infrastructure. We have clients who go from 30K a month, 40K a month to 180K a month in 60 days. But the only way we're able to achieve that result is because they had a foundation, right? And I just added this client 130K a month in new revenue. Well, then when I go to the marketplace and try to charge for my service, I charge based on that win. But I promise you, I can also go help someone who's making 5K a month, 2K a month, and the same level of person, my same team, the same insights will only take that person from 5K a month to, let's say, 15, 20K a month, right? The insight does not change, but the people make the insight valuable or not valuable. So you guys want to make shit ton more money? Go after better people, okay? So you want clients who pay 100K to 500K a year without even noticing it? Make sure they're rich. Now, this is not heaven, so not everybody's not rich. Most people are not rich. They don't have money. So what if they're not rich? Well, then create your ideal clients. That's what Gym Launch did. Their front-end offer, their playbook was so good, the success was inevitable. They could literally add multiple six figures in revenue in the first month of someone signing up with them, right? So they solved this gap so well with their, I guess it's like a build and release, because they would solve their offer, their acquisition, their lead gen, their sales, and then they would also solve their fulfillment. And they charge a shit ton of money too, which is funny. 16 grand to a gym that's making less than like six figures is crazy, right? And once they solved this in a 4-month program, then they went on to solving the new gap. So the key thing is bridging their first gap creates a new gap. Because let's say a gym that goes to 50K a month after they've been stuck at 12K a month is going to now be wanting to get to the next level, which is, let's say I want to make $1 million. I want to make a few $1 million. I want to open up more facilities, right? Then that's what they were solving with what? With this Gym Lord offer, okay? They were just solving the second gap. And the second gap for this gyms is just like, hey, how do we scale, maybe build a bigger team, a sales team? How do we get better leads, more efficiently, more cost-effective process, okay? And then they retain them. But the beautiful thing is that to deliver on here versus here is night and day, okay? Here it's a bit more it's leveraged, but it's not as leveraged. But here it's purely information, unique insights, right? And it's the ultimate leveraged delivery, right? So, but we're not going to talk about this right now. So how is it to get clients that allow you, how easy is it to get successful clients to allow you to bridge their second gap when you've already solved the first gap, right? It's the same thought process where it's like, hey, how easy is it to sell someone a GT3, which is this one, after someone has bought a base model 911? It's super easy, because a person who wants a 911 probably doesn't want to just stay in a 911 base model. He probably wants to elevate into a GT3, which is like 300 grand. Okay. Now, the problem with most service provider, most service provider make is how they structure their ascension model. Most people will give the average support to your clients as they come in. So on the front end, this is what makes gyms, to be honest, like agencies, man, sometimes it just pisses me off, right? I mean, it's an easy model to get in. It's like, whatever, like, cool. I started there. I'm not going to bash it, but it's super stupid, because for most agencies, what they do is the first person who signs up, they give them the least amount of support. And they expect them to stay and keep buying. Like, are you serious? You're going to think that you're going to deliver someone just a lead gen campaign and a funnel, and then you're going to expect them to keep buying from you. That's being delusional, right? Because as soon as they experience a bottleneck, an obstacle, they're going to churn, right? So I want to walk you guys through the old value ladder versus the new growth creative value ladder, okay? Perfect. So let me show you guys real quick. And this value ladder has changed everything for me, okay? So I'm sure you guys have seen this, which is, you know, you get someone on the front end, maybe like a small ticket, lower ticket thing, and then you try to ascend them up and up and up and up and up again, right, to a more expensive thing. But for me, I think that this is kind of like the worst model, because what you need to do is to retain people. You need to have delivered the most amount of value on the front end. You need to have delivered them results faster than anybody else. Then how do you do that? Well, you just simply change the way you ascend people, right? So it's almost like a reversed value ladder. So you start with something that is free. Information, YouTube content, a self-liquidating offer. Like I think for me, I'm going to push the Cigar Growth Creator Challenge for like, I'm going to sell it for low ticket. So it's going to just be something that I sell. And, you know, people are going to get a lot of value, right? And maybe, you know, you make zero money or you make $100 or so from it. And then the first thing you do, you sell to these people is a build and release offer, okay? You build the infrastructure that makes it inevitable for them not to experience their desired outcome. And you charge 10 to 50K, okay? Most people who will go through this will experience faster results, more value on the front end, okay? What happens when they do that? Well, they're gonna wanna stay because this success creates new problems. And these new problems, you solve them in a more leveraged way, just like how Gym Launch did it. You went from 16K program to 3K a month. Technically, this is a what? This is a downsell. You do what? Downsell the upsell. Because they go from what? They go from 16K, not upfront. Sometimes, you know, like it's either upfront or payment plan, to 3K a month, 3.2K a month, right? How easy is it to sell 16K versus, hey, it's just 3.2K a month to get started, right? And then the best of the best, you do what? You push them to a partnership. And this is where you get percentages or equity, right? And this is technically the model that Hormozi is currently pushing. Instead, he's just going from free straight to equity. Because he realized that I don't actually need to play the games here. His build and release offer today is just, okay, so I'm going to show you guys the game that Hormozi is doing, okay? So he realized that I could try to be busy and try to, you know, sell these programs and try to make a few millions a year, here and there. Or I could just go from here and skip all of this and just own growth in the companies I help, right? So instead of trying to sell and make a program sale, he's still doing program sales, in case you guys have not noticed. I know a lot of people are confused with what Hormozi is doing, but like he's technically the same way that he would help a gym get more leads, more conversions and higher LTV is essentially what he's doing today. It's just that he realized that money upfront isn't as leveraged as money forever. Does that make sense? Do you guys get it? It's all a game of leverage. Now, we're not millionaires. We're not making 100,000 millions every year, 100 billions. So we can't play his game because he's gone through the process. So you can't copy Hormozi unless you're already rich. You could copy Hormozy if you're patient and you don't mind being broke for the next 10 years and then eventually get a big break. Okay. So even the way you price can also be a leverage thing. Okay. So let's keep going. So for me, this is what I recommend everyone here. Like, do not try to cheap out your clients on front end. Don't try to be like, oh, well, if you're going to pay me 2K, then I'm just going to deliver a cold email build, or I'm just going to get you some leads per month. No. Deliver everything. Make your clients rich, right? Give them the full experience. Give them the whole thing. And then retain them. Retain them. If you see here, when you retain your clients, if it goes here, the beautiful thing about this model is you start high intensive effort, like it's the most amount of effort on your, even on, like in this challenge, guys, like I promise you that the value I'm giving you guys today, like it's not different from someone who's paid me 15 grand. Like that's not the difference. And the reason why I don't mind giving you guys 15 grand, 100 grand, millions of dollars worth of value is because that is the relationship I want to have with you guys. Because if I over deliver here in the free stuff, well, what happens when you guys, like, what happens when 274 people who are on this call need support in launching their growth creator model thing, or on refining their offer, on refining their operations? They're going to go to who? They're going to go to us. But the only way you guys are going to choose us over everyone else who's advertising every day on Facebook, talking about, I'll get you 100,000 appointments or you don't pay. The difference between them and us is that, hey, we don't actually care about giving you appointments and promising you that we'll refund you if we don't. How about we just show you how to make $1 million a year? And then you go make your money. And then once you've made money, just come and refine your stuff with us. Okay. So you start really high intensive, a lot of effort. The lower you go, the less effort you put in, but the more revenue you get. So Hormozy realized that, like, you know what? I could just put in everything that I know, and just scratch all the program sales, and instead give everything away for free, and then have the most amount of leverage in fulfillment. How much leverage do you guys think Hormozy has in acquisition.com? Do you guys know how big the team is at acquisition.com? Someone want to guess? $10 people, 400 people, 50 people, 500 people, 20, 30, 30. I think last time, so because I went to Vegas, right? I went with this, they had invited like 20 businesses who were in the kind of like the online space. And I went there and they had like a few other companies there. And they were just trying this thing where they would figure out if their new way of acquiring businesses would be like maybe doing some in-person stuff, right? And I think their team is around 20 to 25 people, right? Now, right now they have 13 portfolio companies doing over $200 million in revenue, okay? Let's say they own 20% of that. Let's say they own 30% of each of the money coming in. That means that technically with 20 people, they're generating over $50 million in cash flow, right? How are they able to do that? Is because of the following. He realized that I can either be busy, build Gym Launch to 100 employees or more. I don't know how big Gym Launch was, right? Or he realized that, oh my God, I can't get to $1 billion just working hard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scratch this service. Even coaching is not enoughly leveraged for me, right? Even coaching, the thing they did with Gym Launch with like $1.6 million in monthly recurring revenue from people who are just getting information every month, he realized that, oh, even that is not enough leverage for me. So he scratched this model and then he went to private equity. Private equity is every single value that you deliver to a business You don't get paid for it once, you get paid on it forever. Imagine how much money I would be making if everyone who's here, 270 people, or let's say 2,000 people who watch this, if everyone who's building a build and release offer in the SaaS space, in the coaching space, in the local business space, in the real estate agency, in every niche, if I got 20% of what everyone brought in, all from just giving you guys the same knowledge that I'm giving you guys right now, I would literally go from struggling to make 100 grand a week to making 100 grand a day and not even knowing what happened, right? This is what happens when you realize that like there is bigger games to play, okay? So you need to figure out that, hey, to make more money, you need to get to a point where you're making so much money, but the effort required compared to the revenue you're making is like it's an asymmetrical relationship, okay? And this is just what they're doing, okay? Cool. Right. So now we can compare focusing on data collection versus trying to build a done-for-you agency that helps gyms do lead gen. So if you are trying to do what Gym Launch was doing, but doing it in a traditional model, which was lead gen, well, then you would have, you know, for every 10 to 15 clients, gyms that you're working with, you'd have one media buyer, let's say maybe with an admin, an assistant. And if you have 500 clients, then you would need like 50 media buyers. For every campaign, you would probably need to have 2 hours per week that are to be allocated on optimization. So that means that 2 hours or 2 hours times 500 gyms, that's 1,000 hours a week. Let's say on an average work week, which is 40 hours, you would have 25 full-time employees just doing optimization. Finance, imagine the bookkeepers needed to manage 500 payments plus high churn that comes from done-for-you contracts in the lead gen space. Imagine trying to balance the inflow with the team size, meaning no money's coming in this month. Well, why do we need 10 extra media buyers or setters doing nothing? So now you would have so much complexity because now you would need to also be like, okay, we're not making enough money, let's fire people. Or, hey, we are making too much money this month, let's get on more media buyers, right? Think of all the integrations that have to happen and the troubleshooting, right? The lead gen model is scalable, but the scalability is a lot more complex due to how labor intensive this model gets at scale, right? Now, for a data-driven company like Gym Launch, all they had to do to fulfill on 500 clients and more is they would acquire in the insights and data the 500 gyms needed. They'd give an agency or a small internal team of marketers $50K to $100K budget every month to test all the variations possible and come up with the best performing ads in all the 50 states. Then they would document everything and simply release it as a plug and play. In exchange of $100K a month worth of value, the gyms would only need to pay $3.2K a month for $100K a month. Does that sound fair? Of course it does, right? It's a no-brainer. Would you rather go and take this $3K a month and just go test your own ads? Or would you rather pay it so you get $100K a month worth of insights, right? Now, how easier is it to scale Gym Launch versus a traditional agency? Infinitely more scalable. When you have data, you acquire unique insights. And that's what the gyms paid Gym Launch for. Unique insights. Unique insights are the most leveraged thing a service provider can sell. Okay. Why? Because acquiring them is also leveraged. As an example, everyone on today's call, or who will be going through this during the recordings, is acquiring the same insights, the same lessons that took me 3 years to learn, that generated me over $5 million. And all that is going to take you guys is 5 days with me. All that it's going to take you guys is like 10 hours of sitting down and actually learning. You're getting $5 million worth of lessons, years and years, probably more than 3 years, probably like 5 years of just learning around business stuff, right? And all you guys are getting it in 5 days. This works the same way when fulfilling for your clients. If you need insights, you only have to focus on acquiring talent with unique insights. You need to find people with unique insights. So you need to get them to documenting everything they know, build and release these insights into your clients' companies, leveraging infrastructures, you're going to need to build systems to collect data once you've built these infrastructures in your clients' companies, right? And then from this new data, guess what? You create new insights, right? And you end up with something that's the flywheel of selling unique insights, right? One thing you will realize is that when you're selling insights, unique insights, it never ends, because the more you grow, the more unique insights you acquire. And this is what it will look like. The unique insight flywheel. Let's say you acquire your first client, okay? And then you build them an acquisition infrastructure. Then you're going to build the systems to track the data, right? Then you're going to acquire new data. When you acquire new data, it gives you what? New unique insights into how to help that client even better. When you have unique insights, then you go back to the marketplace and you're like, hey, I actually know how to do this better because we have clients' data. And then you do what? You get more clients. And when you get more clients, you start building more thorough infrastructure. Why? Because now you have more data. And if you have more thorough infrastructure, you get people what? Faster results. And when you get people faster results, you acquire what? Better data around how you got them faster results. And then when you got them faster results, you start literally create success on demand. And that's what Gym Launch was doing for gyms. And then when you have a lot more case studies, a lot more insights, then your closing rate goes from nothing to infinite, right? And this is what you guys need to get to a point. You guys need to be leveraging this flywheel, okay? The traditional sense of just you're selling your time and your team's time is not it. You need to be leveraged, right? And you need to get to the point where you're just selling insights and you're building infrastructures based on the insights that you have. The biggest obstacle for you and your clients will be talent and systems. So let's look at how you guys are going to be solving it. In this case, I'm going to use a build and release offer for someone. So we have a client who joined the Growth Creator program, and he has a coaching business doing like 60K per month. But he realized that the coaching space of people training closers to become, or people 9-to-5ers to become closers, is getting super competitive. If you're in that space, I highly suggest you get out of it, just generally because eventually it's going to be nothing. It's going to be worthless, right? And he just joined GCP, and the first thing we did was, hey, we're not actually going to help you coach more people. Instead, we're just going to help you build. Well, he actually came to us because he wanted a B2B offer. And the first thing we did was like, hey, why don't you just, instead of helping people become closers, why don't you help closers transition into being more leveraged and becoming sales agency owners, right? And let me show you guys how we kind of like the angle we came up with and how we built out his infrastructure. Okay, so check this out. Most people are here. They're like, hey, become a closer and then start making 10K a month. Well, that's good, but you're helping someone who's, well, not broke, but technically broke. You're helping them get into an opportunity vehicle, right? As I said, the quality of your prospect dictate the quality of your service. So that means that most people out there who are, training setters or training people to become closers, because they're going after such a bad audience, not like people who aren't actually quality prospects, they probably have like a 90% success rate. Oh, whoa, 90% is actually pretty 90%, like they probably have like a 1% success rate or 3%. But because they're signing so many people, so many students, they can kind of like falsify the fact that they're seeing results by just constantly repurposing the wins from the 3 people, the 5 people, the 10 clients who are actually good when they've sold 500 people in the last 90 days. Okay. So for me, I don't want to go after broke people. I want to go after rich people. So what did we get this client to do? We were like, hey, you have an insight, because this client actually worked in a sales agency where they were generating like $1.7 million in revenue per month on different offers. I was like, hey, you have this unique insight around the fact that, or around how to go from being a closer to starting a sales agency, right? So now we came up with an offer where we were like, hey, we help closers go from selling their time, making good money, to becoming 7 figures sales agency owners without having to take any calls, right? How much more valuable or how much more pricing power do you think this offer is compared to this one? Super more valuable. We put it at 15K, and he got like 7 people interested after we helped him write an email to his list, and he pitched 15K, and people were like, okay, whatever, right? And but now the topic of today's call is just to go over how to actually structure fulfillment, right? So to help someone go from being a closer to being a 7-figure sales agency, you probably need to help them craft their offer, their lead gen, their appointment setting, and then help them recruit closers, because they're going to need a lot of closers, right? So the first thing you would do is you would ask yourself, hey, what are the obstacles that would keep a closer from becoming a successful agency owner? And the reason why becoming a sales agency owner versus being a closer is more valuable is because here you are leveraged. Here you're just selling your time. You're just paid well for your time. Okay. So the same question we ask ourselves when creating our offer will lead to the discussion in finding the deliverables. So not having an offer would keep someone from not going from closer to agency owner. So we need to give them their offer. Not generating attention would also be an obstacle. So we need to solve for constant lead flow of leads. Not being able to close, well, we're going to need to build a proven sales process and script. Not having knowledge about operations and a fulfillment infrastructure. And the fulfillment infrastructure can be onboarding systems, communication cadence, client journey. So we're also going to need to provide them with a proven fulfillment infrastructure. No talent acquisition management skills. So we're going to need to help them build a sales team, marketing team, and ops team, or at least build frameworks around doing it. We're going to need not having content or sales assets online would be an obstacle. So we're going to give them a list of proven sales assets. Okay. Now, how do we deliver on all these things? Well, here's how you do it. You're going to need to separate the mechanisms based on the fulfillment mechanism, right? So you have done for you, you have done with you, and you have do it yourself. Okay. What we're going to do is the following. I think I put it here. Wait 1 second. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of like read it through. So what we ended up realizing is that the offer is gonna be done for you for sure. Okay, and then the attention leads and sales, it's something that we can build it in-house, and then they can just manage it themselves. And then operation, talent acquisition, since this is it's a big hurdle to go through as someone who's just starting a business, like finding talent, knowing how to manage them. So what we do is we would build the hiring base for salespeople. Okay. So this client of ours, to be more valuable for his clients, would have already a database, a pool, just like we have for VAs. He would have some for closers. So everyone who pays his 15K program to become a sales agency owner just gets the offer, gets the attention, the scripts, the sales process, everything like that, the systems. And then we just place 3 closers on his account and then go, so that when he acquires a client, he doesn't have to go running around being like, okay, I need to find closers to sell for each offer. The value of the build and release offer is that you solve the thing faster than anybody else. So if you just try to give people a script on how to find closers or where to go hire them, then you don't understand the build and release offer. You need to already own every single infrastructure your client needs. That's why, compared to, let's say, other consulting programs, when we were placing setters, someone would be like, oh, go on lonelinejobs.ph and just hire a VA, and here's the script you need to train them on. For us, when you would pay us, the VAs were already pre-trained, but when you also paid the invoice, we would retrain them on your specific channel, on your specific offer, and we would just place them in like 10 days after you signed up, right? It's about how effortless is the process. That's what makes this offer so much better, okay? Now, a lot of you guys, so does this make sense? Done for you, done with you, do it yourself, okay? Now, most people will not know everything around here, because you cannot do all these things. You cannot be the one bringing the offer. You cannot be the one generating the attention. You cannot know everything about sales. You cannot know everything about fulfillment. So what do? It's really simple. You find the hoop. The beautiful benefit around build and release is you get to skip the learning curve. So as an example, if I wanted to start selling an AI offer to be honest, I don't actually need to learn anything about AI. Just like Warren Buffett does not need to learn about anything about AI. Just like when Microsoft invested, I would think like almost $10 billion in OpenAI, Bill Gates was not in OpenAI coding, right? I mean, he probably knows a lot more than AI than anybody on the planet, but all he had to do is just be like, hey, guys, okay, cool. Let's just throw a few billions at this company and let's just get 49% of the value of this company, right? It's the same thing with the build and release offer. Just because you do not know how to do something does not mean it keeps you from selling a build and release offer, okay? Because when you sell it, you're going to get so much money up front that you can afford any level of talent and any level of solution, any level of insights, okay? So when you are like, okay, but who's going to do the offer? Well, you ask yourself, hey, who can provide me with the best lead generation strategy and infrastructure for my clients? Who has the proven sales process and scripts my clients need to close 30 to 40%? Who has the fulfillment infrastructure my clients need to onboard and deliver results? Who has the best hiring framework, process, infrastructure to help my clients attract and retain superstars? Who has the proven sales assets my clients can create for their business? And by sales assets, I mean content, by the way. I call them sales assets because they sell the fuck out of people, okay? So check this out. This is how you overcome your own limitations. Just because you don't know how to solve your client's problem does not mean someone else doesn't. And it doesn't mean that you can't sell them the solution, right? And as an example, if you don't have a huge operations or a team of integrators, because this actually took it directly from the GCP program, but I had said that you can literally send one message to our growth consulting team that you need to build a snapshot for your clients or that you need to build a new onboarding system, and that your clients will use to onboard their clients in one click, and our team can build it and deliver in 1 week. The cost maybe a few $1,000 if it's a thorough system, if it's a complicated system. But the benefits is you spend zero time building or researching, and you now have an asset that you can sell over and over and over again, which also increases the perceived value of your offer. Okay? The more you can learn to leverage other people to solve your problems and exchange capital instead of learning it yourself and spending time going around and around learning stuff, the faster you get to scale, since there are 8 billion people and there's only one of you. Okay? Now, how do we structure our fulfillment so it's scalable? By the way, is this helpful? Is this valuable? Just leave a comment in the chat. Perfect. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Beautiful. Cool. Let's keep going then. How do we structure our fulfillment so it's scalable? As much as we want to create and deliver the most results to our clients, we don't want to do so much for them that we're incapable of scaling and building something valuable. What do I mean by that? As I said, our goal, the way we're going to get richer faster than most service providers, is that we're going to deliver the most amount of value faster than anybody else in our industry. Okay. But the issue is you also do not want to become a done-for-you agency and deliver so much that you become you build an organization that cannot scale. Okay. So if you look around, the greatest entrepreneurs of all time are judged on the size and quality of their organizations. Therefore, you can't just settle for being the best. Okay. You also need to preferably be the biggest. Okay. Nobody cares if you're the best, but you make 10K a month. Like, listen, great job. Your clients, your 2 clients like you. They love you. They will never churn. But it's like, what are you doing, man? Or woman, right? There's no, if you're going to play the game of business, there's no, and I want you guys to really understand this. You guys will get a lot of people who give weird advice. Like, oh, it's not about the size. It's about the whatever. It's about the size, brother. It's about the size. It is always about the size, no matter how you put it, right? So you want to avoid the people who have these advices, because guys, the advice you guys will hear online, it's based on what the person is going through. So if someone cannot scale their business and they're stuck at a certain level, they'll be like, oh, they'll start defending their position. They'll start being like, oh, it's not about the size. I'd rather make 50K a month and just have 10 clients and just live just have a nice Mercedes and just live in a nice home, and that's it, and have 3 employees. I'm like, you're so dumb, because he's trying to make sense of being small, right? Because he cannot go against his current situation, because if he goes against what he believes, then he's gonna become depressed. So for me, when I see someone trying to defend a position, I always like, yeah, it's because you don't know how to get big, right? Everybody says big is not better, is because they got big, but they never understood about sustainability. They just thought that getting big is about getting big. But as an example, most people are like, oh, I don't want to scale a business to 500K a month, because then I'm just making 100K a month profit, or I'm just making less than 100K a month profit, when at 100K a month, I'm making 70K profit, right? They just see that perspective. Like, oh, when I get bigger, my profits margin diminish. Okay, well, then how do you explain that Gym Launch got to $1.6 million in MRR? And they were still selling front-end stuff. And they were probably having like 60% margins on that million. So is it true that getting big is bad? Is it true that you actually lose infinitely more profits as you scale? No. But people who have a small mind, who just want to protect their ego, will give arguments as to why scaling is not good, right? So be careful to who you guys follow. Be mindful with the information you guys take in. I think there is value in not necessarily just going for scale, because if you scale, then the cost to acquire it becomes super expensive and you start losing profits. But you can have a model that is super profitable even at scale. So the bigger and better you are, the more valuable you're contributing to society. So it's not just it's not just a selfish quest, it's a matter of impact. The least chaos. So I'm sure you guys have heard by now that simple scales, complex fails. And most people throw this around, but they don't really understand it. In my opinion, it's not about avoiding complexity. It's about avoiding it's about avoiding the chaos that comes from newness. Okay. You want to avoid new things and the frequency at which you introduce new mechanisms and processes at all costs. Imagine being in an Amazon fulfillment center and boxes are being shipped in different states, countries, and moved through different couriers. People speaking different languages, coming in at different time of the day, not following a specific routine. Scaling this fulfillment center would be nearly impossible, even though the core activity in this fulfillment center is still a simple process of store the box, process the order, pick the package, put it in the box, ship it, and make sure you're managing your inventory, right? Simple things get complex when it's not systematized and standardized. This is where it becomes super important at defining complexity. Complexity does not come from the complexity of the core activity. Complexity in your operations will frequently derive from undocumented processes and the inconsistencies in your operations. Does that make sense? Okay. The issue is the fact that here there's just everything is new. Nobody knows what happens at what time. Everything is just like, oh, I showed up this time. Oh, I'm going to pack this. I'm going to send it to China. I'm going to send this to New York. Like, no. Let's have every state, every 25-mile radius have an Amazon fulfillment center, right? And we only deliver packages on a 12, 25, 30-mile radius and nothing more. That's where you see Amazon buying things like planes. Like, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but like a few years ago, I saw like they were buying planes, they were buying trucks, because they want to remove the amount of uncertainties. They want to stop relying on things that they cannot control. It's essentially buying a truck is just building a process, building a system. We know that, hey, in this city, if we need to deliver a box, it's going to be delivered in our trucks. Why are our trucks more valuable? Because we know how much it costs for gas. We know how much it costs for repair. We know if something breaks, we know where we're going to send it for repair. We know that if we own our own trucks, then we don't have to rely on drivers who are inconsistent, or these carriers that will just hire super cheap labor, right? And that you can't control. So they want to control. It's essentially scale is about controlling, okay? Now, rules to follow in order to avoid chaos. You want to document everything from A to Z before you implement it. Lack of one standard operating procedure leads to more missing SOPs. So please, if you have to tattoo it on yourself and every employee in your company, please do it. If you have that person who just likes to like do things on the cuff, by the way, I'm super, super bad at this. So even though I'm teaching you guys this, the reason why I'm not making 100 million already is because I still have this drive of being an entrepreneur where I just want to rush. I want to come up with a challenge. I'm like, hey, fucking guys, let's do this challenge, right? But if we would have done this challenge a lot better, instead of having 200 people, 300 people every day, we could have had 1,000 people every day. But it would have had to have, we would have to have started by first working on the SOPs of how we're going to promote it, how we're going to call each day, the content that will be presented, and we will have to have built it maybe like a month in advance and started promoting it 90 days ahead. But because I just rushed the thing, we didn't get as many people signing up. I mean, thousands of people signed up and thousands of people keep saying this, but the goal wasn't necessarily for me for the challenge. My goal was really to create a product out of this, okay? But anyway, so I'm not perfect at this, and it dictates also the scale I can go at, okay? Feedback and review cycle. Most of the initiatives, mechanism, and solutions you'll test run won't be perfect or even worth keeping. Therefore, you want to have 1 week, a 1 week review cycle of tests you're doing in your fulfillment. Example, in this closer to sales agency offer, you decide to launch a hiring and placement of reps for the client starting a sales agency. A week later, you review the performance of this initiative. This review would need to be done over a longer timeline, by the way, right? For better data. But you realize that your clients expect the closers to be fully accountable and not need continuous training. Therefore, they don't need to do it, and it leads to a shitty performance of closers you're placing. So after placing the set of closers in your client's company, you realize that, oh, they're not even looking at their data every day. They're not even getting on a call with them. So they end up not performing. And if they end up not performing, guess who they're going to blame? They're not going to blame themselves. Clients who buy these type of services are always going to go back to blaming you, right? Especially if they're less advanced in business. So you build a new process and document it, going over the new sales metrics, tracking systems, and ramp up cadence for reps for you just to place in their organization, okay, that you just placed. So you build new initiatives and new systems to avoid what? This problem. And then the next thing is, don't start more than one initiative per month. If you want to improve your operations, you need to understand that it will come from dialing each mechanism, process, and not the volume of solutions you offer. 4 great mechanisms in one offer will beat 40 mediocre solutions bundled up in your service. And this is where a lot of people go wrong. The build and release offer, even though it solves every problem, it doesn't mean that it delivers every solution. Okay? Super important difference. You don't want to confuse a build and release offer with, oh, I'm going to run ads, then I'm going to do outreach, then I'm going to do cold email, then I'm going to do LinkedIn outreach. No. You're confused. You're confused. Don't confuse yourself. Okay? I don't mean that, right? We don't want to confuse movement with progress. What you want to focus on is, for each single obstacle, find the best solution and just do that for your clients. Better is more, less is more. Always do it better before you try adding new stuff. So as an example, we can do LinkedIn outreach, we can do cold email, we can do everything. But right now, what we're really trying to do for our clients in Growth Creator Program is we set up a funnel, a value funnel, we run some ads, and we make sure that we get people, growth specialists or setter, who can call every lead that opt-ins to try to make sure that they set them. And for those who book them automatically, you still reach out to them because we want to have a conversation so we can increase the commitment to the show up. Okay? So it's super important. Don't think that the build and release is about doing more. No, it's about doing the best. And then doing the more of the best, not more. Okay? Now, the most leverage. Our time on this planet is limited. Every second spent building a mechanism needs to bring us to infinite returns, even when we stop doing them. I like to follow this rule. If I can't be fed next year by today's tasks without an extra investment of time and energy, I will not do them. Let me repeat this. If I can't be fed next year by today's tasks without an extra investment of time and energy, I will not do them. If you guys come to me and be like, hey, Serge, I have this great opportunity. We can invest into real estate. We can do all da. I'm like, or hey, Serge, I think we can sell clients AI offers. I'm gonna be like, no, I'm good on that. Because it's just a distraction. Just because I can make money today does not mean that the money made today is worth my time, right? And this is where you guys will realize that the people way ahead will say no more frequently than they say yes, because it's not about making money. It's about how leveraged is the input compared to the output. What is that relationship like? So as an example, I could have just easily just kind of like try to communicating all the value that I'm creating on YouTube and just, or maybe, I mean, YouTube is pretty leveraged, but let's say in a conversation one-on-one, right? And then it would take me 200 hours to try to talk to everyone who was in this call. So I would rather not do that, because if I try to just explain everyone here the value of our company one by one, then I'm going to spend 300 hours trying to pitch you guys this idea where I'm like, no, I'm gonna just do it once, and then it's gonna do the convincing at scale without having me to repeat myself all the time. So even though 5 days of presenting 2 hours a day is a lot of work, the ROI on the time invested on this thing is going to be insane. Okay. So, and then, yeah, example, like even creating this training, getting on a one-on-one call, where, you know, kind of like explaining everything to each client. I could just create this training and then it's going to be infinitely leveraged, right? And the biggest companies are big because of how leveraged they are in their operations. Media and code, you know, can think of videos, YouTube, softwares, AI, standard operation procedures. Okay. Capital, a lot of huge organizations like McDonald's own the real estate they run their businesses from. And this provides them with extra value from tax incentives, their ability to borrow even more money against their assets. The more money you have, the more money you can access. Okay. The largest organizations have the most employees, but they also have the smartest employees. How smart your team is dictates the level of leverage you can access. So if you're the type of person to hire cheap talent, well, understand that you're saving money today at the cost of leverage. It's essentially like trying to save $1,000 a month, and that $1,000 a month keeps you from 100 grand a month. So there is an opportunity cost in just trying to hire cheap people. I'd rather have no money and a superstar team than a lot of money and an average team, because this is why most people will never scale a business. Everything rests on their shoulders. You want to find a new initiative on how to grow your company, you have to think about it. You want to find a new initiative to help your clients grow, you have to think about it. You want to find a new initiative to not pay taxes, you have to find the answer. You want to find new initiatives on how to build the system, you have to find it. Are you kidding me? Right? It's going to take you 6 months to do what a company with great talent does in a single week. So for 1 month, for 1 week worth of work, you're having to spend 6 months of time. And that's the difference between Tesla that makes 700 million a day and you who can't even make 70K a month, right? So it's about leverage. Deciding on your fulfillment models. Get as close as you can to zero marginal cost of replication, which means that you need to get to a point where for you to deliver value or for your clients to experience more value, it doesn't actually cost you more, right? The more clients you get shouldn't mean that you proportionally scale the operations, right? If you're stuck needing more people as you get more clients, then rethink your deliverables and figure out how you can move down the following scale. You want to go from purely just being done for you to maybe getting some consulting, to maybe getting a productized service. And eventually, if you can get to the realm of information and software, then this is where you really experience zero marginal cost of replication. Okay? Every new client, it doesn't cost you more to fulfill. And here is how I personally would suggest you guys when starting out. For the build and release offer, 20% to be done for you. This will be for the main variables that are critical to success, like offer creation, lead flow. So as an example, setting up the actual campaigns, the people, the setters, the closers, the systems, okay? And maybe some call reviews, super important too. 60% should be for management and optimization of variables. So coaching reps, founders, sales teams, sales systems, and this is on the sales offer, by the way, sales closer to sales agency. You probably need to have to build sales assets and content creation that people can just plug and play. You're going to need to do a weekly or daily accountability process. You're going to need 20% of your time to be allocated, or your team's time, to general knowledge, like other things that your clients need to be successful, like the daily schedule structure, right? Like for me, one of the things that I like to do in our program is I like to look at what our clients' time look like. So I've realized that your calendar dictates how much money you make, right? So look at it, and it will tell a lot about your revenue. If you spend a lot of time on $10 activities, like tracking your expenses, as an example, like, why are you doing that? That same time can be made to try to actually make $1 billion instead of you trying to make $10 an hour. Okay. How to pay reps and incentivize them properly, how to structure your ramp up period. The more leveraged your mechanisms are, the faster you can scale. But since we care about being the best for our clients as much as we care about scale, we will balance leverage and results. Okay. You can be leveraged, and this is where most people go wrong, right? A lot of people who will see, we'll see people like Iman, we'll see people like Hormozy, we'll see a lot of people who are making a lot of money online because they're selling courses. And then they'll think that, oh, in order for me to get rich, I need to stop doing what I'm doing and go sell a course. But the issue is, yes, selling a course is more leveraged, okay? But the issue is, you can be leveraged and not get your clients results. And in a few years, you will not have a business because you will have tarnished your brand. So there is some leverage is not good, because the cost of not being successful at it is death. You don't want to kill your business and your name, because you will not come back from. You cannot change your name. You cannot change your face. You cannot change who you are, right? And that's where you guys will see a lot of people, even though they've scaled to millions, maybe even make 100 million in like 4 or 5 years, they will get out of this consulting coaching space because they've just generally burned every person. And what is 40, 50 mil worth in 4 years if it costs you 40 years of client growth or of partnerships, right? Then that's why, for me personally, I went straight into the build and release. I didn't want to just be like a course seller. And, as much, like, I'm sure that the value over this 5 days is worth way more than the course that, let's say, Iman is selling, right? But the reason why I'm giving it away for free is because I know that even if I sit down here every day and teach you guys everything that I know, you guys, most people will not be able to see success. So I don't want to just transact on information, because I know that it's not necessarily going to guarantee success. And that's where I came in with the build and release model. And it's not a coaching business. It's not a coaching model. It's not a consulting. It's not an info product thing. It's a offer where you solve the whole thing. You solve, yes, you teach people, but you also solve for implementation. So because we know that growth requires your clients to become smarter and to execute on a completely new level. And this is where everyone needs to be. You need to be educating people at the same time as solving execution and infrastructure problems. Okay. So was today helpful, guys? Woo! Jesus. I'm gonna need to retire at least for a month after this. Let me know if you guys found this helpful. Amazing. What was yesterday's homework? You're gonna need to get access to that, man. All right, cool. Now let's go over homework today. And yeah, for the homework for yesterday, you guys are gonna just need to get access to the thing when it comes out, okay? So what I want you guys to check out is list the who. the talent you'd need for your build and release offer based on the variables you need to solve for, just like the exercise we did earlier. And then you also want to list the systems you'll need. Well, not need, but actually for your clients, that your clients will need. Things like hiring systems, lead gen systems. If you're going to do paid ads, then list out those systems. If you're going to do outbound, then list out the structure, right? What are going to be the client acquisition channel? What is going to be the messaging? What is going to be the follow-up cadence? What are going to be the tracking systems, right? Sales systems, sales trackers, everything like that. And once you're done doing this, then you want to design your client journey and checkpoints, okay? I wanted to kind of like show you guys what our backend looked like on client success, but I think this is going to be enough. But what you guys want to do essentially is you guys want to design the whole thing. So as an example, the prospect that believes that this is the best thing for them, they request an invoice, you need an agreement, they complete the agreement, they access the private channel and the growth creator community, they access the growth creator worksheets, the content, the weekly consulting calls, the books, then they book an onboarding session, then a clarity session, then the schedule setup and launch calls, right? So there's an onboarding call, then there's a clarity session, then there is actually the setup calls. So the appointment setting team, building and placement call, the 7-figure paid ads launch call, and then you would need to have a infrastructure review once everything has been set up for them, and then you need to have just a weekly check-in call, okay? And then there is the phase of clarity, 7-figure decisions and clarity. So on a build and release offer, you need to plan out. There is building phase, and then there is the actual clarity phase where you actually guys need to plan out things. So things like, hey, creating the offer. What are the trends going on? The pre-mortem exercise, the picking the pricing model, guarantee, setting up a guarantee, 7-figure potential offer, finding the most profitable market segment. So these are things that we do for clients. We leverage our insights, our clients' insights and our data to find the most profitable market. And we have a profitable market matrix where we find who is the best client, who can get the biggest ROI, who can they almost guarantee results for, who can they effortlessly afford, who can effortlessly afford your service. Essentially, we just go through a lot of decision making here, okay? And then we go over the actual building and implementation, lead gen infrastructure, either outbound or paid ads, content infrastructures, and conversion mechanisms, right? And based on this, you can just essentially just have a team come in and just take care of every checkpoint, right? All right, cool, guys. So that is it for today. I hope you guys found value in today's, I hope you guys are getting a lot of value from this, okay? I did this, I didn't necessarily expect it to be this good. But over the last few years, I've just realized that you need to have an edge over most people to experience above average outcomes, right? And this is the kind of like the mindset, the things I've been building within client acquisition.io that allowed us to go from nothing to something, right? And tomorrow, what I want to do is I want to walk you guys through other clients' information, other clients' case studies, other clients, how they implemented essentially everything here. Okay. So if you guys want to get more context, like actual, like, hey, where was this person? This person was maybe making 10K a month, then they got to 50K a month. This person was making 50K a month, then they got to 100K a month. Like, what was the steps and what was the thing that they changed? Because over this past 5 days, I've given a lot of value, but you don't need to necessarily implement on everything at the same time. There is a certain sequence to experiencing success. So tomorrow we're going to be going over actual, like, hey, what is the real sequence depending on where you're at in business. Okay. So make sure you're there tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be super, super, super valuable. Okay. So, and then for those who bought the VIP ticket, tomorrow we're going to sit down. I'm going to stay here as long as I can. And we're just going to go crazy, crazy hard with all the questions. And thank you guys for everyone who bought it. And yeah, we'll speak tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right. So today, what we're going to be doing is kind of like summarizing the last few days, going over some of the most important points that I need everyone here to kind of like just understand, especially for those who weren't able to join the last few days. And then after that, we're going to be inviting some of the clients who have been, killing it in their own verticals, in their own niches, so that they can share their own perspective on their journey. Because I believe that as much as I'm personally like covering a lot of the things, I'm giving you guys my perspective, so you guys are not necessarily able to experience the transformation and the insights to a more like I need to give you guys more context. Okay. So I wanted to invite some clients over so they can kind of like share their experience. And then after that, I'm going to be going over more stuff. And then at the end, we're going to be doing the Q&A for VIP members. For those who bought the VIP ticket, please remember that you got an email asking you to fill out a form. Okay. If you do not fill out that form, I'm not going to be able to answer your questions because we have 200 people here. I'm not going to be answering the questions from the chat. I'm going to be answering questions from that form. So if you bought the VIP ticket, you need to fill out that form in order for me to answer your question. For those who were part of the VIP who did fill out the form, I'm actually going to be, I can easily unmute you, and then you can kind of like ask your question so that I don't have to necessarily read it, or you can give me more context. All right. So let's get started. 1 second. Who wasn't here in the last few days? Anybody is new here? You're new? Your first day? Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because I need to kind of like, the way I'm going to present, I need to kind of like understand how much I need to go back on the last few days. Okay. So yeah, 1 second. Oopsie.
Make sure to tag Serge on y'all's Insta post. We'll repost you guys.
Okay. All right. Cool. Let me share my screen. So the point of the past 5 days was really for me to share something that I noticed when I, for those who don't know, I also started my business online, just, went through the courses, went through the agency accelerators, went through the consulting accelerators, went through all the e-commerce opportunities, went into drop shipping, all that good stuff. But, nothing really worked out for me until I went into the service business space, which was advertising, appointment setting. And my first breakthrough was starting an appointment setting agency. 2021 was my first 10K a month. It did take me a pretty long time to hit 10K per month. And I do understand the people who are struggling to get there, because it's super hard, because it's more of it's not that it's hard, it's just that you haven't felt it yet, you haven't experienced it, you haven't experienced the amount of volume required for you to go from a normal person who was getting paid a specific salary to creating so as an example, in order for you to go from just getting compensated at a job, for me, I was working a job, and then to being able to scale your own business, you need to realize that the effort required to go from that to a business owner who's making 6 figures a year, it's almost like you have to work like 3 people. But since most people don't really understand that concept of volume, they try to go at it like step by step and don't really do the volume required. For me, in order for me to get to 10K a month, I had to remove myself from appointment setting. I had to remove myself from a lot of the lead sourcing, a lot of the tedious stuff that need to be done. And that's how I was able to hit my first 10K a month. Okay. This was Q1 of 2021. In that same quarter, I did go to 30K per month. And Q4 of 2022, so like 20 months or so after, I got to scale to 600K per month, over $500,000 in cash collected in less than 30 days. And life has changed, but I'm still in front of a computer. It's just that the view has changed, but the grind is still the same. And I've seen a lot of people who are sold, hey, you just need more appointments, you just need more of this. And I promise you that when I was here in the basement, appointment setting was not my issue, right? So over the last 5 days, I've spent the last few days explaining the importance of acquiring leverage, okay? And we also have some clients that are gonna be kind of like talking today. We have Oliver, who also went from, you know, making 30K a month in July to crossing $77,000 a month in September. So 2 months later. We have Steve, who's part of the hundreds, is actually a partner, you know, hit 50K a month with a 10K offer. We have Alex Pivinsky in the coaching and consulting space, closing 5 figures offers, right? 15K offers here within the coaching and consulting space, when some people can't even get appointments in the coaching and consulting space. We have SaaS clients who are killing it. I think Dan is going to be here today. He's going to share some insights, closing, you know, 60K, 64K deals, 11K deals in the SaaS industry, 12K plus 15%. And, you know, same thing in ecom, right? And of course, we have a lot more wins for you guys who have access to the doc. You guys can go through here, just see all the wins here. It doesn't stop. And one of the things that I realized was that in order for me to go from where I was, from, you know, I had figured out how to make money online. Like, that wasn't necessarily my bottleneck. But the issue that I had was that I didn't have enough leverage within my business. Okay. And for those who weren't there, I'm going to kind of like try to explain what leverage is. Leverage is essentially the one thing where you, even if you keep putting in the same inputs, with leverage, the same effort, the same amount of energy and money and time invested into something is magnified to create infinitely greater results. Okay. So when I was making 10K per month, the issue wasn't necessarily that I had had less time, or I could do less outreach, or had less money. Yes, I did have less money, but the issue was, even with the time I had minimal leverage, which is why if I kept doing the same thing I was doing, I would have never have been able to scale. So if you're stuck, not able to scale, it's most likely due to a lack of leverage. The next level you want to scale to requires you to access more leverage. It doesn't necessarily require you to do more things. Of course, you need to do more. But before you try to do more, you need to make sure that you have the most amount of leverage. Okay. So I'm going to kind of like go over the worksheet shortly, but you need to figure out a way to access more levers, things like your offer, an audience, a better leveraged acquisition, and a more leveraged fulfillment. So for me, the reason why I went from 30K a month to, you know, 500K a month, you know, a year later, in 20 months later, is because I took the same insights, but I multiplied it, I magnified the same efforts and insights with more leverage. And that's how I was able to go from where I was before, working super hard, right? I was working 60 hours per week, you know, to 20 hours per week when I made the $500,000 a month. I was still able to increase, you know, the revenue by 2,000%, working what, like 1/3 of the time, right? And for those who don't understand or leverage, you know, it's used to describe an arrangement where input effort is magnified by a certain time so as to produce higher output force to lift the load. Okay. So everyone here has the same amount of time, but some of us earn more than others, not necessarily because we put into some more, but because we have a lever and a fulcrum that allows us to get more out of the same time. Okay. It doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters which boat you get in. But it's not even about the boat, it's about the leverage that's in your boat, okay? If you desire to scale, you will need the following, right? You will need a leveraged offer, okay? Why is that important? Because right now we are in a new world. Everyone is becoming a business owner. everyone is doing the same thing that you're doing. So you cannot just remain someone who just solves like things like, oh, I'm gonna run ads for you, I'm gonna book appointments for you, or I'm gonna do CRO for you, or I'm gonna do all these little like commoditized services. There is no way you will end up being free. Okay, it is impossible for you to be free if you keep selling those commoditized services. And I explained that this flywheel a few days ago. I'm gonna try to use the actual presentation so that it's a lot clearer for you guys. If we go on the Lucid chart, so if you guys keep selling the same thing, that these commoditized services, and by commoditized I just mean that you just sell one service, right? Paid ads is a commodity. Building website is a commodity. Doing appointment setting through cold email is a commodity. And what commodity means is essentially there is so much supply that the thing becomes like that the price is driven back down to the least amount of profits. So for those who don't understand what commodity means, is essentially when there is only one person who can run ads, then the supply is much lower than the demand, which leads to someone being able to ask more for their skill. Okay. But when Iman Gadzi and all the info guru, whatever space, start creating more educated people who want to do the same thing as you, what that leads to is it leads to the supply being greater than the demand. Well, what happens then is now the customer makes the choice on price. Okay. And the price will be as low to make sense of the service provider, okay, making enough to live, but not to be profitable, right? This is what people call the race to the bottom. When competition is actually not good. Competition is only good for the consumer, for the customer. But for the business owner, it's the worst thing that you can be trying to do. So for those who are selling these commoditized offers or services like Facebook ad, appointment setting, cold email, short form content, well, your price is being driven back down to the least amount possible because it can be offered by a lot of people. That leads to you charging low ticket, not having enough money to be able to afford talent. Well, if you can't afford talent, how exactly do you expect you to get your clients' results? You're not going to be able to get them results as good as someone who has insane level of talent. Okay. So this is the flywheel. This is what I was in 2021. I was making 30K a month. I have clients who also make 50K a month or more pushing commoditized services, right? But you never make enough for you to be able to be free, or enough for you to be able to retain your clients, because you don't have the talent required for you to experience the best of the best. Okay. Now, how do you build an offer that is leveraged? You need to build a build and released offer, an offer that is specialized, where you deliver every solution that your clients need to bridge the gap from where they are to where they need to be. Okay. When you do that, this allows you to have pricing power. Okay, because you're essentially delivering all the mechanism that the client will need for just 15 grand as an example. Okay, you're delivering infinitely more value for the price of one of the mechanism as an example. Okay, let's go back to here. For those who weren't there Monday, it's good. It was a 2-hour training, so I think you guys are going to need to check that out if you missed it. Anyway, so with the build and release offer, you become a growth creator. A growth creator is essentially someone who's not commoditized, and you have a higher ticket offer, okay? And you charge more money. The money you acquire on the front end allows you to be profitable enough to afford talent, and then the talent removes you from having to do anything. And then when you have super amazing people who are knowledgeable at their craft, better than you, then you get your clients better results faster than anybody else in the marketplace. And that allows you to retain them like crazy. Just to give you guys a quick some context around the retention of the build and release, the retention, how easy it is to retain people once you have offered them the build and release model. I want to show you guys the flywheel that Gym Launch used. So Gym Launch ended up scaling to like $1.6 million in MRR, not necessarily on the front end. That was like their back end revenue. And it's because on the front end, they had almost technically a build and release offer, right? They would solve every single pain that gyms would have, and they would charge a lot more money than anybody else in their industry. They would charge, I think, like 7 times what others would charge. And that allowed them to get insane levels of talent, get the clients better results. In like, I think in like 2 weeks, if you work with Gym Launch, you would literally make your money back. 2 weeks, maybe even 1 week. And what has ended up happening is they created some of the best clients for their business, and they just retained them on an offer that was super leveraged, right? So their backend offer was just simply just insights. They were just selling information, and they had 500 people paying them 3.2K a month at $1.6 million in MRR, and they had less than 1% churn. So for you guys who are trying to sell like a commoditized service on the front end, what you don't understand is by giving the least to your clients on the front end, you're actually not creating the best ascension for yourself. You need to be giving them the most upfront so you can make them rich, and then they can make sense of to keep paying you. Okay. So that's something that I had to understand, because until I did that, I was just stuck. I couldn't understand how I would retain, because every client that I had would churn after 1 month or 2 months. And funny enough, one of the things that I observed when I launched the build and release offer, prospects went from complaining to paying me $1,500 a month to gladly paying $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 upfront, which was super. Like, I couldn't understand. I had clients from like from all over the world, from third world countries, right? A lot of people are like, oh, you know, they're from third world country, they can't make sense of paying 10 grand. I had like so many clients from all over the world, from India, paying me 10 grand, that I was like, what's going on, right? And the reason they could make sense of paying me 10 grand is because I gave them an offer that seemed almost impossible for them not to see success. And that was the build and release. I would build and release everything faster than anybody else in their industry. Okay. And that's how it makes sense to scale. And I had someone ask me like, hey, how can someone make sense of going from 1.5K pricing to 10K offer? Well, this is something that everyone here needs to understand. People are not buying your process, right? People are just buying results. They could care less. They could care less about how you're going to make them money. They could care less about waiting 6 months to get it. If you can tell someone, hey, you want to get to 100K a month, or you want to add an extra 50K per month, in 2 weeks, I will build and release the infrastructure you need to get there. I'll build your offer, build your acquisition team, your ads, your appointment setting team, cold email. You decide what mechanism you want to put in your offer. And then just tell them that, hey, instead of me trying to charge you like an agency and put you in a commitment of 6 months, 12 months, how about I deliver it in the next 4 weeks? Would you prefer that? Anybody would prefer that. So what that ends up saying is, selling your offer with a defined end and a much shorter time frame allows you to 2x to 5x your price, because your prospect is the most excited and willing to experience the outcome. So I went from saying, hey, I'll book you 15, 20 calls a month for 1,500 to being like, hey, what if I built you the infrastructure you need to book 10 calls a week and add an extra 25K to 50K per month? And people would look at that versus the 1,500 positioning for appointments, and they'd be like, fuck yes. And 90 days after launching this offer, I hit my first 100K a month with 76% margins, which was ridiculous. And I probably had a team of like maybe less than like 10 people. Maybe we're like 8 people in the company, one closer. Anyway, I'm gonna showcase the team size. But the reason why people were still gladly offering me the 10K instead of going around and shopping is because no one else could replicate my offer. Because even most agencies who have bigger teams, they couldn't make sense of delivering this much value for this cheap. Because at the end of the day, 10K to have an offer, an appointment setting team, outbound campaign built for you, systems built for you for just 10K, it's still relatively pretty cheap, right? I have people out there. I think Cole Gordon is selling like a setter or setters for like 18K, which is ridiculous. So so that means that even at 10K, I was still undercharging, right? But that made me less of a commodity, and it allowed me to just charge. I just had no competition. And I think till this day, it's pretty hard to pull off the build and release offer, which means that most people will never actually offer it. So premium pricing, this is what you're never going to get this much profit from an agency, right? And by the way, here we were still serving like maybe 15 to 20 clients a month. So that's a lot of volume of work, but we're still having like crazy profits. Okay. So it allowed me to stop selling. I stopped doing onboarding. I stopped consulting clients. I stopped building systems. I just use the money to go and pay people to do it. People who are better at selling, onboarding, consulting, building systems than me. And then the next thing is superstar talents, right? When you hire people who are better than you, your offer ends up being better than what you created in the first place. Okay. Why? Because the person who's selling can now create, I mean, I'm going to go over offer operations leverage, but I can talk about it right now. When you hire people like this, they all have specific insights, and these specific insights can be used to improve your offer. Okay. So if you just come in and you're just someone who takes care of appointment setting, but then you build a build and release offer and you start charging 15 grand, well, you can take some of that money and go pay some of your team members to become growth consultants or consultants and build products in your company that are used to help your clients even more. So this allowed me to get my clients better results, more case studies, and a higher closing rate. And we achieved a 40% closing rate on a 10K offer months in a row. Okay. On day one, I shared how I shared Gym Launch's offer, SaaS build and release offer, coaches and consultants offer. You guys can check them out here. For those who weren't here, I think it's day one. Anyway, like, yeah, here I released a bunch of the offers, so you guys can check them out. So yeah, so everyone here, if you want to actually start making real money without necessarily working harder, this is something you need. Forget selling commoditized services. Like, for the love of God, please do not sell commodity services. There is no money being made there. And the longer you stay there, the harder you guys are going to notice it. And just to give you guys some quick context, I'm sure you guys have seen this trend where a lot of people just go out of business. Okay? You have two options. You will either run yourself out of business, or the market will run you out of business. Something that most people don't understand is how markets work. The market is meant to evolve. And if you're not evolving, you will be forced out of the game. Okay? You will be forced out of the game. I can promise you that. Everybody who's just offering appointment setting, like cold email stuff, like, are you serious? You're literally one AI away from going to, like, from being like, oh, I charge 2K a month, 2.5K a month, to literally going back down to not being even worth nothing. Okay? So it's super, super scary. As technology advances, you're going to need to be good. Okay? You're going to need to be better than you ever thought you needed to be. Now, one of the things that technology will not change is the fact that the new wealth being created is created by people with brands. Okay? So let's talk about audience leverage. How I accidentally made $1 million in 90 days. So in 2022, from the fourth quarter, actually, quarter four, I did over $1 million in cash collected. And at first I was like, oh, maybe it's the acquisition stuff. Maybe we booked a lot more calls. Maybe we had more setters, but not really. I had spent $7,000 in 3 months on ads, right? I had 3 growth specialists. Now, how was it possible to spend $7K on ads and 3 appointment setters to generate $1 million in 90 days? Well, it doesn't make any sense, and it shouldn't be something you guys try to do, right? And that's something I understood. The reason why I was able to pull this off is because of this new form of leverage. And I'm going to show you guys the form of leverage. What ended up happening was the following. I ended up studying a lot of the people who are scaling companies today and kind of like what they're doing. And I realized that, you know, something that never really made sense to me is like, why would Hormozi get out of a business that's making him $4 million a month, right? Well, it's because he realized that Kylie Jenner just became a billionaire, right? And he realized that there is a bigger game to play than just being good at business. He needed a bigger leverage. He needed something that was greater than just having great acquisition skills, fulfillment skills, or even having a small Facebook group. He realized that he literally needed to become an influencer, right? So he stopped whatever he was doing, went into a more leveraged vehicle, which was private equity, and went crazy on content. And in timeline of 2 years, he literally went from 4 mil, 40 mil a year, 30 mil a year, to building a $200 million portfolio of companies where he probably owns like 30% of each of all this thing, right? And all it was required for him to do is get the newest form of leverage, which is most people here purely rely on, oh, I'm gonna just have a great offer. I'm gonna just be good at acquisition, and I'm gonna be good at fulfillment, and then I'm gonna go sell people. Yeah, right. You don't understand how competition works. Even though I'm telling you guys to become good at these, I'm actually thinking that this is going to be the biggest lever that you guys can pull, and this is going to be the hardest thing for people to compete to you on, because people buy from people they like. They don't buy from people who have the best offers or the best like lead gen and acquisition stuff. Okay, so the new lever is audience and products with zero marginal cost of replication. Private equity has almost zero marginal cost of replication, because the same thing that Hormozi is giving out in his piece of content, he just goes and gives the advice to his clients, and they just implement it, and they make a few millions dollars a month, and he gets a piece of that for just having given the advice, or maybe having had helped the business acquire more talent. Same thing. If you look at Iman went from you know, broke kid to gaining some marketing skills. You know, he went through all the courses like we all went through, you know, Sam Ovens, all that good stuff. And then he built a 100K a month agency, but then he said, you know what? Fuck this. I don't want 100K a month. Then he went hard on building an audience. Today, he has 3 million subs, and I think he's going to probably make like 50 mil in the next like 2 years, or 50 mil a year effortlessly, right? Now he's doing multiple 8 figures, and the only thing that changed from here to here is genuinely his audience and the leveraged offer. He's selling courses in SaaS today. Okay. If you look at The Rock went from being just a wrestler, a great actor, which got him to earn tens of millions of dollars a year, a net worth of $300 million after 20 years of work. And he starts leveraging, going crazy with his brand, starts brands, okay, like Terramania, and is now worth $1 billion. Timeline, 2 years, which is insane. Like, how do you go from working 20 years to only be worth 300 M's to 2 years later, in 2 years, being worth $1 billion? The only way you can do that is if you just stop relying on just being a great actor, a great wrestler, a great entertainer, and you just focus on growing the brand. He's on Instagram more than, like, guys, this is something that a lot of people don't notice. You guys just see people on Instagram just making memes and things like that, but you guys don't see the underlying reasons why they're doing it. You guys need to question yourself. Why would someone who is, I think The Rock is probably in his 50s, why would a 50-year-old who's worth 300 million be on Instagram? Because that's a 9-figure skill. Okay. Same thing for Conor McGregor. Went from being a great fighter, earning 25 mil in UFC, to going crazy with his audience. And then he built proper whiskey. Now he's building more brands. And he went from 25 mil in his whole career to earning $100 million in 2021 from selling a piece of this brand, or from exiting this brand, and then to also getting paid $30 million for one fight with Floyd Mayweather. All because he accessed a different type of leverage. Kim K went from selling e-commerce stuff online, don't know how much he was making, to building one of the craziest audience online, and every brand she creates is now worth billions. She just recently started Skims, which was founded in 2019, and is now today worth $4 billion. And I shared this number just to put into context. Lululemon took them like 13 years to make $700 million a year. Skims did that in 3 years. And that's because she has a bigger lever than them, right? Well, not them. Now they're bigger, but yeah. Anyway, same thing for me. I went from being a great appointment setter, I know a few things about growing, to 30K a month, and that was like hustling. And when I say hustling, I mean I was hustling, to building an audience on YouTube and a leveraged offer, and got to 600K a month like the year after, right? This only could happen because I realized that there was a bigger game happening. The bigger game was, let's not just be great at acquisition and building companies, but let's also look at the importance of building an audience. And that's the only way you get to pull this off. If you want to make 30K a month, 30K by before you wake up, you're going to need an audience. Okay. So that's the second thing. For me, that was just understanding that I needed leverage on my audience. And the next thing, and by the way, just Naval said this before, code and media are permissionless leverage. Permissionless just means that you don't have to, nobody has to give it to you. Hiring people need to want to work with you, and getting capital, you need to get someone else's capital, right? And he said that they're the leverage behind the newly rich. You can create a software or media that works for you while you sleep. And yeah, this insight took me from, making my first 10K a month to 2022, just generating like hundreds of thousands of dollars on a weekly basis, right? And having over $1 million in my checking account. And this is the same way that, companies online, tech companies got really wealthy. They figured out a way to get as many users as possible. And, Google is worth over $1.6 trillion. Apple is worth $2.9 trillion. The second wave of companies that did the same thing are social media apps. You can think of Facebook, TikTok. Facebook is worth 700 billion. So it's almost like everyone who focused on building an audience and acquiring users creates inevitable success. And now the third wave is personal brands. The same thing personal brands are doing is the same thing that made billions and trillions of dollars worth of value for social media companies and platform like Apple and Google. And then the next thing is infinite returns. What ends up happening when you have an audience is the following. You build something attractive, super valuable, you give it away for free, you acquire users, and then the users start using that same thing or start embarking on the journey of using that thing, that asset that you created. And then they start sharing it. When they start sharing it, it acquires you new users. And you get into this flywheel where users start using your thing, they acquire you even more users, and then you just focus on solving future problems. But the beautiful thing here is that you're not paying to acquire anyone, right? You're not paying for ads anymore. You're not doing anything. You just create something valuable and people just find it. That's where, I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing Nick Cosman, where he's like, oh, I just make content and the money flows in my hand, or like just money falls to me. Like that's bullshit stuff. But like a lot of people don't understand what Nick Cosman is doing right now. But what he's essentially trying to do is he's just trying to hack the algorithm. He's just trying to get some attention for free, because he realized that he could either keep spending money on ads. And by the way, Nick is probably one of the smartest guys out there. but he's not good in my opinion. I don't think he's, see, this is the thing. You can be smart, but that doesn't mean that you're actually going to be able to scale past 100 million. Because just being smart is not enough to build an organization. You need to know how to manage people. You need to know how to lead people. So being smart doesn't mean shit. But essentially what he's trying to do is he's just trying to get users to share more users, and then he just monetizes people after. But what he's really trying to do is, how can I get free traffic? Okay. And when you understand this 9-figure content flywheel, you realize that you don't ever need to rely on your demand, or you don't need to rely on the demand of the marketplace. You can almost create your own clients by creating content and sharing a specific desired goal, okay? Creating the goal, creating the desire, and then bringing awareness to the obstacle that people will face. And the more people who will experience the obstacle, the more people who will look for the solution, right? And you also create content around the solution. You create more awareness. The more people who want the solution, the more people who will want the implementation. This is where you monetize, okay? So your content is really around creating awareness around the obstacle, the solution, and creating even the desire if you want to, and then just selling implementation. This is where you can literally never, like, that's what Hormozi is really doing. He's creating so many smart people who will become successful, and he never needs to do any acquisition because he's already created his next client, right? So this is something that you guys need to understand. Create your own clients. Stop trying to rely on, hey, do you need more appointments? What? Come on, man. That's so basic, right? So yeah, for me, this is one thing that I like to focus on heavy. Okay. And then the next thing is leveraged acquisition infrastructure. I stopped trying to leverage things that were cost effective, because that cost efficiency was actually costing me the results I wanted. And nowadays we've started going crazy with ads for all our clients, even for ourselves. And that's because I realized that why would I need to do outreach or do like cold outreach when I can get technology to get our clients results faster than anything else? We started leveraging ads, and just to give you guys some quick results from some of our clients, Felix in the solar industry got 495 leads after spending like $2,000 on ads and 249 appointments. Went from $2 in his bank account in a niche that was extremely competitive, which was the coaching and consulting space, to 20K. I think it's 25K now in 14 days. Endo, same thing, 239 appointments, 38 appointments. And these are, the timelines are like a few weeks, okay? So Liel, 65 appointments, 271 leads, and this was a few weeks. After having spent, if you guys look at here, it's $327 to book 51 calls. Farcod, 13 appointments. Baz, 92 leads, 8 appointments. So it's just been going pretty insane with ads, right? And the reason to that is because outbound has a symmetrical acquisition, right? Relationship. So meaning the effort you put in is almost as equal to the load and the revenue that you will generate, okay? Which is what I explained at the beginning. It's minimal leverage. Now, paid ads has asymmetrical, it's an asymmetrical relationship with the input and the output, where you can put a little bit of money and you can buy you can literally pull a lot more from the same money, from the same effort, than you can pull a lot more. So it's infinitely more leverage than outbound prospecting. Okay. Now we still leverage outbound, but we don't do outbound to cold prospects. We do outbound to warm people. Okay. Again, if you missed the explanation of this, I highly suggest you guys check it out. And just to show you guys the funnel that we were using, or actually before I show you guys the funnel, let me show you guys some of the numbers, just to show you guys why we just don't do cold outbound anymore. So we went from cold outreach, let's say 1,100 outreach, 114 outreach. If you guys look at here, so 10 times more outreach, 1,000 versus 100. 4 times more responses here. So 4 times more responses here, right? 1.5x more qualified leads. So here we got 1.5 qualified leads. Here we just got 10. Here we got 26. And then the number of appointments, here we booked just 11 calls. Here we booked 5. But the thing that you need to understand, because you only have so much time on this planet, is that why would you work 10 times harder only to experience 2 times more results? Right? This is literally the opposite of leverage. This is like negative leverage, because you're just working harder only to get less. Okay? Same thing happened here. 1,400 outreach, 125 outreach, only 3 times more responses, only 1.7 more qualified leads, only 2x more qualified appointments. Why would you do 11 times more outreach only to get 2x more calls booked? That's crazy, right? So instead, what we've started doing is the following. Let me show you guys the funnel. We've just generally stopped doing cold prospecting, and just generally just focusing on acquisition from this funnel. Let me show you. Where is it? Wait. Anyway, okay, it should be here. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. It's here. So, we just really just started relying on this funnel, which is a normal kind of like VSL funnel where you just get ads going, you get opt-ins, you get VSLs, and you get call to action to book a call. And we just generally don't even care about this funnel. All we care about is the following. It's what happens after. Because what happens after someone opts in is what makes the funnel actually profitable. Most people who do this funnel will not be profitable. I can promise you that. Okay, you will lose so much money. You will start having calls that cost $200, $500, even $1,000. Okay, so for us, what we started doing is just relying on, as soon as someone opts in, a growth specialist will reach out, send them an SMS. Some people do cold outbound dialing. Let's say we get 100 opt-ins, 30 to 40% people reply. 1/3 of everyone who replies will be qualified. 80% of everyone who replied will receive a booking link, and we will book 60 to 80% of people who replied. That maintains our cost to book a call around, $80 to $150, which is a lot more sustainable than just trying to wait for people to opt in and then book a call. So if you guys understand this, you guys understand that, like, hey, for every $5 to $10 you spend, you get someone who you can have a conversation with, someone who's already kind of like warm and who showed interest, right? But when you do cold outbound, that's where you end up with 2,000 outreach only to get a few like 1% of people interested. Okay, so stop doing this. And then also what we do is we also set up cold email sequences, 12 email sequences, and we leverage the Facebook group to convert over time more out of this list of opt-ins. So eventually over time, we actually end up converting more people, right? And this has just kind of like changed the game for us. Just super, super, super profitable. If you guys are not leveraging this, then you guys need to get on it. The next thing is the unit economics of a build and release offer. One of the biggest thing that most people are afraid of is like, oh, but what if I don't have money for ads? Well, to be honest, even if you don't have money for ads, I still think you should find the money for ads, right? Because once you have a build and release offer, you are paid to acquire clients. What I mean by that is you never need to pay for acquiring clients. Your clients pay for themselves to be acquired. How does that make sense? Well, if you guys have ever heard Hormozi say, but he talks about client finance acquisition, where let's say you have a $500 on your credit card, okay? And then you generate 75 leads on average at a cost per lead of $6. You get 10 to 20% to book a call, which ends up being 7 to 10, 15 calls. based on our value funnel metrics. They can be higher if you're in a less competitive market, like local businesses. Let's say out of this 7 to 15 calls, you have a 20% closing rate. That means that you acquired 1 to 3 clients. Okay. With an average ticket price of 10K, the total revenue from, let's say if you go from 1 to 3 clients closed, that's 10 to 30K in revenue. Okay. You liquidate the cost of ads, which is 5%, let's say $500. You give 5% goes to the setter. That means that you didn't have to set anything. You give 10 to 15% to a closer, which is 1.1K to 1.5K. That means that you didn't have to close. You didn't have to set. You didn't have to find the lead. You didn't have to lead source. You didn't have to pay a VA to go find some people. You just let the algorithm, the AI, find you the prospects who would be the most qualified for your ad or for your offer. Okay. Now, this is where things get exciting once you actually understand this. The profitability is crazy. Let's say on one deal, the average cost per acquisition becomes $2,000. And this is where traditional agencies, when they try to compete, this is why most traditional agencies can never run ads forever. Because if the average cost per acquisition is $2,000 and you charge 2K a month or 3K a month, even at 3K a month, this is something that most people don't understand. Even if you charge $3,000 a month and you make 2K, you have to pay 2K to acquire a client, you're left with 1K a month margins, right? But you still have to pay for your team. How exactly are you going to make any money? That's why most agencies are not profitable when they acquire a client. And they're just hopeful. They're super optimistic that they'll be profitable on the second and third month. But what have we learned about commoditized services like Facebook ad? Well, you're just offering Facebook ad. You're not offering appointment setting. You're not offering build outs for systems, for follow-ups, for like speed to lead. So that means that your clients, even if you're doing ads, they don't get the best results because there are other problems that would keep a business from experiencing the outcome that you help solve. Okay. So they do what? They churn after month 2 and month 3. So that means that even though you acquire this client, you were like, oh my God, I just have a new client. No, you didn't make any money. You acquired this person, you spent $2,000, you spent money for your team, and this person that you spent a lot of money for is not even staying to make you profitable. This is why we do not run the old model of selling retainer upfront. Okay? Forget this. This is just you're just literally running around only to stay in the same position. Okay? You guys do not want to make this mistake of pricing and creating offers where you're just getting people on a 3K a month. I'm like, it's cool if it's 3K a month and you didn't have to pay to acquire them. But if you know that you're going to need to do outbound, you're going to need to do outreach, you're going to need to spend money to acquire that client, then there is no way you're going to scale. Okay? But when you have a build and release offer where the lifetime value minimum is 10K on the front end, like literally the agreement is, hey, to work with us, it's a minimum of 10 grand to 15 grand. Do you agree with that? Perfect. Spend it over 2 months if you want to break it off, if you can't pay the whole thing. But the beautiful thing is when you clarify that, hey, this is a build and release, you're going to need to pay 15 grand for this or more, then you become super profitable. So that means that even with an average CPA of 2K, you have $8,000 left. Let's say you spend 2.5 to 3K to fulfill the thing you sold for 10K. You still have $5,000 profit per deal. Now, would you guys find $500 if it could generate you an extra 5,000 to 15,000 every single time without you having to do anything because you actually have enough money to afford to make other people rich, your team, your closers, your setters, and everyone else, right? And how long would you keep finding the $500 to spend money on? As long as money exists, literally, right? So this is how Felix was able to go from $2 left in his bank account to literally 25K cash, okay? To now he's saying that like, you know, so like money is not the main problem when I don't know what date this was, but like 3 weeks before, he had $2 in the bank account. Like, you can't fake this. Like, you can't make this up. How does someone go from having $2 to a month later saying cash is not the problem, time is the problem, and now they need systems, right? Like, this is the type of problem you guys want. You stop studying, like, and congrats to Felix and Jolie for even making sense of joining, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't have made sense of joining at $2. Like that's crazy. Like, it takes courage. So shout out to them. Now let's go over fulfillment real quick. Leverage fulfillment. In order for you guys to deliver on $500,000 a month, you guys need leveraged operations. Okay, you need a leveraged talent, meaning your team needs to be leveraged. You need systems, you need data, and you need unique insights. I kind of like explained it yesterday, where I went over the importance of having your team leveraged. The traditional, and I'm gonna try to find it right now because this was super, super important. If you want to make 100K to 500K a month, most of your superstars will need to be leveraged, right? And here I explained the example of how, let's say a media buyer who's, well, let's say right now we have a media buyer, who has a lot of experience, who spent $60,000 a day on ads. And scenario number one is we get him to just do things like setting up accounts, finding audiences, getting up the ads manager running, getting the creatives, running the ads and optimizing it. Well, even though his job is leveraged, he's still having to put in time to get clients' results. Okay, so that means that the amount of leverage is still pretty low because he's still his outcomes are still related to time spent. So what we need to do is we actually need to turn every single talent in our team to be leveraged. So we get them to change from done for you to documentation, setup, and consulting and auditing. 80% of the time should be spent creating documentation of the setting up of the accounts, figuring out the best performing audience and interest, copy placement, creatives, best actions for optimization and troubleshooting. 10% should be the setup, 10% should be auditing and consulting, right? Now, the same person who could only maybe handle 10 clients a month now is able to handle 100 times more clients, right? Because now the delivery of his insights are leveraged. It's just the media, right? Or code or systems, okay? Now, you guys need to do the same thing for everyone on your team. The only way you're able to scale is if you don't have to sell your time and the time of your team, okay? So you're going to need to find people that are expensive, okay? You're going to need to build systems. You're going to need to build all the documentations. I shared here the systems that you guys need, like, things like you guys need to document everything here, right? Opt-in workflows. You guys are going to need pipeline workflows. You guys are going to need appointment setting systems. You guys are going to need to track everything from cold book, all the workflows. You guys are going to need sales trackers. You guys are going to need everything that needs to happen to be systematized. You guys cannot just walk around thinking that you're going to do one thing when it happens time and time again. No, you need to build it so it happens once. Okay. Cool. So, and then yesterday I also explained the new kind of like value ladder, right? So traditionally, the agency model is you get someone on the front end with less value, meaning you maybe offer them one service, and then you try to upsell them to other services. But the issue with this is the more you upsell people, the more time you sell, right? And what did I just say about time selling? Selling your time, even if it's your team's time, is not scalable, right? So instead, what we want to do, we want to use this growth creator value ladder, where the more things we sell, the less time we sell. Let me repeat this. And actually, this is something I didn't say yesterday. This is something that just come to my mind to try to explain this. You need your offerings to be less time consuming as your clients become more valuable. Okay? Let me try to explain. On the front end, you start with a free thing or a self-liquidating offer, which is maybe like a $30 product, or a $30 course or a $30 book, right? Or 49, it doesn't matter. You get leads from here. You give them something so good. Essentially, think of it as creating a Facebook, creating Google search, creating AI for giving the solutions that your market needs to scale. You do it for free, or you add this really low ticket price. What this will do is it will acquire you the people, the goodwill that will need your build and release offer. On the build and release offer, it's high, like it's labor intensive. It needs people, super talented people who can come into the company, look at the business's offer, look at the business model, look at their pricing model, look at their segment that they're going after, look at all these things, look at how they fulfill, change everything up, build up everything that they need. And then you want to go to a subscription model, right? Where you're charging $100 to $3K per month. A subscription is more leveraged than the build and release model, but you're still selling them. You can charge up to 2K per month, 3K per month, because you've anchored them to a 10 to 15 to 20K to 30K, 50K offer on the front end. So if they go from paying 20K here to paying 3K a month, it's super easy to sell. And then once you find the best people here, the best clients, you just offer them partnerships. What this means is you're like, hey, would you like me and my team to actually come in and maybe help you on a more consistent basis? And this is what Hormozy did. He realized that, hey, instead of me selling information and programs, why don't I just own and just give the advice, but for equity instead, right? So now he gets paid for all the advice that he gives to the portfolio of companies that he owns. And this is more leverage. This is infinitely more leverage than anything here, because it requires probably less time. I mean, he spends 6 hours a day writing a book. Like guys, he spends all his time just writing books. You will never get that much. He makes more money than all of us combined, and he spends 6 hours writing a book. Does that make any sense? That means that the game we're playing is completely false. Most people don't understand what they're doing. They think that, oh, I'm gonna just keep acquiring clients. I'm gonna keep acquiring clients. No, you need to be super smart around your business model. Because if you don't, then you will end up working so hard, 10 years, 20 years. Yes, you've made money. Yes, you got rich, but you just created a prison for yourself. You need to outsmart the game. And it's not about working hard. It's about playing the right model. Okay. And that's how Gym Launch was able to get people on a build and release offer, give them a lot more value. And by the way, this wasn't a build and release model. They were just kind of like offering coaching, but it's just that they had systems for every single problem that they were facing. And then everyone who was here, they literally just retained them on a subscription, and they would make them sign a 3-month contract where these companies would pay 3.2K per month, and they would just get some research, right? And then just kind of like a quick thing that I mentioned yesterday was you need to deliver the infrastructure on the front end in your build and release offer, and then you need to retain them on unique insights. What does that mean? When you get people a lot of results, they start experiencing more problems. But these problems are not solved anymore with build and release or done for you services. Instead, I mean, you can still have services for sure, but the way that you make it scalable is by offering just insights on how to structure something better, on how to build the bigger teams. And that's what this Gym Launch did. They were just spending 50K to 100K per month. They would acquire a lot of data on what the best performing ads were, and they would just give it back down to their community for just 3.2K a month. So they spent $100,000 to acquire unique insights, and they just had 500 to 1,000 people pay them 3.2K a month, and they would just sell those insights 1,000 times over. Selling insights is the most leveraged delivery for service providers. So everyone here need to get as fast as possible on this second layer of their business, right? And the beautiful thing is that selling insights has a flywheel in and of itself, because the more you acquire clients, the more infrastructure you build, the more you acquire data, and the more data you acquire, the more unique insights you acquire. And the more insights you acquire, the easier it is to close clients, because you can go back to them and be like, hey, I've built this infrastructure for 100 clients, and I've seen everything that works, and I've seen everything that doesn't work. So when you buy from me, instead of buying from that agency or from that coach, when you buy from me, you acquire the data, the insights that will avoid you from having to go through failure, right? And it just keeps on turning. It keeps on turning. And the longer you can let it turn. As an example, today, we have so much data around what works that when, I get a lot of people are like, hey, Serge, do you work with beginners? And I'm like, I mean, I could work with beginners, yes, because I can just give you an offer and you can just scale it to like 30K, 50K a month in like 60 days. But I choose not to work with beginners, not necessarily because I can't make them money, but because they're not ready for the money yet, right? They probably have bad habits. They probably don't sleep enough. They probably just are on social media, just like their dopamine system is fried. So the reason why, for those who are here, who are beginners and who want to work with us, the reason why I don't want to work with you guys is not because you are my team cannot give you an offer to scale to 100K a month. That's not the reason. The reason is you're not the person yet who deserves that success. So so it's like me trying to go, like, if I try to go in solar, I'll probably build a 100K a month business in the next 90 days. If I try to go in the coaching and consulting space, I would get 100K a month in 90 days. If I try to go into SaaS, I'll probably get to 100K a month in 90 days. Why? Because I have the data on how to do it. I have the undeniable insights on how to get there, right? But this only comes from you having a lot of clients that you've built infrastructures for, where you have a lot of data from these infrastructures. Okay. So I want to kind of like stop here. Guys, for those who weren't there on the last 5 days, I don't know how you're going to do it. Get access to the last 5 days. Okay. It has been I think in the last 5 days, I can't wait to get more people to go through this, because it's going to be super, super crazy, right? When I get enough people to watch this, I can't wait to see what happens. But we're about to go into the client interviews. Okay, so we're going to try to keep this short. But what I'd like to do for clients who are going to be speaking is really keep it simple. And I just want you guys to share some of the most important insights that you guys got. Because this is the thing. Even though I can give someone the insights and the knowledge and the frameworks and the proof, it needs to be spoken out of someone's current place for them to really have the mindset and belief shifting moments. Okay. So I'm going to invite just one client at a time. And for more clients, if you are a client who is going to be speaking today, please add your camera, okay, so that I can kind of like just see everyone. Because if you have a screen and I can't see you, then that means that I'm going to have to like scroll and not even notice that you're here, okay? So Dan, I think it would be good to kind of like have you first and just jump on and just share your experience. For you, what I really love for you to talk about is kind of like before you started pushing the current offer you have versus today. Okay, let me unmute you. And then just give people just kind of like a background of what you were trying to do and how long you've been in this space too. Like what were you up to before?
Sure. So yeah, I've been in the space, I think about 2.5 years, 3 years. And before this, kind of pushing an offer around e-learning businesses and info products. And also just going about it based on the way you explained today, this commoditized route where we're looking at, doing a service like Facebook ads, something like that. And like that works for sure as like an offer. Like we know that it can scale companies, but most people were doing that at the same time, right? So there's nothing really to stand out when actually delivering that. So for me, one of the interesting things was implementing the build and release. And I think the other thing that Serge doesn't talk about as much is like he's actually doing this as well, like with like his clients as well. So it's kind of this interesting thing of we implemented the build and release and saw an immediate pickup in people being interested in what we were doing, right? So not just doing one part of it, but basically bridging the entire gap. And so the problem that we ran into with the clients that we did have at the time were, you run Facebook ads and there's other problems. There's other things that come up. And so when you're offering just one service, you don't actually make the clients happy. That's the other thing that we realized. So having the build and release and being able to position that in this sort of 360 approach was really valuable. And then immediately, within 30 to 60 days, we saw the results of that, doing consistent outreach. And then we were able to have that market feedback. And yeah, we've been able to scale quite a bit from there.
Yeah. Do you want to kind of like compare what your pricing was before and after the build and release? Like, because yeah, share that. I'm curious.
Sure. So when we were starting out, I was like severely underpricing to the point where if you do look at cost of acquisition, and now that I'm looking more at the numbers and data, and since joining GCP, I think that's one of the key things, right? It's that you actually understand what are the numbers, because before you don't really have the systems. You don't know how many outreach generate you, how many meetings or meetings booked, or how much does it cost to acquire a client, right? Like a lot of that data I just didn't have. And I was just leveraging my own time. But once I got clarity on that, I realized like, wow, we were just losing money like crazy. I think the first iterations of the offer, we were doing super low ticket, I think like 750 or like 1.5K a month retainers. And that was just unsustainable from a delivery standpoint, from an acquisition standpoint. And it basically, put us at the point of like almost going out of business, like in the first year or two. So something had to change. And then we started to charge quite a bit more for our offer before joining the program, around 4 or 5K. And that helped. But still, like looking at the math, like what you just talked about, you still can't generate that much profit to acquire a new client based on just like breaking even, right?
Yeah.
So that's when the next step was, let's just charge way more than competitors, separate our offer, and then it really starts to make a lot more sense, and you can acquire more clients pretty profitably.
Yeah. And one of the things that I did notice is that when you change your offer to a build and release offer, you, in my opinion, you acquired more clients than you acquired before at your lower ticket offer, or at lower when you were charging less. Do you want to kind of like explain that?
Sure. Yeah. So not only did we get more clients, but we also just generated a lot more interest because it's something that's fresh and there's not that many people doing it. And I think the cool thing about build and release is that you can't just say, I'm selling a build and release, because no one knows what that means, right? It really depends on how you want to explain it. So I'm not really worried about telling everyone here, like, what are we doing in build and release, or that we have a build and release offer? Because even if, 100,000 people see this or whatever, you can make your own version of that offer that solves a different market niche. And I think that's the cool thing. It's like, yeah, there's tons of agencies in the SaaS space. I'm getting people reaching out to me on Instagram, on YouTube, and that sort of stuff, asking, what am I doing? And it's like, you can just build and release to solve the specific problem. Like, as Serge said, the market changes. If you stay the same, you're going to go out of business. So we're just looking at what are the current pain points, what's happening right now in 2023 in Q4, like, and then we'll implement those things. Our offer is being updated, every couple months to stay consistent and stay relevant for clients.
Yeah. And that's an interesting insight, because here's the beauty about build and release, and you guys will also see this. For me, our program, it's never about, or even the way we help clients, as an example, if I see that people with an audience are killing it more, then in the service, in the program, we're going to emphasize building an audience. So we build the new systems. I go hire consultants, people who've done this before, and I get them to build a framework I can use to implement for my clients. That's the same way that you guys need to do it when you guys are pushing a build and release offer, right? You need to look at what are the trends in the marketplace, take that mechanism, use it within your offer, and then just get 10 times more interest, get 10 times more closes, right? So it's super easy to scale because you're not just a Facebook ad agency, right? You're whatever works today. So Dan is in the SaaS space, because also, one of the things that you also did is like you are able to hire a closer. So right now you're not necessarily closing your own deals, right? You were able to remove yourself from some of the sales process.
Yeah, 100%. I realized after, as I said, like the data is key. Like better inputs just start with understanding what are you doing? Where are you putting your time? So I realized after looking at, tons of appointments, like tens and tens of appointments booked in, some of them qualified, some of them not from the last year before joining the program, that I wasn't closing them, right? And that was a huge problem. And so Serge, just the first day in the program, I remember he said, like, why don't you have a closer right now? And then I was like, oh yeah, it's a good point. So I just solved the right constraint. So I think that's the other thing that is really helpful, is having this outside perspective and someone else looking in at your business and saying like, oh, I've done this before. I see what the constraint is. Focus in on this, because there's so much confetti that's thrown at you, whether you're consuming content on YouTube, you're reading books, like we're always looking at things. But I think like the big thing that separates, Serge or like someone who's like Hormozy, right? If they have a conversation with you, they can locate the problem and make a better decision than you could as someone who's a beginner that doesn't know what are good numbers to shoot for, right? What are good metrics? Where should you spend the majority of your time, right? Because in the reality of things, like you shouldn't be spending your time doing a billion things. Like Serge is working less hours, right? And just focusing on the right things. So I think that's kind of the other thing, focusing in on what matters.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, when you started pushing the build and release offer, you scaled past 10K per month. And actually, I think for the first month you hit 20K, 21K. You want to kind of like share the growth with this offer when you started pushing it?
Sure. So we were doing roughly, 4K, 5K a month pretty consistently for maybe 5, 6 months. And then after introducing this offer, we sold a handful of them pretty quickly. So I think we got up to around 20, 22, 23K within about a month or so.
Yeah. And that's the thing that that a lot of people don't understand, is that when you have an expensive thing to sell, you don't need to sell 1,000 people, right? To get to 20K a month with a traditional model, like you probably need like 10 clients. When I was making 28K a month with my appointment setting agency back in 2021, I think I had maybe like 14 clients, right? And then went from almost 4K a month, 5K a month to like 23K a month in 1 month from selling like 2-3 clients, right? That's the thing that everyone here needs to understand. You don't need to work harder. You need to know what is the leverage thing to sell, right? So yeah, and just Dan, just to kind of like finish this convo, what would you say was the biggest insight or breakthrough that you had from just being part of the program?
Oh, that's a good question. I think actions speak louder than words. So I think the fact that you've implemented this for your team and that you've found success with it, and that it has actually brought me a ton of value, was the biggest insight. Because I think I've gone through other courses, other mentorships, and they tell you to sell, like they're selling something else. They're telling you to build this, build that. But the interesting thing is, what I found value in the program is being on calls with people like Katie, Casey, Haisam, actually getting this one-on-one time where I'm being able to pick their brains and sort of understand, okay, what are they doing? But the only reason why you're able to access these people that are really, really smart and building out their own thing is because you've created an offer like this. So similarly, for us delivering for clients, we can have better talent. And right now we're hiring really competent people. And I think it's like you're one hire away from getting like your next 6 figures, basically. Like I'm talking to people that are so competent. And that's really interesting to me, because I'm like, wow, I can scale myself out of the business, do different things, and do higher leverage tasks. So I think that's kind of the biggest insight, is like, I don't have to do everything. I don't have to manage everything. It's really about how do I place better talent and sort of position our offer in order to facilitate that type of growth, which is a way I never approached the business before.
Yeah. So would you say that, like, I guess seeing how we run things, our build and release infrastructure and our talent allowed you to kind of like get a perspective of where you need to be, compared to, let's say, just telling you like, oh, start selling TikTok ads and just get leads and appointments and hire a contractor? You actually are able to see how we run our operations, to the point that, because this is the thing that which Dan kind of like talked about, which is our type of service is a little different, because what we're trying to get you guys to do is essentially what we're doing, which means that when you work with us, you have a copy paste of the thing you need to build for yourself, right? And I think that's infinitely more valuable than just telling you, oh, short form content is trendy. No, like that's not, it's trendy up to a point, or like these little trends. It's like you actually need to build an operations that is super, super complex and valuable to the marketplace. So yeah, that's good. But yeah, no, thanks, Dan. I think a quick story. Would you like to tell the story of how you actually even ended up in the program first? Because you didn't. Yeah, just
Yeah,
share
sure.
that story.
Sure. So I think I ended up in the program in a atypical way. So I think a lot of people that check out Serge's stuff maybe find content or something. But what happened with me is that a friend or someone, yeah, that I was talking to said, "Hey, you should check out this software." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Like for agencies, and it's something that Serge has been selling as well, or as part of the program. And so after watching that, there were a couple setup videos that Serge had done just about, this is how you use the software, this is how you can leverage it for your company. And just watching him talk and sort of explain the processes and like what this was doing, I just liked the way that Serge was talking about things. And so I looked him up and then, watched more of his content. And then like through leverage content, there's a ton of stuff on YouTube. He's been putting out like tons of content every day for the last couple of years. After that, I was like pretty much sold after watching a couple hours of that content, and then decided to join the program. So I think that just goes to show, like similarly for me too, I started a YouTube channel kind of recently, and after posting, 10 videos or something, I had people coming to, asking to do multiple, 4-figure deals just really quickly after posting like 10 videos for my 15 subscribers, which is crazy, right? Like you don't need a massive audience to really get this stuff started. So that was also a huge like turning point for me. So looking and seeing firsthand what Serge and like the rest of the client acquisition team is doing, as well as like implementing it very quickly and actually getting on that stuff. So I wouldn't wait, like after watching this webinar, literally just get on this stuff if you haven't done this before.
Yep. Oh yeah, I did talk about YouTube, a lot of stuff. So Tuesday, for those who missed audience creation call, just go. It's 2 hours long, and we dropped everything. But yeah, no, thanks, Dan. So everyone who's in SaaS, guys, this is someone who went from just struggling for a few years to getting to 20K a month in a month from 4K a month, right? So this is not someone who's already making millions who made more millions. No, it's like this build and release offer thing really works. So, who want to go next? Jiro, if you want to go next and just talk about your experience with this build and release offer, from going from just kind of like just a regular content creative agency to more of like a growth creator model.
Yeah, definitely. Hope you're all good. So, one thing that I've found very beneficial, just being part of GCP, is basically offering more than just content, because everyone it's so easy to find editors, but the thing is, like, you need to offer growth, as Serge has been talking about the past week, and the insights, the way in which he breaks down kind of like from huge companies, such as breaking down Alex Hormozi's model. I'm currently building out a content build and release infrastructure that Serge went through on the call on Monday with the GCP members. And since then, that call, I started posting content on my Instagram, which I haven't been doing consistently. And then I've already been like booking big calls just after like 3 days of posting. And I'm about to close this deal where this wife watched my reel. Turns out her and her husband own quite a lot of companies. And yeah, like, I mean, I told the client acquisition team about it on the channel, and that all came from content. I showed them kind of the model of what Serge kind of went through on Monday, and they don't want to build and release it. They just want to work with me, kind of like on that growth partner model. But I'm still going to use that build and release model for other clients, because I don't want to get 50 clients on a management offer. I just want to work with clients I want to work with, and these people are pretty cool. They got a bunch of businesses I can work on. So yeah, that's a bit of insight.
Love it. And what for you kind of like, do you want to kind of like share how your pricing has been changed from before to like when you started kind of like introducing, hey, we can also help you take care of lead capture, lead nurture, and things like that, or other than just like, hey, let's just edit?
Yeah, so one thing that you guys have helped me out with as well is the messaging. So I'd say the process selling VSL is what made this lead book a call. And the messaging is like, look, if you're over 10K, then you can book a call. So if you're really clear on who you're speaking to, it's going to allow you to attract those people. And like, I didn't realize that power until like this week. So yeah, man, in terms of pricing, they didn't even flinch when I said the price. They probably want me to work on like 10 of their businesses. For now, I'm working on their personal brand and one of their other businesses. And I said, yep, it's 15K for each brand that we work with. And then, yeah, I sent the invoice. They're going to take care of it today. And they're actually flying to meet me in London on Monday. So we're going to shoot some content, chop it up, and yeah, just back to work.
Love it. Did your office get better when you became a growth creator?
I guess so, bro. Yeah, man.
You all in a suit and shit. Okay, I like that. That's why the people are paying you money. Okay, is that it?
That's it, man. That's a life hack. I wear the same clothes as when I was broke.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you've been fly all your life. I like that. But for those who don't know Jirove, I went to London in 2021? After my last
beginning of last year, bro.
Beginning of 2022? Yeah, beginning of 2022. So last year. I had just done my 5-day challenge, and then I went to London, and Jirove, and I'm going to share this with you because it's super important. I was, hanging out with Jirove. I needed someone to come shoot us. I was with Marcus Hustle, and Jirove, you were still like, you were in London, but you were kind of like, I don't know where you were living. And I remember, you told me like, hey, I only have like $300 in the bank account. And I was like, well, you better get to fucking work. Like, what am I like? There's no, you're already at the bottom. So it's like, now is time for your life to change. And this is someone who had gone from course to course. It's not like he had less knowledge around how to start an agency, but it's just that he was just, I don't know, what were you doing? Were you distracted?
Object syndrome.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, bro.
Right? And when this short form content thing started, like, you blew up, right? You've gone crazy ever since. So this is just to share with you guys, like, for everyone who's like complaining that, I can't see success. No, you're just working on the wrong things completely. It only takes you 6 months and someone to tell you to like stop. I don't know how I can say it, but like, stop whatever you're doing. Like, what are you up to? Right? Someone to tell you, they're like, hey, you're doing the wrong thing. Until you become really serious with your own self and be truthful and stop lying to yourself, you will not scale. Scaling a business is about looking at reality and not just being like, oh, I did 20 outreach a day, it didn't work, or give up after. No, it's like, hey, you're going to do whatever it takes for you to become a multiple 6-figure, a multiple 7-figure earner. Right? You look at what are the inputs, what do I need to sell for 10, 15 grand, and you go and get the attention to sell it, and then you get someone to close it, then you get the team to fulfill for it, and you don't stop until this whole thing is built out. Right? It's not, no one here is special who's built a company, a successful company. The only difference is we just look at what we need to do and we fucking do it. Instead of just being emotional and try to like distract ourselves with TikToks and like drinking and maybe smoking. Like, guys, stop the dumb habits. You don't deserve to drink. You don't deserve to smoke. You don't deserve nothing unless you're making fucking millions. Because what are you doing? Are you distracting yourself from reality? Reality can be more blissful than any type of high. What I would love for people to experience is the type of high when you become the person that you promise yourself that you would be. There is this quote, there's this guy who said, and I don't know if people here smoke. I don't necessarily smoke, but he said that smoking 10 blunts couldn't get you higher than me because I became who I set out to become. Right? The best thing ever is becoming who you're meant to be. Nothing, you don't need to consume anything. Stop lying to yourself. Become who you're meant to be. Okay. So yeah, no, thank you. Jirove, content. So the reason why I'm coming over these different niches is because becoming a growth creator does not mean you need to sell appointments. It just means you can become a growth creator by starting with content and just looking around everything that the client needs around the content infrastructure and deliver that for a lot of money. SaaS, same thing. Okay. Cool. Who wanna go next? Who wanna go next? Steve?
Yeah.
Let's go. Steve, for you, what I'd like, because we did talk a little bit on I think Monday or Tuesday. For you, what I'd like to ask you is, so you're someone who's in the local, you're working with contractors, right? What I'd like for you to kind of like talk about is kind of like the impact of selling such an expensive thing and how you position it for contractors who are making 5-10K a month to make sense of signing up for, let's say, your 10K offer, right? Like, how are you able to position that?
So that has been an interesting process of doing it. And so I work with people that before they even go to marketing, they spend tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And somebody said, "Oh, it's the wood guy." I feel like I'm getting branded the more I talk. People, your audience knows me. But yeah, no, so so they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment. And so through the process of working with you, I've learned that with the build and release is literally a tool. And so I had to learn how to speak the language of my audience. And it's been a journey, and it hasn't been the easiest. But
yeah,
because you have to always speak about your offer in a way that that resonates with your audience. And the process of being, a growth creator is not an easy thing. It's you're constantly finding and searching, and you need to stretch yourself as an individual. You have to admit when you're comfortable, when you're not comfortable, and just admit that you don't know, like the path to getting to what you want. I even just being around Serge has been understanding who he looks to. And like Naval said, success is not without struggle, right? And so to get to what you want, and especially you get paid really well if you solve hard problems, but solving one problem isn't the end all be all. If you can solve your customers' complete problems and anticipate the problems that they are having, then you can get paid really, really, really well.
Yeah. And one of the things for you is because when you came into the program at first, you were selling it as a coaching program, right? And we completely revamped it to not selling a coaching program, because eventually that becomes a commodity. To looking at everything that your clients would need, instead of coaching them like, hey, you need to run ads, instead of coaching them, you need to sell these products instead of selling the others. We just said, hey, we're going to build the thing that solves the problem for you when you buy this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, part of it is also too, just like looking that your build and release can include information. It could include some done for you. It could include some done with you. It's just, it's not this one size fits all. And also too, you don't really want to get into the game where you're copying other people's build and release. Like, you truly have to understand your niche. and you truly have to understand what they're capable of and who are the types of clients that would best benefit from it. Is that all? Is that helpful?
Yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. I think it's about, for this to pull off this build and release thing, you need to be kind of like sophisticated. And that's the thing we kind of like want, because if we just sell something that's easy to sell, then everybody starts selling it. Then we're back in the same position from the get-go, where now it's a commodity again. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I was on a call with somebody the other day, and he was just asking questions, and I think confidence and abundance is learning that you don't have to sell everybody, because right now I'm addicted to making sure that I can get success from the people that I work with, and I don't want to just get money from just anybody, because I want to be able to get the results fast, and learning what got the results. So I was on a call the other day with a client, and he just had his biggest month, and I got on the phone with him to record it, and he was like, he said, I decided to go all in because you told me to go all in. And I noticed that because you told me to go all in, I noticed how you went all in. And it was literally around the time when I started working with Serge. And it was like, oh, become obsessed and in love with your business. Like, build the type of business that you want to provide transformational results, not just for your clients, but for your team. So I would say working with Serge has made me fall in love with my business, and I'm having more fun than I ever had, because in this online space, everybody always sells. The money is made because of shiny object.
Yeah.
And it's not real to think that you can do more than one thing at a time. Like, you actually have to focus. So you think, oh, I can have this and I can have this. I'm like, you're diverting your time, and there's not a lot of time out there, and you need your focus. I mean, within 24 months to go from 20K a month or 10K a month to, a couple million, that takes intense focus. And that's, so yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, man. Thank you. And yeah, like you said, this is not an easy path. Like, for a lot of people who think that, I think maybe one of the biggest advice I can give to everyone here is that, just as much as you desire, be ready for equal amounts of pain to come from the path, and expect it. I think for a lot of people who've been sold before, kind of like a lot of people will sell you on the ease. Like, oh, this is going to be easy. Oh, you're going to make 100 grand a month if you start an agency. Or you're going to start 100K a month if you build a coaching business. Yeah, right. Do you guys know how many businesses actually get to $1 million a year? Tiny. Super tiny, right? But all these people online are just giving you guys this image. And because of your desire is so greater than your understanding of what needs to happen, who you need to become to actually deserve that success, you think that buying the thing is going to make you successful. One thing I can promise you that is that if you ever become a client, you will realize that, like, oh shit, I actually need to become fucking better. Better than I thought was even possible. Because when you become so good that others look up to you and they're like, holy shit, wow. That's when the millions start happening. So everyone here, your goal is not to try to buy a service. Like, and this is literally me countering my services, my positioning. Like, the thing you guys should be buying into is and that's why I like to sell expensive stuff, is because when you sell someone something that is expensive, you get them committed to the work, right? When someone just sells you like, oh, this is a $2,000 course, you're going to learn how to do this. Yeah, right. That's not enough commitment for you to that's not enough commitment, investment for the level of work that will be required for you to experience the success that you're looking after, right? So if you want to make someone $1 million, you better charge them 100 grand, right? That's how it works.
Can I say one more thing before
please?
Is that I've been an entrepreneur for a long time and I've had lots of success. I am more inspired and challenged and motivated and more humbled working with the whole team that you have assembled and working with you than I have been ever. It's like more than a master's degree, you know? And so for anybody considering jumping on working, just be prepared to be challenged. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, but it's super challenging. So
it's work, it's work. And that's why like this, if you want to make millions every year, like be ready to work, like be ready. Like just essentially it's almost like, I think, you know, it's anyway, like I could go on and talk about with the cost of success, but most people will never even understand it. But so like, guys, I can only tell you that like the desires that you have are going to cost you more than you ever thought. Right. Cool. So maybe let's go over a few people. Tarun, would you like to talk a little bit? I think it should be here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, love it. Hey bro, how you doing?
Doing good. But yeah, do you want me to talk about like what we found was?
Yeah, please. I know you guys went from having a
Yeah.
little bit of struggle going on ads and going crazy. So I would love to share that experience.
Yeah, that was actually the main thing we're going to talk about.
Mhm.
So yeah, the number one thing that I think, besides from the community and obviously the team, is the paid ads to get in leads and, you know, clients. Because we joined in December, January, when you was mainly doing organic, right?
Yeah.
The outreach, the content. We had success with that. We scaled it to, you know, 10K, 15. But I feel like paid ads, when Kenneth came on especially, like we haven't seen leads that fast, people just booking in, and the calendar being, you know, that like people booking in that quick. So I feel like paid ads was one of the best when you introduced Kenneth. So
Yeah. And just share some numbers, like compare the numbers you guys were getting from outbound before and then compare it to the volume of throughput in meetings and leads after you went on ads.
Yeah, so with outreach and content, we was maybe booking like 10 calls a month. Some weren't qualified, but after doing paid ads, like we had 7 calls yesterday, and that's a new niche. But we've booked like, I would say like close to 50 to 100 calls with ads. But yeah, that's essentially it.
And what was the average cost per call?
Average cost per call was probably across everything, 50, probably £70.
Yeah.
Average cost per call.
And would you go back to outbound if you know now how to book calls for $50?
Never.
Yeah, and this is the thing I really want to share. You know, like Ritik and Tarun are like brothers. What offers are you guys pushing right now?
Yeah, so right now we're doing appointment setting. We're getting qualified appointments for the solar companies. Yeah.
Sick. And before you guys were in the coaching space, because that's also worked well with ads, right?
Yeah. It was, but like they were kind of broke, to be honest.
Yeah, guys, if there is one lesson we can learn today, let's not go after coaches and consultants, okay? Like, let's just give them a break. Like, let's not be another person, okay? Because if you sell to broke people, guess what you become? A broke growth expert. So it's like you got to choose who you sell to, okay? So I'll highly suggest, like, I know that at least 10% of everyone here has pushed a coach consultant offer, right? So let's stop that today, right? But anyway, Tarun and Ritik, came into the program, coaches and consultants, outbound, struggled a little bit, then got to, okay, so this Juju person, we're going to need to kick him out. Can someone kick out Juju? Just having too much, is having too much fun in the chat. Okay, but I highly suggest you guys change niches if you guys are in the coach and consultant, because the niche will dictate your scale more than anything you do. Your market, right? Your market. You can go work extremely hard, wake up every day, learn everything in the Growth Creator, whatever it's 5 days we just spent. And if you sell it to the wrong people, the impact of the thing you do will stay small. Like I said a few days ago, the quality of your prospects dictate the quality of your service and product. And if you've ever heard Hormozi say it, he said, the quality of the prospect dictates the quality of the product. That's how he said it. Okay, so yeah, I highly suggest you guys switch niches, right? Allow yourselves to change. Don't change because you can't perform. No, so here's the thing. I don't want you to switch because you haven't even booked a call, because now booking calls just shows that you're not competent. Because a lot of people switch niches to compensate for their incompetency. Never switch niche because you're bad. Switch niche because you're good and believe that you can achieve better transformations in other verticals more effortlessly. Okay, so super important. Okay, cool. Oliver, you want to go next, and then just drop a little bit of gems, and then I think then we do Javier, and then we just go and finish and then go over the Q&A stuff. Okay, cool.
Hello.
Hello. Good. For you, I mean, I'll let you share whatever you want to share, because I also don't want to kind of like lead every context, right?
No, good. Essentially, quick background. I used to be in college studying industrial engineering, and I realized that like my end goal was, never to really become an engineer. I had very strict immigrant parents, so I just kind of followed the traditional path. And because I wasn't really surrounded by sort of people with the same goals, the same mindset, I was in university. So everyone was chasing after that internship or that, prestigious position in some company. And that wasn't my goal. So I took like a radical decision. I dropped out when I had a semester left to my degree. So I completed 3 years and I said, fuck that, left. So I had no backup plan. Like this had to work for me. So for me, like putting myself in a situation where I could not afford to fail was what was needed to see the success that I wanted. I spent maybe 2 years kind of like buying the course, trying something, giving up, and sort of jumping around here and there. But it's not until I actually put myself in a situation where I could not afford to fail that my business didn't take off. When I joined Serge's program, I was at about 30K per month. And now last month we made about 75 profit, and that's like in a span of 2 months, a month and a half. So that was pretty cool. And I think the craziest part for me is not the money, but the fact that to make 30K per month, I had 60 clients that I had to serve, coach. It was one-on-one calls, highly personalized. I wasn't selling just like a video course. And to make 75K per month, we signed 6 clients. And this is with the same structure, the same team members. I did not hire more people. It was literally just me speaking with Serge, him calling me an idiot at first for charging a low ticket for what I'm doing, and then sort of shifting my mindset and saying like, hey, if you did this, and you offered it in the marketplace, not only could you 10x your prices, but also lower the amount of work that you do because you have leverage. I had 0 leverage. I was taking the calls. I was helping with delivery. I was doing literally everything in my business. So I think that's the biggest impact that I had joining Serge's team is they helped me come up with an offer that is actually wanted in the marketplace that allowed me to remove myself from the business and actually become a business owner versus just a top closer in my company.
Yeah.
And the whole team too, meeting. I got to meet Serge, and luckily I do also live in Montreal, so I got to meet him a couple of times. It was an amazing experience. Casey, Katie, that's another thing. It's one thing to scale a business, but being able to just have someone with you at all times, and whenever you're going through sort of like a roadblock and you're not too sure what to do with your business, instead of just sort of guessing and trying a bunch of things, I can just directly reach out to people who have done it before. I can shoot a message to Casey, say like, hey, my ads are not working, what should I do? Casey would be like, Oliver, just switch this up, try this, I do it, boom, I get the instant results. So it's just being able to have that constant support, never experiencing a struggle on my own, but always having someone that I can kind of fall back to if needed while I'm growing my business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it, man. Love it. Oliver came to the penthouse when I had the wine night here. And he saw the place and was like, man, fuck you.
I did say that to him. Yeah. But it put things into perspective because you go to your gym, you go through school, and you're surrounded by people who, let's face it, most people, they don't have these ambitious goals. They don't want to make $1 million per month or $500,000 per month, whatever. And to put yourself in a situation where you're actually face to face with someone who's making $500,000 per month, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I've never seen that. Like, you see it on YouTube, you see it in the movies, but to actually see someone in real life like that, for me, that was a game changer. And it kind of put things into perspective of like, hey, this guy from Montreal, same situation, basically same age as I am, is making this much money. Why wouldn't I be able to do it? And that was like a good boost for myself to sort of work on my business.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize the importance of just seeing other people just like you doing things that you never even set as goals. It actually just ends up pissing you off because it's like, why would someone else be doing this when they're not any special? They're not necessarily, smarter is, they're not necessarily, the IQ is not necessarily higher. It's just a matter of understanding different levers to pull. And a lot of people are actually have the knowledge they need to scale. Like 90% of everyone on this call knows how to do Facebook ad, knows how to do outreach, knows how to create offers. If you didn't, then you can just go through. If you've been on these 5-day challenge, you probably acquired the knowledge you need to scale. But the thing is, you still don't have that belief that is going to take you from being like, okay, I'm a smart person, to, hey, I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to pull it off. Right? So guys, sometimes you just need to look at someone who's doing the thing you're doing and be like, hey, okay, there's actually nothing that I'm missing right now. Let's get after it. Okay, cool. Javier, you want to kind of like share your experience and then we kind of like end this session? Go ahead. I just unmuted.
Okay, amazing. How are you doing, Serge?
Good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing awesome. So yeah, guys, so just a quick context about me. So I'm from Mexico. I'm working in the Latin American market. I actually met Serge a couple of years ago. I was a brokey, as Serge says. And yeah, to be honest, I joined Serge program when he was just starting out at $500,000. I make the last 2K I invest in his program. And I end up with 10 cents of my bank account. So with the with the Serge help, a couple of years ago, I was able to scale to 10K per month just in 45 days of making that investment. And last year, I started like a consulting company named Gatari, especially here in the Spanish market, helping agency owners have that same transformation that I had. And I have been doing well, but to be honest, I joined again GCP with another mindset, another kind of things that I was looking for to gain. And the main insights that I got when I joined GCP, just first off, having like a good systems in place, having like a good trackers. I have been doing that in the past, tracking everything because data is going to allow you to scale. Second thing is obviously to use leverage in all of your acquisition systems, because I come from a background that I was sending 300 messages per day alone. I was not working with a team. I wasn't doing everything. But now, obviously, I have a team of setters that are booking 4-10 calls per day. And also the last thing, I think like just integrating paid ads on my acquisition, right? So I was working with Casey on that stuff. 2 weeks ago, I started investing in some paid ads. I invest $300. And just in 3 weeks, I made 22K on revenue. So was quite crazy just integrating paid ads on the strategy. So
that's crazy.
Like that's the
Crazy.
main things that
I didn't know about the transformation from your ads. I didn't know about your wins. That's crazy. In the Latin market, you pulled off 20K.
Yeah, yep.
Wow. And for those who don't understand, the Latin market is completely different from just the American market, because to make 20K in that niche, you probably need to have insane leverage, because not a lot of people have like they don't have a lot of cash on hand, right? $1,000 is a lot of money for them. Okay. So yeah. And would you say that, I guess right now on your offer, it's still kind of like a build and release offer, right? You're muted. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, wait, unmute. I think you can unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so right now I have like a build and release offer. And to be honest, that have been game changer for me. Because most of people, when I start the agency, obviously most of people say, hey, just offer Facebook ads. But you start in a competition, competitive with every person. Also, when I started this coaching business, I was doing everything that everyone was doing, just offering like a course, offering some kind of sessions, one-on-one sessions, group calls. But to be honest, that's where you enter on a competition, that when everyone's compared with, oh, this guy's offering the same as you, he have more results, or he's doing like for less price than you, so I'm gonna go with him. But right now with the build and release offer, taking care of all of the things that your clients need to have in order to achieve their main goal, is actually quite better to differentiate myself to the also big competitors here in the Spanish market. So when I start integrating that, I go from charging 2K for my program to actually charging 10K for my program.
Wow.
And yeah, to be honest, I have been doing some research on big programs in the Latin American market, and there is a huge differentiation of what they're offering, just because I really put in the place and create a good offer, taking care and taking place of all the mechanisms that my clients need to have in order to get them the results. But yeah, was quite a game changer just integrating that type of offers.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I think that's enough. That's enough wins. I think we can just move on to the thing. But Latin market, 300 spent on ads, 22K in 3 weeks, insane. Okay, so that's just like crazy. Yeah, guys. So again, everyone that I've kind of like walked through, from Oliver from 30K a month to 77K a month, from Steve in the contractor niche to doing 50K a month, from Jiro pushing content offers to build and release offers 15K upfront, to every person, Dan in the SaaS space 15K offers. I think they're increasing their prices today. One thing that you guys can see is that everyone here started selling something different, selling to a different market, something more complex, charged more money, only to work less. Okay? There's a trend here. No one here said, I worked 20 times more than I was doing before to make more money, because that's not the goal. The goal is, how can you acquire more leverage in the things you're already doing, but make infinitely more money? Work less, make more. Work less, make more. The billionaires are not working any harder than us, guys. And until you realize that, like, it's not about working hard, it's about working smart and introducing leverage, you will never experience the growth that you actually deserve. So let me just kind of like finish this presentation, and then we go to the VIP questions, and then we can get to solving everything. All right, cool, perfect. So few questions for you guys. Was our time over the last 5 days enjoyable thus far for everyone who joined? Put it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Go crazy in the chat. Serge could have chosen to speak any language, but he woke up speaking facts. That's funny. Guys, please drop it in the chat. Was it valuable today, over the last few days? Perfect. And who found it valuable? Who think they can kind of like take everything that we talked about over the last 5 days? For those who weren't there 5 days, guys, figure out a way to consume the whole thing and then go back to day 5. And feel comfortable making an extra 50K a month to 100K a month in the next 12 months by becoming a growth creator. right? I guess, you know, from what I shared this week, it's probably easy for you guys to scale to 50K a month or 100K a month, other than just telling you, oh, become a Facebook ad agency or become a short form content agency and sell 2K a month services. You will get to 100K a month by the time you're like 80 years old, right? And then is it fair to say that using these insights, it is unreasonable for you not to have a significant amount of advantage over your competition? Like over this week, we've probably had a few hundred people join. The few hundred people of you guys who've joined, do you guys feel like you guys have an edge over most people? Let me know in the chat. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go, let's go. Okay, so I have absolute confidence that you could take everything we've covered here today and on your own go out and put it into action and get results that you previously thought were impossible, right? I'm certain that just with the information we've covered on the 5-day challenge and the webinar, left on your own with your own resources, time and effort, you can make a go at this in a way most people will never be able to, right? Especially if you've watched the whole 5 days. You will, I think you probably have 10 times more probability of achieving scale compared to those who didn't, right? And if that were your only option, it would be a worthy ideal to pursue, right? But what if there was another option? An option that allows us to work together, to work at it together, a chance to go deeper than we can in, you know, 1 measly hour, 2, 5 days of working, and, connecting over the last 5 days. What if client acquisition.io played an active role in your results, took responsibility in your success, and had an obligation to your outcome? How would that make things different? Do you think that with all the resources at my disposal to stack the deck in your favor to make success all but inevitable, right? Do you think that if I allocated my time, my team's time, and the capital into helping you not only understand what you need, but instead built out everything you needed for you, would that make it unreasonable for you not to scale your companies? I want to know in the chat. Let me know if that would make it easier for you guys. Just drop a yes in the chat. Right? Love it. If I had such an option for you guys, who would love to hear more about it and what it could do for you? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Who would love to hear about the offer? Because I need to get some yes, because if I don't get some yes, then maybe you guys don't want it, right? Okay, cool. So check this out. That's why it's with great pleasure that I want to introduce you guys the following. The Growth Creator Program, okay? There is this famous quotation attributed to Archimedes, which says, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." The Growth Creator Program is that lever and that fulcrum for everyone who was here today. Over the last 5 days, I've talked about one thing and one thing only: leverage, right? I showed you guys how to get leverage in your offer. I showed you guys how to get leverage in your audience. I showed you how to get leverage in your acquisition. I showed you guys how to get leverage in your fulfillment, right? But what if there was something that could take care of all those 4 levers at once for you, right? And for me, in my opinion, the Growth Creator Program is that lever. It's leverage, right? And I'd love to give you guys opportunity to participate in the Growth Creator Program. And let me give you guys the value that you get, okay? So instead of just knowing what you need to move the world and going at it alone, let me and my team build the infrastructure you guys need to move the world. Join our environment, our community of growth creators, and feel the urgency from seeing other people's win. One of the beautiful things that a lot of people who aren't part of communities of people actually building successful companies is that you guys are left on your own. You make 5K a month, you're like, oh yeah, I'm making more than most people. You make 20K a month, you're like, yeah, I'm making more than most people, right? So it's super easy for you to feel comfortable in your own success, which is, to be honest, nothing impressive, right? When you join us, and let's say you join us on this retreat with founders making 50K, 100K a month, we're spending $10,000 on villas. Your 20K a month becomes, how can I say this? It becomes you shouldn't even talk about how much money you make, right? You need to surround yourself with people who uplift you and motivate you to work harder, right? So that's one. Growth Creator Program, it gives you the community, and this is the most important part, okay? The next thing is, let me and my team build your 10 to 15K plus build and release offer I shared with you earlier. Let me and my team come up with the mechanisms you need to include in your offer. Let me and my team come up with the most profitable market segment of the, because one of the things we do, I'm going to show you guys real quick. I'm going to use one of the sheets that use for Dan. One of the things we do when clients come work with us is we don't just give you like, oh, here's the offer, but we also help you pick the most profitable market segment based on who you can get the biggest ROI for, who can effortlessly afford your thing, who can you almost guarantee success for, and who we can easily find, okay? So this is something that we need to work on because like I said, it doesn't matter your offer, how good your offer is, if you're selling something that is, if you're selling something to the wrong people, you're still going to be stuck, okay? And we will happily craft your conditional guarantee so you can have a 30-40% closing rate, okay? And then the next thing we will do is let me and my team design your audience creation game plan, as well as your content roadmap. One of the things that a lot of you guys have seen is that the people who are killing it have an audience. We have Mario Gonzalez, who quit his job last year, and now he's hitting like 60K a month. And not necessarily because he's a better growth creator. I mean, he just quit his job last year. It's not that he's the best growth expert. There are people who've generated millions and millions of dollars on ads, but who still can't make 60K per month, right? There are smarter people, more experienced people who will never make 60K per month, not because they don't understand how to grow, how to get leads, or how to sell stuff online, but because they don't have an audience, right? And here's this, one of the things that Jirov mentioned, which is like the process selling VSL. Here you have Alex Pivinsky, who closed, I think it was like a 17K deal, 5.5K a month plus $100 per call, and came from the process selling VSL with IG outreach. He prospected, sent one asset, and the person booked a call. He paid his VA like $300 a month and got him a client that's worth like 15K plus performance, okay? So one of the things we want to do for each person who joins the Growth Creator Program is we'll get you to help you to build your brand on YouTube, help you with your Facebook group, help you with your content schedule, help you design a process selling VSL, okay? The next thing is, let me and my team build and launch your whole client acquisition infrastructure, right? Let us lead your paid ads, the creatives, the offer you need on ads, the copy, the interest, the funnel, okay? And all of it is based on what we've seen work in tens of niches, right? Real estate, solar, roofing, recruiting, real estate, mortgage, med spa, home remodeling, coaches, consultants, closers, agency owners. It doesn't matter who you sell to. We have data around what works, okay? Let us build your nurturing systems, right? We'll build out your whole go high level system so that every single prospect who goes through your funnel never forgets about you, right? The money is in the follow-up and the nurturing. Just because someone doesn't buy from you the first time they get on a call does not mean that they will not buy. But if you do not make it inevitable for them to not forget about you, I promise you, you will be losing a lot of money. So we'll build out the whole nurturing system for you. And then let us build out your appointment setting team and workflow and systems, right? We will help you build your growth team and appointment setting team. We will craft your outbound messaging and your appointment setting workflow, right? We will help you set up all these systems. Yesterday, I think Safe asked, hey, do we get these systems? Yes. You guys will have everything. All the workflows you guys don't have to figure all these systems out yourselves. You get access to all these systems, all the trackers. And secondly, you'll also access our pool of trained setters. So what we do is every month we train hundreds and hundreds of VAs on different acquisition channels. So let's say as an example, if you're someone who helps people book appointments, but you need talent, you're going to be able to access this pool as long as you're a growth creator, part of our community. So essentially you get to leverage a multiple seven-figure infrastructure because you're part of our community, and you can use this to help your clients or to help yourself scale, right? The next thing is sales systems. You guys are going to be able to access our sales tracker, right? That we use for, I mean, I think I'll just open it and then you guys can just check it out. So we build out this sales tracker, which we give to every client. You know, you track all your leads in one place. You track all the calls coming in, whether that be organic from ads, the discovery call process, the qualified show, the no show, no closing rate, end of day KPIs show up here for your team. So that means that you kind of like have a base where you can track everything around your business. You also track your business KPIs, okay? Ad spend, new leads, cost per lead, cost per booked call, closing rate, qualified rate, commissions, cash collected, cash per taken call, new outreach. So everything, every month you get a good overview of everything in one single place. If you do not have this data, let me tell you one thing, you will not scale your business. I promise you that. I promise you this. If you think that just because you can book a call, you can scale a company, then you're confused. Okay? The only thing we work off of is data. You need to have everything: revenue, receivables, expenses, Q1 revenue, Q2 revenue, Q3, Q4, and annual revenue, and then everything. Okay? Perfect. So, and then the next thing we want to do for every client is we will gladly design your fulfillment flow and infrastructure for your build and release infrastructure, or for your build and release offer, right? And then I did share this. Let me show you guys this, because we just did this for actually one of our partners in the hundreds. He just came to us after selling a he's built multiple 8-figure brands, or he's helping them scale, and he came to us because he wanted to build a build and release offer that he can scale to, like, he want to scale essentially these things to millions of dollars instead of just being like an agency expert for brands. And one of the things we helped him do is come up with a build and release offer for brands that are wanting to go from 30K a month to 8 figures. We came up with the offer, creative UGC infrastructure, operating system infrastructure, setting up MRR, omni-channel buying SOPs and systems, right? And then the team went ahead and designed the whole workflow, right? I'm not going to go over this, but this is the stuff that people pay us thousands and thousands of dollars to do. Okay, cool. So let's go over the next thing. We'll probably need to change the link on that form, by the way. So Jill, if you can get Haitham to change the link on that Lucy chart I just shared, because I know you guys, I know you guys love the free stuff. You guys are going to jump on every link I share. So check this out. And then one of the other biggest bottleneck you guys have is that you guys will have a struggle on knowing how to structure your team. So for us, what we will do is we will come in and help you design your operation structure. We'll design the team, the labor you need. We'll decide on the smart labor. We'll decide how on the decision makers you need. Okay. And then we'll come up with the KPIs for each role. So if right now you're like, okay, but I need this build and release offer in this SaaS niche and this solar niche and all these niches, but I need to know how to fulfill. Well, we'll come up with a list of talent you need to hire and help you hire them. Okay. So essentially, we come up with your offer. We build out the fulfillment of the offer. We build out your client acquisition. We take care of lead gen. We take care of your appointment setting systems, your nurturing systems. We take care of all the backend systems. Then we take care of, you access our pool of trained people. Then you access our sales systems. Then you access our fulfillment infrastructure, right? So essentially, we take care of everything. And then, by the way, when I say paid ads, this is a done for you setup process. This is not like, I'm not going to say, oh, watch information and learn how to do this. No, I don't really care, right? I'm going to show you guys some of the timelines that we do. But so we are also going to design your team. And then what we also want to do is let us consult you and support you for 6 months. On every single problem that comes up, we'll face it together. The offer is not working. You're not closing. Appointment setting is an issue. You're not hungry. You don't have urgency. You're not having fun. You don't have a bigger vision. You don't have the right people to build with. Hey, don't worry. We got you, right? And everything you need solved, me, client acquisition, that areas team, and the community will help you solve it. Okay. So everyone, as I showed you guys the other day, is The Growth Creator program is not like a, I don't want you guys to think that this is a coaching program, because it's so not a coaching program. It's almost like you guys are acquiring a team for a fraction of the price. So essentially you're getting client acquisition out of your team as your fractional team. You get access to growth consultants, you get access to sales consultants, you get access to recruiting team, you get access to someone to support you on anything you need. And you also get access to me, of course, okay? You also get access to weekly calls. Every week we're doing growth team building calls, Monday Q&A with me, sales training, general consult, 7-figure systems and operations call with Katie. So she's the COO. You guys are going to get access to a 7-figure ads lab call with Casey, who's our CMO. You guys are going to get access to the 7-figure and 8-figure acquisition funnel. So every Friday we do acquisition funnel breakdowns for our clients, just generally because we believe in showing people what others are doing well. So it can also almost be like a insight moment for our clients to learn how to serve their clients better, right? So over the last few days, or few weeks, we broke down Jeremy Miner's funnel, who's making, I think they're doing $4 million a month. So we broke down their whole funnel. We broke down what is, Casey, what's the name? The guy in real estate?
Yeah, Pace Morby.
Pace Morby.
Yep.
Also doing what, 3.2 mil, 3 mil a month?
Yeah, I think they're doing more than 4 million at this point. Eddie Malouf and Ashton Shanks are running his ads.
Yeah, so Eddie Malouf, they're running their thing. So we broke down their acquisition. We broke down a lot of the different things like freemium models. So when you guys join GCP, you guys are almost like, yes, you're getting access to scale your business, but in order for you to scale your business, you actually need to become smarter. You need to get so much more data than you ever thought. Because guys, if you have average information in your brain, you're not going to get outsized returns. Just like as an investor, he who makes the most amount of money is just more leveraged because of the insights they have, right? What do they say? Insider trading? What is that? Casey, you want to define that? What insider trading is?
Don't ask me. I'll let you ask someone else.
But like, if we look at the, insider trading is just generally you're getting insights from someone on the inside, I think, right? So what you guys need to do, you guys need to spend as much money and as much time acquiring insights, right, that others do not have. Because as an example, if everyone on this 5-day challenge is getting the same information and 300 people go and push the same build and release offer, push the same services, then the build and release offer will eventually become a commodity. So you essentially need to be spending a lot of time acquiring insights that others do not have access to. And every Friday, we're trying to be one step ahead of most people, because that's the only way we can make more than them. Okay, cool. So now, what is the cost? Well, there are 2 costs to access this infrastructure and service. Okay, there is what I pay for it, and there is what clients pay for it. Check this out. Last month, or in October or September, my cost, total of goods sold, that's before any level of like sales, whatever stuff, marketing and everything. Just the team every month is $132,000 a month. Okay. If you were to try to build what I've built, what we deliver for clients, for yourself, you would have to spend this month $137,000 out of your pocket. You do it over 12 months, you need a 1.5 mil, over 1.5 mil over the next 12 months to spend. Okay. This is what I pay for every month to be able to deliver the value we deliver every month. Okay. Now, our clients in the program pay $20,000 to access this infrastructure, right? That's almost 1/100th of the true cost of what they receive if you put in actual marketing costs and everything else, right? And it's genuinely why we're probably the only company selling at this price point, right? Everybody else out there is just selling like $7,000, $8,000 programs because they just want to sell you information and they want to hype you up. But for us, I have a pretty high cost of fulfillment because we're actually doing a lot of work for our clients, right? If I was running a coaching business, I'll probably have $20,000 in cost of goods sold, and I would be making 80%, 90% margins. But in this case, I'm not, right? Because I don't want to compete on on being the person who's working the least and delivering the least. I want to actually compete on having such a high cost of fulfillment that most people will be afraid to have this type of payroll. Okay, so we deliver 100 times what you pay for. Who wouldn't want 100/100th worth of value on what they pay? Who here would be happy to pay 20K to get access to $1.5 million worth of infrastructure? Right? Who here would be down to spend 20K to get $2 million in value? Let me know in the chat. Right? Perfect. Cool. So here is what you guys get. As promised in the beginning of the challenge, I said I would offer something special for everyone who joined the challenge. So here's my gift to you. For the next 48 hours until Monday, so today we're Friday, until Monday, I'm offering the following offer. For the first 5 people who join, who want to work with clientacquisition.io, transitioning to this build and release model and to becoming a growth creator and scale past 50K to 100K per month in 90 days. So here's the new thing. I personally believe that for every client who's joined the Growth Creator program, the timeline is going to shift from, even though the program is 6 months long, the actual goal for us is to get you to 50K, to add an extra 50K a month in 90 days. Why can we do this? Because all we need to do is get you a 10K offer, 10 to 15K offer on the front end. We get you leads. So we run the ads for you. We'll set up the ads for you, get you the leads and appointments. We get you 10 calls. We get you 30 calls a month, right? You close 1 to 3 clients a month, new clients, and you add an extra, 10 to 30K a month, right? And the goal is that after month 3, you're able to sustain acquiring 5 new clients per month, right? In this case, Oliver did 77K from just 6 clients a month, right? How easy is it to get 6 closed deals if you're spending $10 on ads to get leads and let's say $50 to $100 per appointment? It's relatively pretty doable, right? So that's why for me, I believe we can get someone to 50K a month in 90 days, okay? So the price of the program right now for everyone who's on the challenge is 15K plus 15% of what's above the baseline of revenue of the previous month. Here is the kicker. We're not selling a coaching program, therefore we're not going to charge you once. You get rich, we get rich. Okay? Completely different. You're not buying information. You're not buying a portal on core. What you're getting access to is $140,000 a month worth of team. We scale your offer, whatever niche you're in, solar, e-com, SaaS. You make 50K a month. Let's say you come in at 30K a month, okay? This is how it will work. The last previous months, you've been making 30K a month. What we're going to do is going to say, hey, whatever is above this baseline, we want 15% of whatever is above 30K a month over the next few months as you scale, right? Because we realize it's impossible for us to serve 300 people if we're giving them access to our team, right? So we also want, as we help our clients grow, the business also needs to grow. So now every client who joins the program is going to be 15K plus 15% of whatever is above the baseline of what you've been making over the last few months. And in my opinion, it's a pretty steal because for 15%, you're getting access to $150,000 worth of talent. So I would expect you to be fine with giving us 15%. Does that sound fair, by the way, guys? Getting 15% of whatever we add over the next 6 months? Let me know in the chat. Is it a fair deal? Cool. Perfect. So for those who don't have 15K upfront, right? We have even a crazier deal. For the first 5 people only though, because I know that we probably would get like 50 people signing up at this one, so we're only going to cap it. You can get started with just 5K down. Does that make sense? So to get started in the Growth Creator program for the first 5 people who want this offer, you can get started with just 5K down. Okay? These payment options. Now, is this offer good? Like, does it make sense for you guys? Perfect. Okay, so now these payment options may seem attractive for a lot of y'all, but I actually got more value for you guys. As you guys know, if you guys have ever been on any of my webbies, you know the bonuses is where the money is made. Okay, so let's go look at the bonuses. Before I explain the sign-up process, let me go over the bonuses. So, and check this bonus out, guys. Okay, and I want you guys to comment if you guys like it. I have $50,000 on PayPal, right? I think right now I have probably like 65. But to showcase that we believe in your company and the Growth Creator Scaling Protocol, if you qualify for GCP, we will spend money on ads before you spend your own. I'm gonna allocate $50,000 so that I can show you that, hey, we're gonna build the offer. We're going to prove the acquisition funnel by spending our own money for you. And then once we've gotten you the leads, once we've gotten you a few appointments, then you start spending your own money. That's how confident I am in this offer. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I don't just want to be like, oh, just join my program and hopefully you'll get lucky. No, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll put 50 G's to invest in our clients who join, because now we're incentivized in their growth. So now I'm comfortable with putting my money where my mouth is, because I get you richer, you become richer, I become richer, right? So does this, who wants this deal? Anybody wants this deal? Cool. Perfect. Cool. And then the next value is, again, like I said, you guys are almost getting a fractional team. So you guys will get an ad specialist to analyze your data weekly and tell you what tweaks to make on your acquisition. You guys will get access to a 100K a month acquisition, like the done for you funnel, like the value funnel that I showed you guys. You guys will get access to it. We're currently spending $3K a month on our funnel builders, so you get to avoid this cost. You guys are going to get access to sales experts to review your sales calls. If you're still taking sales calls, if we help you, if you have a closer, we will review your call to see why you're not making money. You guys will get access to a systems integrator team to guide you in setting up any automations or troubleshoot anything. This is $5K a month, right? You will get access to a recruiting department. If you need talent, we've built systems to help you hire, right? For those who don't know, for Felix to go from $2 in his bank account to 25K, partner up with Jolie, they actually took 80 calls and didn't close a single deal, right? Until we said, hey, stop doing this crazy stuff. Put in a closer, and then they went from 85 calls to no money closed to 25 calls taken by the closer to 5 deals closed and 20K cash collected in 11 days. So for us, what we want to do when you join GCP, if you're still taking your own sales calls, we remove you from taking calls, right? By giving you the systems to allow you to hire talent. And we're also going to help you promote and get you the talent from our own audience, right? There's so many closers out there who have done more than you can, right? For me, I don't want you guys wasting time trying to learn how to become a closer, because what the end goal is becoming an owner, not becoming a closer. If you want to become a closer, go close. Like, you just become a closer. You don't need to become a closer. Like, that's not the goal here. Okay. So anyway, the next thing is operations specialist and to consult and design your fulfillment infrastructure. You guys will be getting access to, in my opinion, this is probably the most valuable thing, right? Accessing someone who can actually help you design your operations. Okay. And if needed, we have our own operations team where you can buy systems or more build outs for your client. So as an example, you hire a client, you acquire clients, and then they're like, hey, we need this infrastructure. Well, you don't actually need to go hire your own team. You can just work with us. If it's an external thing, then you may need to pay for it. But right now, you're going to get access to consulting on systems. You're going to get access to infrastructures. You're going to get access to plug and play systems and automation that you can use for your own clients. You're going to get access to our 7-figure fulfillment snapshot. You're going to get access to leverage our frameworks to fulfill for your niche, which is something that Dan mentioned at the beginning. He said that he essentially looks at what we're doing and uses it for his own clients in the SaaS niche. And that's a beautiful thing I want you guys to understand. What we do internally is what you can use to help any niche that you work with, okay? And then the next thing is you'll get access to a growth consultant to review your overall performance, the overall company performance on a weekly basis. Value, $8,000 a month. You will get weekly check-ins, okay? Access to the tools and sheets we use to track data and team performance. And then, of course, you have your own channel, one-on-one, where every day we're just kind of like discussing and dealing with daily problems, right? But on a weekly basis, you get a check-in. And then most important of all, in my opinion, for the next 5, for this is going to just be for one person, by the way. But I would love to give access to give a free ticket for the next Versed Growth Creator to join the program. The value is 10K. That's how much we charge. You guys are going to be able to essentially join us on the retreat, the next one that we're going to do. The last one, we did it here in Marbella. We went twice in the last 2 years. Had rented a bunch of villas. Clients had their own villas. We were staying in this one. And yeah, I'd love for you guys to join us and just come have an amazing summer with us. And, you know, just come live it up. Come network, come see what how you can live if you actually end up betting on yourself, okay? This is over $60,000 in bonuses, okay? But a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, but I'm still, you know, 15 grand is still a lot of money. Okay, cool. Well, perfect. Let's look at the guarantee then. So we have a growth creator guarantee, which is the following. We'll help you build it will not help you, but we'll build your offer, the whole acquisition infrastructure, help you implement it, help you manage it. Our goal is to be able to scale past 50K a month in 90 days. If after the length of the program, 6 months, you haven't closed enough deals value that equal to what you paid to sign up in the program, you can ask your money back. Okay? In other words, if you follow and use our 100K to a 500K a month offer structure, our client acquisition, our fulfillment infrastructure, and you don't close enough deals to make 15K or more over 6 months, which would be pretty stupid, it would be pretty crazy, you can have your money back. Technically, you don't have anything to lose, only upside by joining the Growth Creator program. We're confident enough in our systems that we can offer you this guarantee, right? And to be honest, with a build and release offer, all you need is just one client to make an ROI in your investment. If you maybe at most 2 clients, we have 6 months to get you 2 clients for you to be profitable on your investment, right? Which I think shouldn't be hard, okay? The sign-up process is pretty simple. We have few things. Approach number 1, for those who really want this offer and want to reserve their spot, before I give you guys a link to book a call, because you will actually need to be qualified for this. Just because you have money does not mean you're going to be able to join, okay? This is something I want to make clear. Just because this offer is good and a no-brainer does not mean that you don't need to be qualified for the offer. I made this offer for it to be a no-brainer, but just because I'm taking on risk by making this offer super good, I'm taking cost on myself. So what I need to do is I also need the person getting this offer to be the least risky person to work with, because I'm putting my time on the line. I'm putting my money on the line. So if you think you're going to get this offer, if you're not qualified, then it's also not going to be good. Okay. But for those who want to have access to this and reserve their spot, we have a $500 deposit. So all you have to do if you want this offer, just put the deposit down. It's $500, so nothing crazy. And I'm just going to put it in the chat. Right. Cool. So I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to reserve your spot of the 5 days. So for only 5 people, if we like get more than 5 people, then we will actually refund the deposit if we exceed the 5. So this is what you need to do. So that means that whoever made the deposit essentially gets their slot reserved, right? Because there was no other way for us to do it. I think just the deposit makes sense. And the actual process for you to be able to join the program is going to be the following. We've blocked out the next 48 hours. So I think today, tomorrow, and Sunday, we've blocked out times on our calendars to onboard the next 5 people. I'm sure we're probably going to get the 5 people by the end of the day, probably in the next few hours. But what I want you guys to do is use this link to book a call. Gilles, if you can put this link to book a call, you guys are going to be able to reserve a spot. So right now we only have 2 spots left, the one in 15 minutes and the one at 4 p.m., an hour later. And then you also have tomorrow, 6 a.m., 9 a.m., because is Joseph on the call?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna need to. We're probably going to need an application thing for the team. Okay, I need because we're probably gonna need to manually book people in. So for those who can't book it on, okay, cool. He's opening up more slots. Okay, good. But check this out. So let's finish this up. So for those who want to reserve their spot, you guys have the $500 deposit. It's in the chat, or you can book a call. My team is going to open up more. So this offer and the bonuses available are only until Monday. And again, we have capacity to onboard 5 new members. And guys, this is what I wanted to say. So this is how we do the build and release. It's about speed. Day 2, you have your offer after joining our Growth Creator program. Day 10, we have launched your ads. We're starting to get you leads, appointments. Day 15, we want to have you have made your return on investment. This is literally it. Day 2, day 10, day 15, we need you to have made your money back, okay? And for those who missed the intro to the offer, essentially what I said is we're going to come in, build out the whole infrastructure for you. We build out, you get access to the community, you get access to the build and release offer. We'll build it for you. We'll build out your game plan for audience creation, YouTube creation, Facebook group creation, content, process selling via sell. We'll set up your ads based on the data we have. We'll build out your systems for nurturing. We'll build out your appointment setting team and your workflow and systems. We'll come in, give you access to all the trackers we have, for tracking performance and data. We'll build out your fulfillment flow for this new offer. And then we will build out your team infrastructure. We'll kind of like design it so you know who to hire and who to not hire. Or sometimes you may not even need to hire more people because you have access to us. And then for 6 months, we support you. You have access to one-on-one to my team. And then you have access to over 8 calls a week. And then again, I just showed you guys my total of goods sold. The team cost me $130K a month. So that's almost over 1.5 mil. You guys get access to the team. And the program is normally $20K. But today we're doing it at $15K plus 15% above the baseline because we're almost like a partnership level type of service. So the Growth Creator program, because we expect to make a lot of people a lot of money. So we actually have decided that we're also going to get incentivized on the growth. And so the program is $15K plus 15% of whatever is above the baseline of the revenue you've been making. And you only need $5K to get started for the first 5 people who make a decision to work with us. And the main bonus is really here, which is I'm allocating for the next few clients to join this $50K budget that I have on PayPal to kind of like test the acquisition funnel that we built for you guys before you guys have to spend any more any other dime on your own acquisition, right? Because traditionally, a lot of companies who are selling you growth services, they're like, hey, pay me so I can show you how to scale. And then when you're about to scale, they ask you to invest even more stuff. Now, it is true that you guys need money to scale, but wouldn't it be more of a no-brainer if the company actually showed you proof before they asked you to spend any more money? So 50K is going to be allocated to the clients who join, right? So we're actually going to send you money to invest in ads, and we're going to set up the ads for you so you guys don't have to worry You guys will have access to an ad specialist to analyze your data weekly, 100K a month done for you. So we're going to give you access to our value funnel, going to access your sales experts, systems integrators, 5K a month, recruiting department if you need to recruit people, operations specialist worth 15K a month. We're going to consult you in systems and infrastructure, plug and play systems, 7-figure fulfillment snapshot, leverage our frameworks to fulfill for your own niche. So if you feel like, hey, there are stuff that you don't know, then you can use our own fulfillment infrastructure to scale. And then you'll get access to a growth consultant who does weekly check-ins with you to kind of like look at the overall performance of your company. And then daily support, as well as access to all the tools. And most important, you get to join us. No, this is going to be only available for one person. You're going to be able to join us on the next retreat without having to pay the 10K to join, right? So yeah, over 60K in bonuses. The guarantee is if in 6 months you haven't made your whatever you paid us back, we'll just give you your money back, because there's no point in you paying us if you're not going to get results, right? And with the build and release offer, it's super no-brainer, because you only need one client or two to make your investment back in the next 6 months. But our goal is to get you to 50K a month in 90 days, or at least add an extra 30 to 50K in 90 days, especially if you already have some level of success. That's going to be super easy. You have $500 deposit if you want to reserve your spot. And we've blocked out calendars for the next 48 hours for those who want it. Okay. So these bonuses are only available for the first 5 people, just generally because it's not scalable and we still want to scale. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, cool. So now we're going to be going over the VIP questions. Okay, perfect. Julian made the deposit. Okay, King. I like that. I love it. I love it. Cool. So I'm going to open up the form for questions, VIP questions, and then I'm going to invite the person who made the question, and then I'm going to let you ask the question you want asked, because maybe your questions have changed. Maybe you've gotten your answer. So as to not repeat ourselves, I'm going to be calling out the names of everyone who asked the question in the VIP form. Christopher Hall, you want to go first? Giorgio booked a call and got canceled. Yeah, so that's the thing too. I said, like, we try to, the system cancels a lot of the calls if you're not qualified. So like I said, you need to be qualified to benefit of this offer. Guys, this is like me giving you millions of dollars worth of value, and even trying to, how can I say it? Trying to get this offer is not good for everyone, because if we just try to get people who are just trying to get it like a lottery ticket win, it's just going to actually just cost us more. So this is not, you almost got to be deserving of this, right? Cool. Chris, drop your questions.
Hey, what's going on, Serge? So I had asked a question. I think I asked a couple in the link, but the question that I had was for someone who's like just starting out, and I'm sure there's like a lot of people that might have a similar question. Like, would you recommend launching a build and release offer if you have no testimonials, or would you like start more low ticket? Like, how would you go about that?
From what I said, I mean, I know you've been in the space for a while, so saying that you don't have experience or testimonials doesn't necessarily make you not necessarily qualified for a build and release. So the perspective you should ask yourself is, if you were to create a build and release and were able to get appointments much easily, and if you were to also make more money on the front end, would you not be able to afford talent of people who actually have those experiences, those testimonials? So the other, it's like it's the thing that you need to understand. The build and release offer affords you leverage that your experience does not have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So kind of like leveraging testimonials or like experience of a team.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an example. Like, people who work with us, even though they don't have access to even if they didn't build out all the systems, they get access to those systems. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to become a systems integrator to leverage systems, right? So yeah, that's good. Any last question?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, cool. I have the next question is from Rivière. I guess Rivière, is it Rivière, you're French, right? Rivière? I think it's, are you here?
I think it's Tristan.
Tristan?
Yeah.
Oh, Tristan, are you here? On put on your camera if you're here.
I don't think he's here.
Okay, cool. Cool. So we're gonna Miles. Is Miles here? Do we have Miles? Okay, cool. Do we have Valentine? Perfect.
Yeah, I see one
Valentine,
in the chat.
just put your
I'm here. Yeah.
Perfect. Shoot your question, brother.
Yeah. So my question is that I want to implement your offer. So going from sales closer to a business owner and do consulting for coaches and agencies.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't know if I go on the English market or the French market. Is totally empty, the French market, on this offer. So
yeah,
I think last week I closed my first personal client, but it's more for sales coaching. He's not coach. I will coach him so he can become a great sales closer.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's your focus on that? Which market can I choose?
I think so. We have clients. I have two clients in the Belgian market and the French market. Funny enough, in our hundreds.
I'm the closer of Arnaud.
Oh,
actually.
Arnaud. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So if I was you, here's the thing. What I've noticed is the French market, since it's such a, it's so not advanced that you may be solving a problem that is not there yet. If I can kind of like explain it that way. So what that means is sometimes since markets are not evolved, the opportunity is not as big because the pain needs to be super high for you to charge a lot of money. So as an example, if you want to build or release a sales infrastructures for agencies and coaches, well, you would first need to find coaches and agencies who are making money. Well, how many of them are actually in that space? I think you know Brice, right? Like Brice is struggling to sell a high ticket offer in that niche because there's just not many people killing it in that space. So that's why for me, if I was in your shoes, it may be harder, but getting into the English market is going to be a lot better.
Okay, and perfect. And your, I don't know, the first action, because actually I'm procrastinating. So the first action I should put in place to get this first client, like high ticket clients, 10K.
Yeah, I would your first set of action is going to be building out your actual infrastructure. Like, how are you going to solve each gap? So as an example, I think I did share a client who was building kind of like sales infrastructures. But for you, if I was going to help people with sales, I wouldn't actually teach them how to sell. I would just build sales systems. I would build a pool of closers, right? And I would just go to every coach and consultant. I'd be like, hey, I'm going to refine all your sales process, design your sales script, and then put someone in to implement the system. That makes it inevitable for you not to charge 15, 20, 30 grand. Like, it's super easy to do.
Okay.
Right?
And the best way to connect with them, because most of the time they're setter working on the messenger on the
I mean, you do ads, man. You do ads. Like, no need to go outbound. You could do outbound at first, but why you're trying to save money and waste time?
Got it.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
But there's a good transit. Like, for everyone who's a closer on this call, there's a crazy amount of money to be made, not in just trying to sell closing services, but building closing infrastructures. Felix went from $2 a month to 20K in cash collected in 2 weeks because he had someone who can close better. So the value that someone who's building sales infrastructures has onto the marketplace is crazy because they don't need to change anything. If they just have someone who can sell better, they make infinitely more money. So I think your offer, and you remember what I said in Discord, but I think your offer is good. Yeah.
It's yours. It's yours, actually. That's not mine.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's crazy trend, but you can start in the French market. Don't before you try to go into the English market, because then like you could probably have to. It's going to be more complex to pull it off. So you can prove it in the French market, then move to the English. Right.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
Thanks.
That was it, right? All right. Cool. Laura, are you still on this call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Beautiful. Awesome. Please jump on and let's solve some problems.
Yeah. So I totally missed the pitch. Just want some clarity on that.
Okay, cool.
I think I understand 15K plus 15%, but is there a cap on the 15%, or like how does that work?
So it's 15% of whatever is above the baseline, right? There's not a cap as to like the 15%, but it's whatever is above your current baseline. So let's say I think you're doing what, between 50 and 100K a month, right?
Yeah, we did
Cool.
last month 135.
Okay, cool. So let's say we add an extra 50K or 100K over the next few months. We're not going to necessarily add 100K a month in 30 days, so that's not possible. But let's say we average an extra 25, 50K a month added per month. Then we want 15% of whatever is that new baseline, right?
Got it. And like, what does the engagement length look like for this specific offer?
Right now, it's a 6-month timeline.
Got it. So then the 15% ends at the 6 month.
Correct.
Got it. Cool. That gives me way more clarity.
Yeah. And the reason why we're doing that percentage is because my team becomes your team, and just for 15K, that wouldn't make sense for me, right?
Right.
So,
No, and I totally get. I get the partnership model. It's literally our same offer.
Yeah. So that's it. But like, so that's essentially it. But did you have other questions?
No, I just needed clarity on that.
Okay. Beautiful. Good work. Beautiful.
Oh,
beautiful.
I did have a question. I accidentally got access to your setter training thing. I love the structure of it. I saw it at a high level.
Okay.
Is that part of this, or is that like something else?
Well, this is like everything. So essentially,
okay, so it's like part of it's a cog in the overall
it's-
machine.
Exactly. It's like one
Got it.
component. Like, yes, we do ads, but like ads without a great dialed in appointment setting team is useless, right? So the way we do things is we put in place every component. And what is also even more valuable is when you join GCP, you get access to our other products. That means that, let's say if you're building a team, or if you're wanting to even use that training to help your clients, because I know you're in the coaching and consulting space, you can use that to just be like, hey, please use this to train your own teams. Instead of you having to kind of like go and ramp up teams, you can use our materials to ramp up not just your team, because that's just one value one time, but you can put it into your clients' companies, and they can just ramp the hell out of their appointment setting teams.
Got it. Okay. And is that just for that component of it, or you're just talking about at a high level, it applies for every aspect of this specific system?
What do you mean? Can you ask that again?
Yeah, so like we're specifically talking about the setter training, but I'm sure you have other trainings, right? That go in depth.
Yeah.
You mean the whole thing, right?
Yeah, correct. Because for
Got
you,
it.
it's like you getting value is like you getting value. Because this is the reason why we try to go after other growth companies, because our value doesn't stop at us making you money. It also transmits into helping your clients. Because as an example, you may be making, you're making 130K a month, so you're good. But there may be a more efficient model to help your clients, which means that if you implement what you access from us into your clients' businesses and you scale them, because as an example, if you're helping coaches, the most valuable thing you can do is change their offer. So if you change their offer and that offer becomes more expensive because of the new positioning that, let's say, you got from a build and release, because for us, we've noticed that like for coaches who position a build and release, it just goes through the roof, the money they make, right? So it's almost like the value goes to you, but also goes to your clients. And that's where I think, that's why I'm trying to go after other growth firms, because then what we learn, they can implement in other clients' businesses and just go crazy with it.
I gotcha. What I would say, like, my biggest challenge is is in the learning and development aspect of it. So like, for example, when I'm talking to the client, I'm in these group sessions with them and I'm helping them overcome real world challenges. They can get it, but it's like the actual curriculum on the back end for them to follow. That's like my biggest challenge. And the reason why I like specific mentioned this is because I love the way it was laid out. I love the way that you even like lay out the systems, like the way it's presented is way better than any fucking thing I could have came up with.
Okay, cool. Yeah, perfect. So let me show you something. Jill, can you send me access to Circle on Discord? I want to know the password. I want to show you guys what you guys get access to, because this is infinitely what we're really good at. Because for me, I've said this a million times, like our value has never been it's not really information, and that's where like a lot of the value came from. I think for me, at least when we started out, because we sell information too. Like I'm not, because you need information to change your behavior, right? But the way we had laid out a lot of things, and I'm going to show you guys access to also Notion, because this is where the game changes for a lot of you guys. You need to skip. So a lot of the things we've built out over the last few months. So as an example, this is like a process of scaling an outbound team that I use my team to use, and also like that our clients had leverage, right? So you need a specific framework for clients to go through to just ramp up a sales team or an appointment setting team. So when you get access to our program, if you're in the main program, GCP, or you're a partner, you essentially get access to all of this, ramp up periods, why people buy our products, daily KPIs, low starter outbound prospecting, and all this can just be taken and repurposed for your clients' businesses. You just need to plug and play everything, right? So this is like one of them. If you need to train VAs, you also get access to a lot of this stuff. If you need growth team and sales training, you need to ramp up everything, tracking. But one of the beautiful thing also from our previous program that we had was we also had a lot of materials around how to build other offers, right? So everything just comes like pre-built. And it's just super leveraged, because you almost like buy, yes, the thing that will scale you, but the thing that ends up scaling you ends up being the leverage you get from the things we've built, almost like the assets. But I want to show you Circle because I got logged out. But yeah, 1 second. Thank you. Yeah, I should be able to log in. Okay, cool. Perfect. So when you join GCP, you actually get access to all this material. Let me see, where is it? Perfect, cool. So here, check this out. When you join, because we have a lot more material, so we have the VSL program. So if you need people to kind of like send looms on behalf of your clients, you'll get access to this. If you want access to the trained up appointment setter stuff, you get access to this. And within this, one of the stuff that I loved was kind of like also like optimization of profiles, like the Twitter plug and play, like you just get access to everything. So you get access to a lot more value, like agency consulting basics, growth specialist.io, which is a program we're releasing next month. Well, this month actually. But this one was super good. Because essentially what I got the team to do, I got my growth specialist to go through their day-to-day on how they book 100 calls a week, 20 calls a day, and kind of like also like the basics of everything. So when you join GCP, you get access to all these lessons. And yeah, it's just, you just leverage a lot of the material here. But anyway, does this kind of like give you a good workflow around what you get?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking that there was, based on what I was able to see. Yeah, I mean, dude, the way you got it set up is gas, like straight fucking gas.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. So like, yeah, this is something that like I didn't show you guys the lessons in GCP, but like it's a whole shit ton of material, right? It's not just like, okay, let's build and release. No, you're actually going to need to learn shit. You're going to need to become smarter and everything. But anyway, cool. Thank you, Laura. And thank you for participating in the 5-day challenge. If you're making 7 figures and you still make sense to join, that shows that, you're actually, you want more, you want to get more dialed. So
yeah, for me, it's more the making the push to 8 figures.
Love it.
Right. Which it comes down to like what you say, client success.
Yeah.
And if they can't
Everything.
consume the material and they can't get the
Yeah.
thing is, the difference between you and I is like, we absolutely do zero done for you unless they're paying out like a big build out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was just like a mindset challenge of like, man, I really don't want to fucking do this.
I
But then it's
know,
like,
I
I
know.
have to do this.
So okay, so let me give you a quick thing I've noticed. I would give you an advice to get into some done for you as fast as you can, because some done for you gives you leverage. Because as much as it's effortless for you to make 100K, so as an example, you're probably working less, have less expenses than I do. But what ends up happening is, let me give you a quick context. Quick, like something I experienced this week. It was fucking insane. A person joined the Natural Born Leader community, $49. And, you know, we're like, whoa, this is sick that I get to talk to Serge, got value, helped showed him some new stuff, got into the main program, GCP, then went on to refer 3 people. All those people joined the program, right? There is no single coaching program that will get people to, that one person will equal to 50,000 worth of revenue in a single week. Not revenue, cash collected. It's impossible. But so it's almost like the pain of done for you gives me leverage on so much success for my clients that then I never have to worry about competing on, oh, I'm a better marketer. Fuck that. Who's gonna build out your thing? Who's gonna build out your ads? Who's gonna build out your appointment setting team? Who's gonna build out your offer and do it for 15K? No fucking one.
No one. Yeah, 100%.
So that allows me to compete on value instead of trying to be leveraged. Because if I compete on value on the front end, these people who come in and they make 50K, 100K a month, they'll forever be clients, and then I can be leveraged on the next product. So for you, if I was you, and I know how hard it's getting in the coaches and consulting space, it's getting super complex. And I promise that everyone in the space who says they're making a lot of money in the coaches and consulting space, like I had a guy who has 20,000 YouTube subs, literally was making 100 grand a month before I even learned how to run ads. He messaged me. This is a guy who's made multiple 6 figures a month. He's like, hey man, shit, I didn't know you were making this much money. Like, we should get on a call. Because he's literally struggling to make money. So right now, the last 2-3 years, the game was easy. Right now is about to get fucking hard.
Yeah.
Right
and if you
now,
haven't felt it in the last 12 months, you're gonna fucking feel it for sure.
Oh my God. Like for me, that's why I'm telling people, go to build and release. Don't try to sell like, oh, I'm gonna just teach you everything. Nah, fuck that. Like there's so many YouTubers now giving away the systems for free. That means that if people buy your thing, spend 15 grand, and then go on a YouTube channel where they get the same amount of value, even more for free, they're going to come back to you and be like, bro, what the fuck did you do? You literally scammed me. Right? Because, you know, so it's like, so you literally, so that's where I say like the market changes. The market forces people out of the game. So if you don't change, then you're going to be forced to change. But by then it will be too late. So it's a lot better to always prioritize the client. You will never lose by focusing on the client, you know?
Yeah, 100%. The wild part is we've maybe in the last 4 years spent 30 grand on ads and gotten to where we're at. Like our highest month, I haven't been able to break 300K a month. So like that's the bottleneck. But it's all mainly from just outbound cold calling, cold outreach, like straight up just setters, like dialing, bro.
That's crazy.
Like, it's I know. That's why I'm like, I like
Yeah.
the infrastructure. We need to build this out anyways, because we can't just rely on, even though it's predictable, right? Because it's cold outreach.
Super consistent. Yeah.
But it's the building the brand, right? And I've had limiting beliefs around that, because every time I post something, they're like, who's this 13-year-old boy? And I'm like, 1, I'm not a boy, and 2, I'm not 13. So it's been a challenge.
Yeah. No,
I'm working on overcoming it.
Yeah, I think yeah, you should get on YouTube ASAP. I've seen your page. I think when you booked the call first, I went on your VSL, and I think you know what to do. I think you understand your market really well. But get on YouTube, start making easy money. Like right now, you're working hard. Like you're making good money. You've dialed in. Like right now, everything you know
is $1 million a month if you introduce more leverage. Like, you don't need to change what you do. You just need to introduce more leverage, more brand, give out. You know, if I was you, like, to really go crazy, I would give away the whole program for fucking free. Get users, get emails, and get crazy amounts of goodwill. Then be like, hey, do you want some implementation? Build a team. Someone, I don't know if you give clients outbound or ads, but like, build a specialist in ads, build a specialist in outbound, hire a specialist in offer creation. Those 3 people can literally fulfill in 500 grand a month in consulting. And then you can just have specialists under them doing the plug and play, and it's going to be super cheap. So like, for an extra 25K in expenses, you can handle 500K a month, easy. But you need to give goodwill on the front end, because it's the other way around. It's like, to collect a lot of money easily, you need to give first before you ask.
Yeah, which, like, it didn't really click until I saw the Hormozy thing happened. And literally that day we built out that whole infrastructure, and it's been working really, really well. It's just timeline, right? How quickly can the sales cycle develop?
Yeah. It takes time. Yeah. Love it. Awesome, man. No, appreciate you. Cool. So let's go. That was it, right? You're good on the questions?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Next question was from Patrick. Do we have Patrick on the call? Patrick Zender.
We have a Zen, but I don't think that's Patrick.
Okay, cool. We're going to move on to Yasir. Yasir, are you here?
Yeah, he's here.
Cool. Yasir, you want to put on your camera and then I can unmute you? Okay, cool. You can go, brother. I think you should be able to unmute yourself. Hey, man.
Hey, Serge, how's it going?
Good, man. Good. You?
I'm calling you from lovely Toronto.
Let's go.
So my question is, could you apply the same build and release formula to content creators?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be possible?
Yeah, I think content creators would be so a build and release offer for content creators would be something like, you help them build something that they're going to monetize. So you would build their monetization model, meaning you would either help them build a product or a coaching program or a service. Then you would help them build a funnel that gets the opt-ins, right? Which is super leveraged. You can build it once, or we can even give it to you to build it, to sell. And then on the front end, you would also consult them. And then you would just either run ads to retarget everyone, because they probably already have an audience. So really, a better product to sell, a better funnel to collect data, ads, and maybe a setting team, and maybe you can also help them sell. So yeah, of course it's doable. Yeah. Cool. Okay, let me ask you to, don't unmute yourself. Just let it roll.
Okay, so one final question is, let's say they don't have followers, but I want to challenge myself to get them more followers in 90 days and then build and release offer. Because at that time, it's going to be valuable to start building a new market out of it.
Wait, what was your question? Can you repeat that?
I mean, let's say it's someone that has enough skills, but with no followers in there. It's going to be tough. And it's
So
going to take
someone with the skill, but without the audience. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. How would
to sell this offer?
Yeah.
You don't need an audience to sell value. Like, value does, like, when I was selling this at first, I didn't have that big of an audience. I did 100K a month with I had a few hundred people who knew about me, but they were also knew about me because of outreach. So I had prospected to create my audience. So you need, at first you do outbound to even build the attention. So it's not, don't worry about not having an audience. An audience is not a requirement when you have a good value. All right.
So it's more of creating like an educational videos, driving traffic towards your VSLs, creating paid ads, and then you'll get more clients out of it.
Correct.
Is that
correct?
Awesome. So let's see what happens. Thanks, Serge.
Let's go.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man. All right, cool. Julian, you have a question? Is Julian still here?
I
I know
think he already left.
he already left. He went to buy.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Cool.
I see a Julian on here though. Is that the right
I
one?
think it's somebody else though.
Someone else. Cool. So, Benjamin, you have a question? You want to jump on? Loki. 1 second. Let me get water. Let me get water, brother.
No worries.
Ben got the setup, bro.
Got the standing desk and everything.
I love it.
All right, cool. Let's go. What's up? What's your question?
Yo, essentially, I understand the whole build and release model side of things. I was the one asking questions about cold email. We currently offer cold email services, 5.2K a month. Basically do everything and also help out on the sales side of things, but can see the value in having an end date and doing the build and release offer for the first 3 months. I think the thing I'm looking for clarity on is what happens after the 3 months. If we do, 1, disqualify a client, do they keep the systems? And 2, if we keep them on for a lower retainer, what does that include?
So when you charge for 5K a month for just to keep constantly just solving appointment setting problems,
yeah,
that means that you're taking away from your clients to build something that they can consistently scale on demand. So as an example, the reason why I don't like to work with agencies is because of the following. Let's say I get a cold email where I send 2,000 emails, I book 20 calls, right? If I want to send 4,000 emails a month, that agency is going to be like, hey, you have to pay $2,000 more. If you want to spend 20,000 emails a month, you have to spend 10K with us. I'm like, bro, you're not actually helping me out. You're just trying to get rich off of keeping stuff from me. So as long as I don't own that cold email in-house, then I can't scale on demand. So you make money as long as you keep something from your clients, which is a great way to retain people. But it's inevitably not the most value for your clients. So we changed the mindset around wanting to retain, wanting to keep that retainer every month to, hey, I'm going to give you so much that after you pay me this $15,000, you will never need to pay anyone else for acquisition. And that is the pitch. Okay. And then you just run yourself out of business as a cold email agency because you essentially just built the thing that runs you, that makes them not need you anymore. So what you do is you solve the next problem. You don't remain a cold email agency anymore. You become someone who maybe changes their models. You change their pricing. You change their fulfillment. You help them grow because cold email is only going to get them so far. It's not, you don't like cold email has never been the reason why people made millions of dollars. It's just a specific mechanism to get out of being broke. But so there's you actually are forced to become smarter and solve bigger problems. And then you solve those on a management, on a consulting basis. And that's more leveraged than just trying to sell 5K because, you probably need people to deliver those cold email management. You have someone checking their inbox every day. You have someone setting up the leads. I'm like, okay, cool. But how much money will you need how many clients do you need to make 500K a month? 100? That's crazy.
That makes sense. I think the point is, where does that stop? Because we could provide sales consultation, we could place closers, and then they could close the deals from the emails that they're getting. We could increase volume on the email side to make sure they get more appointments because it's linearly scalable. But where does that cut off to then go into the consulting side of things? Because we could just keep on adding it to the build and release and then make the build and release even more valuable. So where does it pivot?
It pivots until the problems you're solving are not done for your problems.
Right. So consultation on sales process, consultation on writing copy,
optimizations.
Right.
Like as an example, a company that's making $1 million a year and $1 million a month just means that they're doing the $1 million a year thing, but they're doing it in a 30-day time span. So as a growth creator, you're not selling people, I'll make you $1 million. I'll sell my time to make you $1 million. You go to people who are making $1 million and you're like, hey, I'll make the timeline so short that you make that same $1 million in a month. Now, the level of efficiency that a business needs to go from making $1 million a year to $1 million a month is what you solve. You don't need to solve all these things done for you for it to be a valuable solution. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So right
for
now,
example,
go ahead.
Go for it.
No, go for it. It's all good.
But right now, the problem you're trying to solve is a problem that you haven't experienced first. So for you, you're unaware of what you don't know. So you don't know what you don't know. So therefore, for you, you're like, oh, if I stop selling email, then how the hell will I retain people? Well, that's why Hormozy is like, hey, just fucking get better. If you're worried that your best thing is gonna run you out of business, then that's actually a good thing, because then it builds up a clock where you're like, oh fuck. So as an example, I'm talking right now about growth creator model, but like when you become a growth creator, you're going to have a shit ton more problems that I'm not talking about right now, but like I still have a lot more shit to go over with you guys. So it's like, it's a never ending cycle of becoming better, and you sell the insights you get.
Got you. So in the current position that we're in now, we're currently selling clients on 5.2K with no friction. Would you say that the best pivot would be to do the build and release offer with 15K up front, and then when it gets to 3 months, kind of play the 3 months out and see what we can do in the 3 months, and then whatever problems are left over after that, that's what we then offer as a consultant, but we don't plan for that.
Correct. No, you need to kind of like build the models. Like, so you need to do, okay, from 0 to 30K a month, you need a cold email system. Okay, but like from 30K a month to 100K a month or 300K a month, they need to change their business model. And then you can kind of like go and sell this build and release model to them and sell that on a consulting basis. Right?
Got it. Makes sense.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Love it. Good work. Cool. Who's next? Adrian Quadralio. Is Adrian here?
Yeah, he's here. 1 second.
Put on your camera and just if you can, that will just allow me to kind of like see where you're at.
Not sure if he's at his keyboard. I asked him to unmute, but he's not responding.
Okay. Is Adrian here? Okay. I mean, I guess he's here, but he's just not unmuting himself. Okay, cool. So we'll just skip. Do we have Ilya? Do we have Ilya?
You do.
Ilya had a few questions, so I'd love to answer to get him on. For those who are trying to ask questions, you need the VIP ticket, and then once you sign up, you get the form to ask your questions, right? So that's how it works. Okay, cool. So Ilya 2 is not here?
Yeah, same story.
Okay, cool. Joshua Seto. I think you were here, right? Joshua was here?
If you can just write in chat, Joshua, because there's a couple here.
Joshua SATOW. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We can come back to everyone. Edward Lordan. Is it Jordan or Jordan? Is Edward here?
I think he's missing as well.
Okay, cool. Leighton. Is Leighton Penrose here? Leighton.
Oh, we can go back to Adrian. He's here.
Adrian. Okay, cool. Adrian, let's roll.
There he goes.
Yo, hey man.
Hey man, how are you?
I'm doing well, and you?
Good.
All right, perfect. So I'm working at 9 to 5 job, and when I'm home, I have like 3 hours before I go to bed. So I'm like, my question is like, how would you spend those 3 hours with the agency?
Look at who spends 3 hours working and making 100K a year, 100K a month, and look at what their business structure looks like. Because so here's the thing. A lot of people think that, okay, you need to like you can build a side job, like, or you can build a side business while working a job. I don't think that that's possible. Now, it is not possible if you think that you're going to do things like, oh, I'm going to build my offer, then I'm going to do outreach in the 1 hour and a half I have left, then I'm going to send looms to convert the prospects who showed interest, then I'm going to schedule sales call in the 3 hours I have, then I'm going to onboard them in the 3 hours I have, then I'm going to fulfill at late at night when I have 3 hours. That's not how you build a business. the best way to build a side business is don't treat it like a side business. Build it like a proper organization. Look at every single role in your company that you need to have. Literally, instead of being like, oh, I need to go do outreach, go hire someone to do outreach. You want someone to create content that converts those prospects and creates goodwill, go hire someone to do that. Or you can do it yourself. You want someone to close, or you want to close people, go hire someone who can close. That way, even if you have 3 hours of work per day, you can still build a multiple six-figure company. But the reason why you're able to do it is because your time is spent on the most leveraged activities. And the highest lever you can pull is actually learning how to hire.
All right. So the way of really scaling your company is just to hire someone.
Yeah, like you don't need to. Like, you know what would have been best? If I was smarter than I am, I would have just hired myself. Like, I need to spend the next 6 months finding another Serge. That's how we make 9 figures. Because instead of me making this Webby and spending this challenge, I could have just had someone who's even better than I am to do it, right?
Yeah.
So you see, like it's a layer above. So there's the I'm good to I have a team that's good. That changes the whole game, right? So yeah,
of
so
course.
that's what
yeah, makes sense. And also the last one. So I've been in the agency space for around 2 years now, and I have the main agencies like in the gym niche, and I have one client, and I just started a new one.
Yeah,
helping agencies to book meetings. But I don't know. Would you recommend focusing
just
on
because
both?
just because you go into if you haven't scaled the gyms, you're probably not going to scale the agency serving, because it's not the niche that's going to make you money. It's actually how good you are. So don't think that changing the niche is going to make you money. Like that because you're essentially just trying to it's like someone who's in pain. It's like they cut your leg, but you're just trying to take like drugs to not feel the pain. It's like, yeah, as soon as those drugs wear off, you're going to be fucked again. So it's like you switching a niche, it just gives you that quick high. You're like, oh my God, someone is making a bunch of money in the agency, serving agencies. Let me go do it. You're like, yay, I just did something. No, you just didn't fucking do shit. It's just like it's like that little dopamine hit that comes from changing niches, you know? So I would quit your job, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing at a job anyway?
Yeah, right. I'll quit my job tomorrow.
Yeah, like just quit it. Like, because I mean, I'm sure if your job requires you to work this much, then you're not going to be able to scale your business, like no matter how you put it, right? Like, for me, I had to quit my job and I didn't have a client when I did it, but I realized that there's no one who's making the money I want to make who's working a job. Like, there's no one who's running the business and making the money from that business who has a job. Therefore, anyone who can think properly would think that as long as I keep the job, it's impossible for me to make the money that I want to be making of running a business. So it's like, that's just truth. Like, it's capital T truth. So right now you're on this call, you want some tactical shit when you're trying to avoid the real truth, which is quit your fucking job if you really want it.
Yeah, but it's like the main reason why I'm working on this job is because I'm working on a call center, cold calling to companies, and I just really want to get the experience that I can implement in myself, so I can just really grow. So I don't know if that could be a faster way.
So how much are you getting paid per month?
I mean, right now it's around 2.5K a month.
Okay, cool. So you're selling 8 hours of your day, okay? To acquire a skill, how much money do you think you're making in that business?
In a job or
for your company? Yeah, for your clients.
I mean, I only have like one client in the gym niche.
No, I'm talking about for your clients that you're doing the job for, like for the job, the actual cold calling job. Do you know how much money you're bringing in?
Not exactly.
Okay, cool. So yeah, therefore you don't know. So if they're willing to pay you that money, is because your skill is valuable enough for them to pay you. So why don't you start paying yourself? Why don't you allow your skill to be applied to your business and go do that, but for your own company? But instead of you trying to make 2K.5, just do 2.5K for each client that you close, that you book on a call, right? So, but anyway, yeah, we could like, but yeah, you need like whatever you think you need. That's just that's just you protecting yourself from failure, which is normal. Like we're humans. Humans are literally engineered to avoid risk, right? That's thousands and thousands of years of us avoiding to die. So for you, quitting a job literally feels like dying, like literally jumping off a cliff. But the truth is, there is no cliff. It's just a little pool. You're just going to need to swim a little bit. If you don't know how to swim, then yeah, you might die. But you better learn how to swim fast, okay? So, but like right now, I would say that the best thing I would do, just quit. Like you're going to make money for sure. It's not hard. Cool. Any beautiful. Any last questions?
Not really. I'll hit you up once I quit my job.
Okay, perfect. Beautiful.
All right, but thanks anyway.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Michael Choi, are you here?
Yes, sir. Is my audio working fine?
Yeah,
Or is my audio working fine? Because like right now it's like it's late in my
yeah,
time.
I know. No, right now it's good. I can hear you properly.
All right, perfect. So I don't know, I have a question or I'm looking for some guidance or not, but I want to ask like, how would you sell a high ticket, a really, really high ticket? I'm talking like 50K to 500K, but a non-ROI offer, or is the build and release offer or like discount growth offer is suitable for discounted companies, like companies that offer discount like offers. Maybe more context.
So you're going after who? Okay, yeah, go. Yeah, give me that context.
Yeah, right now I am targeting the software development companies, custom software development companies, right?
Yeah.
And the reason for this is they sell really high ticket, like $50,000 to $5,000, and they are like less sophisticated for discount growth offer, like compared to, of course, marketing agencies.
Yeah.
And they're less educated in the lead gen and sales, so that I can provide more value, right? But the downside is they are always selling to the warm market, because like no one will like want to get a custom software built if they don't want a custom software built, right? And it's not like a ROI offer, right? And they mostly sell to like mid to big size company due to the ticket size.
Yeah.
Which means they have like a really, really long sales cycles. Right. And I've of course like been in this game like for quite a while. So in my head, I have kind of solution for this, like which is like look at their customer space, like sort by profit, sort by like sales cycles, and more importantly, sort by case leads, so that I can really help them find one market that they have case lead to actually solve one problem with, so that I can position their offer like an outcome generator, those kind of stuff. Instead like, hey, I build software, right? I hope my work is
So let me try to kind of like give you context. If you're going to go after software development companies, you're probably going to need to help them kind of like craft even like their sales argument and their offer, because they're not going to sell software. Like you're just coming in and be like, hey, software. So yeah, so probably the biggest value you're going to have is a lot of these companies don't have they probably have a product that's good, but they probably don't have product market fit messaging. Like they don't know why people want what they want. So that's probably what I would lead with. So as an example, you have a great product to sell, but you don't know how to sell it. We're going to come in, craft your messaging, then build your acquisition infrastructure, probably paid ads and appointment setting. And then I would also do some content to nurture, to educate the market, and then just scale the hell out of their thing. Now, since these companies are going to be since they don't have cash flow right now, they're going to probably be a little worried about spending a lot of money. So you're not necessarily going to sell like, okay, they're not going to pay you 50K front. Even people who do growth partner deals, they claim that, oh, I just closed a 70K a year deal. No, that's not what you just did. You just closed a retainer for 12 months. So for me, I would still do, the way I would do it is I would charge a little bit upfront, like a setup fee, 10, 15 grand. Okay. And then I'll probably do like a 60-day deal, like a 90-day deal. And then after 90 days, you start charging them a retainer per month, but you also get a percentage of the deals closed. You know, if I was even better, I would build like a team of 2-3 closers, and I would actually control also the sales of these deals. Like that would be super crazy if you can do that.
That's exactly direction that I'm going after, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you want as much control as you can, because if they're gonna scale these companies to the crazy height, especially if technology companies have super leverage, you want to stay in that company and own something around it. So build and release first, then do some build a team that you own under you, but do it for them, and then just get paid for a percentage. No, get paid on commission, and also get some percentages from the sales.
Yeah, but actually one thing that like really stood in my mind, maybe just my limited belief, is the sales cycle part. Like, because like in my mind, I think I can generate leads, help them book appointments as well. But the sales cycles will be naturally long because like the ticket size is so large.
Yeah.
Right. Which means if I actually build the infrastructure for them, I need to naturally target like way bigger companies, which means the TAM would go smaller. Right. So it's like harder for me to kind of fulfill. So, and also because like we're talking to bigger guys, like bigger decision in bigger companies, which means I grab some sales asset, they have like less time to actually consume that. So it's like for me to try to solve this sales cycle problem using sales asset, but if they don't consume, I mean, just my limited belief.
Yeah, I mean, then just don't work with people who need 12 months to sell.
Okay.
Or just sell them a build and release and just get out and just sell consulting.
Okay.
Just because they have to wait 12 months to make money does not mean that they don't need the thing that need to get them those 12 months deal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Like you're not the owner of that company, so you don't have to incur the 12-month timeline. If you have value and you can sell it and you can build and release it in 90 days, you sell for that 90-day value. You don't sell you don't wait to be like, oh, you guys have to wait 2 years to make any money, then I have to not make money. No, most of these tech companies are going to raise money anyway, so they have money to spend.
Yeah, makes sense.
Correct. Perfect. Yeah, but I think it's a great thing, especially even with the AI trend going on, like going into SaaS, especially if you find people who have raised capital, like it's a super easy niche to make money.
They are software development niche, so they're not a SaaS. They help people.
Okay, so they're building the SaaS. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, cool, man.
Yeah, that's
Thanks,
good.
man.
Cool, man. Love it. Cool. Mauricio, I think Mauricio left. So Luis Alonso. Who is Luis Alonso here?
Yes, right here. Hey, Serge, can
Hey,
you guys
brother.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
First off, thank you for the 5 days. I've been in here since Monday, and props to your energy. You've been in here grinding for like the last couple of hours quite consistently, so props to that. I had a few questions that I sent on the form, but you pretty much answered them. So I kind of just texted out another question. So
yeah,
I have a social media marketing agency, and we offer paid ads and content creation. Now, content creation is our biggest strength, not so much running ads or anything too technical. Would you recommend creating a build and release offer based on that strength, which is content creation?
Fuck yes. Let me give you a 15K offer for content infrastructure. 1 second. So I was on a call with clients the other day, and a client asked me, hey, how do I sell content infrastructure? And I came up with this offer, which is going to go on YouTube, by the way, really soon. But I think that this is going to be, well, first of all, me helping people do this offer is probably going to make me $1 million in the next 60 days. I can call it out right now. That's how much I believe in this offer. So check this out. Right now, as I showed you guys, we saw the importance of changing and leveraging building audiences, right? It took me from 30K a month to 600K a month. It took all these guys who are great business people, but it made them into superstars, right? Now, if you can go to people, you create a really good banger and you literally walk them through exactly everything as I walked you guys through, and you sell it exactly how I sold it, then everyone who watches it is going to become a believer into the fact that, hey, I don't actually need to just be good at what I'm selling. I also need to create an audience of people who actually have goodwill, right? That I've created goodwill with. Then you go to them and you're like, hey, here's my offer. Actually, I need to kind of like understand this first, because the way I explained it was a little different. So check this out. You build a build and release offer for short form. Well, it's not short form content. It can just be any type of content, right? You're going to need one creative director. Okay. You're going to need, let's say like 5 editors, right? Or this is what Jirov was having. So I asked Jirov a question like, hey, how many editors do you need? How many out of 5 editors, how many clients can they handle? And he said, hey, one editor can probably handle, I think, 2 clients, or yeah, I think he said 2 clients, right? And if he's selling, actually, the reason why I came up with this offer is because a client had just sold a 9K offer to local business for 90 shorts, which was fucking insane. So he sold a 5K offer, a 9K offer for 90 shorts, I believe, right? And then I was like, well, what if we really built and released the infrastructures in these companies? So all you would really need to do is the following. You hire a creative director in your company, okay? And this creative director is just going to focus on finding the ideas and the viral topics to create based on the niche that you're serving. You maintain this in-house. The thing you build and release are the editors for shorts and long-form content, okay? Who take care of the creation of the actual content and the editing, okay? And then you will probably also need to release a social media manager who takes care of distribution. So what that will look like is you will need to build a hiring system the same way that we have, the same way that we hired like 1,000 VAs in 6 months, or build a pool of like 1,000 VAs. You do the same thing, okay? You need to build super scalable hiring systems. You need to probably build a vetting process, okay? Let me actually just show you guys the thing. VA management base. So this is a probably a $1 million in like 3 months, 6 months type of offer. So you're going to need a system that gets all the applications. Okay, here, look at all the people. And I'm sure that if we wanted to go into the editing space and just got VAs who can do editing, we could be able to pull this many people. This is how much people who are pushing content need to be working on. You guys need to build a base like this one. Then you need to have a way to assess the calls, okay? Assess the talent of the people, okay? Then you need to rate them. Once you've rated them, then you need to be like, oh, they've graduated to be people who can, let's say, do great editing. Shorts are good, or long form for YouTube, okay? And then you need to have a process of onboarding them with your clients, okay? So you need a system like this. Then you need to have a process where you manage them, where you look at which client you place them with, and essentially all that good stuff. So this would be like something you would definitely need. And then you would have someone to take care of quality assurance. Okay. So all you really do, you go to someone and you're like, hey, I'm going to help you in 90 days. Instead of charging you what, 3K a month for content, you're just going to pay me 10 grand, okay, one time, and I'm going to get you a team of editors trained on our process, right? Shorts. And then I'm also going to get you someone who can take care of what? Of distribution, right? The people buying this do not want to waste time. And the biggest issue with content is how much time it actually takes. It's super tedious, and annoying. And it's even more annoying to find good people who can take care of this content. Okay? Content is not hard. I can create content in 2 seconds. The issue is building the system that these people need and the talent needed to consistently put out content. Hormozy, I think, spends like over 100K a month on content, right? If Hormozy is spending 100K on content and doesn't spend nothing on ads, then it's an argument for you guys to go to people and be like, hey, I'm going to build you a content infrastructure where you're going to be able to release 3 shorts a day and 4 or 5 YouTube videos a week. I'm going to train the people, find the people, give them the system they need, and we're going to be on a consulting basis, on a management basis. I'm going to get my creative director on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, to give you the topics and the structure of content you need to shoot. And then the team that I built in your company is going to edit everything, chop it up, deliver it, right? So the way you would sell this is 90-day support, okay? And then let me show you guys. So Jirov told me that for 5 editors, they can handle 1 client each. So that means that for 1 editor, even if you want, you can place 1 editor per company, but the editor can work on 2 clients. Okay, so you can also be leveraged in a way. But the way you need to think about it is, let's say if you're selling it for 9K, then for 2 clients, each editor essentially can deliver on 9K or 18K worth of value because they can edit for 2 clients. So that means that if you place 5 editors per month, you can make up to $90,000 a month on the same offer, because that 1 editor can support 2 clients. And if each editor that you place can help 18 worth of value, then that becomes a 90 grand offer, a month potential. And then after 90 days, for this creative director role, you charge 2K per month, something super cheap, because creative directors are hard to come by. So now the offer becomes, I'm going to build a talent that you need in-house, so you don't have to pay me monthly. And the cost of editors and shorts for shorts and long form are super cheap. So you can also say, hey, for just $1,500 a month, I can build you the team that releases 90 pieces of content per month.
Yeah.
And this becomes
amazing.
more scalable, right? This is more scalable because, like, I just showed you 3,000 VAs. The thing you're charging for is the system. Like, to get 3,000 VAs, it took us a lot of time. And that's the thing people buy. They're not buying editing. They're buying so that they don't have to go through the process of looking at the editors, looking at the quality of them, looking at the work, figuring out the SOP, the system to track all the content. This needs editing. This needs a thumbnail. This needs all this. So you just build the infrastructure, and they go from not having anything to not needing an agency to having everything they need to release the content they need. So this is how I would scale a content agency personally.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And just one last question. If you were starting from scratch again and you had some clients and you're pretty much like a one-man show, maybe have independent contractors, who would be your first full-time hire?
Oh, I mean, it depends. I think systems integrators are really good. Someone to help with operations. Ops is super important to figure out. Like, essentially, this whole thing, you would need to design your operations, right? You would need a fulfillment infrastructure. So yeah, that would be my first thing, my first guess.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Love it. Love it. Cool. Who wanna go next? Let me see who's next on the questions. There came a lot of questions. Oh, cool. Robert, you want to go? Robert Shy. And then we go. Robert, you want to unmute yourself? Can someone unmute Robert?
Let's see.
There we go.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, brother.
All right, great. I'm so happy to be here, Serge, man. I've been watching you for a while,
And bro, I've been at this journey for a long time. Didn't
Love
make
it.
any money for like a year in business, 2,000 revenue, 0 profit. Then move over to the agency space. Nothing was working. I tried your outbound method and I made, $3,000 in a day. And I
Sick.
appreciate that, man. It
Let's
was
go.
just great. It was great having that happen after nothing was working. So I have a few questions. So first is I have an outbound team. I found a creative way. Since I started off with less capital, I found more ways to be really like creative to get people incentivized to work on my behalf. So I have a team of like, I believe 21 people right now that are sending messages every day. And we're around like 300 to 400 messages per day and collecting 2 emails to send out looms. And like sending the looms, I would send 15 and only 3 people would actually watch it from the email. So then I'm like, okay, how can I optimize all of these metrics? The message to email collection rate, the loom sent to loom viewed rate, and the loom to book call rate were my top 3 metrics to optimize. Now, like to optimize the loom open rate, click-through rate, whatever, I'm like, okay, I just need to get them the link because they're not getting the link. They're not opening the email. So after I make it, I have my team send it out to them on Instagram.
Yeah.
So they literally get the Loom link. And I want to know for the Loom creators how to source them and how to compensate them. And then also like for the growth team, I'm not getting as much calls as I want. And I'm not completely sure what's not working. But I guess it could be time because I am starting to split test and I have improved some things. It just hasn't been that long since I've been doing this new thing. That's the first question.
I mean, loom creators. Well, what niche are you in?
Credit repair content.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think sending the link is good. Sometimes Instagram will kind of like not let people click on it because of looms, because it's just like an exterior link. But if you are in a higher source loom people, you can just use groups, Facebook groups of people who actually are in the marketing space. You can use our group. It's good. How we used to compensate them, I think we would compensate them on calls that are booked. So we compensate them like appointment setters. So we'll pay them like a certain amount of money or a percentage of the deal if they help them book. If the link they sent, the loom they sent, actually booked in a call. So that's kind of like how we would do it. And then
how much?
For me, I think giving them like 10% of the deal is good. Just because if you're getting a lot of loom requests, it will save you a lot of time.
Yeah, it's killing me, man.
15%, 10 to 20% is good. You also can use a process selling VSL. Like I don't necessarily think you need to send personalized looms every person.
Well, with me, I literally were getting a ton of leads, tons of emails, and then nothing was converting when I used the evergreen loom. And I'm like, okay, that's where I messed up because it was working. I did something, now it's not working. So like with the VSL, I took your advice and I'm like, hey, if you're not doing this amount, just do personalized looms till it kills you. And that's what I'm doing. But like, what do you think about that?
I mean, it's probably the best thing to do. Like if you have the time to do it, you'd keep doing it, but you're going to need just increase your view rate. I think that's going to think the biggest thing. Or maybe your offer is just not good. Like,
I have a crazy good offer, bro. Well,
yeah, cool.
I'm not gonna hype it up because I mean, if it was too crazy good, I'd be rich.
Yeah. So it's like just focus on sending more looms, or maybe just try to use a conversation approach. Don't necessarily add in the friction of viewing a video if people are not viewing it. Just send a message and show them the case studies.
Right? So I was thinking about that too. So should I like go all in on that or just try to optimize this or do both with like a growth specialist having conversations up to a book a call and then the loom to a call?
Well, right now nothing works, so you're going to need to try anything. You have nothing to lose, right? So you don't scale something that doesn't work. right? So you test other channels, other acquisition workflows. That's what I would do. If something is not working, there's no point to kind of like scale. Like I wouldn't go all in on Looms if Looms is not working.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I had another question. What would be the timeline with having like a 10K offer for 3 months up front? And then or a payment plan for 3,333 for like every month for 3 months. Like what would be the timeline to scale to 200K in profit, like within your mind, with the context of you actually having been there?
What is a timeline? There's people who will die and never do that before doing that, right? So the timeline is dependent on how fast you evolve as a founder, as an entrepreneur. You can do it in 60 days, you can do it in never, right? So that's the question. Like, yeah, that's the wrong question to ask me. Like, because my answer is not your answer. You know what I mean? Like, it's dependent. Like, okay, cool. Like, how fast? How are you? It's not about the offer. It's about the leader leading that offer. So, how fast do you become a 200K entrepreneur, a month entrepreneur? That's your question.
I got all day, like all day, every day. I'm trying. So,
cool.
Yeah, you're so wise, man. I have 2 more, and then that's it. I don't want to burn you out too much, but I think this will give some value to other people too.
I'm gonna take a vacation. So for the people who are signing up, just make sure like you won't be able to talk to me for at least 1 month.
Bro, I appreciate you, sir. So
no,
it's
appreciate you.
I think it's one more bro, and I wish like I wish more people could see that like what you did made that transformation, because I made nothing 3K in one day because of your what's called, but
yeah,
Webbies. Like I literally spent some hours studying what you do and how you have come up. Like I watched a ton of your old videos. Like, bro, you have no idea, like a ton, from the first to the last type of thing, and what you've done with the webinars and also just putting out the value content out there. And I want to know, if I'm trying to build that same type of base, etc. Should I go webinars and outbound with the YouTube content, or what do you think is best?
Look at what I was doing when I was starting out. Don't look at what I'm doing today. You're not gonna pull this off. This is I just spent 5 days, 2 hours a day fucking dropping gems, you know? You cannot start here. Right? Because as an example, if I try to be like, hey, scale my credit repair company, are you sure are you gonna have more stuff to talk about? And by the 30th minute, you won't have anything else to talk about, right? So you shouldn't play the game. Like that's where it's like, that's also another thing where I noticed like a lot of people are looking at what Hormozy is doing, but I never look at what Hormozy is doing. I go back to 2018 podcast. I'm like, what the fuck was he talking about in 2018? Because that's where I'm at. So if you wanna know how to scale, go back to 2021, look at the content I put out, create the same fucking topics for your niche, and just go crazy just with Loom, Google Docs, and dropping gems, just sauce, pure fucking bangers. And just stack them for 2 years. And then eventually you'll do a Webby and people will be like, fuck, here's $15,000. Here you go, you know? But the Webby takes a lot of material. Like you need to have a lot of context around their business to be able to talk to their soul. Like for me, everyone here, I know their business. I know what their dreams are before they go to bed. Because I've been there.
That's amazing. So with the webinar, sorry. Go ahead. You got more value than me.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was just saying with the earlier on in your YouTube career, I seen that you had some people on the webinars. How did you do that so early on, without having the biggest following, getting so many people into a webinar like this when you're starting out?
You market it. You just get attention. Like it's simple. Like it's not hard. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of outbound, a lot of registrations. You know, we would do outbound at first. We would do a lot of outreach before. All right. So I would do outreach literally to get we would do outreach to get people on, right? But don't worry about webinars. Why would you do webinars? Webinars is not easy. Like it's not, I wouldn't do Webby because it's 2 hours. Who's going to consume 2 hours worth of content? This 5-day challenge, I expect most people to not get past day 1. Literally half of day 1, no one will watch it. The rest, there's only going to be like 1% of really committed people, smart people, who are going to go through the whole thing and are going to get the value. And those are the people I want to work with. I don't want to work with someone because I told them, hey, you can make 10K per month. The fuck am I going to do with you? I need people who are willing to like hustle, like, and just be actually smart people. I don't want you asking me like, hey, Serge, what time should I be waking up? I don't fucking know. Right?
100%.
So like so at first make it easy for the content to be consumed, right? And then worry about really long form sometime.
100%, bro. I won't talk off your head. I know I have a million more questions, but I won't ask.
Yeah.
Appreciate
so
you,
guys,
man.
Perfect. For everyone, just so we don't have 6 hours here, we're going to be just one question, your best question, just go crazy, okay? Timios, you're next. Thank you for everyone who's been up here. I know some of you guys it's pretty late, but I love it. Thank you for showing up. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Hey, man.
Hey. Phineas.
Love it.
Basically, I had made a mirror. Could I share my screen, or it's just too late to do that?
Just ask the question.
Okay, so we are just starting, and we have an AI automation agency. The best job we had is 5K with 4K profit.
Yep.
And we like the low niche too. But on the other hand, I want to try the SaaS niche. The SaaS niche with everything you told in the video, it's about the
acquisition,
Discord offer, the community-based offer. So it's about exactly. It's about offer restructuring and things like that. So my question is, what sales assets do I need to start this split testing between the two niches?
Which do you need?
I mean the offer you had with the audience that you make a webinar, and then you take the clients, put them in the Discord or a Facebook group, and then try to convert them for SaaS companies.
So you're asking what exactly? What are you missing from that?
So I don't have a good Facebook, neither a good LinkedIn, and my website right now is for AI automation agency. What sales assets I need to start outreach for the SaaS?
Well, first you need to train people on what they need in the strategy. So you probably are going to need to create content breaking down the whole strategy. Like, hey, for a SaaS company, you need to understand that it's good to own the audience that will eventually need your SaaS. So then you go show them how to acquire the attention of those people, then how to give them value. So teach them something. So as an example, if I was trying to scale instantly, I would create a cold email masterclass, get everyone who wants cold email to get calls from cold emails. And then I would be like, hey, if you guys want more implementation, join this Facebook group, and then you guys can get access to the SaaS. That's literally that simple.
That's what my idea, because I have shown your videos, and that's what you told in the previous days about instantly hubs, etc. But exactly how many sales assets do I need to start to do outreach Facebook? So with only one case study, I can't do outreach, I assume. So do I need 5, 6, 10 posts?
So I think you're asking the wrong question.
Okay.
You're asking a question that doesn't have an answer. You're asking how many videos do you need, or how many content pieces?
Okay.
Well, how many? Like, have you ever seen anybody who's stopped doing content because they had enough? No. Attention is required every day. I'm not making money from the attention I got in 2020. I'm making money because I got attention this week. I'm making money next week because I got attention next week. I'm going to make money 10 years from now because I keep getting attention. So there's never ending flow of content if you want to keep making money, right? So at first you need a few pieces of content. Even if you don't have case studies, who cares? You can just use other companies' case studies even if you didn't help them, but just make sure you're selling the process in content for sure.
Okay.
Okay, and one more regarding the
Yeah, go
5K
ahead.
client, regarding the 5K client that you said, the setup was very easy. Website development, we assigned to another one, calendar setup and website content. I did all this. Oh, and AI chatbot. So all this took me around 10 hours.
Yeah.
And the website to developer cost 800. So that's why the profit was 4K. Do you think this offer as a package? I also have created the case study. Is it good? So what I mean is we want something for the shorter term, so as we get into your program as soon as fucking possible. Okay, and then we want you to take us by hand and guide us exactly what to do. No bullshit. It's exactly what I'm saying it.
So
Okay.
listen. If you've already sold it, then someone gave you money. So yeah, keep selling it. You're probably gonna need ads, probably gonna need the outreach. So just get attention.
How can I find the qualified leads, entrepreneurs that
With
have
ads?
I would do money?
I would do ads. I would do ads. I would do ads.
Okay.
Put up an ad. Call out, hey, do you need this automation? Do you need this outcome? We're gonna build this out. We're gonna build your booking process. We're gonna need to build a chatbot.
Yes.
Click the link below, book a call to learn more.
Okay, ads where? I mean, the leads are entrepreneurs that have money but don't have website. That's where the value is. Because with ChatGPT, I can create the content in like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So
then just put up an ad today, tomorrow. Use some of the money you have from the sale. Go get $10 leads, $5 leads, and just book them on a call and just sell them, right?
Yeah.
But I would do ads. I would do ads.
Okay, and also this client is he really appreciates me, and definitely I can upsell him after over delivering. What could I offer him as extra? He's in appraisal and makes 1.2 million per year.
I wouldn't try to retain him right now. Just go get more clients.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, one more. I'm gonna start YouTube as soon as possible. What advice would you give?
Start YouTube and do what people do on there. Start YouTube and do what people do on there. But you're in the Natural Born Leader community, so we have time on Sunday to talk, right? So, but just do content, right? But boys, you just jump on the Sunday call, okay?
Awesome.
Do we have Carson Reed? Are you on today's call? I don't think Carson is here today, right?
He's not here anymore.
No, he's not.
Okay, cool, perfect. Yeah, Fatma. You want to go
I think it's
on?
it's his business partner, her business partner.
Who?
Can you type in the chat? It was a short name, or I think it's Or.
Fatma Yusuf.
Yeah, it's Or. I just unmuted him.
Yeah, just get him on.
Yo, finally, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, man. Yeah, similar to Robert, like I've been consuming your content for like a really long time. I think like 3 months back to back. So like I understand your whole system. I understand build and release, like everything. What I'm trying to understand is if it would work for me, like in my current situation. So like my business partner and I really went all into like the agency space January this year, thereabout. And like we've only gone through close to $20,000 in programs, right? Just trying to get the right thing done. However, everyone is giving the same advice, right, to people below 10K, right? Just cold email, cold calls, the same them offer of like the guarantees of you don't pay us, right? And like at first we thought that was like irresistible until we found out that like 10,000 other people were offering that, and now like people are numb to that. Like it's really not working. So I know without a doubt that like this is the direction to go. But two things on my mind now is the fact that do you think it works for people at our stage, like below 10K a month? I know we have the experience, but I know like even your firm kind of disqualifies people like below 30K.
Yeah.
But do you think it's something like that will be worth it at this stage?
Well, we don't disqualify people at 30K. We have clients who've gone from, I mean, you heard a bunch of people go from 4 or 5K to 20K a month. Yes, this is going to work because it's just leverage. It's just, it's not based on how much money you make that qualifies you for a build and release offer. It's just that, are you able to handle the amount of insights you're going to need to acquire in such a short time for you to be able to serve people to that scale? That's really the thing. The reason why I don't try to get people or like going out from, let's say, agency navigator to try to do a build and release is because you're not yet ready for that. They're probably not even committed to running a business to even make sense of pushing a build and release offer.
Yeah.
Right. So, but like if you've been in the game
Yeah.
for like a year
Yeah.
or two and you've been stuck at 5 to 10K a month, like I'd be happy to help you build and release because you've paid the price and you're still sticking to the script. Like you deserve to just have something better to sell. Right now.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, for your question, it's like, no, it's not about where you're at. It's about, are you ready to deliver the value in a build and release, you know?
Okay. Yeah. And just to follow up on that, like we actually we're offering our service to coaches and consultants, which I've just had like a huge heartbreak in the past how many hours when like everyone was like saying like, you know, coaches are broke. I don't know if I'm still audible. I think.
Yeah, you are.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Keep going.
Oh, awesome. Right. When everyone was like saying coaches are broken, like they don't have the money like to offer it, and it's like, oh, I spent all this time crafting the perfect system, and now like I'm hearing like people can't afford it. So like, just to give you a little bit of context, like we've actually been running our own language coaching business for like 2 years. Right. It's not the traditional high ticket model, right? But it's also coaching as well, which gave me like the edge to want to go into coaching.
Yeah.
Offering, you know, serving coaches. Do you think I should then like niche down to specifically perhaps, you know, language coaches or people with similar training businesses?
No. Yeah, get out of that, man. Like language courses, who's gonna pay 15 grand for a language course?
Right.
And the reason why I say get out of that is because your prospect dictate your service. So that means that if you're selling something, how much is your language course program costing for them?
Well, it's typically like, you know, lifetime value could reach up to 7K, right? But it's not like a course. It's coaching that people, it's like, you know, hand in hand coaching. You have coaches that walk you through to the point where you're fluent.
How much do you make from clients? Yeah, go back. It cut out a little bit. Just tell me how much you make.
With the language coaching business or with the agency?
The language coaching business.
Well, right now, like it's currently doing about 10K a month, right? Just because we don't do advertising yet.
How many clients?
About 25, right? 25.
Okay, cool. And they pay monthly?
Yeah, monthly.
Okay, cool. So how much would you charge someone to scale that business?
Well, ideally,
the same business as you.
Right. I haven't done the math right enough to know exactly how much we'll be charging them upfront. That's probably something I'll need to consider. I was just trying to explore my options. Like I said, it was a recent realization as I just, you know, spent this week with you, realizing that maybe I shouldn't go abroad with all coaches. So that's math I haven't done yet.
I mean, yeah, it's probably, if you've scaled it, it's probably good. But for me, I'm scared that like you may have scaled to 10K per month, but you're probably just in the same position as Oliver was in, selling $500 a month thing, making 30K a month, but he had 60 clients. Yeah. It goes from 60 clients to 6 clients to make double the money. So for you right now, which I 100% know, you're making only 10K a month with 25 people. And you may think that, oh, you figure out how to scale that business. But the issue is you yourself cannot scale that business because it is going to cost you so much to even make the money you're going to make. It's just that you don't have enough leverage in that business because the value you're solving for is not high ticket enough or valuable enough for you to charge high ticket so you can get rich much sooner. For me, if I get 25 clients a month, do you know how much money I make? Yeah, so that's the answer. So it's like you're just solving. I mean, it's a good problem language, but it's like you're going to need to, if I was to help you, if I was to try to help someone who sells a language program, I would need to sell it for 10K. So I would probably help them build and release language offer. And then only then would I try to scale someone's language offer. Does that make sense? So the offer itself needs to be so high ticket so that when I help you, even though I'm going to do a little bit of work, I need to be able to get you to 100K a month as fast as possible. If I can't, then there's no point in me serving you. Because if I only make you 10K a month, you're going to pay me 1K a month.
Like, well, I think maybe you misunderstood me a little bit somewhere. Where I'm actually heading is Yeah. Where I'm actually heading is repositioning my offer from selling directly to actual coaches. Leave the language business aside, right? From selling to actual coaches to selling to people like myself, right? Who are trying to build language coaching businesses, or maybe somewhere close to that niche.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, just do build and release of literally a language coaching business. And that would be more valuable. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. Okay, cool. So we're going to go over everyone here, just one question. Okay. Because if not, I'm going to have to spend my Friday night with you guys, which I don't mind doing, but I need a 15K invoice to be paid first. Okay. So check this out. Do we have Joe Godfrey? Let's go. Someone unmute Joe, and then let's answer.
What's good, Gangy?
What's good, my brother? How you doing?
Very well, brother. How are you? You seem a bit drained, so I'll try and keep this fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, listen, I'm an athlete, but at some point, like even athletes need rest.
Man, you're a fucking soldier. We all love you. Okay, I'll get to it. My question really is, I've heard you talk about this in the past, but I'm trying to create a build and release offer for solar. And my thought is to just hire every single killer necessary, not just in terms of fulfillment, but in terms of closers as well. I haven't got any closers or anyone at the moment. Would you recommend just going on a fucking hiring spree straight away and then launching it? Or would you do it bit by bit?
No, I would, I mean, you don't need to go crazy hiring. I think you just need to, you're definitely going to need some ads going, because ads on solar is super cheap. It's super nothing. You're going to need probably an appointment setting team. Just an appointment setter. One appointment setter is enough. You're going to need a closer. Getting a closer, you're going to need someone who's already sold in solar. Don't hire a closer because they've sold before. Hire them because of experience in your niche. And then the next thing you're going to need to know is, preferably, if you could find someone who's good at designing outbound or appointment setting systems for solar, right? And maybe one media buyer who's done it in solar. I think that's good. Like, you just need an expert at appointment setting for solar and an expert at lead gen for solar. Those two things are the main insights that you would solve for a build and release infrastructure in solar, right? So because essentially what it is solar is, they just need leads and they need to convert those leads into qualified appointments. So if you can build an infrastructure by hiring the people who are going to build these infrastructures on behalf of your clients and consult them, then you have a business. You literally just need 5 people in your company to scale to like 100K a month.
Fantastic, brother. That's amazing insight. That's all from me. Yeah. Appreciate you massively.
Love it, man. Love it. Thank you for staying up. I think it's already pretty late for you too.
Yeah, it's like 9:30. It's all good, man. This is an all night thing today.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay, cool. All right. So we have do we have Dylan Tan? We have clients who joined today. Like, cool. That's good. Do we have Thomas Sleds? I don't know the name. I think that's not how you pronounce it, but I'm trying.
Yeah, he's here.
Cool. Let's let Thomas in. Thomas, let's go. One question. Fire it up. Let's roll.
Nice to meet you, Serge, and I do appreciate you taking the time. It was super cool. 5 days. Just want to say that, and all of you guys, you've been destroying this chat. You know, it's I had this really good laugh just reading those comments for the last 5 days. You know, like a small question that I have really, because basically I'm a media buyer myself, and I've been running ads for really big people in space. I run ads for Alex Hormozi. You know, the last book launch that he did, I launched it. I run ads for Gym Launch now, ClickFunnels, Russell Brunson, like the biggest players in the industry that you can think of. I run ads for them.
Yeah.
But like, after even being in this 5 days, I understand that just everybody can run ads. So I'm just trying to kind of like restructure the offer what I'm going after, right? So basically, when I start working now with the clients, I don't just pitch them for ads, but actually kind of like a growth creative thing. But that was before I even jump on the call, which is trying to solve all the problems within the business, right? Because when somebody has an issue within the business and you run ads, you scale the problems, right? So if the funnel isn't working, if the offer isn't that great, backend doesn't work, the ads won't
Ads
work
doesn't
either.
mean nothing. Yeah.
Absolutely right. So I've noticed that. And what I want to ask really is like, what niche would you go? Like, because I run ads anywhere from e-com, SaaS, everything. So
Yeah.
I have solid experience everywhere. And I'm just kind of wondering, what would you go for now in 2023, 24 with like media buyers overall, paid ad specialists? Or
Mhm.
maybe even like, what do you think would be the best offer for someone like me?
I would go after someone who helps their clients also run ads. As an example,
Okay.
if you've worked with Gym Launch, how much do you know about Gym Launch? Like about how they serve their clients. Have you read the book Gym Launch?
I haven't read the book Gym Launch. No, I
Okay,
just ran
cool.
the.
Perfect.
But I understand a little bit.
You know what I'm?
obviously,
Yeah,
'cause I run
cool.
a
So
company.
here's how Gym Launch scales gyms. They come in, they restructure their offer, they run lead gen campaigns, they have proven ads that have worked in all the different niches, and then they'll kind of like show them a sales script, and then they'll help them build products or services within the gym to increase lifetime value of a gym, right? If I was you and I've worked with Gym Launch, I go to every single person in the gym industry helping gyms, and then I'm like, hey guys, I'm not just going to run ads for you to help you acquire gyms that want to scale. I'm also going to show you how you are going to be helping consulting these gyms into scaling. So you help the gym coach gyms, and you also help them run the ads and acquire the gyms that they need to coach. That way, you scale their business by helping them scale their clients' businesses. Does that make sense?
Does make sense, yes. I appreciate
And
so.
you don't have to go
That's
do it
solid.
you don't have to do it in just the state, because if you do it in the United States, then you're going to just be competing with Gym Launch. But if you try to do it in other Europe, other like Australia, all these different worlds, you can literally take her Gym Launch's model and go help people who scale. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because I was looking at Gym Launch's ads, and 2 minutes later, I got started seeing all the gym coaching ads. I was like, oh my fucking God. The gym space is just as the same as this agency coaching space. Everybody just pushing out crazy claims. I'm like, oh my God. There are a bunch of these industries where everybody just trying to help everybody scale. So like the agency space is probably the same. When you go into SaaS, when you try to click on an ad on SaaS, you're probably going to get other coaching offers on SaaS. You're going to get the same stuff in gyms. So what you do is go after everyone who's running ads around gyms or whichever niches you've worked for. But I would suggest you go help someone who you know how to help their clients too. Because then it gives you more power to price and to not be a commodity. Because if you just came to them and like, hey, I'm going to help you run ads, I'm not going to spend 10 grand for you to show me how to get a better lead gen campaign going. You know, that's not what I'm not going to spend that. Right. So yeah, that's that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Serge.
Yeah, love it. But yes, I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure you have enough insights to scale a lot of these industries, so you should go on it ASAP. All right, cool. So we're gonna have. Okay, cool. So cool. So we have. Just going over. So we have this person called Waylon Kleinman. He's been going crazy in the chat. So let's just give him an opportunity to speak. Waylon or Wylan, you want to go first? You want to go on?
What's up, Serge?
What's up?
How you
brother?
doing?
You've been going crazy in the chat.
Crazy, right? That's hilarious.
Cool.
Oh man, this is dope. Okay, so man, I had a lot of questions. Let me pull them up. I got like a ton. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, I know you're not. You heard it's a tequila night for you. So all right,
no, I don't drink. I'll drink tequila if I do $1 million.
Wait, no, go ahead. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Tequila, if you hit $1 million a week, then you can do tequila. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I'll drink tequila with you if I hit $1 million.
Perfect. All right, cool.
So how do you go about planning content? I hear a lot of people saying like, it only takes an hour to create content.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me your exact process from A to Z on exactly, like if I'm being, if I dive into the weeds of it, how are you coming up with the ideas, right? You can start with hooks. You can start with looking at competitors' comments and just thinking about the questions that they're asking. What is your exact process for coming up with these topic ideas?
It's really simple. What's funny is that I'm not really big into the TikTok way of creating content. Like, okay, I need to hook them and then I need to do this. Because yes, that's good to get people go viral, but like you're not no one really makes a lot of money because they did shorts. So for me, here's my idea around content. I like to come out of the place of like, okay, what does someone need to learn that will make them want to give me money?
Right. So A to Z. So you literally start with what their current situation is, then draw it to their desired outcome, and then figure out all the problems in between.
Yeah, like I'll literally like, this 5-day challenge. Why did I do 5 days?
Because that's how long I don't know.
Because that's like if for everyone here to become clients, like if I could make the offer $1, everybody would buy, right?
Right.
But the reason why someone would buy it at $1 or $10 is not because of the thing I'm selling, is because they now believe that they need the thing I'm selling.
Right.
So content is just generally around educating people to believe that, hey, in order for you to actually go to where you need, this is the right vehicle that you need. So I spend a lot of my time selling. Okay, so if I was Tesla, I would just figure out all the arguments that someone needs to think that going electric is the best thing for themselves and for the life that they want.
Okay, so furthermore, reinforcing why that vehicle is the
correct. I don't sell Teslas. I sell electricity. Like I sell I sell whatever idea someone needs to believe to want electricity.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna spitfire some of these. What's your how when you get an offer, how are you turning around offers so fast? What are the 3 things or 4 or 5 things that you do that go, this is a broken offer, and here's how we're gonna reframe this offer?
You mean for clients?
Exactly. Yeah. So if I were to be part of the program, how can you go, this is a shit offer? Here's
first, I start with who you're selling to and why you're helping them solve the problem. Like as an example, the other client, the other person asked me the question around helping coaches with language. I want to know, okay, cool. Well, if you do end up helping them scale, are you helping them create enough value? So what is the amount of value you're creating? If you're not creating enough value, therefore it's not worth for us to even get in there, because if we're not creating enough value, we're not going to make enough money. Okay. So that's one. The next thing is I'm going to go, okay, cool. Do you have the infrastructure or the insight on how to solve and deliver more value? Because if we can deliver them more value, then we need to know how to deliver that value. If you don't know how, then we either figure out how, we show you how. And then the next thing is our acquisition. Okay. Then we build out the acquisition. We're going to figure out which acquisition channel is the best. And then the next thing, we're going to create one single asset, something that changes the belief. We're going to create such a crazy VSL that anyone who watches it, we know that they're going to want the offer. So we try to change beliefs before we try to sell. So we try to educate people. So then we do education first, and then we just set up the systems for sales and closing.
And reverse engineer. Yeah. Okay. Love it. Next one. You don't have a video on VSLs. Can you create a video on your exact VSL process here soon?
No, because that's a lot of value. But I've created it somewhere. But when you pay, you get it.
Okay. Yeah. Lovely. Okay. Next one. When you learn about their offer, are you learning about their offer on the kickoff call? Are you doing it, or I'm sorry, are you learning about it on the sales call theoretically at the end of it? Or are you doing it on the kickoff onboarding call?
So here's my answer. I haven't sold in 2 years. I haven't onboarded anyone in a year and a half. I don't do that. I have consultants and people.
Okay, so your process. I didn't mean exactly you. When you sell somebody, not you, whoever your salespeople are, do they learn about the offer on the sales call, or are they learning about the offer actually on the kickoff onboarding call? Because I would think you'd want it to be on the actual sales call.
Well, both. Right? Well, you don't sell someone who you haven't learned the offer. So we walk someone through this growth creator sheet. We look at their offer, avoiding failure cynicism. We pick out the metrics. We keep a guarantee, conditional, everything like that. Okay.
Cool. Beautiful. Okay.
That's how
that was awesome. Okay.
Dude, last question. Okay. You paid $150, man. I give you 2,000 hours of my time.
Oh, dude, all $150 are worth it right here. Okay, cool. So
let's go. Last question.
All right, perfect. Are you able to share your pitch deck with us? That's not the question I want. Next question. Let me figure out what. Okay, I'm doing lead form to scheduler. What do you see? That's not converting the best for me. Do you see adding a VSL in there making any difference, or
just get people to opt in, reach out to them, set them on a WhatsApp. Bye.
Thank you for your time, Serge. I appreciate you.
Cool.
Let's do tequila.
Okay, cool. So we had. I think Rich Hilton was on a call. Brother, you want to go? I think you had a question too.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you go ahead. Unmute yourself now.
Yeah, man, I had a comment of just thank you so much. I hope I could be the wrap it up guy. So much value, bro. I wanted to leave a comment. You know, when we originally tapped in maybe a year or two ago,
yep,
saw the rise, I saw the momentum, and the faith I had in continuing to do what I was doing. I'm like tearing up. It was so hard. The agency, the way, the model was so hard. I was no longer committed to wanting to coach, to wanting to be impactful, to wanting to. I'm like, dude, I got to partner with people. I want 3 or 4 clients. And I kind of found myself back in the world with you and everyone else, because we're all like, dude, we have to build everything with the client and really help them grow. Right. Guys, I had an epiphany sometime last year of like, I'm finding 1 or 2 really hot people, some hot sauce people with the followers, with everything. But they don't know about a Sam Ovens, or they just don't know about anything. And it's the greatest journey up to this point. I'm now so niche down, I can't even tell anyone what I do. Like I sell funding, I don't know, credit repair. I don't even know what to say. It's like so niche down. And yeah, just commit to a client, get deep, and just find all the problems. Give them your number, answer every phone call, and solve everything. And I can't wait to bring this new offer we have to the GCP program and actually turn it into thing that'll help me scale. Because
let's go. Yeah, I've been seeing you. I've been seeing you. You know, you've been doing a lot of closing for people with their offers. So I've been keeping in touch. I've seen it. So good work, man. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Good work.
The one thing that would tip me over to signing up today, because I almost became a travel hoe. Almost. I'm almost there, but the thing that would have tipped me over today was if you had a sales if you got a 10x guy, if you headhunted a 10x dude from Grant's team and said, hey, we have a guy that can help your closer stay motivated or something like that.
Yeah.
Because all I do every single day is getting on the phone with closers and just keep them accountable. And it's a lot of work already. So
yeah. I mean, we can help you find a sales manager if you want. Because I'm also working with a lot of the Jeremy Minor 7th level guys. They're like kind of like, we're starting next week, so they have a pretty big pool of talent. So that's something that you can leverage. But I'm paying them a shit ton of money, so we could probably also throw that to our clients, some of the value we're getting. But yeah, man, no, love it. Okay, so I don't. Thank you so much. Did you have? Yeah, cool. Take care. Do we have Meech or Russell? Do we have Russell today? Okay. Do we have Olu Toby today? That is the last name I'm calling out. Toby, I think you're here. Go ahead, Toby. I just asked you to unmute yourself.
All right, but you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
How's it going, bro?
Good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing straight. I feel bad for you, man. People have been
they're taking advantage of me right now. This $140, I was like, man, I just made $140 for nothing. Now I got like 10,000 hours of work.
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
but let's go.
I'll try and keep it brief. So yeah, I run an AI automation agency. I kind of had the idea at the beginning of the year. I'm really into like software and tech. And what I realized is that, people don't really care about AI or automation. Really, they just care about the results. So I kind of pivoted my company and I changed it to time back technology. So I'm more trying to shift my offer with AI and automation to really help companies be more efficient with their operations and also still essentially scale. So yeah, I had bought the VA program, I think 2 or 3 months ago. I can't remember. It was like I think I was like one of the last person to get it. And yeah, so I noticed the structure was wrong with like some of my messaging when it comes to like coaches, because I was targeting online coaches. And because I've had some case studies, like I've grown my own spiritual accounts and I've grown a lot of different TikToks and YouTube channels, I would pitch them like kind of my results. And instantly I started booking a lot more calls, getting a lot more warm leads, but I realized that they don't really have money. So that's what I'm trying to figure out now, because through one of my TikToks, actually, I have like 400, 500 followers, and I've been able to book anywhere from like 15 to 20 calls just from my TikTok with like 500 followers. So I actually met this guy who sold his recruitment company through that TikTok. And we've been building over the past few months a whole bunch of different automations out, and we're going to try and partner and just sell that as an offer. So I guess my main question is, how can I better portray the value of what I'm doing? Because I've realized there's a lot of like sales resistance when I jump on these calls. They're like, is it going to work? And I'm showing them like millions of views. I'm showing them, hey, like I know myself how to go viral. Like hey, I even started implementing some of the build and release offer things, kind of like saying, hey, we'll edit your content. Hey, we'll build a community. Hey, we'll do all this. And they're still just like.
So listen, don't sell content, man. Like content. First of all, nobody wants to even do content. What you want to sell is you want to sell to the idea that, hey, you know you're good. You've worked so hard all your life to build a company, to build a team, to acquire these insights, but you're still broke.
Yeah.
Do you want to actually finally achieve the life you want, or do you want to stay broke but smart? You want to talk to the thing they know they need to do, right? Because if you tell someone, hey, you need to get on content, they'll be like, yeah, fuck that. But if you say that, hey, here is someone else who's made millions of dollars every month doing the same shit as you, then the story becomes, do I choose to remain broke? Or do I choose to be different and actually experience the thing that I actually deserve? Right? So you sell that. You don't sell the content. Like nobody sells the content. First, you need to sell like, hey, how long have you been working? Like you've been in this game for so long. Like, what are you guys doing? Right? And that's just the easier sell than trying to sell content. Nobody wants the views. I mean, to be honest, if you talk to me about views, I won't even pay attention. But if you say, hey, Serge, come in and just don't even think about it, and then I'm gonna get you more views, I'm gonna be like, okay, cool, here's 10 grand, let's work. Right?
So like I say it again, because I'm confused. When I would pitch them, it would be like I would say, hey, we can build your community. And I would even offer like, hey, we'll get you like 25 to 50 clients in like less than 3 months. So do you think it's more like I'm gonna test it out with the recruitment niche to see how
recruitment niche is super easy. It's super there's a lot of money in there. So I would probably go there and push them. But sell it like the easy sale. Like you need to sell them that, hey, when you do have this, you're gonna make more money working a million times easier. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool. But anyway, last one. Okay, Alan. And then Aslan, you're gonna need to send me a message on Discord because I need to pee. I need to go pee, guys. It's been 6 hours without peeing. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Serge. Really appreciate what you're doing. Quick question. The build and release offer, look through that. It's really, really complex. So how much of that do you need to build out before you start
selling it?
Yeah.
You don't actually need to build it out. You just need to find the team to do it. So as an example, if I want to go help SaaS companies scale and want to do a build and release offer, I need to be able to help them structure an offer where they're profitable. I need to help them design the way that they're going to build a community, and I need to just design the monetization funnel, right? Now, the only thing that actually needs to be done is a Facebook group to be built, a funnel they can opt in so they can have emails and phone numbers, and then I just need to have the setters who can reach out to everyone who opts in. So really, with 3 people who know how to do each thing, you can start selling it. Does that make sense? Like you don't need to go crazy on hiring before you kind of like do the whole thing. You just need the people who've done it before. You need to unmute yourself. I think you can unmute yourself now.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I just got one little comment. Thanks everybody for pushing my name in there. And just one comment. One time I looked at all the people in the top row, and if you add up all of their ages, I'm still older than them. But I'm hanging in.
You're still on it, which is good.
Hey,
I love it.
I am, and I'm not giving up.
I love it. I think that's the goal. That's what because what's the other opportunity? Like what's the alternative solution? If you want to be great, you want to be great until it's the last day. So it's like we're on here, we're learning, we keep going.
Absolutely. I learn something every day of my life.
Thank you for joining,
Thank you for being here and doing this for us.
Means a lot. All right, cool. Okay, guys. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom, okay? Then we can keep going if you guys want. Casey, maybe you can raise up. Let's go.
Bathroom two. Be break.
All right, let's go. 2 more questions and then we out. It's a weekend, guys. Let's relax. Okay, cool. Aslan, I'm muting you right now.
Yo, Serge, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. So yeah, man, like I signed my first auto shop client like the 2nd of this year. And my service is mainly, I try to position as like more of a done for you lead gen plus appointment setting. So I try to like say, oh, become like more leverage instead of just like having lead gen agencies give you appointments where you're dialing the leads, you're doing this, right? Become a more leverage business owner. But the main problem I'm having right now is for every new client I get, I have to hire a new appointment setter. So do you have any advice for like what
Go build and release. Go build and release. Just release the setters in-house. Stop the you don't need to do. That's complexity on you that you can't scale. That's what happened in 2021. I realized that like, okay, I have 14 setters right now. I'm only making 30K a month and I have a bunch of clients. I'm like, what if I just put these people into their companies? So then the friction of training and managing everyone could just go on the client instead of me. And that's what you need to do. So you just don't have any leverage. I mean, you have leverage, but it's not 100K a month type of leverage or 200K through 6. I mean, it is. You can still scale, but the pain versus the outcome is like, is this even worth it?
The only other idea I had was to do like some Chat GPT AI bot, but I don't even know about that. Like,
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
You need to guarantee results. So if you go Chat GPT, yes, it's leveraged, but it's like you're not going to guarantee client results, you know? Yeah.
All right. Cool. So pretty much just give them like a build and release of like setters plus the
Yeah.
ads.
How much money are you making per month?
Right now I got stuck with one client. Right now we're probably at like, I just had my other one like 3.5 to like 4 around there.
Okay, cool. Get to like 5K, 6K, 8K, just join GCP and let's just fucking scale you.
All right, man.
No need to struggle, right?
Yeah.
Julian, you want to go? I think Julian. Is it Julian Copano?
Yo, what's up?
Is it yeah, that's you?
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, thanks for muting me, man. So I'm currently like 1 year in the agency space, and I had like 3 to 4 clients before that I served, but I basically just like screwed up their service delivery. And now currently I still have like 1 client. It's in a solar niche, but still nothing changed. I tried a lot, but it doesn't seem that service delivery worked for me. I tried, to buy courses and stuff. I tried to look videos up on YouTube. So what would you recommend me I could do, even though I know that I don't want to take on new clients because I know that I like screw them up,
Okay, cool. So is anyone in your industry doing it better and getting success?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Perfect. So go find someone who's doing it and hire them.
Okay. And would you say I should hire someone to do it for me, or should you say like, first of all, I should learn all myself? Or
well, I mean, it depends. Do you want to be a slave?
No, I don't want to be one.
Okay, cool. Just build a business
and
hire someone. You know what I mean? Like, it's because for you, it's like you've probably consumed a lot of like YouTubers talking shit, broke YouTubers saying, "Oh, you should learn how to book appointments before you hire a setter." I'm like, yeah, right. Like, okay, if you have 100 lifetimes, if you're a vampire, makes sense. Vampires can learn how to book appointments, can learn how to close, can learn how to run ads, can learn how to fulfill. And once they're 200 years old, then they can run a business, right?
Yeah.
But we got such a short time span. Right now, like it's a few years. We ain't got time. You want to make meals in 2-3 years? You can't be doing appointment setting or trying to learn how to fulfill for solar companies when solar companies have been fulfilled for the last 15 years. Why would you spend another year trying to learn how to fulfill for something that's already, it's like learning how to build a car instead of going to Toyota and buying a fucking car.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Like that's fucking insane. It's like seeing someone in the woods trying to plant tomatoes or fucking beans and fucking potatoes and bullshit when you can go to the grocery store. Like, come on. No, you don't even need to go to the grocery store. You just need to go get a bagel in the morning and just get to work. Right? So it's like it's like, I don't know. For me, that's crazy,
Yeah, you're right
Yeah,
though.
don't do. Yeah, hire someone, man. Come on, man. You're losing a lot of money. Are you crazy?
Yeah,
You
man.
lost 3 clients. That's rule number 1. Never lose a client.
True. I think like all the content I watch from YouTube is like,
Yeah,
everything I learned from them is like, oh, just learn it yourself.
Yeah, because they're selling you. Because listen to this. If I go on YouTube and I say, people, hey, you're going to need to learn how to hire. You're going to need to know how to manage people. You're going to need to know how this and this, when you make 10K a month, then nobody's going to buy my course. Because all I'm telling them is, you're going to need to do hard work. Like, nobody sells hard work. But because they want to sell your course and have no expectations, then they're going to tell you the easiest thing to do, which is, oh, just hire someone and then just learn how to run ads. Because that's something you can control. Hiring becomes complex. You don't even know what questions to look for. You don't even know where to find the hiring person. So people, and this is an important lesson for everyone out there learning from YouTube. The people on YouTube are biased to sell you an image that the game is easy. The game is not fucking easy. It is fucking hard. Okay? Which is why I suggest to not buy from anyone who's telling you that this shit is easy. Who's telling you that you're going to make 10K a month as a closer or as an agency owner. You're not. You're not. The only way you're going to make 10 grand a month is if you can deliver 100 grand worth of value to companies. Or as a closer, you want to make 100 grand a month, 10 grand a month, you actually need to be closing at least 100 grand for a company. Who's ever put us in a sales pitch that, hey, I'm going to teach you how to become so good that you can close 100 grand a month for someone? Oh, people would be like, oh my fucking God, how the fuck am I going to make someone 100 grand? I don't even know how to make 2 grand a month. Nobody would be buying that program.
True.
But that's why nobody talks about it. But anyway, cool. But yeah, hire someone. Don't worry about that.
All right, man. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Cool. Tolu, go ahead. I mean, we can do this all day, guys, if you want. Like, I mean, I could do this all day. I don't have anything else to do anyway. But anyway, just make sure you go buy the program. Just find the $500, make the deposit, and let's get to work. Okay. Next week, I need more people working. Okay. But anyway, Tolu, let's go.
Serge, I love your evolution. I can't wait to see how you're going to evolve in the next 10 years. It's going to be crazy. I think the first question definitely is, I love the fact that you're studying the guys from like All In and you're studying like the HubSpot flywheel.
Yep.
Who's beginning to cue your interest in terms of studying? Is it like a SaaS company? Like,
yeah,
what are you beginning to study that is giving you that insight to be able to evolve and kind of like become more valuable in the market?
So for me, one of the things that I've realized is, I mean, at least I heard this like in 2020, I listened to this podcast from a venture capitalist. He said that in order for a company in order for a founder to build something really valuable, they need to be living in the future. Meaning they need to have an insight that is true, that most people don't know yet that is true. Okay? Because that's the only way you make money, is you bring something that is true today. No, that is going to be true in the future, but you bring it back to today. And then you charge on the efficiency that you bring in from getting people to do the thing that they would normally experience in the future, but they would experience it today, right? So knowing that, then I know that in order for me to keep making more money, I actually need to be constantly be living in the future. So if today people are doing appointment setting, well, I'm doing build and release. Because I know that, well, these people are solving appointment setting problems, but once they've sold appointment setting problems to these businesses won't even be profitable on the front end and they won't have any business. So for me, I'm living in the future and telling them, hey, here is the reality of things. It doesn't matter how many calls you book. It doesn't matter how good you are at selling. If your business model is broken, you're fucked. So now every agency owner that Iman is creating, every agency owner that Joel Kaplan is creating, every person that everyone is making millions off of, they're going to deal with a pain. And then who are they going to buy from? Me. So now, anyway, to answer your question, for me, I try to learn like fundamentals, like the truth, like principles, because ads will stop working on Facebook. YouTube will potentially never not be a good thing 10 years from now, right? But one thing that won't change is the fact that you need to be super profitable on the front end, right? You need to make profits on the front end. You need to have a team, because there's like that's a principle. You need super talented people on your team. So for me, the thing I sell is not the ads. The thing that is living today, gone tomorrow. I'm selling principles, and just build frameworks around how to implement those principles, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I got one last question. So earlier this year, what I did is that I hired and trained about 6 closers, put them into the business, was training them Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I had about 60 setters. So we were pumping massive appointments, to them. And it was definitely an incredible experience. I realized that my webinar offer is complex. So there's a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah.
And I also realized, like, you're right, a lot of coaches and consultants are broke. So even though we used a great way of getting them onto calls, just didn't have the money at the time. I think right now, it's crazy, but we're kind of tweaked it, and I'm slowly kind of like releasing it. But now we know, for example, to go after like coaches that are in business funding because they got access to the banks. My question would be, there's 2 business models, and I'm like, I don't want to do the webinars physically for clients or like the podcast setup. I want to train the VAs to kind of like fulfill the service. But I see like the scalability with podcasts to be so much better versus webinars. What would be your thoughts on kind of like taking that to the market in terms of like those 2 services?
To do what? So the webinar and the what? Which one?
Podcasting.
Oh man, podcasting.
Like I've made like close to $250,000 in like year plus with podcasting.
But the thing is, you're good. You're good at it. But podcasting, you're not going to go from nothing to something in podcast. It's a mechanism that takes time, which is why I would not tell someone just create content and wait to make $250,000. You need to give someone where they pay you today. So as an example, people who bought the program, who are buying the program right now, a bunch of people are buying it. I'm not telling them, hey, you're going to make money in 6 months. After the 3rd call of their onboarding, we need leads coming through. And that can be in 10 days from now. Right? So you need, even the webinar is a long setup process.
It is.
So you cannot rely on those mechanisms because they're the result happens too much in the future. Now, if you're working with someone like me and you're like, hey, Serge, I'm going to structure your 5-day challenge for you. Cool. Then I don't mind. Then I can buy that. But for someone who's broke, they don't need something that solves a few problem in the future. They need the solution now. Right.
And I think what that kind of tells me, like, for example, the podcast, I did a podcast a week and a half ago. Person closed for 10K because basically the strategy is get them on the podcast, build a relationship, shift them to a value call. On that value call, boom, come with the offer.
Yeah.
Now I have like 2-3 people that are like clients, and I'm taking them through that process. But it's like using the podcast setters that also edit the content to immediately 80% of people say yes to a podcast. Yeah. So I think I can give clients like insanely quick. It's like, hey, you already got a from people versus the webinars are long kind of like setup.
Yeah. I mean, that would work. That approach would work. If you can kind of like use it as an outreach tactic, appointment setting, cool, then it's good. But I thought of it from the angle of like building the brand and an audience.
It does a lot. So it does that. It helps them to get deals and then build relationships. I have like 5 people that want to do joint ventures because of the podcasting, but I kind of said no to hold off on it because I rather get cash, and then also I rather build out a podcast program whereby any client that comes into it, they're going to have a podcast setter that can also edit and release content.
That's good. That's good. That would be a good thing. Yeah. So you're going to need a setter. You're going to need more, more than just the strategy. Would be good to have some implement and release stuff.
Appreciate
All right,
you,
cool.
Serge.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Rob, let's go. And then we're done. Might go get some sleep, someone. Okay, cool. Let's go, Rob. Oops. No, go ahead. Unmute yourself again. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's up, boss? Thanks so much for this week. Thanks so much for taking my question. Last question. I'm happy to close it out. I'll keep it short and sweet. So I'm in the financial services space here in New York, and basically I'm looking to build out my financial services business. But the biggest thing that's been keeping me back has been lender network. So what I'm looking to do now is so I have some relationships with massive brokers in New York, doing over $1 million a month. And they have horrible client acquisition infrastructure. So what I'm looking to do is step in, become a growth partner for one of these brokers that I have in my network. And then basically leverage them as my way to actually get some of those other lender relationships while also delivering value and hopefully getting some good cash flow in. So my question is really around offer and fulfillment side of things. Kind of how would you position coming in and building out an acquisition infrastructure, knowing that this is just going to be my one client? I don't plan to go and scale it with other brokers as well.
I mean, you need to figure out what are the components that would need to make up that offer.
So I'll give you even more context. So they're missing their paid ads are shit, right? They're running stock image paid ads that are horrible copy. They have speed to lead, they're horrible with. So getting in an appointment center to actually go and contact those leads. They have no automated follow-up sequences or nurture sequences as far as email or text message goes. So they're missing the core components of client acquisition. So my idea was, let me just give them what they need rather than going even more above the let's creating complexity for myself by going to content and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying?
You probably just need just more cost-effective lead gen. You probably need an appointment setter, and if you could have someone, just those two things is really it. If you can generate the leads and you can nurture the leads and then you can set the leads, that in and of itself is super fucking valuable.
That's exactly what I would do. But how would you price that? So my idea was to do base retainer plus percent revenue on the closed deals.
How much can you deliver on average how much is each client worth for them?
It varies, but around 5K, but there's no fulfillment. So they're like pure source sales organizations. So there's really, it's just about connecting them with lenders.
Cool. How many do you think they can handle? How much do you, let's say to acquire 5K client, how much do you think they need to spend on acquisition, on ads?
It costs me about $10 per lead, and typically about one, maybe out of every 15 to 20 leads, I would say, is actually a close.
I would think that's too good. That would be too good. They would be making billions of dollars if that was the cost.
So because the issue is it varies so much because not everybody.
So that's the thing. So I think you should think of it more like, okay, so $10 leads. Okay, out of these $10 leads, how many actually out of 100? Let's say $10, and then I spend 1,000, I get 100 leads. Out of 100 leads, how many are actually qualified?
Let's
look at qualified first.
Then
you need, okay, so let's say 25% are qualified. Okay, out of these 25%, how many are actually going to be booked on a call? Okay, and then out of those who are booked on a call, let's say half of them get booked on a call, which is let's say 12 people. Then out of that, how many are actually going to close? Let's say if they have a 20%, 30% closing rate, then that becomes 2-3 clients. But that's not 2-3 clients off of the appointment set or the lead gen. That's 2-3 clients out of 100 leads. Right. So now you need to think of, I spent 1,000. I'm probably going to spend commission. I'm probably going to spend on systems. Okay, cool. Then you realize they're like, okay, maybe they're profiting $3,000 on each client that they acquire. And now you go back to them and like, hey, how much money do you guys are willing to spend? And then you figure out their budget for ads, and then you figure out how much you can bring them. And then for me personally, I like to charge 10% of whatever I can bring to the table. Did you see the formula of pricing that I shared on day one?
So no, I just bought in.
Okay.
So
cool.
I'll go back
check
and
it
watch
out.
that.
But I did check it out. But essentially, the way we do it is, if I know that I can add you an extra $250,000 per year,
Yeah.
Then I'll do, let's say the probability that I can consistently add that is probably 50% to each client. So half of my clients will get to $250,000, others will not. So I times the probability times the total potential, and it gives me 125K. I charge 10% of the yearly potential upfront, and everything else is percentage.
Yeah.
So then I can charge 12 grand or whatever. If you can, the potential for them, if they're making $1 million a month, then the potential can become even 5 mil a year.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
10
for
mil.
sure.
So
For
then
sure.
you charge based on the probability, and you just charge 10% of the thing.
The issue is it's super transactional, meaning like when a client comes in, it's not like a recurring revenue type model, right? It's a one-time, you're getting paid out and that's it. And you don't really know exactly what it's going to be. So there are going to be some months that are higher depending on what leads actually come in, some months that are lower depending on what leads come in, because the commissions are completely dependent on each individual business and the size of the loan that they take. Right. So I guess for me, I haven't had all of those numbers, but what you're saying basically is go and actually get those numbers, and that'll give me a better idea of how to actually price
you
it.
need to, like, if you come in and you just ask me the pricing, the exact pricing, that would be pretty bad, because I'm not a lender.
No, of course.
I don't know.
Of
You know,
course.
like,
Yeah.
so like you need to just know the framework, but like the actual numbers will be dependent on the prospect, because you also don't want to go in and charge 3 grand a month, because maybe the same people, the same service, someone is charging 30 grand a month for.
Yeah, no, I definitely would.
So so you need to get context. You need to also look at what agencies are selling that service for. And if you can do like a build and release and then become like a partner, then maybe charge a little bit more upfront, build out their team, and then just get a little bit of a percentage on the back end for what they close.
But you still think it would make sense to position as a build and release rather than as like a fractional CMO or fractional like marketing department almost?
I mean, if you just, people who do the growth partner thing, they're just, because you also maybe don't want to sell yourself into a 12-year commitment, when a 12-month commitment, when you don't even know if you can get them results.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't go growth partner before I can even offer any growth.
Sure.
Because this is your first run. So it's like, it's not a...
So I've run ads in the space for myself, but not at the volume at which they're
correct.
Running, obviously.
So like,
it's completely different.
Yeah, prove the concept.
Yeah.
You can charge on a monthly basis if you want, just to reduce the barrier of entry, to lower the barrier.
Yeah.
But I don't like to attach myself to people, because if you commit yourself and in a shitty relationship, then you essentially just ruined everything. And if you did see anything I said at the beginning, is you want to deliver so much in the first month that they want to actually pay you after that.
Yeah.
Like, because if you just try to like say, oh, this is a 12-month agreement, I'm going to be your own CMO, then you haven't delivered shit. And then because you have a year, then you also don't have the urgency to prove your value.
So it'd be more like, hey, let's sign on for 60, 90 day
60,
build
90
and
days.
release contract.
Everything
and
you
then if we
fucking
want to
need.
continue later, we'll continue later. And if not, we won't.
Go.
Right.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Thanks
So
so much,
that's
brother.
what then they don't also have a lot of risk, and they're like, okay, cool, let's roll. Right.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, cool.
For sure.
Guys, thank you guys for everyone who stayed. What, 5 hours in? Yeah, 5 hours in. It means a lot. Hopefully everyone will value what we talked about today and the past 5 days. Again, we have the offer going till Monday. If you guys are interested in working, let's get to work. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. For those who bought the NBL, this is going to be released in the next few by Monday. And appreciate you guys so much. And let's make our dreams come true. Love y'all. Bye-bye.